Free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If you're with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, you're paying too much for your wireless service. Because Pure Talk gives you the exact same 5G coverage as one of those big carriers on the exact same network, but saves the average family over $800 a year. And Pure Talk doesn't lock you into an overpriced unlimited data contract. Why pay for data you don't need? Instead, get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone and keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. So what are you waiting for? Start saving today. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, switch now, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250, say, switch now. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from Pure Talk. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
On Fox Sports Radio. It's amazing.
Amazing.
The things that we do for you on a daily.
Let's go, walk.
From the mornings.
It's Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio.
Yeah.
To the late nights.
They call me Moneyball Mallard. I'm in a different part of the galaxy.
Yeah.
We never stop.
They know they can't stop it.
We're always on.
We do this on a daily basis.
And this amazing content is all for you on Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
This is how we do it. This is how we do it. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. This is how we do it. La, la, la. This is how we do it.
Two Pros and a Cup of Joe, Fox Sports Radio. If you missed any of this program, you can check out the podcast at foxsportsradio.com. It'll be posted up shortly after we go off the air. We will be back coming up after the weekend, 6 a.m. Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Pacific. LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, myself, we will be back. And listen, there's going to be a lot to discuss. We got college football playoff games. We got NFL action. This is a good time to be a football fan. It's always a good time to be a football fan. I mean, and by the way, if you play fantasy football and you had Derrick Henry on your team, that sucks. You know, but it's how I tell people, if you can't find the interest in a football game, whether it was that one last night or one of these bad games coming up this weekend or next weekend, then do the adult thing and start gambling. Get a grip on reality, start gambling on some of these games, put a little bit of money into it, and then make things more interesting. It's like putting hot sauce on some dry chicken, right? Throw some stuff on there, make it taste better. There's solutions here once you find them. All right. So we will be back here after the weekend. And for those of you who have a happy and safe New Year's, obviously. All right. Don't do anything stupid out there. Right now, though, it's time to put a bow on this bad boy here on a Football Friday with a little something we do called this.
You moron.
How could you not get to these stories?
You moron.
These are
Last roasting session of the year. Bonte and Butch enjoying the holidays, and so are we. Thanks for being with us. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen in his Jaunty Orioles cap today. Yeah.
Yeah, with the 2001 All-Star patch on the side, courtesy of Hack Club. Shout out.
Didn't even notice that. Did you notice John, who's producing for us today, has a throwback Florida Marlins?
Really good.
It is,
It's really good. It's an all-timer. It's the teal Marlins hat with the F with the fish and with the black bill. Oh, it's a very good hat.
The Marlins have undergone a number of logo/uniform/color changes over the years.
And none of them as good as their original. I don't understand. Why a team would rebrand, like the Warriors, okay? The Warriors went for, because we look back on the Thunder era logo.
Thunder the mascot.
The Thunder the mascot with the dark blue jersey, with the orange and the kind of like golden yellow color. We look back on that now with like nostalgia. And like I have the Jason Richardson version of that jersey and I love it. And it's like, yes. And they did the Oakland Forever jersey. It was like, yeah, these are awesome. But at the time, it was like, these are bad. So you understand why they rebranded to the royal blue and the yellow, and it's a great look. They have awesome uniforms. I love them. But why a team like the Marlins that just have this really great look going?
Well, because there's no there. I mean, even though they've won a couple World Series, they're still looking for, what are we? Our fans come around when we're good, and then they stay away in droves, and they just don't have that identity. Like, obviously, you can't compare them to the Dodgers and the Yankees, but they have, and the Giants too. It's like, this is our thing. This is who we are. This is our brand. And the Marlins are still, I think, searching for, okay, what exactly are we?
But I think, and you see the Diamondbacks doing the same thing. I thought the Diamondbacks' original uniforms are great too. The purple with the copper, and it's like, yes, that is sick. And then they've gone to like a red, and then they went back to the teal, Sedona red, right?
Sure.
And then the Vegas gold, and then they went to the teal. It was weird. I didn't like it. But the Marlins, they've tried to like tiptoe around like a Miami Vice look. Like they had they went to the black with the like, there was like some orange and like some whatever it was, like a teal or a green, and now they're on the kind of light blue / teal with the, it's not teal really, but it's like a light blue with maybe like a cerulean with like a
first cerulean mention of the week.
There it is.
Took till Friday.
Yeah. And then they have the red in there, and it's like, dude, you're tiptoeing around what you want. Go full Miami Vice. Go pink and teal. Lean in. Like, you want to sell a ton of jerseys? Go do that.
The Padres do a better Miami jersey than the Marlins do.
You might think the Padres City Connect stuff is ugly, but I went to a Padres game in, was that September? You could not find City Connect stuff anywhere because they were all sold out. Mm-hmm. Gone. All of it. You can't, it is so popular. And that's what,
Miami.
The Miami Heat, Miami Vice jerseys were great. Their City Edition or City Connect or whatever they're called. Lean into it, Marlins. Do a rebrand and go full Miami Vice.
Now, I know this isn't nearly as extreme, but what did you make, getting back to what's going on now? The throwbacks, I think they're throwbacks that the Cowboys wore last night. Cowboys over the Titans on Thursday Night Football, 27-13 was the final of that one. Yeah, what do you think of those white? It's just, they got the all white.
Everything about the Cowboys is gross.
Well said, Mr. 49er guy.
No, I liked it. Of all the Cowboys looks, at least on this clean version, it's a clean look, and their blues all match. On their regular road uniforms, the blue in the number is different from the blue on the pants, is different from the blue on the helmet. It is chaos. Figure it out.
I remember as a kid seeing the Cowboys and collecting those little mini helmets, really cool, out of gumball machines, and trying to figure out, what color is that helmet? Because it's silver, right? Well, no, the Lions is silver, and it's not the same color. And then I eventually saw somewhere in a magazine, metallic blue. It's really a cool color. But anyway, that's not what they wore last night. No. Seriously, the color of the Cowboys helmets, it's not really silver. It's a weird metallic blue.
It's silver.
Yeah.
Metallic blue is just silver.
Yeah, but it's not, though. If you compare it to what actually, like the Raiders, silver, and the Cowboys helmets, slightly, there's a little bit of blue in there. Anyway, last night, the all-white helmets with the blue stars, and they win the game. But, Kyle, I hate to go here. They won the game last night, but there are some that are suggesting that we may have to hold an emergency session today of the Fraud Squad.
I'm suggesting that.
All right, yeah, Craig's shaking his head. I mean, he's nodding in agreement, I should
Craig
say. Not
agrees?
shaking his, yeah, I think he does, yeah.
Yes. Hell yes.
Yeah. So I know they won, and they got 12 wins now. But even their coach last night, Mike McCarthy, is currently is still the coach of the Dallas Cowboys. He said, okay, style points, I don't know about any of that, but all I know is we got 12 wins. But, ooh, I know it's a short week for them, but still, that was not overly impressive. Against the Titans team, like, yeah, we'd rather win, but we don't really care if we win.
I need the NFL because, okay, when we talk about the 49ers are locked into the 3 seed, but it's like, man, they can get up to the 2, they could conceivably still, the door's open for them to get up to the 1. These games, despite the fact that they can't fall below the 3, these games still matter a little bit. How did we wind up with the Titans having a meaningless game in week 17 where they rested all their dudes to get ready for week 18? That's
scheduling quirk.
That's nuts. Resting their dudes in a week where they have extra days off.
I think if there's a problem there are many. I think the core issue is the whole issue of you got to be really good to make the playoffs unless you're in a bad division. And then you just got to be better than all the other crappy teams. And that leads to problems like we had last night.
Yeah. And are we going to
Although I think Jacksonville's actually kind of good.
Jacksonville might be good.
Yeah.
Jacksonville might beat the Titans by like 30 next week.
Hope so.
There's a real chance that goes down. But I just, if I'm the Jags, I'm pissed at the schedule. Because you have a huge game next week, and yeah, you're at home, but your opponent gets like 3 extra days off? Like, that's not fair. That's super. They get a mini bye week. Russ versus
Russ, though, maybe that works in the Jags' favor.
They get a mini bye week going into that. I would buy that a little bit if it was like more than a week, but 1 week is not going to derail.
I got to toot my own horn here for a second. I was on a station in another market in like September, and we were talking about the NFL and power rankings, and I said somebody had the Chargers like third. I said, what about the Jags? The Jags, they're no good. And I said, they'll win 8 or 9 games. Boom. I think we're right there.
Yeah,
we're on course for that.
Yeah, unless they lose out, which I don't think they're going to. They're 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to get at least 8. Nice work.
Yeah,
man.
Like that. Anyway, Cowboys with the win last night. The Cowboys say a win's a win, which is true, and they do have 12 wins, but Dak Prescott, how many games in a row now has he thrown an interception, which is a pass intended for one of your teammates that is actually caught by a player on the other team?
What?
Yes.
Get out.
6 games in a row with an interception for Dak Prescott, a career high or low, depending on how you want to look at it.
He missed 5 games, and he's still tied for the league in interceptions.
Ghastly.
And what's unbelievable is how many of them. Remember Brock Purdy's interception last week?
I'll never forget it.
He threw it a little bit like low and behind to Juwan Jennings, but on his hip, like a very catchable ball. And he tips it up in the air and then tries to tip it back to himself and just tips it to a defender. And it's like, okay, that goes down as an interception. If you did that, so if you had interceptions go on receivers and quarterbacks, which I think should be a thing that should be done, by the way.
It really should. You're right.
We need to put interceptions on the proper.
It's kind of important to know.
Yeah. Because if you did that, Dak would have maybe half as many picks. Maybe a little more than that. But I've seen at least 3 this year where the pick 6 against the Jags last week, like that was on his receiver's hands.
We could maybe break it down into pure interception, tipped interception, drop. I don't know, something. It would be useful to know.
Yeah, maybe like call it TDs, tip drills. You'd have INTs.
Probably don't want to call it TDs. That'd be
Why
confusing. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Do you know that the Cowboys, even though the fraud squad is looking at them very closely here, fact of the matter is they've won 8 of 10, and for the first time since 1994-95, the Cowboys have consecutive 12-win seasons.
Wow,
first
good
time
for
since
them.
94-95.
They don't scare me.
When I think Cracked Rear View was the #1 album in the country. The Blowfish.
That's a great
was.
callback.
Yeah.
That's a really good callback to earlier in the week. No, after watching Dallas last night, so they were a team that when we talked about the Niners and who they could possibly run into, although I think there's it would be a weird scenario where the Niners are even playing Dallas. in the playoffs. But if they did, they were a team that it's like, okay, it's the Eagles, and then man, Dallas would. I know it's at Levi's, but they got a really good pass rush, and they have weapons on offense. Like, they just kind of scare me a little bit. After last night, like, I know it was a short week and they were on the road and they actually covered their 13 points, but that was a shell of a bad Tennessee team. I don't want to say bad, a below average Tennessee team.
I'd say they're mediocre. People misuse that word all the time. Mediocre means you're not good, you're not bad. I think that's where they are.
That's right. They are a mediocre and a shell of that team. They're banged up in the backfield. They didn't play their best defensive linemen. They played Josh Dobbs, who was making his first NFL start. They sat Derrick Henry. Like and they've lost 5 in a row going into last night. So Dallas, like I said, a win is a win is a win for sure. But I was expecting the Cowboys to go in there and win that game 35-0 kind of thing.
They did. The Cowboys, it is, lost their center in the second half to a high ankle sprain. They were without Tony Pollard. Van Der Esch missed his second straight game. So, those things we tend to overlook sometimes. I don't know whether you did or not. I'm not accusing you of anything. But it was a short-handed, banged-up bunch of Cowboys coming off a short week as well.
Yeah, but you still have Dak. You still have CeeDee Lamb. Dalton Schultz had a huge game. You still have Ezekiel Elliott. But, I mean, Micah Parsons just hasn't been impactful. DeMarcus Lawrence hasn't been super impactful. Like, they've not been as good defensively. Because there was talk through, I mean, pretty recently that, it's the Cowboys have the best defense, not the Niners. And Micah Parsons should be the DPOY, not Nick Bosa. And that's just not
You're
been
quaking.
the case.
You're
It's just
quaking
not
with
been the
anger.
case lately. I'm so mad. No, Dallas doesn't frauds.
This might be an overstatement, but I think Thursday Night Football is a pox upon humanity. What do you think?
Yeah. Okay, so
overstatement.
Is it?
I don't know.
I think that Thursday Night Football should be done after Thanksgiving. Like,
you mean they should do it after Thanksgiving?
No, it should be finished. You get, because Thursday Night Football sucks. Like, don't get me wrong, but the NFL's not going to do away with it entirely. But I do think you should finish it after Thanksgiving, because they're not going to. So let's be realistic. They're not going to do away with it. You get it up to Thanksgiving. You have your Thanksgiving Day games with the Lions and then the Cowboys, and you have a Thursday night game to end all Thursday night games, because the games are too important down the stretch.
To your point, and please pardon my ignorance, was last night the last week, or did
yes.
they? Okay.
Yeah, last night was because now next week everybody plays on Sunday.
Yeah.
And they'll line up. If you go to the schedule, every team is TBD.
So the NFL would tell you, well, Kyle, that's how we're addressing your issue. Now we're done. We're finished now.
Well, okay, right, but now the Titans get the mini bye going into a meaningful game next week against the Jags, and that's just I don't dig that. And you get late in the year, especially and teams are banged up, guys are banged up. You just mentioned the Cowboys; they had a bunch of guys out last night.
You're compromising the competitive integrity of your season. You really are, and for what?
Yeah, did I tell the
money?
Right, that's what it is. Amazon paid $2 billion or whatever it was to broadcast the games. So maybe to make up for that, you go double headers on Thursday nights for up until Thanksgiving, and that way you're still getting the games in.
I just think that compounds some of the problems that Thursday Night Football causes.
How so?
Just greater risk of injury with a doubleheader, with more games on Thursdays.
It would be the same amount. It would just be
you just move them, to the meatier part of the season. Yeah.
Thursday night this late in the year. Thursday night. So did I tell them my Troy Brown story on air, or did I tell you that off air?
I think it was a dream you had. Way. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I interviewed Troy Brown, the former Patriots receiver, once. Whoop. That boop. And it was an assignment that got kicked down to me like 4 times because no one wanted to do it. They're like, we don't care. And I'm like, Troy Brown, yeah, for sure. So I asked him about Thursday Night Football. And he basically said, once you get to age 30 and you've played in the NFL, it takes you until Wednesday just to feel okay moving.
Yeah.
And then they're making these guys go play on Thursday. So by Wednesday, you get guys who are like, okay, my body's starting to feel a little normal. Okay, let's hop on a plane and fly across the country to go play a game tomorrow. And you've had practice all week leading up to this. It's brutal. But again, the NFL's not going to do away with it. So I think a realistic solution would be, hey, just cut it at Thanksgiving.
It's just a lose-lose-win. It's a losing proposition for the players. Very difficult for them. Probably increases the risk of injury. That's hard to quantify, but I mean, it sure common sense would suggest, yes, guys are more likely to get hurt. To lose for the fans, because even though it's kind of cool sometimes, hey, we got a game on Thursday night, the product, obviously, everyone knows this. I know this is not a newsflash. The product is watered down, and a lot of times it's really uninspiring. We've seen some really dismal games this year, but for the NFL, of course, cha-ching.
Yeah.
So we don't see a problem with it, guys.
And it was fun. Like the Niners clinched a division on Thursday night against the Seahawks. And that's fun because it's midweek. You're the only game on. Everybody's watching. Everyone's talking about it.
Enjoy the weekend. Don't have to stress about your team.
Right. But on the other hand, would that have been a better game if they played it on a Sunday? I kind of tend to think so. That's what.
Maybe it would have been a bigger blowout.
Yeah, maybe. But last night was one of those games. It's like, this is a joke. Like, what's the end game here? Cowboys Titans, first of all, is like, who cares? And then it's a shell of maybe the NFL's most mediocre team. And the Titans, like, I was out last night.
Yeah,
I turned it on for a little bit here and there, but
if the fraud squad does meet today, I feel compelled to present many things you just said as arguments in favor of the Cowboys. Like, look, the conditions under which they played last night. I know they've had issues this year. The loss to the Jags, by the way, doesn't look as bad as we thought it was, right? And I know they struggled against the Texans, but last night, come on, they got a win. They were shorthanded. It's a really difficult situation playing on Thursday night. So I would tell the fraud squad today, if I get a chance, I will tell them to back off the Cowboys.
Okay, good to know.
12 wins.
I know.
That's obviously legit.
You called the Vikings frauds, though.
No, you did.
Yeah, the fraud squad did.
Yeah.
The fraud squad ruled the Vikings fraud.
Stiff and a phony.
I was against that, but of course, Baldy came in and said, yeah, I don't want to call them frauds, but their defense isn't good enough. But remember, Baldy said 3 teams in the NFC, the 49ers, the Eagles, and he mentioned the Cowboys as a team that he thinks could actually get all the way into what I call the Super Bowl or the championship game.
That's what you call it?
Yeah.
Have you trademarked that?
I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've meant to.
Did you know that with Super Bowl, like Party City, if they make you can make signs at Party City, they cannot put Super Bowl on a sign for you?
Sure. I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they cannot make a sign that says like Super Bowl party or Kyle Madsen Super Bowl party. They can make it say Kyle Madsen Superb Owl Party. They can do that.
How many of those do you have?
6. No, my folks actually did that one year.
Really?
They throw a big Super Bowl party every year.
Oh, I get it. Superb Owl. I missed that. Went right over my head first.
So they
time
have a sign that says Superb Owl Party. It's very good.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of, guess whose birthday it is today?
Whose?
LeBron.
LeBron James.
LeBron James, 38 today. Happy birthday, LeBron James. Not 5, not 6, 38.
38?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So let me ask you right now, and I know this is one of the most tired topics in human history, but LeBron James on his birthday, 38. Greatest of all time? Is he the GOAT? Is he not? Why or why not?
No.
Just right. Just
Don't make me answer this.
Yeah.
So
is LeBron the GOAT, NBA GOAT, or not? Why or why not?
All right.
On his 38th birthday.
Can I answer
2 absolute legends with birthdays this week, Brock Purdy and LeBron James.
Is Brock Purdy the LeBron James of 49ers quarterbacks? Who's to say? No, so I don't
888-957-9570. Kyle obviously is stalling and could use some help on this. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I
can't do it.
I can't. So
what do you think, Craig? Is LeBron the NBA GOAT or not?
I put him on my Mount Rushmore, but he's not in the George Washington spot.
Okay.
Not in the George Washington spot.
Okay.
I think that's fair. Like MJ just put the league on the map in a way that like he was the original. I don't Like the 6-0 in the finals thing, I don't care. Like I care, but that's not what puts it over the top. I just think Michael
Jordan. Tiger's birthday too. Pardon me. Someone on the text line. Thank you. Smartest listeners on radio. Tiger Woods' birthday as well today. Wow.
I'll have to fact check that.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But LeBron James, better basketball player than Tiger Woods for sure. Worst golfer though, in my opinion. No, it's just
better driver.
MJ was just the first to do it and put that, like, he was an event in and of himself. I wasn't around much for. I remember I was like 7 when he won his last finals. So I very vaguely remember I had a Michael Jordan Bulls jersey. I loved Space Jam, but I don't remember much. And when you look at what LeBron's doing and what he's done, he's gonna wind up the all-time leading scorer. He's gonna be top 10 in assists. He's gonna be like top 25 in rebounds. He was punches ticket to the finals at the beginning of every season. Like the resume is nuts. MJ just did it first.
Man, LeBron, I'll say this before we get to the meat of the matter. He's a terrible actor. That commercial with the flaming hot or sour cream, flaming hot or sour cream. He's a terrible actor, right?
I'm not. Yeah.
You know the commercial I'm talking about?
He's also
flaming hot or sour cream, flaming hot. Yeah.
He's also
genius.
He's also in the movie Trainwreck, and it was like, oh hey, he's so funny. Like no, it was like like athlete acting was like, okay, that's fine. But no, and the other thing that gets me with LeBron is like I rooted against him so much as a Warriors fan. And there's so many just little annoying things he does. And like after he lost, he comes out with the cast on his hand. And the way after he hits the 3 against the Warriors in the play, and he's like, I saw 3 rims. Like, get the dude.
What a
loser. If he wasn't so damn corny, I think he would be viewed in a different light.
Unfortunately, he's burdened by the fact that he's always been compared to Jordan. Sure. And he's always trying to convince everyone, maybe including himself, that he's better. Like after they beat the Warriors in 2016, and he was it on the barbershop, whatever, he said, oh, that proved it. That made me the best player of all time. You remember he said that. So the fact that we came back through, that made me the best player of all time. LeBron is phenomenal. As you said, he's going to be the #1 all-time leading scorer. I would bet 10 years, certainly 20 years from now, people will look back at it all. And I think back then not back then, but when we get to that point, I think everyone will say, oh, he's the greatest of all time. Look at what he did. But I don't think he exceeded all the hype, which is incredible. The hype was massive. He's exceeded that. He's an all-time great. But I don't know that at any time in his career, as great as he was and still is, I don't know that he was ever as singularly dominant as Jordan or even Kareem. And that's not hating. We're talking about the highest bar of bars. LeBron was an all-time great, and he will probably go down in history as the all-time greatest. But to me, at no point was he ever as singularly dominant and able to impose his will the way those two guys, and maybe Bill Russell too. I don't really know. So that's why I would say, great as he was, I can't say he's the greatest of all time. But I wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah, shout out
How about
to
you?
LeBron. Happy birthday.
Yeah. Coming up here on the Morning Roast. Wow. You know, it's the Raiders 49ers game coming up on Sunday. Remember when Josh McDaniels nearly became the head coach of the 49ers? And he actually decided, I don't think I want that job. Remember that? That actually happened. More on that coming up here. It's the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
Just win, baby.
Special Tiger Woods, LeBron James birthday edition here. Whitey Gleason and Kyle Madsen in for Bonta Butch. Josh McDaniels, a couple times was nearly the coach of the 49ers, believe it or not. We'll get to that in just a moment here on 95.7 The Game. We're still talking a little bit about LeBron because, yeah, it's his birthday today, 38. And so we're still, dealing with this whole issue, cleaning up what we said earlier. LeBron, is he the greatest of all time? We don't think so, but we agree that, I don't mean to speak for you, Kyle, but if I understood you correctly there, in the future, probably it's going to be a consensus that, oh, yeah, LeBron James is the greatest player of all time. Down the road.
It feels like that.
Yeah.
It feels like it's going to go that way. But it's his longevity, I think, is something that is going to be like looked on differently, because right now I think we're just taking for granted the fact that he's in year 20 doing what. And the other side of this is with LeBron, it's not purely basketball, and that's why I have trouble. Like when you look at numbers and stats and his 10 final strips and all that, it's like, yeah, that's an insane resume, and it is. But when you look at like what he destroyed the Lakers, they're just a shell of that franchise now because he wanted to get Anthony Davis. You could say he did similar things with Cleveland. The way the move to Miami happened, I think rubbed a lot of people the wrong way and still does. Not me personally, but I think, and then he just kind of leaves Miami to go back to Cleveland and just left that franchise in shambles. Like it just, although they're doing fine now, but I think there's so many non-basketball things that come into play.
Yeah.
And when you compare the way, just to keep it local, when you compare his kind of public persona and the way he's perceived publicly to how a guy like Steph Curry is perceived publicly with his public persona, it's just like, man, you could have done that so much better.
Yeah. Two things I'll say on his behalf. One, I used to have an intern on one of the shows that I worked on, and she ended up going to work for LeBron for a long time. I think she still works for him, and she said he's the nicest guy. He's a great boss. So that, that speaks volumes.
Cool.
Also, the fact that he's at this age, and as long as he's played, he's still so productive. That's really rare. I mentioned Kareem. You look at Kareem, and you mentioned Jordan, and look as they got older, Michael, it wasn't really till he came back with the Wizards that we saw, wow, he's a human being. But that's, in many ways, that's unprecedented. Mm-hmm. Just big picture, though, LeBron, to me, I just don't see him as a guy who ever quite singularly imposed his will the way those other guys did. That's not hate. It's just saying, man, it's just incredible that he got to this point with all the hype there. But I don't consider him the best, but I do think down the road people will look at him and go, wow, greatest of all time. Best scorer of all time, one of the highest profiles of all time, multiple, maybe more championships than he has now. So I think, you tend to lose sight of some of the things that some of the great players did. I think Kareem's a great example of that. Kareem was just so, and in college, he was so great. But now that's just like, okay, if you say so, right?
Yeah, and when you look at his draft class, the names from that draft class who are just, in my mind, just ancient, and have been out of the league for a long time.
That's a great point.
Mo Williams, Steve Blake, Chris Bosh, Leandro Barbosa is in the Warriors front office. What? Leandro Barbosa had a long, really good career.
He's an assistant with the Kings now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Boris Diaw, Nick Collison, David West. David West's been out of the league for a long time, and LeBron is still
amazing.
It's unbelievable. Quick trivia for you, because I know you love trivia. LeBron's on year 20. Carmelo played 19 seasons. That was the second most in that 2003 draft. Who played the third most NBA seasons from the 2003 draft?
And you said Carmelo's second?
Carmelo's second with 19.
I think this is wrong, but just to keep things moving, I'll just throw D Wade out there.
Not close. He was at 16, tied with Zaza. Our
Zaza!
guy Zaza, tied with 16. Kyle Korver, 17 seasons.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good trivia right there.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, good trivia. I consider myself very lucky that I got to see LeBron as much as I've seen him. TV, whatever.
Were you at his first game?
No, I had to get up early the next day. I have the tickets. I have the ticket stubs, which are actually worth, the whole tickets. But no, I had to get up really early the next day, so I didn't go.
He played.
That's what I'd like back.
His first game was against the Doug Christie, Chris Webber Kings.
Well, yeah, that was Brad Miller. That was when Webb's coming off
that's
injury.
right.
But
You're right.
yeah.
But that era of Kings basketball,
right?
That's what he's.
Yeah,
it's really crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So happy birthday!
Super nuts. Yeah,
LeBron.
Happy birthday, LeBron.
Oh, John informs me that it's also Sandy Koufax's birthday.
Now that's very good. Thank you, John. Shout out to Sandy Koufax.
Yeah, he was great as well.
Yeah.
But that was a while ago. It's hard for people to know. I don't know. You got any video? Is he on YouTube?
Koufax is unbelievable, and I know we have to get to Kerr's Corner here, but Koufax
We
is
do have to
unbelievable
get to Kerr's Corner.
because he's just like his career wasn't super long, and he had the beginning of his career. He was fine, but he wasn't like dominant. And then he just had this short stretch to end his career, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's the greatest left-handed pitcher of all time." By the way, wow. Anyways.
Yeah. This is Bay Area Sports Radio. Why in the hell are you talking about LeBron? Because it's his birthday, and he's actually had a significant role in Warrior history. But okay, you want to talk about Bay Area sports? It's 6:39, and it is time now for Kerr's Corner, brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Here's Steve Kerr with JD and Styles in for Damon and Rado yesterday, talking about the Warriors turning a corner.
Until we win on the road, it's tough to say we've turned a corner. But I will say that last night's game and the night before against Charlotte, it just felt different. It felt like we had to really gut those games out, and we were making winning plays. One of the things that happened last night, we had a couple of fouls that we used kind of late fourth quarter. We weren't automatically giving them, but we were forced into them because of what was happening on the floor, but we weren't in the bonus yet. And so it was just side out of bounds. And I mean, you guys know this, for most of the season, those fouls are free throws because we're fouling so much early in the period. Now teams are getting free throws every time there's a foul. So just that alone for me makes a huge difference. Defending without fouling leads to better control of the game, and then it allows you to be a little more aggressive defensively, late in the games, and that's something that happened last night. So there's definitely been a lot of growth.
Text of the day nominee here, by the way, from Chan. Do Ukrainians talk about Putin if it was his birthday? All right, I get it. We're talking about the Warriors. We're not talking about LeBron.
I would be interested to know what my thoughts on him would be if I was not a Warriors fan, because I definitely look at him differently because of that. But anyways, Warriors turning a corner.
Yeah. It's interesting that Steve Kerr says the same things over and over and over, to the point where maybe, as a listener, he's talking about defending without fouling. But that's the foundation. It's crystal clear that Steve Kerr looks at this team and says, if we're going to get to that corner, it's got to start at the defensive end. And one of the primary principles there is we have to avoid fouling so much. And that's why your boy James Wiseman doesn't play as much as you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge thing. Jonathan Kuminga fouled out the other night. That wasn't great, but I mean, he's right. That's part of why they held him to 13 points in the fourth quarter, because they weren't getting points at the clock stopped. And I don't need to tell Warriors fans how important defense was to their title, not only last year, but in the other years as well. I know they had Kevin Durant and Steph Curry's incredible, and all that is also true. But defensively is where everything starts for them. And when they can play defense and get out and run, and you saw it the other night, they're really, really hard to stop when they're playing good defense.
We talk about the Warriors and can they play better defense? Can they win on the road? Do they need to get somebody? Not a lot of that necessarily matters in terms of pursuing a championship if Steph doesn't come back fairly soon and he's good to go. And I know Steve Kerr talked about that yesterday with JD and Allen. And he said, he's doing things on the court. Now, we don't know if he's doing anything involving a basketball. But my point is this, after talking to Doc Pangia yesterday, there's just a lot about Steph and his shoulder that nobody will know until he says, all right, let's go, I'm going to play. And I'm not saying that you should be pessimistic. There's every reason that he's good to go. But nobody, no matter what coach says or Steph says about how it feels, or what the team doctors say about we'll reevaluate in 2 weeks, it looks good, You don't know until he gets out there and tests it. So that's still a big question mark hanging over the rest of this season.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's something that Dr. Pandya talked about with us when Steph first got hurt. It's about rehabbing it and then strengthening the area around it to make sure. But there's not like a tried and true, like, yeah, hey, you have strengthened the area around your shoulder enough. You are good to go. It's not, you could suffer that same subluxation again, no matter what you do. It's just kind of trial and error.
Mm-hmm.
So fingers crossed, man.
Yeah, things are trending in the right direction. That's all you can hope for. But if Steph, well, don't want to go there, but if he struggles with that injury for a prolonged period, which is possible, not likely necessarily, but possible, then a lot of the other stuff doesn't matter. But tonight it's the Portland Trail Blazers as they try to keep the momentum going here on this road trip that has already been inspirational in a season where the Warriors haven't had a lot of inspiring moments, and they got a little roll going here.
Yeah, this is another game where if they lose, it's not like, oh, the wheels just came off. Everything is for naught. But you would love to see them pull this game out because, again, they lost so many early in the season that they should not have lost. At Charlotte, at Orlando. It's going through it last night. There's just so many games that it's like they had no business losing to the Pacers twice the way they did. Especially the shorthanded Pacers here at Chase Center. That was weird.
Andrew Nembhard scores again.
And then Orlando and Detroit, and then the game in Charlotte, and then that game in Utah. There's so many games they should not have lost. So when it comes to playing the Blazers at home, sounds like no Wiggins, no Steph. You've got to pull out some wins now and then that maybe you shouldn't get. And I think they got one against the Grizzlies. You can maybe say they got one against Utah, but now you need to get another one tonight against the Blazers.
Mm-hmm. And you can hear it here, of course, on 95.7 The Game. This is sponsored by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. You just mentioned, Kyle, by the way, you mentioned Orlando, and the Warriors had that tough loss there. Guards Cole Anthony, R.J. Hampton, Gary Harris, and Kevon Harris. Forwards Admiral Schofield and Franz Wagner. Centers Mo Bamba and Wendell Carter Jr. have each been suspended for one game. All of them.
Just get everybody out
after
here.
whatever happened between the Magic and the Detroit Pistons. I think Franz Wagner, you can't blame a guy for coming off the bench if his brother just got knocked out. There should be some waiver for that, right? Yeah, you're not supposed to get off the bench, but it is your brother, so we'll let you slide, right? Yeah, it's my brother.
I would suspend him if he didn't.
Thank you.
Like if he just sat there and like, man, that sucks.
I hope you're all right.
Like he got suspended for having like instincts.
Yes.
Like that's not okay.
Yeah. I know the league they amended that a little bit because it used to be like if you just like had your toe on the court, like you're suspended. And then they went in and changed it so that you got to stay in the vicinity of the bench. But clearly even that rule was violated here in that brawl, that hubbub.
I'm not a fighter. I cannot fight. I know my limitations.
But
I will try and defuse the situation with comedy. And if that doesn't work, then I got
good
nothing.
Good luck in this situation.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah.
If somebody pulled up on my brother like that, I'm swinging.
Yeah.
That would not even be I might get my ass kicked, but I'm swinging.
Yeah.
Not even a thought.
And even if you weren't intent upon swinging, and even if you're thinking, I don't want to get in a fight, you're still going to get up and go over, right?
Right.
Like, they may need me here.
I'm going to get up and go over there and try and defuse the situation with comedy. That's going to be my
goal.
Guys,
do you know what I hate? Hey. Commercials. Yeah.
I just flew in here and boy, are my arms tired.
You're going to get slugged. Yeah. So that I assume that they will stagger these suspensions there. And both those teams, the Pistons and Magic, not that the players don't want to win, but those franchises they'd be okay if they, drop a few games and improve their math in the Wembanyama sweepstakes. So I think they're okay with that ultimately.
Yeah, probably. They're probably, yeah. Yeah.
Franz Wagner, well, actually, no, it was Mo Wagner. Mo Wagner's so lucky because before he got punched, and I know it's like he got punched in the back of the head, he fell into Isaiah Stewart. Isaiah Stewart could have killed him. Isaiah Stewart was just like caught him. Like, that's not the guy on the other team that you want to fall into.
Yeah, Isaiah Stewart's gnarly, dude.
Yeah.
But again, I still think that Wagner got knocked out like when he got pushed in the back. Like, I think he kind of went, and that's why Stewart was like, whoa.
Maybe.
Like, this guy just went lights out.
Because he had the googly eyes. And
yeah.
Beef Stew's like, dude, what's up? Yeah, you all right? Yeah. Where's Kyle Madsen with the comedy break? All right, so the Warriors and the Blazers tonight. The homestand continues, but don't even talk about turning the corner till the Warriors get back out on the road. Standings-wise, though, things are a lot brighter than they were even a week ago. As the West continues to, everyone's just kind of settled in there. Nobody's run away with things.
I agree about the part of needing to win on the road. Like, that's super obvious. Like, you're not going to make the play. You'll be a play-in team if you win 6 games on the road all year. Like, maybe. But they have to get better there, especially in time for the postseason. But the fact that they're doing this now at home, where very shorthanded, no Steph, no Wiggins, and pulling out that game against the Grizzlies, and frankly dominating that game against the Grizzlies, and then beating Charlotte, a team they should beat even without Steph and Wiggins. So you beat Charlotte. That's a good win. Second night of a back-to-back against a decent Utah team. Hey, pulled out a game that they probably shouldn't have pulled out, and a game they probably don't win a couple weeks ago. They're going the right direction. And yeah, you got to win some games on the road, but I'm still really encouraged by what I've seen the last 3 games.
18-18, still 10th right now in the West. And how many games out of the top spot in the West are they? How many games behind number 1 seed right now in New Orleans are they, Kyle?
5
Can you
games.
believe 5 games?
They said you win 12 of 15, you're firmly in the playoffs, not the play-in.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in a spot they can do that right now.
Yeah, so if Steph comes back, Wiggins comes back, and they start playing better on the road, number 1 in the West is it's not a stretch. There's a lot of teams in between you, I know, and it's not going to be easy. But if you start getting defensive traction on a more consistent basis, there are only 5 games out of the top spot that no one really seems to want that much in the West right now. So things looking a lot brighter for the Warriors. Hey, with New Year's weekend coming up, I know a lot of people are talking about their New Year's resolutions. Real quickly here, I want to touch on some New Year's rule-solutions. And if you have any today, we would love to hear them on the Xfinity Mobile text line, or give us a call, 888-957-9570. Sports rules that in the new year, we just need to change these rules. New Year's rule-solutions. I would like to start, because we're talking about the NBA, and I saw this happen last night. I don't think most people really even notice this or maybe care. It drives me nuts. Drives me crazy. I was watching last night the Celtics and the Clippers, and the Celtics pulled that one out. Clippers made it close. But there's like 4 minutes left, and the Celtics are up comfortably, and they inbound the ball, okay? Clippers score, and Jaylen Brown is letting the ball roll. He's letting it roll, and so the shot clock doesn't start. The 8-second count doesn't start, but the game clock's going. And so he's just standing there, and the ball's there, and he's just watching the time tick off of the game clock. And it's like, okay, 8-second count starts it. Shot clock doesn't start. Finally, one of the Clippers had to run up and, put some pressure on him, so he picked up the basketball. What is that? What is that rule?
Very strange.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. And I've always wondered why teams just let players do that. Like when they're letting the ball roll up the court, pressure them for half a second and they're going to pick the ball up.
Right.
And then you can get back defensive. It's fine. The fact that more people don't do that is really weird to me. I'm with you.
Yeah, good. Because I know a lot of people go, I don't even notice that. What's the big deal? I have seen players, I know Doug Christie did it years ago, and other players have done it more recently. I've seen players come up to a guy who's letting the ball roll, and then they will dive and take the ball and steal the ball.
That's right. Yes, that's the right move.
Uh-huh.
That's exactly what you have to do.
Yeah.
The other NBA thing I would change is, and this is a sensitive thing for me because of the Warriors specifically, and more specifically Draymond Green. I think if an official, and this is something Mark Willard's talked about, if an official makes a wrong call and a player reacts and gets teed up, I think it should be reviewed. And if it is proven that the call was wrong, the T gets rescinded.
No.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes. That's outrageous. You cannot be wrong, then be told you were wrong, and then be like, no, technical foul.
Well, it depends what you do. If you call a guy an MFer, it's like, oh, you know what? It's okay that you called me that.
If you're being one and being wrong.
No, you've got to conduct yourself with some dignity, whether the official made a mistake or not.
But that doesn't, no. In a big spot, bad call, you go up for a layup, you get slammed on the arm, you miss, no call, now the team's running the other way, and you flail your arms and they teed you up because you were demonstrative toward the official. Go to hell. You were wrong. Eat it.
I don't know about
Eat
that.
It. Tee on the official.
It depends. Why? See, then you get into the gray area. Well, why did he get?
I want to live in the gray area, Whitey.
Okay. So no matter what I do, you call it a foul on me. No matter what I say or do, and you tee me up, if it turns out, no, it was not a foul, then I get my technical rescinded?
It doesn't even have to be. I'm probably going too far to ask for that in-game because they're not going to stop every time there's a tech and go look and go. But
you want the fine rescinded, maybe?
Fine, the tech, like the season-long tech, like, you get X amount. It should be rescinded if the call was wrong. That's not that hard to go review. They do the last 2-minute report anyway. So go through the whole game, and I'm sure they audit full games. But anytime there's a tech, go look at the call real quick and go, oh, yeah, wow. That was a bad missed call. That player was right to be angry. Tech rescind.
888-957-9570. Doesn't have to be basketball, but if you got a New Year's rule solution for us, we'd love to hear it from the 650. NFL pass interference should be 5-yard penalty, period. All roughing the passer penalties should be reviewed. A lot of people, I know John, who's producing for us today, feels the same way, that the pass interference is too punitive. And I know that's been a debate for many years, but I don't know how else you could really do it.
So I disagree with it being a 5-yard penalty. That's nuts. But I think college does it right. It's a 15-yard penalty. Like, just do that. Also, along those same lines, illegal contact and defensive holding should not be automatic first downs. A ticky-tack illegal contact on 3rd and 17 is
I agree.
That should not be a first down.
Yeah.
And that's an easy change. Just change the rule.
Yeah.
That's easy work. But on a pass interference, here's my thing on it. I know it's a spot foul right now, and I get why. Because if a receiver's getting ready to catch it and he just gets tackled, it's like, well, he was likely going to catch it there. But if a defender is close enough to interfere with the receiver, chances are he's going to try and make a play on the ball. You know what I mean? Like, it's so rare that a guy's just beat and it's like, okay, drag the guy down way back here. That just doesn't happen enough. So make it a 15-yard penalty. If you want to make that an automatic first down, if a guy gets interfered with on 3rd and 20, then, make that an automatic first down. But I think the spot foul on PI, it's just too, and there's too many ticky-tack PI calls.
Yeah, you're right. From the 510 referee official post-game press conference on TV. Huh? Yeah, no, that's a good one. Oh, my God.
That would be, I'm going to defend the texter. Text of the day nominee for me.
Really?
Yeah. Where's the texter from?
The 510.
Shout out to the 510. I think that would be super boring.
That's going to be a ratings bonanza, by the way.
That would be super boring 9 nights out of 10. But let me tell you, as somebody follows a lot of Sacramento Kings fans, because I worked up there for a while, somebody follows a lot of Sacramento Kings fans on Twitter, I know how that fan base feels about any call that goes against their team. They would be dialed into every post-game ref press conference. And when there was a controversial call, that would be electric.
I just think that's one that sounds like a better idea than it is. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we won't. Real quick here, we got a break, but this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but I love it. I think intercepted passes should be allowed to be passed back down the field by the defender.
Yo! Let's talk about that on the other side. I have thoughts.
We will. USFL, are you listening? Get ready for the NFL playoffs with your relevant and DPOY shirts at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com. So, yeah, coming up, how close Josh McDaniels actually came to becoming the 49er head coach, and more New Year's rule solutions. It's Kyle and Whitey in for Bonte Butch on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
available, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balanceedmedicalsolutions.com.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the Greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit Financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Great song.
You say you want a rules-olution. It's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen on 95.7 The Game. Last roasting session of the calendar year. So we're wondering what you would like to do in terms of New Year's rules-olutions. We've already got some great ideas. To me, of all the rules that we've talked about so far, my favorite is I think the intercepted passes should be able to be passed back down the field by the defender. I like
weird.
that. It's really weird. Dumb, but I just love it.
Another NFL one. I have an NFL one, and then I have a kind of rules one. I'll need a ruling from you.
Okay, you got it.
But my NFL one is unlimited challenges. Unlimited challenges as long as you're right. I don't see why you should, if there's a wrong call in the first quarter and you get the challenge right, and then there's a wrong call in the second quarter and you get the challenge right.
Yeah.
I think you get a third one. Like you should just, if the refs keep getting stuff wrong,
I agree.
You should be able to review it.
I will give you that as long as you will also grant me that in the NBA as well, where now you get one challenge right or wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you were right. Now you're done.
And I get not wanting to stop the game, bog the game down, like for sure. Like but there's still a strategy to using them. It's not going to be every call. It's like, because when you're wrong, you're done. Like that. Okay, now it's no more. But if I keep getting them right, I should not be punished by a limit. Because now coaches, I know there's some kind of strategy involved of like, okay, first quarter, I'm not going to. But a point in the first quarter is just as important as a point in the fourth quarter.
It is. You're right, coach.
And when you're limited on fouls, especially,
it's kind of nonsensical.
Here's my other one. And this is not a rule necessarily. This is more of a on the television side. We need to get rid of the batter's strike zone in baseball.
Thank you.
Take that off the television. Get it off.
They just snuck that in there without telling anybody, and then
it used to be like
hey.
It used to be a neat little feature that like ESPN would throw up on Sunday Night Baseball.
Here's what the strike zone looks like. Yeah,
right. And it would be like, hey, here's this batter. Here's a replay of his at bat, and here's where all the pitches were. I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. And then they just, like you said, just threw it in there all the time. They don't adjust it. It's just there.
Do you have a problem with this? Similar, not the same thing, but similar. I've seen NBA games where there are ads that are superimposed on the court as you're watching, and they're not there. And you know it because then someone will shoot a free throw, and it's like, hey, that ad is not there. It's only there on that shot.
Or when they're in Miami and there's San Jose State advertisements on the court. I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right.
Like anywhere you can sneak in advertising, like I'm not going to begrudge it one bit. Like the ad logos on the jerseys, I don't even notice them.
I thought they would drive me crazy, and I'm fine with it.
The MLB went to the New Era patch on the side of their hats, or the New Era logo on the side of their hats, which did not used to be a thing. And I was for sure when they first came out, I was like, I'm gonna hate that. I'm a big hat guy. I'm going to hate it. I don't even notice. Couldn't tell you.
I think players should be able to sell their own jerseys like billboards. So the best players that have ads all over. And then, guys at two-way players would come in. It's like, that guy doesn't have any ads on his jersey.
That's great.
Yeah. So you got any New Year's resolutions? We'd love to hear them. Against that backdrop, we look ahead to the 49ers and the Raiders this weekend. Josh McDaniels, we talked yesterday a lot about the whole Derek Carr situation. I'll speak for myself, Kyle. I know initially my reaction, which I shared on the air here, was, wow, this is just the general manager and the coach there, Josh McDaniels, and they're just making Derek Carr scapegoat. They're making it clear that this wasn't our fault, but there was some excellent reporting, no surprise, by Vic Tafur on the whole thing, Vic Tafur in The Athletic says that it appears Josh McDaniels and the GM were leaning towards having Derek Carr play the rest of the year. They were leaning in that direction. But that Mark Davis, the owner, has just had it with Derek Carr. And that ownership decided he's not our guy. We don't want him playing anymore. And then once they made that decision that they're going to move off of him, they didn't want him playing because if he got hurt in one of these last 2 games, then his contract would be guaranteed. So it looks like it was Mark Davis going, nope, I'm done with Derek Carr. And the coaches were the coach, and he was like, yeah, probably, we still have a shot at the playoffs. We might as well play him. Although I'm sure he's fine with Stidham getting a shot here. So it's not the coach making Derek Carr a scapegoat.
I love that Mark Davis did that. Like, he wants his team to win. He's watched Derek Carr for, 8 seasons now, 9 seasons now. And he's just like, we're done here. Pull the plug.
Yeah.
I'm kind of with it.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, but Vic Tafur reported that when Josh McDaniels first met with the Raiders, the brass front office, he was probably very surprised. This is before he even took the job. He was probably very surprised at all the nasty things he heard about Derek Carr from inside the building.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Hey, sorry about your quarterback situation. This guy sucks.
Yeah, you got, our
Good
quarterback.
Luck, Josh.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated that...
So it looks like maybe a little bit of dysfunction there in Vegas.
Devontae Adams, if I'm him, I'm furious. Because Green Bay offered him a deal. Green Bay offered him a massive contract. And he just went, nope, want to change the scenery. I'm going to go play with my guy, Derek. And now he's in Las Vegas with Jarrett Stidham. I would be really, really mad.
I think Derek Carr has stated publicly, he's the type of guy, if he says something, he will feel like, that's what I said. I got to back it up. I don't know. But he said, if I ever left the Raiders, I wouldn't play anymore. That's hard to imagine. But he has said that.
He's okay. If I ever but I think he probably meant on his own accord.
Maybe so.
Like, I'm not going to leave the Raiders to go play somewhere else. If I'm leaving the Raiders, it's because I'm retiring.
Right.
He's not leaving money on the table. There's money out there for him.
So you think this is a near must win for the 49ers? Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said something. You said something, not on the air. Pardon me for sharing something you said off the
that's
air.
Why, no, that makes me mad, but that's fine. No, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but you said you feel like this is, if not a must win, a vitally important game for them.
Yeah, not even, God, that's
You didn't say that?
That's what I'm having a hard time articulating. Okay. Because I don't think that, they're in the playoffs. They're minimum the number 3 seed. They're in a great spot. They have built up so much momentum. They've won 8 in a row. They are playing arguably the best football in the NFL right now. They have the best defense in the league. But it feels like if they go into Vegas and they lose to Jarrett Stidham and the Raiders, who are one of the worst defenses in the league.
That's not happening.
Jarrett Stidham, I don't think so. And that's the thing, though, is it shouldn't. It absolutely shouldn't. But if they do, I think it will reflect there will be some larger issue that gets exposed. And that's what I'm like. They need to go win by a lot and just continue. Again, their season's not over if they lose because weird stuff happens in the NFL. But man, this would be a really bad one to drop.
Let me see
if you lose to Arizona, it's a division game, last game of the year. You're looking forward to the play. Okay, maybe a little bit of a trap game. But this game, there's just not an excuse.
What I hear you saying, maybe I'm misunderstanding you, is that if you lost this game, the loss in and of itself wouldn't necessarily be damaging. But if you lose this game, that would be a sign that there are other issues that could impact you down the road as you try to pursue what I call the Lombardi Trophy.
Just handing out names for it.
Well,
now. You should probably run that by somebody before. No, yeah, because I don't think there's a path. When I try and draw the path I am naturally a pessimistic sports fan. I am very naturally okay, let me look at everything. Okay, logically, the 49ers should beat the Raiders by 50.
You know what that is? Seriously, that's a defense mechanism because you're trying to prepare yourself
probably
for the letdown that all sports fans feel, and some of us deal with it better than others.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you're right. But then I look and I go, okay, how could this go wrong? And the only path I can draw to this going wrong for the 49ers is that cliff we talked about, like with Brock Purdy. Like that cliff happens.
Wait, there's a Cliff Purdy too?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's like Cliff Paul, but Cliff Purdy.
Okay.
No. He sells insurance. No, but that drop off that we talked about, like, I just don't see how it could happen. Like, of course it could.
Turns out he is the guy that all the scouts thought he was.
Right. Like, if the Niners lose, it's because something like that happened. That's the only path I can draw. So that's why I think, hey, just go play well. Just if they play a C game, they're winning by multiple scores.
Mm-hmm.
That's and it, like I said, it may not matter because maybe Jarrett Stidham just doesn't score and the Niners can win no matter what.
Do you know what the line is now, by the way? And I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Last one I saw was 9.5.
Okay. And wasn't it 6.5 at one point?
6.5.
Wow. Should have jumped on that. Speaking of Josh McDaniels and the 49ers, this is from your friend Chris Biederman. He wrote this in January of 2017. I know you do the Candlestick Chronicles with Chris. Chris wasn't the only one reporting this at the time, but this happens to be his story. January 16th, 2017. New England Patriots offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels is withdrawing his name from consideration to fill the San Francisco 49ers coaching vacancy, according to a report from NFL Media. And the story goes on to say, major development in San Francisco's search to replace the recently fired Chip Kelly. McDaniels was considered the favorite to land the 49ers coaching job. A report surfaced that McDaniels was conflicted about leaving the Patriots. Also, it appeared that maybe he was a little unsure about how unstable the 49ers had been over the last several seasons. So now McDaniels' withdrawal means the only remaining known candidates for San Francisco are Kyle Shanahan and Tom Cable. I think Tom Cable removed his name from consideration. So Kyle Shanahan has the job in part because Josh McDaniels decided, I don't think so. How about that?
Yeah, he also did that in 2011. Mike Sando reported, and this is from January 6th, 2011. Mike Sando reported ex-Broncos head coach Josh McDaniels not interested in the 49ers head coaching position, reportedly not fond of the talent in San Francisco. That was in 2011.
So that was the one that Harbaugh
yes.
when it came in and said, man, there's a lot of talent here, and we're going to the NFC title game.
So Josh McDaniels goes to Denver, has that little run with Tim Tebow, and then is just a disaster after that. But he finished like 6-21 or something after that first year. It's just a mess. Goes back to New England, spurns the Niners, spurns them again in 17, took the Colts job. I think that was after that. It might have been the year before, but I think it was the year after. Took the Colts job, was like, I'll be the coach, and then was like, never mind. I'm going back to New England. And then finally decides, like, okay, I'm going to go be a head coach again. I'm going to give this a shot. And goes to the Raiders despite there being questions about the quarterback from inside the building.
And apparently it wasn't even, questions about him inside the building. Like, well, we don't know about that guy. It was like, we can't stand this guy. Our quarterback that you'd be coaching. Yeah. Good luck with him. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me see what I can do.
Maybe that's why he took the job. There was some assurance of like, hey, no matter what, your first year, you'll have time to figure it out because we're done with Derek Carr.
Yeah. Now, the 2011 thing, I don't remember that. So it's interesting to look back on that. It must have been Josh McDaniels looking at that team that, as we know, 2011, and I remember making fun of how bad they were going to be. And it's like, whoa, wow, they're really good. But, from his perspective, he looked at that team and said, wait a minute, Alex Smith is the quarterback? I don't think I want to hitch my wagon to that, right?
And remember,
that's how almost purely he was looking at it.
Remember, I have another quick nugget on the 2011 thing after this, but they didn't even have a quarterback. Alex Smith was gone. The only reason he came back
that's right.
is because of the lockout. And they were like, hey, we need someone that knows the team. Like, can you come back? And so he signed that 1-year deal.
And people were outraged. You're right. Yeah, I remember Jed York was on that show on NBC Sports Bay Area that they ran on the After Chronicle Live or whatever it was. And he was sitting there and he was like, and it might have been Yahoo Live at that point, but he was like, yes, we think Alex Smith is the guy. And people were like, well, you think what? You're out of your mind.
Yeah. And remember there was that like brief grace period where they could talk to the team, and so they gave him a playbook, and he went and ran Camp Alex down at San Jose State or whatever. He was supposed to be the stopgap for 1 year, and then Kaepernick was going to come in and be the guy in 2012, but he played so well in 2011, Alex Smith did, it was like, okay, bring him back, I guess. That's how that. So when Josh McDaniels turned it down, it was like, not only are they coming off a bad 2010 season, they're not even going to have a quarterback. Like, so.
Pass, yeah.
This article that I pulled up from 2011 also says the 49ers may have lost out on Stanford's Jim Harbaugh as the Miami Dolphins have stepped in and become the front runners to sign Harbaugh. It was reported that the 49ers offered Harbaugh $5 million annually and that the Dolphins have exceeded the 49ers offer.
Yeah, I remember that too. Do you remember who was the self-proclaimed dream team that year during the lockout?
Eagles. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Well, they got Vince Young and Nnamdi Asomugha in free agency, and they were like,
Ronnie Brown and Mike
dream
Vick.
team.
Yeah, man. And then the Niners went into Philly and won that year. That was when everything turned around.
Justin Smith forced a fumble.
Yeah, on Jeremy Maclin, the receiver, like down the field at the end of the game. Deshaun Goldson dives on it. The play in that game that was Ronnie Brown. Remember this? The Eagles were going in to score. They were up a bunch, like 20 or 21 or something like that.
At that point, we thought the 49ers were still probably terrible.
Probably bad. Yeah, they'd won a couple, but it wasn't. Ronnie Brown's going into the end zone to kind of like put the game out of reach. Turns his back to the end zone, isn't going to get in, and just pitches it over his head. And the Niners recovered it. It was such a bizarre, it was like he was trying to throw it so it would be an incomplete pass so he didn't like lose it. The second weirdest play next to that Raiders-Patriots one. Second weirdest play I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, but then the Niners came back and they won that game. Unbelievable. Unreal.
Yeah. So isn't it funny to look at the way these things have worked out, and the 49ers wanted Josh McDaniels, like, oh, Kyle Shanahan should work out, and he's been a great coach. He's done a great job. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way this year, and I know people don't like the way he's handled this player or that player or the quarterback situation. Kyle Shanahan, no matter what happens the rest of this year, has done a great job as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. They are relevant again. They've been relevant the last 4 years, and they were wandering in the wilderness. They were awful before he got there. It's not just him, but as a head coach, he deserves a huge share of the credit.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Is he perfect? No. Are there I think he's too conservative sometimes with his fourth down calls. I think some of his play calls are head scratching, both in the red zone and in just kind of like short yardage situations. But there's never been a time where it's like, oh, the 49ers packed it in for the year. They quit. Even 2020, that year that Jimmy was hurt and then he came back too early and then he got hurt again.
You're right.
They were in the playoff race. They ended up getting waxed by Dallas, but I think that was week 14 or 15, and they were still in the playoff race that late in the season.
They got red rifled, I think. Didn't they? Didn't Andy Dalton beat him in that game?
Was it Andy Dalton?
I think it was.
Oh my God. Yikes. Yeah. I just remember the Niners tried an onside kick late, and I think it was CeeDee Lamb grabbed it and ran it in for a touchdown.
And they had that horrible loss to Washington where Nick Mullins was just like, what?
And
is
Alex
he really
Smith,
left-handed maybe?
Alex Smith and Dwayne Haskins both played,
Yeah.
And the Niners, I think Washington scored 2 defensive touchdowns.
But to your point, even through that, they played hard. Some of that is, wow, the players, they're just playing hard, but they have responded to Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, and that's always been pretty clear. Like the only real disaster year was 18, because even 2017, they start 1-10, but that team stunk. The roster is a mess. But then Jimmy Garoppolo comes in, they win their last 5, and it's like, okay, they got a little something going. But then 2018 was just but even that, we mentioned this yesterday, the Niners 2018 season was a catastrophe. And it landed them Nick Bosa. So their worst season under Kyle Shanahan, record-wise, wound up getting them the Defensive Player of the Year, who's now the tip of this spear that is driving them to the playoffs.
I have to say this about the Raiders. I know a lot of Raider fans, and I'm very fond. I have friends who are Raider fans. I know Joe Spadoni is a great Raider fan, and I wish no ill will towards any Raider fans. Raider fans were some of the most beleaguered fans. They deserve so much more. They were so underserved by this team in the last few years when the team was here. But given that the Raiders packed up and left Oakland, I hope they lose every game they ever play. And I delight not in the misery of Raider fans. That's really sad.
What a loser.
I delight in the massive dysfunction right now that is the Las Vegas Raiders. You asked for this. Suck it. It's awful what they did.
I hope that was clean. You asked for this. Suck it. I hope I didn't laugh over it.
I'm sorry. That was part of my childhood. And I'm not a huge Raider fan. I can't pretend that they meant so much to me like it did to so many fans. But just up and leaving like that.
Yeah, that sucked. And shout out to my friends that are Raider fans and anybody who's listening who's a Raider fan who has just remained a Raider fan. Because that takes a level of devotion that I don't know that I have. And I know there are people who feel like that about the Niners just going to Santa Clara. Like leaving San Francisco to go to Santa Clara. I know there are people who are like, screw them.
I know. Yeah.
And so be it. But going from Oakland to LA and then back to Oakland and now to Vegas, it's just, go to heck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. I want to see my friends who are Raider fans happy. My dad's a big Raider fan.
I do too.
But
I was so happy for Raider fans when they pulled off that miracle, the Sin City miracle. But still. Yeah. I still hope they lose every game forever and ever.
Yeah, just get just for just ownership. Like I want this move to be a disaster.
Mm-hmm. Mark Davis clearly has to recognize, I don't know what I'm doing. I wish I did. My dad certainly knew what he was doing, and I learned a little bit from him, but I don't know what I'm doing, and I really need to hitch my wagon to somebody who knows what they're doing, and I need to let them do it. That's the only way out of this. The only way, and he's not smart enough to know that.
I feel like Reggie McKenzie got hosed.
Yeah.
That's one of the, when they brought in Gruden and Mayock, that was one of the, bring Reggie McKenzie back, get an adult in the building. And maybe I missed something on Reggie McKenzie and there's a reason he left or there's a reason they got him out of there. But all I know is the last time they were good was a team that he helped construct.
Reggie McKenzie, they brought him in to tear it down. And a lot of people said rightly that, well, it's easy to tear it down. Anybody can do that. And he tore it down to the studs. Are you going to build it back up? And he did.
Mm-hmm. They were gonna win a playoff game that year, if at least one, if Derek Carr didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
And I mean, injuries happen, but.
And remember how everything went sideways for that team on a Sunday night? They were playing Washington, and it was when everything was going on and the nation was torn for some reason over Colin Kaepernick and whether you're going to stand for the anthem or not.
Yeah.
And the Raiders and we don't know that much about it. They had some kind of team meeting, and it looked like the whole thing fell apart right there.
Yeah.
It looked like the team just, I don't know if they didn't get behind their coach or they weren't behind Derek Carr, but all of a sudden it's like, wow, they were really good last year, and right now they're a bad team, and they're not even playing hard.
Yeah.
They're not even trying.
Yeah. It's strange franchise.
Very much so. Yeah. So I don't think you have to worry about it this weekend.
I don't think so either. But like I said, if they do lose, I think it's going to be one of those things that we're in here on Monday, and it's like, hey man, like this is not good. I don't think it's going to be, there's one loss. There's still the 3 seed.
It's hard to imagine, but then it's hard to imagine Brock Purdy struggling, but it's on the table. It's just hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Coming up, Nick Bosa's, he's awesome, right? Nick Bosa's
Good
awesome,
player.
but this MVP talk, come on, Kyle. That's coming up next. You give me that look. We're going to go on this, aren't we?
Maybe.
That's coming up next. It'll be sponsored by calhope.org. This is the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonta and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's go time, California. The year-end sellathon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sellathon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sellathon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time. Only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now. It all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to
to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks. Ooh, what about mattresses? Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Is it really Friday?
His beat is so hard, Whitey.
Yes. Thank you for being with us today. Hope you're having a great holiday season. Big New Year's weekend coming with the 49ers playing the Raiders. Of course, it's Whitey Gleason and Kyle Madsen in for the Roasters. Roasters back on Tuesday. I'll be in Monday, I think, with Alan Stiles on Monday. So
yeah,
miss
correct.
You, but looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm going to miss you too. I guess I'm just fired.
Remember, people can see you on YouTube, so when you say that, they can see you and go, oh, he's lying. Not that we don't know that just from hearing.
No, I'm not. I just I got fired, I guess.
Oh, is that what happened?
Like,
It's been a lot of fun, and we're having fun today, and thank you for participating in all your responses here. By the way, I want to make sure you get ready for the playoffs with once again, I know I mentioned this a lot, in part because they're great T-shirts, in part because Kyle's the one who came up with these particular designs. Get your relevant and DPOY shirts at 957thegameshop.com again. And I know I've said it over and over and over, but I mean it. Well done, Kyle.
Thanks. Shirt, T-shirts, long sleeves. You can get a hoodie.
Uh-huh.
And you can get it in time. Get it in time for the playoffs.
I'm going to tell you, I shouldn't
now,
do this. When I heard that Kyle came up with this idea, I came up with an idea, and I told one person, and their reaction, and it was Evan, and his reaction told me, yeah, it's not a good idea. I'm not. So that's as far as I went with it. So it's terrible, okay? So I'm telling you now, not because I'm trying to convince you this is a good idea, but because it's terrible.
That's why I like Evan, his authenticity.
Yeah.
He's not going to BS me.
Yeah,
and
it would be, I was going to call it, again, I know this is awful. The T-shirt would say, it would have the numbers of all the 49er defenders. So you don't have any names because you got to be careful about all that stuff, right? So you'd have on the field, and you'd have the numbers where the players would be laid out, and it would say 4th and Niners because their defense is so good. You're always facing 4th and 9. And I mentioned that, and Evan, I don't remember what he said, but in that Evan way, he made it clear, like, what? So I realized, yeah, that probably needs to be workshopped a little further.
Yeah,
and I
like the start. It's a good start.
My point is, trying to be you, your shirt ideas are so good. I thought, I bet I could do something like that. No, I couldn't.
You could. You just got, that's like I said, it's a good start.
Thank you for that, Kyle. Speaking of the 49er defense, Nick Bosa is being mentioned in some circles as an MVP candidate. Not defensive MVP, MVP of the National Football League. Come on.
It's silly. I know why it's happening. He's going to win Defensive Player of the Year. I think that's a slam dunk.
He was probably gonna. Then the T-shirts put him over the top.
That's 1,000%.
If the 4th and Niner shirts come out, it is all over.
That's it. The voters are like, we need one more shirt. We need one more tee. No, he's gonna win Defensive Player of the Year, and that's the defensive MVP. You're not gonna win Most Valuable Player as a defensive end. Like you're just unless you have 40 sacks, and it's just like holy crud, this is something we've never seen before.
40 sacks, and this is nothing against Nick Bosa. We're not saying he's not having a great year.
No, it's
40 sacks, or you'd have to be part of a team, the main part of a defense that put up mind-boggling numbers. Do you happen to know who the two guys are who were MVP that were defensive players?
I probably should, but I don't. Did Lawrence Taylor win one?
Lawrence Taylor in 86 is one of them, yes. There was also a kicker one year.
Right, and was that a lockout year?
I think it was Mark Mosley.
Yeah, for Washington, he had like 8
straight on, one of the last
straight
on kickers.
Yeah. Defensive.
It goes
Lawrence
way back,
Taylor.
so you probably wouldn't. He was a member of the Purple People Eaters. If that does anything for you.
No, I got nothing.
Alan Page.
Oh, that's what I was. That makes me annoyed.
You told me you had nothing.
That makes
me
annoyed. A Notre Dame legend, Alan Page.
I would have given you every
really
chance.
Upset.
Yeah, Alan Page, and I think he was one of the few guys who played in the 70s, and he didn't have any wrappings on his hand. You know, a defensive lineman, They would put, and they would even have like plaster casts.
Right.
And they would like.
Because you're clubbing people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Deacon Jones would just bring that big paw up there and. Yeah.
It's like, that's hands in the face at least.
Yeah. Hitting offensive lineman in the head. Alan Page, though, he didn't have anything on his hands.
Football used to be so wild.
Yeah.
Used to be nuts. No, I just, so this is something that's kind of just come up over the last few days. And Nick Bosa being the MVP of the league. And now people are like seriously discussing this idea that like he's not. Like if you go look at any odds, he's not even on the board. Like Kirk Cousins is on there at minus 40,000 or 40,000. Like, or I'm sorry, plus 40,000. Minus 40,000 would be insane. Kirk Cousins on there at like plus 40,000. Nick Bosa is not going to win. So like the earnest talk of Nick Bosa, the MVP, like you can talk about it. There can be discourse about like his value to the team in relation to other players' value to the team, but he's not, like, it's not a real thing. I just need to make sure that's clear.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Jonathan in San Francisco joins us, 95.7 The Game. Jonathan, you think 49er fans are delusional?
Yeah, a little bit. You know how Trey Lance threw a 60-yard bomb in practice or in the preseason, and everybody's like, he's a man. Brock Purdy's been putting together all these games brilliantly, and everybody's like, oh, we got to wait. And yesterday I called up to, compare. I just see similarities, Draymond Green and Brock Purdy, vision on the field, vision on the court, right? The way they're totally aware of where their teammates at and the defense and reacts accordingly. And Allen's style goes, oh, you probably said the same thing about Nick Mullins. I'm like, dude, I never called to say anything good about Nick Mullins one single time. I've been watching the game for 35 years. How old are you, man? It's just mind-boggling to me what the fan base is like with the Warriors, right? How come Jerome is playing over Moody, or how come Anthony Lamb is playing more than Wiseman? I'm like, dude, it's not just about dunking the ball, bro. Watch the game.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Jonathan came in hot today.
Yeah, he did. Venting a little bit there.
He's taking shots at my guy, Allen. Allen's 32 years old, by the way.
I don't think he's had his coffee yet.
Yeah. Settle down, Jonathan. Thank you. Thank you for listening to us and to Alan, by the way. And Jonathan, give me a call back on, because Monday I think Alan will be here so we can discuss this further. But I think I understand where Jonathan's going. It's like, hey, hold on. Brock Purdy, I know it's only been 4 games, but this is no Nick Mullins situation here with Brock Purdy.
That's for sure. I get what he's saying about Trey Lance threw a touchdown in the preseason. It was like, here it is. But I think that was more.
Trey Lance had a good practice, and some people went ballistic.
Well, right, because it's the ceiling. It's like, okay, here it is. He's going to watch out. It's going to be the next Patrick Mahomes. Here it comes. So that excitement level, people got a little bit overboard. Whereas Brock Purdy, 7th round pick, not big, not a great arm, not super fast, mobile enough. But it's like, okay, hang on. Let's see if this is for real, because number 3 overall picks break out and have great years. That happens. Mr. Irrelevant doesn't. That's why there's the pause on Brock Purdy. Not because, hey, we need to see. It's just like, we've talked about it. My brain can't calibrate this. Like I can't just accept it. Like this doesn't happen. What Brock Purdy doesn't happen.
Because all the people that for a living watch players and study them and project what they're going to be, they couldn't all have been that wrong about this guy, could they? So that's a big part of it. That's a huge part of it. It's one thing for me to look at a guy and think he's this, he's that, he's not this, he's not that. But the people that do it for a living, none of them thought he was better than the last player to be drafted. And he's way better than that.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Significantly. Right. And that's just, it's like this doesn't track. Like, this isn't right. And just the Nick Mullins thing, Brock Purdy is off to such a better start than Nick Mullins. It's not even close.
Nick Mullins, by the way, was undrafted, right?
Undrafted. And also, he came in his second year. He had been with the 49ers all of 2017. So he came in his second year, was on the active roster for 5 weeks, and then got his first start. And in that first start, he goes 16 of 22, 262 yards, 3 touchdowns against the Raiders in a 34-3 win. And there was this like Nick Mullins fear.
That was Thursday Night Football, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then after that, he goes 1 touchdown, 2 picks, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. That game at Tampa Bay that the Niners lost 27-9, he went 18 of 32 with a touchdown and 2 picks for 221 yards. That was the worst pass defense in the league. And he just couldn't move the ball. And so through his first 4 games, I got the numbers here. He was 64.5% completions, averaging 287 yards a game, 7 touchdowns and 5 picks. And granted, this was a worse 49ers team, so I'm not going to hold the 1-3 record against him. This Niners team stunk. But then you get Brock Purdy, and in 4 games,
and in 4 more meaningful games,
and a division clinching game on the road in a short week with an injury, 68.8 on his completions, 8 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He has not fumbled. It's in his first 4 games, Nick Mullins had turned the ball over 6 times. Brock Purdy's turned it over twice. And I know there could be more, but he's so much better than Nick Mullins was. This is not what that is.
The thing that I will always remember about Nick Mullins was the year Jimmy got hurt, the 2020 year, which was, just that disastrous year for the 49ers. For all of us, everything was going wrong, and they're playing in empty stadiums, and we're wondering if we're ever going to come out of the pandemic. But remember, he played against the Giants, right? Because Jimmy got hurt, so he played against the Giants, plays well. They win. They come back home, and you've got everybody singing the praises of Nick Mullins, who was going to be a free agent. And you had Kurt Warner saying, this guy's going to make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And the next game, Sunday Night Football against the Eagles, Nick Mullins had about the worst game any quarterback has ever had. Probably the worst game I've ever seen a legitimate NFL quarterback ever have. Remember that? It was that bad. It was really bad. It was like trying to throw it over a guy, defender, and throwing it right to him. Yeah. Like, oh, what happened? And he was never the same after that.
He missed the touchdown to Juszczyk.
Yes.
He threw the pick 6 to random linebacker.
Yes.
He went 18 of 26 for 200 yards with a touchdown, but he also had the 2 really bad interceptions. It was bad. Yeah. Well, and it was, to your point, there's been worse performances, but that was definitely the okay, the Nick Mullins thing is done. Mm-hmm. Pull the plug. This is not, there's no coming back from, because 2018
he's pretty good. He's good. He might be really good. Right. Hey, he's pretty good. He's okay. No, look, he's really good. Then poof,
going into
gone. The pigeon flying across as Randy Johnson delivers the fastball. Poof. That was Nick Mullins' career. Although he's still in the league, isn't he? As a backup?
Nick Mullins?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Vikings.
Yeah.
He's backing up Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
Which is just perfect. No, remember going into that game, Doug Peterson said for the Eagles, he was like, they have for the Niners, he said, they have 2 starting quarterbacks. Jimmy Garoppolo and Nick Mullins. They got 2 NFL starting quarterbacks. Yeah. And Nick Mullins, just the rest of the way, is a lot of yards, so many yards. But that was kind of out of necessity because he was turning it over and their defense wasn't very good. Yeah, the turnover issue just became.
He played that year to me. I watched him play by the Washington game, and I thought that guy's arm is killing him, and he ain't saying anything, and no one's saying anything, but he's playing like his arm is killing him.
Yeah,
to me, that's how he played. To me, like a quarterback had a really sore arm.
The difference one of the big differences between Nick Mullins and Brock Purdy is just processing and things we can't quite quantify, and his ability to create when the play breaks down. But the other thing is Nick Mullins did not know the limitations of his arm strength. And he would try and make throws that are just that's not there for you. Jimmy Garoppolo can do that. Got a good enough arm, really quick release. He can fit that ball in that window. You can't. And he never figured out what he can't do. Brock Purdy, I think, if he hasn't figured it out, he is figuring it out. And there are just certain throws. It's that throw's not available to me. I'm going to check it down, or I'm going to roll out and see if we can find a throwing lane that works. And I think that's one of the biggest differences.
Here's a really interesting text to me, 888-957-9570 from the 925. What about scouts missing on PBJ? That's a whole different thing. It's comparable, you're right, but Patrick Baldwin Jr. was a highly recruited high school player. And then he went to college and didn't play well and got hurt. So a lot of it was his stock had fallen in part because teams didn't know if he was the extent to which he'd recover from his injury. So some of that was just like, hey, there's a lot of risk with this guy. We don't know. And the Warriors, like, well, we're not going to get a shot at a guy who could be this talented where we're picking. So what the heck? It's not that much of a risk with us because we already have so much talent. So it was a little different there. But with PBJ, some of it wasn't just guys not thinking he was going to be good. It's just a matter of, we don't know how he's going to recover from these injuries. And so far, it's worked out great for the Warriors. They could afford to take that risk.
I think a better comp, I get that one, and it's definitely interesting. But I think a better comp would be what the Niners tried to do with Reuben Foster. And that obviously went sideways in myriad ways. And the reason he fell in the draft wasn't necessarily the same. Because remember, he had off-field issues. He had the thing at the combine where he like yelled at a doctor and got sent home.
Yeah.
He had a whole bunch of red flags.
He was Lynch's guy, huh? Lynch was like, oh.
They were going to take him in the top 5.
Yeah.
And that was not outrageous. Reuben Foster was sick at Alabama. But again, just not a good dude. And the Niners traded up for him in the end of the first round, 31, I think. And going, hey, this guy's super talented. There's reasons he fell, but we think that we can get the most out of him. That's, again, not an apples-to-apples comparison because the reasons Patrick Baldwin Jr. fell and the reasons Reuben Foster fell were very different. But
yes, but the risk was, and I'm not disagreeing with you, it's an interesting comp, that was so much of a greater risk for the 49ers because they were building something, and it hurt them when it got to the point where they had to say, it's not working.
The fact they overcame the 2017 first round is wild. That's nuts to me. They drafted Solomon Thomas, who was an average rotational defensive lineman at best, and then Reuben Foster. They traded picks to get up and get Reuben Foster. And that was bananas to me.
Yeah. So as far as Brock Purdy goes, like I said yesterday, if you have any interest at all in the 49ers, he's must-see TV right now because of that whole issue of, is everyone wrong about him or is the other cleat going to fall at some point? I can't imagine that, but I won't. I got to watch. I got to see.
I'm just there, man. Like if the other shoe drops or the other cleat falls, as you so eloquently put it.
Thank you.
If the other cleat falls, then okay. Then something happened that I did not. But like I said, it's not like, man, he's getting away with murder right now. There's no chance they can keep this up. And it's not all scheme. It's not like, okay, eventually people are going to catch on. Like with Jimmy. Jimmy lived between the hashes. And it's like, man, if you can drive your safety down, there's going to be an interception there for you somewhere. And with Purdy, I think those throws are available too. He's living big time in that like just 6 to 8 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. But his ability to stay in the pocket, move around the pocket, find those deeper throws, like just changes their offense just enough that you can live in that 6 to 8 yard area because defenses can't necessarily key on it.
It's pretty clear to me that Brock Purdy's way better than Nick Mullins. Maybe that's the benefit of hindsight. Nick Mullins, I always watched him and said, wow, he's sure putting up the numbers, but I don't know. Whereas Brock Purdy, and I know it's premature, but you watch him play, it's like, yeah, he's really solid. I always thought, and again, I could have been totally wrong on this, I always thought Beathard was better than Mullins. And I know that
talent-wise,
I know that Mullins played better than Beathard did, but watching them, I thought, man, that's the guy I would be playing with, C.J. Beathard. But he was just like a crash test dummy, and he held on to the ball so long. It's like, look out, look out. C.J. beat hard. He would get destroyed.
The fact that he was just not good. He was not another bad pick. Traded up to get him, but
he's still in the league, right?
He is backup for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Shout out to our guy Trent Baalke. But the fact that the biggest thing people would say about CJ Beathard is like, man, he can take a hit.
He's tough.
Hey, he stands in there. Like, hey, man.
Just watch. He's going to take another one in just a minute here because it's 3rd and 8.
If you even put his, I don't want to even say arm talent because it's not like he has a cannon. But if you gave his arm strength to Brock Purdy, I think Brock Purdy goes in like the 3rd round. But I mean, you see it on paper with Beathard. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, good size. His arm's fine. He can take a hit. It's tough. But he stinks
We had one of the best drinking games when Beth would play. Like every time they would say, "Hit as he throws." Oh, you gotta take a shot. Oh, that was one of the.
Yeah.
Like hit as he throws.
Craig's still drunk.
Yeah,
we'd be hurting in the second quarter.
You're lucky you're still alive. Yeah. One more thing about Bosa and MVP candidacy, and obviously it speaks volumes, just the fact that people are even discussing it. But for that to happen, and maybe this did happen in 86 and 71, I'm not sure. But for it to happen now, you'd have to have, as we said, Kyle, you'd have to have a defensive player who put up some sort of monstrous stat one way or the other. And he'd have to do that in a year where the quarterbacking, for the most part, was down for whatever reason, right? You'd have to have a combination of those things. That's the only, I think, climate in which a defensive player could win MVP. And right now, Mahomes and Hurts are still putting up big enough numbers where it's just not a consideration.
Yeah, and you would have to do something extraordinary.
Yeah.
You're not he's 2 sacks away from tying the 49ers franchise record. Like, that would be cool, but people aren't voting for MVP because he tied Aldon Smith's franchise record. You would need to go like 30 sacks.
Yeah, some kind of
just
monstrous
be
number. Yeah.
like just above and beyond anything that we've ever seen.
So you said what happened? So in '86, actually the second place person was Eric Dickerson, and of course he ran away and he finished in second, but LT had ran away with it that year. I was kind of pulling up a couple numbers. The closest somebody's gotten was back in 2014. JJ Watt finished second behind Aaron Rodgers, who had a great year that year. And looking back, there's only been 2 Niner defensive players to receive at least one vote, MVP vote on the defensive side. Can you name them? Since 1980.
I want to say Ronnie Lott
was one. He got one vote in 1981, and the second one was
Did Aldon Smith get one?
No, one was a D tackle though.
Dana Stubblefield.
Dana Stubblefield in '97 got 2 votes for MVP that year.
Thank you, Craig. Mount Bay Area Pro Sports Defense More. Best defenders, regardless of sports. Best defensive players.
Draymond Green.
Who you got? Okay, yeah.
Brandon Crawford.
Nice. Those were the
I tried to go non-49ers first. I think you have to put Patrick Willis there. I'm sure. Oh, Willie Mays. Do we count Willie Mays?
Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
I think we do.
I was leaning more towards
do
Ricky, or they used to have Tony Armas, Dwayne Murphy, and Ricky Henderson. But it's got to be Willie Mays. But
Ronnie Lott.
Ronnie Lott, I think, has to be on there. I think it would have to go. Yeah, because there's 4, right? We only have 4
There's
slots.
4 on it.
Yeah. And I know Tibbs always likes to, the Reagan spot. Well, there isn't one. But Draymond, boy, Brandon Crawford, Willie Mays, Ronnie Lott, Brandon Crawford. Maybe.
Crawford probably comes off the list. That's a personal,
No,
I
it's
just
a legit
really like watching
call.
him play.
Yeah, on the text line. Crawford, come on. Well, what do you got? Yeah, Matt Chapman.
Does Deion count for 1 year?
No,
just because it was only 1 year.
I need longevity.
Yeah. So, if you want to help us out with that.
Brian Young?
Maybe so.
There's so many good defenders just all time.
Tyro Estrada, or is that silly or what? No, I'm just asking the question.
No, I think Brandon. Okay, so Brandon.
Who's the only guy who
kicked
kicked more balls off the Oakland Coliseum infield dirt than Sebastian Janikowski? Alberto Callaspo is the answer. Anyway, 888-957-957.
Almost an A's legend. If they close out the 2014 wild card game, Alberto Callaspo is an Oakland A's hero. Retire his number. I think it was 10.
888-957-9570. You've got a lot on the board
that
here.
Alpha base hit over short.
Yeah, hey, Chavi gets a vote.
Oh,
no,
really good.
I don't think Ozzie Smith is eligible.
I'm putting Eric Chavez over Brandon Crawford.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mount defense
Count
more.
the gold gloves,
So Nick
coach.
Bosa's not even going to be on it?
Not yet.
Okay.
I need longevity, man.
Yeah. Also, we've got our New Year's rule solutions. If you have a sports rule that needs to be changed in 2023.
You said you didn't want to do a dumb New Year's thing and came up with New Year's rule solutions.
There you go. Happy New Year. Got me. 888-957-9570. Got that and more. Coming up, these guys are very rare, and the Warriors face one of them tonight. That's next on the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle, in for Bonte and Butch on 95.7 The Game.
Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
From now through January 3rd during the Subaru Share the Love event, Marin Subaru will be making a contribution to their hometown charity or one of 4 national charities when you buy or lease any new Subaru. Drive home a new Subaru and share the love at Marin Subaru and marinsubaru.com.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time only, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Whirlpool and Frigidaire. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items that you need. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 12/29 through 1/4.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5%.
Take them out!
Roasters will be back Tuesday. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Madsen with you today. And thank you for being with us. And thanks for the kind words and the participation. 888-957-9570. The Warriors facing another face of a franchise tonight when they take on Dame Lillard and the Blazers. We'll get to that in just a moment. We're trying to figure out if there's any way Nick Bosa works his way into the MVP conversation this year. You could say he's in the conversation because people are talking about it, but Craig broke down some numbers for us, and I know Kyle has a little more information here. For a defensive player to win an MVP, it takes a guy who has a monstrous year and some incredible stats, and he has to do that in a year where no quarterbacks really do anything that special, because everything is so geared to quarterbacks. And quarterbacking-wise, Hurts having an incredible year, and so is Mahomes. But there is a little bit of an opening there because it's not a huge year for great quarterback numbers. And what did J.J. Watt, when he finished second, what did he do in addition to putting up monster sack numbers, Kyle?
Yeah, so that year 2014 that Craig was talking about, 20 and a half sacks, first of all.
Yeah.
A defensive touchdown.
So there's your monster defensive numbers.
10 pass breakups. No, we're still going. 4 forced fumbles, 29 tackles for loss, and 51 quarterback hits. He also had on the offensive side, this was the year that they used him a ton as a receiver. So he had 3 catches, all 3 for touchdowns, on top of the fact that he openly campaigns for these awards by being so public facing about how awesome he is. That helped as well.
And he came in second.
To
Aaron
Rodgers. In 2012, which was a year that Adrian Peterson won it, and Peyton Manning came in second, J.J. Watt did this defensively and received no MVP votes. And this is why...
MVP votes?
Because remember, there's not a first, second, third. You vote for the winner, and that's it. Which is why when Russell Wilson's never had an MVP vote, he's never deserved one. What do you want? So that Collinsworth making a big deal out of that on Sunday Night Football, right before Russell Wilson just kind of started the steady decline his career has gone on, will endlessly be funny to me. So in 2012, you had a running back in Adrian Peterson who was unbelievable, and Peyton Manning.
It was a 2,000-yard season for him, right?
2012, I think so. Yeah, 2,097 yards, 12 touchdowns on the ground. That's
pretty
wild, decent. J.J. Watt goes 20 and a half sacks to lead the league, 39 tackles for loss to lead the league, 4 fumbles, 16 pass breakups. That was the year that he really came on as the SWAT artist, JJ SWAT, and got no MVP votes. That is a crazy season from a defender. And it's just not a defensive award.
Right.
Even if you think Nick Bosa is the most, it's just have that discussion. But the idea of hey, he could win it with a couple of big, no, he can't.
Yeah.
If he has 10 sacks in the next 2 games, okay, fine.
As we mentioned, there have been 2 defensive MVPs, Alan Page in 71 when the game was much more defensive oriented, and then LT in 86 when he basically changed the way teams played football.
Yeah. And was just I asked a question. I've asked this question on the internet before, and I'll probably do it again because it's an interesting discussion. But it's if you just all-time NFL draft, who's going first? And the answers a lot are Jerry Rice, Barry Sanders, and Lawrence Taylor. Like, just...
Who's your pick? All-time GM?
I don't know.
You can throw it out there and then give us an I don't
No,
know.
because yeah. I don't know. Like
Wow.
I ask because I'm trying to get the right answer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay. I don't know. I was
Patrick
thinking
Mahomes.
Jim Brown
Patrick
came
Mahomes.
out. Yeah, that's
Give
not
me
a bad
Patrick Mahomes.
pick.
Hey, Dan Marino.
Yeah.
I'm starting with a quarterback. I'm taking a quarterback. Tom Brady.
It depends how many teams are in my league because I'm still going to get a good quarterback.
It's probably
if there
Tom
aren't that many
Brady.
teams.
Is it?
Yeah.
You know, we talked about there's no real front runner this year. You look at Mahomes' number, he's got 4,700 yards and like 37 touchdowns. We're like,
Mahomes.
it's Mahomes.
Mahomes screwed himself MVP wise by putting up 50 tutties in his first season as a starter. Like every season now, statistically, even if he's technically better, just statistically, 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns in your first year as a starter, the bar is so high.
Not as good as that 1 year you had. How can I be impressed
He's getting
by that?
worse.
Yeah, you're declining. You're regressing. So that brings us to our one of our questions today.
I'd probably take Jerry Rice.
All time. A receiver number one? I mean,
Not
I know
number
it's Jerry Rice, but number one? Come on.
Like if I'm trying to build a team, maybe I go with like Anthony Munoz, Jonathan Ogden. I'm going to build through the trenches.
That's a great idea, but it's just too sensible to be entertaining.
That's,
or to have any value. It's like,
you know,
I mean, you're right, but
Orlando Pace.
Yeah.
who would you take?
I might take Marshall Faulk. And that's really bad too, just to take a running back, but he's so much more than that. I might take I had to take a quarterback. Boy, prisoner in the moment and everything, but you could do a lot worse than Mahomes, huh?
Yeah, that's what. And
Yeah.
when you say Mahomes now, when there's legends like Tom Brady, of course, like Tom Brady for sure, like he's up there, and Dan Marino and Joe Montana and Steve Young and all these great quarterbacks, and then you go, hey, this guy that's playing right now, it's like, well, yeah, have you watched him? He's pretty unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably too early to put him in that echelon, but.
Yeah, well, it's 8:10, maybe around another hour or so.
Yeah, 9 in the 9 o'clock hour. That'll be okay.
888-957-9570. Bay Area Mount Defense More, the best defensive players, regardless of sport, in Bay Area history. And Kyle came up really quickly with Draymond Green. Then he went Brandon Crawford, Willie Mays, and then I must have been hallucinating because I thought you said Patrick Willis. And I know he was a great player, but what? So anyway. We've done some massaging.
I'm sorry. No. You don't get to just disrespect
Ronnie
Patrick
Lott.
Willis.
You can't see anybody over Ronnie Lott, 49er defensive-wise.
Okay, but you can also throw out Patrick Willis. I will not sit
That
here
was one of
and
your
let
first. I mean, Brandon Crawford was.
I was throwing out
huge.
names, man.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to build the list off the top of my head. This is a discussion, so I'm putting names
Can we agree
onto
at
the
this?
whiteboard. No
Yeah.
bad ideas. Not to mention,
I
Patrick
never
Willis.
said there was no bad
Patrick
ideas.
Willis.
You said there were no.
Patrick Willis played.
I know he
8
was great.
Seasons.
Yeah.
He was a 7-time Pro Bowler and a 5-time All-Pro.
888-957-957.
He deserves to be in the discussion.
Yeah. Here's Paco in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. What do you got for us, Paco?
Hey, guys. All right. The discussion is this. Who was the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy?
The first?
I don't know.
I know Desmond Howard won it, but
What's that?
How about Charles Woodson?
That's a Green Bay Packer, not the Bay Area. Wrong Bay.
97 and the 98 Rookie of the Year, and then 2009 Defensive Player of the Year for the Oakland Raiders. Don't forget about my Oakland Raiders.
All right. Thank you,
We've been talking
Paco.
about the Raiders all day.
Yeah. We have Las Vegas Raiders. You asked for this. Suck it.
Yes.
There you go, Paco. All right, Charles
No,
Woodson. I don't think he's going to
Charles
make
Woodson-
the cut down to 4, but he certainly is worth considering.
Too much of what Charles Woodson did was in Green Bay. Like he was the Defensive Player of the Year for the Green Bay Packers. Like here's my Charles Woodson thing.
Okay.
I think Charles Woodson has an argument of the greatest like college and pro career of all time. National champion, Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year. How many All-Pros did he? 3-time first-team All-Pro. He was a Super Bowl champion, Hall of Famer. Like his resume goes up against anyone's ever.
Mm-hmm.
College and pro, Heisman winner,
So if the Pro Football Hall of Fame was like the Basketball Hall of Fame, where you take everything into consideration, he'd be right in there right away. He's in there anyway.
Well, he already is, but
yeah.
I think it was all pro at 2 different positions, right? Corner and safety?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Yep.
Defensive back, same thing. He's a defensive back.
Yeah. So Charles Woodson. Shout out to
Deion
Charles
was a horrible safety, just so you know. Horrible safety.
I got you.
Charles Woodson, shout out to him. But because so many of his accolades came with the Green Bay Packers, I mean, he spent 7 of his 18 seasons in Green Bay.
Eric Chavez, is it Chavez or Chavez? And I know that he made a point of making sure people said it right. And now I apologize. I'm not sure which one it was.
Chavez.
Eric Chavez. Eric Chavez. Anyway, someone mentioned him. And if you really were going to be serious about this, he probably deserves a spot on there. I mean, on the 4, as you pointed out, with all the gold gloves he wore. And people have forgotten about that. That was a Moneyball A's, and they never won a World Series. But he probably deserves a spot if we're just limiting it to the top 4 ever.
Yeah, he was a shoo-in to win the Gold Glove. He won it 6 consecutive years. He was not an MVP candidate. That's too much, but he was in the top 30 in MVP voting in 4 of those 6 years. Like he was a good player, and like I said, you could just pencil him in. Like, hey, he's going to be the AL Gold Glove second baseman for half a decade.
Yeah. Or third baseman.
Third baseman. Yeah. What did I say? Second baseman?
Second baseman.
Third baseman.
Yeah. Can I share with you real quickly my favorite Eric Chavez story? Yeah, and then we'll get,
Please.
Okay, so I was down there spring training one year, which would have been early 2000s.
You told the story. It was Carney Lansford.
No, this is a different story.
Oh, different story. Sorry.
So Eric Chavez is down there, and we're on the field. And hey, can we ask you a few questions? Yeah. And it was, okay, I understand that your teammate Zeitz was made an appearance last night. He was playing at a club somewhere in wherever, Phoenix. Like, yeah. And you were there? Yeah. How was he? Oh, he was horrible. Like, man, it was terrible.
Oh, that's awesome. Just dogging his
guy. It was. I mean, he could barely hide his disdain for Barry Zito's musical.
Oh no!
And this is, like we're interviewing him. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, 888-957-957. You want to make a contribution there, but I think we're very close to maybe actually having that thing sewn up tonight. The Warriors taking on Dame Lillard. Speaking of Oakland zone. I think Dame Lillard is really rare in this sense, Kyle. Dame Lillard is not only the face of the franchise right now for the Blazers, and they just honored him because last week he became their all-time leading scorer. Dame Lillard is playing for the team for whom he is the all-time face of the franchise.
Okay.
Would you agree with that? I guess you could say, well, what about Bill Walton? That was a long time ago. How many guys currently playing in the NBA or any sport are the face of the franchise, all-time face of the franchise for whom they're currently playing? I think you could, Steph, I could say. I know some people would say, well, hold on. You look at the all-time Warrior greats, but no, sorry, it's Steph. I mean, you could, some people, remember you got into it.
You're going to give me Nate Thurmond?
Somebody on Twitter got into it with you, because I remember you texted me, it's like, hey, is there anything wrong with what I said? Because someone said, come on, you can't say Steph over Wilt Chamberlain. Remember that? And you were right, but do you remember that?
Wilt Chamberlain is not. No.
Yeah. My point is not that, he's not. Steph isn't the greatest. My point is that there are some who will say that what about Rick Barry? What about this guy? But I don't think there's any debate.
It's not close.
Yeah.
It is not close. No disrespect to Rick Barry or Wilt or Nate Thurmond or Al Attles or anybody like that. Steph is the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Steph is a top 10 NBA player of all time, and he's done it all with the Warriors. He launched the Warriors into a level of prominence.
Yes, no question.
That in 2009, 2010 was inconceivable. 2012 was just like on a different stratosphere of superstardom.
One of the things that makes this rare, that is a guy who's currently playing, being the all-time face of his franchise, is that there's so much more player movement. And bless him for that. Yeah. But you look at LeBron. LeBron's not the all-time face of the franchise, is he? Is he the all-time face of the Cavs? Maybe, but he doesn't currently play for them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
currently
he's
on that
the
team.
Heat. Yeah. Giannis gets a mention, and you have to go way, way back, but
Alcindor.
Yeah, but Giannis probably is, because he's one of those guys like Dame Lillard that decided, he had a chance to go somewhere else, decided, I'm going to stick it out. And they won a championship.
Yeah, it's probably Giannis in Milwaukee.
I think so.
I missing somebody? Michael Redd? Currently playing for the team.
Currently playing for the team. Yeah, and I don't think it's Grayson Allen.
He sucks, dude. God. The NBA will be better the day Grayson Allen's no longer in the league.
888-957-9570. Jerry in Alameda joins us 95.7 The Game. Jerry, how are you?
Hey, guys, what's happening? I thought I'd throw an old school name in there for local defense guys. Willie Brown, the old Raider, was an unbelievable.
Old man Willie. Thank you, Jerry.
Howie Long as well.
Yeah.
Another Hall of Famer on the defensive side.
How was his career split between L.A. and Oakland?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have that in front of me.
Don't mean to be nitpicky on that, but that would be
no,
one
but
thing I
that's
need to
fair.
ask.
That's not the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
He had naturally Football Reference doesn't have it. Los Angeles. The entire career was in Los Angeles. Save for 1 year.
So I'm probably not gonna give him the.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, Donald Foyle gets a mention, but
love O'Donnell, but come on.
Yeah, come on. Having some fun. That's great. Having some fun. It's kind of a holiday. It's basically a holiday, so sure. Joker or Embiid? Are they currently playing for the team for whom they're the all-time face of the franchise?
No,
I don't think
Dr.
Joel
J
Embiid. Yeah, I don't think Joel Embiid is. Maybe he should be, but no.
Allen Iverson, John, our producer, said, that's another good one.
Yeah. So the texter just asked the question. Joker has a chance. I don't even know who the all-time face of the Nuggets would be because they've been, pretty good for a long time. Never won an NBA championship, so he's got a chance to be. I don't know if they have one. I don't know if Denver has an all-time face of the franchise.
I was gonna joke it.
You were going to joke?
John says Allen Iverson again for Denver. Just
Okay,
Denver
well done.
and Memphis and Detroit? Was
Detroit
there a
is
Detroit
right.
in there?
Well done.
He played Fat Lever was the name I was going to throw out, but only 6 of his 11 seasons were in Denver.
Mr. Triple-Double. You know how many triple-doubles Fat Lever has?
every
By the way,
time-
he's the nicest guy in the world. He's like, why are you so nice? You're Fat Lever.
Whenever Draymond, it was a lot of Draymond, especially in like 2016, 2017, I'd go look up like these triple-double numbers, and Fat Lever was just there in all of them.
Uh-huh.
Unbelievable player.
Yeah.
Fat Lever, very underrated.
Yeah, I think the end of AI's career, I think he was with Memphis, and they're playing a game, and he's not really AI anymore. And in a game situation, they're drawing up a play for him against the Clippers or somewhere, and they're drawing up plays like, okay, so-and-so's going to set a screen for him, and he's like, I don't need anyone to set a screen for me. It's like, okay, yeah, we're probably done here.
My buddy, you might know him, Nate Goodyear. You familiar with Nate Goodyear?
Yes.
So, a buddy of mine,
I know Nate Goodrich. I don't know Nate Goodyear. No, we're good.
Nate Firestone.
Yes.
Is okay. So my buddy Nate Goodyear is big Kings fan. He's at a Kings Grizzlies game when AI was with the Grizzlies, or it might have been the Nuggets. Either way, they're sitting like down near the baseline.
If it was a Kings Grizzlies game, I think I remember the game. But go ahead, yeah.
So he's sitting down there near the baseline, and the Kings are winning by enough. And so my buddy decides he's going to talk a little trash to Allen Iverson because he may never have a chance to. Allen Iverson's the only guy out there in a headband. And he's standing on the baseline. There's a timeout, and he's waiting to get the ball. And he's standing on the baseline, and my buddy yells, Hey, headband, didn't you used to be Allen Iverson?
Oh, no.
And AI turns around, like doesn't like turn, but does the like, I heard that, and then goes down, crosses somebody up, little 16-footer, bucket. Get a stop, goes down, another jumper, bucket. And it was just like one of those, hey, I may not be as good as I was, but I hear you, and I'm here.
That probably was Memphis
I think
edition of AI. Yeah.
It was late career AI.
Our own Matt Steinmetz texts me and wants to know if Alex English or Dan Issel's the all-time face of the Denver Nuggets. I don't know. Carmelo gets a mention here. How about this from the 925? Face of the Mavs. Okay, all-time face of the Mavs. Dirk. Or Luka?
It's Dirk. Come on.
Dirk, they just unveiled a statue of Dirk. And the weird thing is the statue right now plays better defense than Dirk ever did. It's the weirdest thing.
Come on.
You haven't seen that?
Dirk
they don't talk about it, but it's true.
Dirk is the dude in Dallas. Luka may get there. He's on a trajectory to get there. But I'm sorry, you can't be James Harden and be the face of a franchise that also has Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah, Luka maybe's on his way. Has to win a championship, right? If he's going to have any
win
chance
a title, you got to be there for.
Dirk. And I don't think Luka's ever going to win a championship with them. But he did have that. What was 60, 21, and 10. 60, 21, and 10. And here I am trying to tell people, anyone will listen, he's good, but he's a little overrated. And then, did you see what he just did?
It's James Harden, man. He has James Harden's game. To me, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So it's not Luka. Dirk, it's Dirk.
Mm-hmm. Right.
In any sport.
In baseball now, it's hard because guys do. They just
really tough.
Yes,
Mike Trout might be the Angels' face.
No.
With all
I wanted
due
to wait
respect
until I could come up with someone better before
Garrett
I said
Anderson.
no. But yeah, Rally Monkey maybe.
David Eckstein.
I mean, they finally won a World Series, and they had Nolan Ryan was more a face of the. He was on too many teams.
He was on way too many teams.
Yeah.
So Nolan Ryan doesn't get to be the face.
Mike Trout, the all-time face
Don
of
Baylor?
the Angels, MVP in '79, as you know.
Bobby Grich, of course. Our guy.
You may be right about that.
Mike Trout?
Yeah.
I think it
What
is.
about Shohei-san?
Let me see if he signs another contract there.
Okay, but we're just talking right now. Right now, is he? And maybe he hasn't been there long enough. Because the Angels are,
Definitely has more mass appeal.
Considering how big their market is, they haven't had a lot of, they don't have a lot of guys like, wow, he's one of the greatest Angels ever. Even that team that beat the Giants in the World Series didn't have,
if you ask
David Eckstein. I don't think so.
If you asked Angels fans, I bet a lot of them would be like Tim Salmon. Tim Salmon's the guy. That's it. Maybe John Lackey.
It might be Shohei.
That team
Shohei may be one of our answers.
That team was so unlikable. That
says the A's fan, of course.
Yeah. Giants fans will agree, I promise. Between Troy Glaus and
Lackey.
Troy Percival, too many Troys, John Lackey, Brendan Donnelly with this weird ass wind up and his
Darren
Erstad. Darren Erstad, just the worst.
He's a punter in college,
I
right?
like Tim Salmon. Tim Salmon's not going to get the chop. But
Darren Erstad brought the football mentality to every stinking baseball game.
Oh, God. And then Garrett Anderson out there just nonchalantly just Cadillacing to every ball. And a running catch by Garrett Anderson. Light jog. He could have settled underneath it if he sprinted for 2 seconds.
Who's the all-time face of the San Francisco Giants? Is it Barry or is it Willie? Because remember, Willie, I know for a lot of us who are, a lot of us don't even remember that Willie Mays actually was in New York first. And I know you saw the documentary, which I haven't seen yet.
Oh.
My understanding is, I don't know if this is in the documentary. I don't know how true it is. But my understanding is that when the Giants first got here, a lot of Giants fans looked at Orlando Cepeda and embraced him because he's one of us. He came up through the farm system. He's a San Francisco Giant. Willie Mays, he's a New York guy.
When he played the same position as Joe DiMaggio, San Francisco's native son.
Yeah.
But no, I think maybe there's some, but he played in New York to start his career. He finished his career with the Mets. And Barry, I know he started his career in Pittsburgh. Man, that's tough. I think it's probably Barry. Willie Mays is one of my favorite players of all time, but it's probably Barry.
I think it's probably Willie. Who knows? Because it's Willie freaking Mays.
Yeah, no doubt. He had that appeal of
and you don't. I know Giants fans. Most of them don't care, but you have the issues with Barry and
I say he's
not even in the stinking Hall of Fame.
Not a Hall of Famer, not the face.
Right.
No,
and you can't get a statue unless you're in the Hall of Fame.
I said Willie Mays had that appeal like I was around. Based on what I've read and watched, Willie Mays had that.
You're a student of the game.
The people, the reverence that people who watched Willie Mays talk about Willie Mays, you can tell that he was on a level that not a lot of baseball players get to.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably Barry, though.
All right. We're having too much fun here. Got to take a timeout. By the way, tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Coming up next, Coach Kerr's Steph update. How encouraging is it? And how many guys playing now like Dame Lillard are the all-time face of a franchise for whom they currently play in any sport?
May I offer a tease as well?
Yes.
The NFL providing more evidence that it is the single lamest league in all of American sports.
I like your tease better, and that's next. Coming up here on the Morning Roast, Whitey and Kyle in for Bonte and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
We're on a journey. To make healthcare more accessible and more equitable. To treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little. To provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
If you had to choose where to invest your money, which option would you prefer? Option 1, help a student become a first-generation college graduate. Option 2 is a digital photograph of a chimpanzee wearing a beanie. If you ask us, the answer is clear. Visit fgrad.investments to get started.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Some people bring joy wherever they go. Some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
In Oakland, a rainy day, highs near 59.
Weather, brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. 27 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte and Shasky, dying to get back in here, right? You know, they're dying to get back in here. They'll be back here on Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. It's Whitey Gleason, Kyle Madsen on 95.7 The Game. Last show of the year, Kyle.
Crazy.
Big New Year's Eve plans, big New Year's plans for you?
Yeah, I just have some friends over. We have some wine or drinks or whatever anybody wants to drink.
Crazy. Yeah, out of control.
We really get after it. We play games. A lot of board games in our frame. I'm at that age now. I'm 32. I'm at that age where, and I was never a big, I'm going to go rage and party guy. I like to go out and get after it every now and then, but Vegas is I'm there for the weekend. Fly me in Friday. We'll hang out Friday and Saturday, get me out of there Sunday, and I'm good for a while. That's just how so my group of friends is very much the same way. So we'll go out every now and then, but a thing like New Year's, it's yeah, we're going to hang out. We're going to eat a bunch of whatever we order. We're doing baked potatoes, big baked potato bar, chili, things of that nature. And yeah, like I said, beer, wine.
I heard somebody on a sports station this morning saying, hey, New Year's, you go out and you rage or you stay home, have a quiet New Year's Eve and, maybe watch fireworks on TV. And I was just thinking, man, if you watch fireworks on TV, you have given up. That's like going to a fine restaurant in sweats. It's I don't care anymore. Watching fireworks on TV? No.
I'll watch the ball drop, but we'll have music on the TV. And then it's it's 11:58. Let's get over to Ryan Seacrest and turn that on and do the countdown. And hey, everybody. And then back to music. Okay, back to what we were doing. Mm-hmm. It's just kind of I don't know. It's a weird... Speaking of going to fine restaurants in sweatpants,
yeah.
On our honeymoon, we went to this really nice restaurant. We went to D.C.
Yeah.
And just with COVID and stuff, we didn't want to be traveling out of the country, and we were just a little nervous about that. So we go to D.C. We both like museums and history. Good place to go. We'd never been. So my wife and I decide, hey, we have a little bit of extra money. We're going to go to this really nice restaurant, Michelin star place. One time we'll ever do it. If we're going to experience it, we'll experience it now. I go in there, and I dressed quote unquote nice, and by nice I mean Old Navy, slacks,
okay, that works.
A button-down shirt from Target.
They probably really did have a dress code right at this place.
No,
oh, they didn't.
That's one of their that's one of this place called Fiola, really good Italian joint, and that's one of their calling cards. Is look, we know there's tourists, they're popping in probably from doing tourist stuff. They might be in shorts and a t-shirt. We're going to treat them the same way we treat somebody who walks in here in a suit and tie. It's really cool. Super fun experience. But anyways, so I go in there, my Old Navy pants and my $10 belt that I got on Amazon.
Sure.
And the button-down shirt that I got from Target and my jacket that I have from Forever 21 and no hat. One of the rare times I went without a hat.
Hard to believe.
And I walk in and I'm like, I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud. They're going to know as soon as I walk in that I am a massive fraud. And they're going to be like, is that Old Navy pants? Get out of here, right? But I walk in and the lady goes, do you want me to take your coat? Bro, if you threw this in the trash, I'd be like,
you can have it. Take it. You can have it.
Do you need it for something? If you lose it, it's fine. Don't fret.
Do you have to clean up something in the kitchen or something? Yeah, take it.
Cost me $12. Yeah.
A fraud and a stiff and a phony.
That was me.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, it'll be at the coat check. I'm like, you don't just toss it over a chair? Like, what is this place? Yeah, man. That was a crazy experience.
Great. Yeah.
It was super cool, though.
Huge sports weekend again with the 49ers and Raiders playing, of course. And then it tips off tonight with the Warriors taking on the Portland Trail Blazers right here on 95.7 The Game. Yesterday, Steve Kerr was on with JD and Alan Stiles, and he was asked about Steph Curry and how Steph's rehab is going, and his response was fairly optimistic.
He's been doing a lot of stuff on the court, so he's getting a lot of good work in. He's really coming along well, and everything is progressing.
Doing a lot of stuff on the court. What's he doing on the court?
Doing stuff.
I'm just going to, all right, close my eyes and I'll go with that. I don't want to ask too many questions.
Just playing Monopoly on the court.
Who knows what he's doing on the court? Does any of it involve a basketball?
Painting.
I don't know, but he's progressing.
He's building his Mount Rushmore of all-time NBA defenders.
That's what it's all about right now. For all the talk of the young players playing better, we got to foul less often. Maybe they make a trade. Maybe they don't. The way they're playing the last few games, maybe you don't need to make a deal. But when is Steph going to be ready to go, and is he going to be good to go as soon as he's back on the court? That's the vital question right now. We just have to assume that, all right, so far so good. Everything's going well.
Yes. And had Steve Kerr been like, well, he's not like Kyle Shanahan's update on Jimmy Garoppolo was, he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
He got his cast off, but he's not. And if Kerr had been like, well, we still got to reevaluate him, that would have been, but he's not going to get into specifics of what he is and is not doing. But the fact that he said on the court, it's like, okay, he might not be doing basketball stuff yet, at least with his left arm, maybe he's doing, but if he's running and moving and like, that's at least a good sign.
The Warriors are just not going to give you a lot of information on injuries. They're not obligated to. That's fine. I've just learned, you go back to last year, Wiseman, he's going to be ready to go by Thanksgiving. And I'm sure that's what Steve Kerr thought. And he didn't play the rest of the year. Why not? Oh, well, it turns out he had another procedure. Whew. Remember last year with Draymond, it's like, well, we're going to revisit that in 2 weeks. We'll reassess in 2 weeks, reassess in 2 weeks, reassess in 2 weeks. Everything worked out last year, obviously, but when it comes to the Warriors and injuries, like Wiggins right now, he hasn't been ruled out for the game. That was like 2 weeks ago. Tonight, he could play tonight, hasn't been ruled out, and he still hasn't played. That's fine. That's the right. I've just learned that, like with Steph, they're gonna lead you to believe that everything's fine, and it may take longer than we hope. I hope he's back in 2 weeks, good to go, but we'll see. We'll see.
Reevaluate and irritation are my two get them out of here words on injuries for the year. The 49ers have had more players have irritation. It's like, no, man, there's tendonitis or something strained. It's not irritation. It makes you so mad when Kyle Shanahan says that. Same thing when reevaluated. This player will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Bro, just tell me when he's back.
Yeah.
I don't need to know when he's going to be reevaluated.
Right.
Just let me know.
Yeah.
Just whenever he's coming back.
But it's a great strategy.
I want to know then.
Irritation. Oh, I've had irritations. Well, that doesn't sound so bad. Reevaluated in 2 weeks. Okay, well, cool. In 2 weeks, then maybe everything will be fine.
My biggest irritation is the word irritation.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know for a fact it's not
like
your biggest
nails on a
irritation.
chalkboard.
I know your biggest irritation is when the NFL finds somebody for something that you don't think they should be fined for.
Yes. Can I grab a pen and put it in that and say the other thing I was going to say about Andrew Wiggins?
Yes, please.
Kareth Burke, NBC Sports Bay Area, does a terrific job.
Yes.
She brought this up, and I think it's a great point. With Wiggins specifically, he was going to come back from the adductor strain, and then he got sick.
Yes, I know.
And he's out a couple games. And Steve Kerr always wants a player to get a full practice in, and Andrew Wiggins has not been able to do that yet. And that's why he's been out, because he's been sick. It's not like a setback or something, at least that we know of.
Right, I know.
So that was encouraging, because I was with you. I was like, he's still not playing? But that's what it. So
yeah.
Anyway.
And as Doc Pendy told us yesterday, an adductor strain, it's a fancy way of saying groin pull. And he's got a pulled groin. That's not to say it's not a big deal. It is a big deal for a basketball player.
Right.
But those things can linger a little bit. So fingers crossed, because they need him back.
Yes. Okay, let's pull the pin out of the NFL finding something.
Yes.
So Alan Lazard last week, or on Sunday, against the Dolphins, had this wipeout block that took out 3 Dolphins defenders.
Quite a block.
Really good block. And after the block, he counted the 3 defenders pointed at him like 1, 2, 3. And that's incredible. Like, that's such a fun thing to do on a block. Like, people, like, the layperson, when they're watching, they're ball watching, they're not watching a block. And so a guy making a big deal out of the fact that, like, yes, dude, I did the hell out of my job on this play.
So kind of like Steph when he makes a 3.
Yeah, and does the...
And doesn't Brock Purdy do something like that too?
Yeah. So Alan Lazard does this really fun, cool thing, gets fined for it, $10,609 exactly, fined for taunting based on pointing at and counting the trio of Miami defenders he took out on Sunday with 1 block. That's per Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. They fined him for that. They said, you owe us $10,609 because you did a fun thing on the football field.
Worth it. First of all, worth it, right?
Yes.
Worth the $10,000.
Yeah, but it shouldn't cost you anything.
I hope he does it again. But the NFL, they struggle with that. Like, okay, we're going to allow celebrations now. Yeah.
Ugh.
Is it taunting? Whether it should be fine or not, is that taunting?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, well then there you go.
Like, I got you, and I got you, and I got you. Although in that specific instance, it's like, dang, I got 1, 2.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's necessarily taunting. It's just one. Yeah.
Now,
3 guys.
Now,
night. You should have given all 3 the night.
Oh, I could just stand over all of them. That'd have been great. Yeah, but I get, standing over a guy and flexing. Okay, you're gonna again
straddling a guy.
I don't care that they're gonna flag it and call it taunting. Sure, that's taunting. But the point that's just a fun, like, I don't know anyone who cared.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
well, probably very few people other than you who care that he got the fine. But as someone from the night, really, it's like it's okay. It's all right. He can afford it, most likely. It's like, I think it's a play on. We're
it's
good
not
here.
Alan Lazard in a vacuum. He's going to do fine. He can afford the $10,000.
Yeah.
But at least I think. I don't know his pockets. But I think he can afford the money.
Yeah.
It's the way the NFL conducts itself that annoys me.
From the 925, Eagles receiver was flagged for the same thing earlier this year. From same number, you can't point at guys. Yeah, okay.
No, I know that. Yeah. Like, I know that's against the rule. In fact, the Niners beat the Bengals. Underrated thing. The Niners beat the Bengals last year because after, I believe it was a turnover or 4th down stop, one of their safeties running off the field pointed at a Niner and 15 yards, Niners ball.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's very impolite to point at people.
Totally. It's so taunting.
Mm-hmm.
Taunting you.
Very
so
impolite.
Hard.
Yeah.
I know it's the rule. It's lame as hell.
Yes, it is. How lame are the Cowboys? Are they lame at all? Cowboys last night over as far as I'm concerned, they're still the Houston Oilers, but they beat the Tennessee Titans 27-13. And even their own coach, Mike McCarthy, said last night, whether we do get style points, that's okay. He said, whether we do not get style points, that's okay. Kind of awkward. Quote, pardon me, we still have 12 wins. So even he's admitting that, it didn't look great, wasn't pretty, but they got the win. Dak Prescott now has thrown an interception in 6 straight games, which is a career high or low for him. And he hasn't played in that many games. For a guy who hasn't played every game, Kyle, he has a lot of interceptions.
Yeah, he's missed 5 games and is tied for the league lead with 14 picks.
So it's time for a special session of the Fraud Squad. Do we need to declare the Cowboys at this point fraudulent? Maybe we don't. Really? You're just saying that. You're not actually. Are you declaring them frauds?
Not yet.
Okay. All right.
I was just. Fraud Squad's in the building.
Because you had a Tennessee team last night, as you pointed out. They were like, we don't really care about this game. We're trying to avoid injury, and we've got to win next week.
Mm-hmm.
Now, both teams on a short week, I know, but Dallas, they win 27-13, but they struggled. And they were without some key players as well.
Yeah.
Are they frauds? This is a team that barely beat Houston, but they are coming off a win over the Eagles.
So in week 10, coming off their bye week, they lose to the Packers in Green Bay. They house the fraudulent Minnesota Vikings in Minnesota 40-3. They beat the Giants by 8. They beat the Colts 54-19, but that was that weird game where they scored like 33 in the fourth quarter. So that was the point that I was like, oh, wow, they got to 9-3. They did all that in the fourth quarter. Like, look out. They just turned a corner. But then they come back. They have to sneak by the Houston Texans by the skin of their teeth, 27-23.
Yeah.
They lose in Jacksonville. They blow a 24-3, 24-7 lead in Jacksonville. They beat the Eagles with Gardner Minshew 40-34. Like Gardner Minshew lit them up, and Dak throws interceptions. That's not helpful. And then last night they turned the ball over 3 times against a Titans team that wasn't playing anybody. Like it was just I expected something more dominant than that.
Even Dak said, a win's a win, and we're going to take it, and we're going to get better from the mistakes and make sure that we're improving. But a road win, short week, you've got to take them all. Style points and all that, that's for y'all who think games are won on paper. So the Cowboys are saying, style points, they don't matter. But they're acknowledging by saying that yeah, we didn't look great.
Yeah, at least, I mean, they're turning the ball, like, they're generating a ton of turnovers defensively, which is helping. But I don't know. I wanted to see more of a like statement from Dallas. Like, yeah, we're here. We're not going to get short week. I'm not buying the Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah.
I would say to the committee, look, yeah, that was kind of sloppy, but that's what happens on Thursday Night Football. And they did just beat the Eagles, Gardner Minshew or not.
Yeah.
And they've, as I said earlier, first time the Cowboys have posted consecutive 12-win seasons since 94-95. In addition to that, no less of an authority than Brian Baldinger on this show this week said there's 3 teams that can compete for the NFC title, the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Cowboys. So
yeah.
I say, if either one of us votes fraud, they're frauds. I can't do it. I can't go there on the Cowboys. Underwhelming last night, but coming off that Eagles win, I cannot declare them fraudulent.
I'm going to self-evaluate here.
Okay.
I think part of the reason that I'm anti-Dallas has less to do with their last 6 games or 7 games or whatever it is, and more to do with I just don't trust Mike McCarthy. I know he has a Super Bowl to his name, but he is not above reproach. And I don't think that Mike McCarthy in a big spot is going to have the Cowboys ready to play at the level that they need to play. Whether that is in the first round or the second round of the NFC Championship game, I don't know where it ends, but I just can't envision Mike McCarthy lifting another Lombardi trophy. I would like to have empirical data for that. But when you watch the Cowboys last year, and the Niners are better than the Cowboys when they played them in Dallas in the wild card round, but that quarterback draw with no timeouts and 11 seconds left?
Yeah.
It's like, that's just bad football. Like, that's poorly done.
Yep.
And then not handing the ball to the ref because the ref has to reset the ball. Like, it's like, that's a poorly coached team. That was a team that was not ready to handle that situation. And there's something about him that I don't trust. I'm going to come up short of fraudulent because I would like to have, like, with Minnesota, I can point to, dude, they one score games are typically like year over year hard to replicate.
The Vikings aren't frauds, they're frauds because you have to have a D to be a fraud.
Good work, dude. He's walking it off. He's gone. All right, Kyle Madsen filling in the rest of the way. No, but like with Minnesota, you can point to the one score games thing and be like, there's no way they're going to keep that up.
11-0 in one score games, I believe it is.
11-0 in one score games. Like they did a. I've seen the graphic where you flip the result of all the one score games in the NFL and you see which team, and the Vikings would be the worst team in the league. So that's why I point to Minnesota and say, gosh, they're going to get into a game like that. They're one of those dogfights against a playoff team in a playoff environment, and it's not going to happen.
I agree with everything you said, and I just want to add this as well from the 415. I'm with you on everything you said. I can't call them frauds. They can run the ball. Zeke's actually running the ball well lately.
Yeah, and
Pollard
Tony
was out
Pollard
last
did
night.
too.
Yeah, he didn't play last night.
Right.
But they have won 12 games. I agree with everything you said about the coach. But this from the 415, quote, as a lifelong Cowboy fan, they are frauds.
Wow. Cowboy fan, welcome to the fraud squad.
Yeah. That's probably some of that is what you say you experience as a fan. Sometimes you just kind of prepare for the worst for your team.
Well, when you've seen it over and over.
Yeah.
Like with the A's for me, I have no...
The who? I'm sorry, the who?
The Oakland A's.
Okay.
I have no reason, like, I've watched for my entire life. And since 2000, they lose in the ALDS. If they get to the ALCS, now they get swept. And it just, I'm going to go in, I'm going to watch, I'm going to have fun, and I'll be like, all right, come on. But I know it's new players. I know it's new coaches and managers. It's just the same thing.
But with the Cowboys,
the Cowboys are probably at that same spot.
With the A's, and I know you're not making this comparison, the A's clearly, they have an ownership that doesn't necessarily want to spend the money it takes. That's not the Cowboys' problem. It's not like Jerry Jones is pinching pennies.
Right. But when you've seen your team since, what was it, 95 was the last one, the year after the Niners? Was the last time they won a Super Bowl? And you just watch them fall short year after year, even when they're really good. And Tony Romo fumbles the snap in Seattle. And Des Bryant catches a touchdown. Oh, wait, in Green Bay. But oh, wait, he didn't. And then, you're about to beat Aaron Rodgers at home and exercise those demons. Then Aaron Rodgers makes the sick-ass throw to, was it Jared Cook? Or whoever it was down the sideline. And it's like, oh, my God, this is just, how are you going to... Last year, the Niners, they come into your building and you run a quarterback draw with no timeouts and a game ends like that. And it's like, I could see where the exasperation starts to set in.
Is there any way that the 49ers and Cowboys could play for the NFC title? In the NFC title game? To be
the 2 seed, and then everybody.
So it's possible? Well, let me just ask you this, rather than give you an ice cream headache. Yeah, Craig.
Can they play each other in an NFC Championship game?
Yeah. Yes.
So if it finishes the way it is now, if they go up and beat Tampa, then they go beat the Eagles, and you beat the Vikings, and they would play each other in the NFC Championship game.
My question for you, thank you, Craig.
Okay, yeah.
My question for you, Kyle, as a 49er fan, would you get more satisfaction? I know the Eagles are a better team this year, and obviously there's something to be said for beating the team that everyone thinks right now is maybe the best team in the NFC. Would you get more satisfaction, you think, out of beating the Eagles in the NFC title game or humiliating the Star Hats in the NFC Championship game?
Ooh.
If you could pick that right now, if you go to the football gods say, you know what, kid, we owe you one. How do you want this to work out? We'll take care of you.
Real quick, I want to acknowledge the person who's yelling at their radio right now, like, you're getting too far ahead of yourselves. It's Brock Purdy. I hear you, and I understand.
Right.
We're going to move forward with the bit.
Yeah.
So there's part of me that my initial thought was Eagles, because that's the team that everybody has headlined as the best, and here they are.
Yes.
You got to beat the best to be the best, and you want to face them and beat them in their building.
It almost literally be a feather in your cap. You'd pluck a feather from the Eagles, and
going to Philly and winning there would be really cool. But that Dallas game would be the NFC title game at Levi Stadium. And you're beating Dallas, and now you've beat them 2 years in a row in the playoffs, and now you're rekindling this rivalry that, as a 32-year-old, I was born in 90. I missed it. I did not. My mom hates the Cowboys with a burning passion, and so that's where my residual just like, yeah, I hate the Cowboys because I'm supposed to.
Yep.
I'm a Niner fan, and that's what we do, but I don't have the experience with it. They played some fun games and stuff here and there and some close games, but if they play in the playoffs again, it's like, okay, now we're rekindling this thing. Now let's bring it back. And if it's the NFC title game,
I'm with you.
That's what I want.
Yes. But it's Brock Purdy. You're getting ahead of yourself.
We are.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
It's a long
Levi's.
Long way to go to get, let's acknowledge that is baked into the discussion.
Yeah, whatever. From the 5-0, from the 5-0, Dallas, Philadelphia, Minnesota are all fraudulent teams. Yeah.
Philadelphia?
Yeah,
I need a reason. I need a reason for you to be fraudulent.
Yeah. You got to give us a reason. If you want to be on the fraud squad, that's nice. It's a nice start. You got to bring more to the table than that.
Yeah, you got Minnesota in their one-score games, and they are 3 plays away from being out of the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's Tampa Bay, and they're too banged up. I don't trust Tampa Bay. Dallas, I don't have a great reason. Same thing with Philly. I don't have a great reason other than Mike McCarthy, which that's
not a bad reason.
The Giants have Daniel Jones, and I just don't. They're not ready yet. And it's Richie James.
They're a nice, juicy early round victory in the playoffs. It maybe is a little more tense than you anticipate.
Right, they've super overachieved.
Yeah,
really good year for them. Washington, it's like Carson Wentz or Taylor Heineke. They just don't have the horses. And the Niners. I mean, if somebody wanted to say the Niners because of Brock Purdy, I wouldn't. Sure, man. if I'm going to give the Daniel Jones, Taylor Heineke, Carson Wentz excuse, then sure.
No matter who you fear or respect coming up in the playoffs, just make sure you get ready for the playoffs, with your relevant and DPOY shirts at 957thegameshop.com. You're not really ready for the postseason unless you grab one of these shirts at 957thegameshop.com. Coming up next, we're going to need here, with the new year nearly upon us, going to need your 2023 Bay Area Championship code. What that is next here on the Morning Roast. Whitey and Kyle in for Bonte and Butch, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
In for them, it's Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Kyle Matchin. Thank you for being with us today, this week. And thank you, Kyle, for being in today. He'll peek me out of the curtain. Kyle had some sort of leaking issue last night with his house, okay, with the house.
Thank you for specifying.
Yes. And he still found a way to deal with that in the middle of the night and make it here in plenty of time today and do a great job holding things together and, carrying me. So thank you, Kyle. Yeah,
no,
and I hope everything is squared away.
Yeah, so do I. If anybody knows how to reinstall a sliding glass door, let me know.
No, I think you got it. Taping a towel to the
taped a towel to the
I think that should do it.
It's dark. It was dark last night when we first kind of noticed.
Yeah.
And then this morning it was worse. And it's dark outside, so I can't go look and figure this out.
Right.
And so I'm like, hey, how can I mitigate this the best so it's not getting on the floor and getting
Sounds
everywhere?
like you took care of business.
Man, I've got Pyrex down, multiple. I've got towels down. And then, I rolled up a kitchen towel. I stuck it over I just don't think it's been caulked properly or sealed properly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I threw the towel up there, rolled up, and I just taped it. And I'm like, I hope this soaks up enough of the water that when it eventually is full, it'll just drip a tiny bit. And try and mitigate some of that.
Whenever I would fix something like that around the house, I don't know if I've ever told you this, I would say, whether it's electrical or plumbing wise or something, when I fix something, I'd go to my wife and I'd say, Lou Brock was a great bass dealer, but today I am the greatest of all time. And my wife and my daughter, they got so sick of it, I had to stop. They even get sick of me. Oh, you told that story again, huh? But yeah, I would do that because I felt very proud because I never considered myself a fix-it guy. And now it's so easy with YouTube and everything. Somebody on YouTube says, Kyle, go check it on YouTube. But there's a great feeling you get when you make that repair, especially when it's something that going into it and you tell, your wife or whomever, oh, I got this. But in the back of your mind, you're like, this could go either way.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a shot, but I don't know. And then when you pull it off, yes.
That's how I've gotten with my car specifically.
Oh, yeah.
The day I realized that I was being charged multiple hundreds of dollars for them to change my air filters, which cost, whatever it is, $50.
Sure.
To buy the air filters and 2.5 minutes to replace.
Uh-huh.
I was like, this is great.
Mm-hmm.
Changing my headlights? I got you. Dude, you need a headlight? You need your headlights
cleaned? That's when it's a little trickier than it looks at
it
first.
Because you got to get down and your hand gets stuck.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good for you.
Thanks.
Good for you. Yeah.
I'm not sure taking out a door and putting it back in is gonna be YouTubeable.
Baby steps. Yeah.
I'm sure I just need to seal something.
Uh-huh. What do you want to know here about the new year and the Bay Area sports teams?
Yeah. So we were talking about this yesterday, and I kind of noticed during our discussion about the Warriors, we talked Warriors and then we talked Niners. There's and last week, of course, with the Carlos Correa debacle with the Giants, every Bay Area team is kind of at this point that it's like, hey, we expect this team to compete, but there's like a question mark. Giants won 107 games without like a major superstar. I guess Buster Posey had a really good year, but without that like major career level superstar, can they do it again? Can they compete? With the Warriors, it's like, okay, they've righted the ship a little bit, but man, are they deep enough? We had a whole discussion yesterday. Did they need to make a trade? And then with the Niners, it's like, this is great. They're playing great football, but Brock Purdy, like, end of the day, can he? So I ask you, in 2023, as we turn the calendar over.
Not yet, but almost.
As we turn it over for the show, because it's the final show of the year for us.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how I want to phrase this, but the original phrasing that I had in my mind, and if you have different phrasing that you think is better, let me know. Who is the next Bay Area team to win a title? Like if I'm going to guarantee you one in 2023, like, hey, a Bay Area team wins a championship in the 2023 calendar year, who is it?
I would like to add to that. Yes, we'd love to know at 888-957-9570. I gave my answer yesterday unwittingly. I didn't know we were going to do this, but I said, the 49ers are going to win. So that would be the next. But in addition to that, how about your 2023 Bay Area championship code? And that's a 3-number code. Okay, for how likely, in order, 1 to 10, the 49ers, the Warriors, and the Giants are to win in 2023. So like 1 to 10, the 49ers, I've already said they're going to win. So that's a 10. And then the Warriors, I'd put that at a, right now, just for the sake of argument, I'd go 5. And then the Giants, I'd go like 0.7 or something. So it's like, I got like a radio station, like 105.7. But that'd be my Bay Area championship code for 2023. And to answer your question, the 49ers, I said it yesterday. They're going to win this year, so that'd be the next one.
It would have been great if you did 9.5 and then 0.7.
I know, I hadn't thought of that.
It was right there for you too. Because I don't think. In fact, let's do that. So it's 49ers, Warriors, Giants is the order.
Yes,
and then 1 to 10 for each one.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's reasonable if you wanted to go 49ers 9. Like I think they're at least going to get to the NFC title game, and from there, anybody's ball game, right? Okay. So you could make that conceivably a 9. Warriors, 5. We saw them do it last year. They've really struggled out the gate this year versus last year. You know, they start 18-2, and it's like, whoa, look at this team. But this year, it's like, hey, as long as they right the ship by April, I feel good. And then the Giants, you have 0.7.
I think so. Mm-hmm.
So that's 95.7.
There it is. Yes. And I wasn't clever enough to figure that out when I first did it, but you're right. Yeah. That's a very solid answer.
My real answer. As we change gears.
That was your real answer.
Yeah, they change gears. Yeah. I'm gonna go Niners. You have them at a 10. You think they're gonna win it? I'm gonna go like 7. I think that's probably about right. Because they have to continue, like, if Brock Purdy keeps playing this way, like, they're legitimately, like, yeah, they're playing arguably the best football in the NFL right now. At least the NFC, and maybe in the NFL.
Do you see him as the biggest reason why at this point they might not?
1,000%.
Okay.
Unless injuries, but that's the case for every team. So, I the fact they've done all this without Debo, and now Debo's back in practice, I think that's 7 sounds right. And then with the Warriors, I think 5. Like
I said the same thing, but it almost feels like a cop out right now.
No, I agree. If you want to tick it up to 6, just so you're not exactly sitting on the fence, I'll tick it up to 6 because I'm putting my faith in Steve Kerr and Bob Myers that they're going to figure it out. And then once they figure it out, it's like, are they good enough? Once they have, like, okay, look, they've won 12 out of 15. They're firmly in the playoffs. Now, what do they look like stacked up against not only the West, but the Bucks and the Celtics and the Nets? Like, what do they look like against those teams? So 6. Let's call it that. And then the Giants, I was going to say 2. Like, I don't want to say a 1 because a 1 is like a 1 is where I'm at with the A's. Like, they're not even trying to win.
760. Is that how many home runs Bonds ended up hitting?
762. Yeah. Yeah, it sure is.
Okay.
Face of the franchise, Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
So that's so at 2 because the Giants are trying to win, but and it's like, okay, like. I get
2's pretty low.
It's very low. And it just, when you look at all the other teams that are just loaded, it's like, can they win 3 playoff series against these loaded teams. I just don't see it.
It's premature to say because we don't even know what the roster is going to look like when the season starts, let alone who's going to be on the team later in the year. But right now, sitting here, to me, 2 feels high for the Giants.
Okay. That's just like on my scale, 2 is like, okay, I'm not betting on it, but like if you told me that, it'd be like, okay, I can chart that path, I guess.
And who would be your pick? Who do you think is going to be the next Bay Area team, to answer your own question, to win a championship?
Man.
It might not happen this year.
Yeah.
By definition.
Just next. It doesn't necessarily have to be this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think just based on where they're at, man, you'd probably say the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
Just because their defense is so talented and they have the most talented roster, like top to bottom, of any of the teams right now. So I'd probably say the Niners, but I could be talked into the Warriors, just because I doubt the Warriors at your own peril. But
to what extent?
I'd probably guess the Niners.
To what extent do you think it's possible that the windows on both those teams are closing? The 49ers, to me, it feels like everything's coming together now. But, you've got a quarterback who you like who's very young.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the nature of football is such that I'm less comfortable year to year saying, oh, they've got the way this team's built, they're going to be good for years to come. And football is like, I don't know. I mean, I know there's a different philosophy. Look what happened to the Rams, how good they were last year. And now it's like, wow, they're really bad. So to what extent do you think that for the 49ers and the Warriors that the windows are closing on their championship aspirations?
Yeah, that I mean,
it adds a sense of urgency if you look at it that way. I'm not sure that's accurate, but I think especially for the Warriors, because the championship, still as good as the young players can be, and to some extent are, for the Warriors, it's still about what you get from your core, your championship core, as we all know, and they've been playing for a long time.
Yeah, they're just like there's right. The fact that their window has been open this long is amazing. And it's definitely, it feels like it's closing because, like, at some point you need another superstar. And it's like, is Jonathan Kuminga going to be that? Maybe. Is Jordan Poole going to be that? Maybe. I need to see more from those guys before I'm like, yeah, pencil the Warriors in as title contenders every year, starting at, in 2028 or whenever.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Gordon in Pleasanton, 95.7 The Game. Gordon, how are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just thought I'd throw another wrinkle in the conversation. Not that I'm a big fan of either team, but would you see a championship coming to San Jose through the Sharks or Oakland through the A's? I'll take your answer offline.
Thanks. If we're offline. Okay, if we're going Bay Area, I mean, it's got to be the Sharks because the A's are going to be in Vegas.
See, that's the kind of stuff.
The A's are going to be the Las Vegas A's.
That's the kind of stuff
they will be
that I just don't understand why you have to fire those shots. Like, that hurts me. I thought we were friends.
It's not a shot. It's come on.
You're firing shots.
I'm trying to help you deal with the reality of the situation. Las Vegas Raiders. You asked for this. Suck it.
That's great.
Yeah.
No, honestly, the Sharks, because I think the Sharks genuinely want to win. The A's don't. That's it.
Exactly. They'd like to win. We'd prefer to win, but
right. But
we're not going to we're not going to spend the money that's going to increase our chances.
They'd rather finish the season in the black than go to the playoffs.
Yeah. What are the baseball uniforms called? They're not City
jerseys.
You have City Connect. Is that baseball or is that basketball?
Both.
Okay. Are they really both called City Connect?
I think so.
Okay. Well, it's not important. My point is the A's City Connect jerseys next year. It's like the strips, like the Vegas Strip. So. I mean, to me, that's kind of an indication that maybe they're not going to be in the Bay Area long.
The NBA City Edition, as I ignore your pot shots at me.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. I would love to see the A's turn it around. I'd love to see the A's. It's a big year.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
No, I actually would.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah. And my dad's uncle was a pitching coach for the A's when they won the World Series in 1972. So I go way back with the Oakland A's. This is a big year. We hopefully, a year from now, we should know whether they're going to get that new stadium or not. Right?
Sure.
That thing just keeps going.
I thought that
like
was
Krusty
the
the Crown. That just kept going.
I thought that was the case in 2011. Like, I don't know.
If it's still lingering, that tells me that ownership, they still would like to stay here.
I don't think they have the options in Las Vegas that they claim to have.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
All right. So,
I don't think. It's to answer Gordon's question. It's the Sharks.
Yeah.
The Sharks are rebuilding, but I think they're rebuilding with the intention of winning, not with the intention of, let's make sure that we're getting maximum revenue sharing. Like
that speaks to what a great time this is for Bay Area fans because, as I said earlier, when you're a pro sports franchise, you want players that need to win. And maybe that's not healthy entirely in the broad grand scheme of things. But if you're paying people to help you win, you want players. You need players who need to win. As fans now, we want teams that need to win, that are driven, that they want to win, even if we got to do some things financially that are painful. We need to win. The Warriors have proven they're that team. The 49ers are proving they're that team, and that's the whole question about the Giants. We don't need to wander back down that rabbit hole, but that's why some people have been so upset. They wonder if that's the case with the Giants right now. And look, let's face it, as you know, we can kid, but certainly not the case with the A's.
Right. And with the Giants specifically, that's why it's so hard to win with a bunch of dudes on these like 1 year deals. 1 year with the 1+1 deals.
Yeah.
Like where they get the 1 year and they can opt out because they're not playing for a World Series. Like if they happen to win one, great. But when you're on a 1 year deal and you're sitting at 500 in June, it's not like, okay, hey, playoff push time. Let's go, boys. Let's rally. These are guys I've been through the trenches with. We came up in single A and then we moved up through the minors together and now we're here. Let's go. Let's finish this. It's, man, I'm playing for a big payday next year. I want to maximize my earning potential next year. That's all I care about. And that's just not conducive to winning, especially in a 162 game season where there's going to be adversity and you go through the summer and you're a game under and you need to rally, but it's hot and you just
It's kind of what they went through with Rodon this year a little bit. I know they would have us believe, and he suggested that, maybe we can work something out. But you knew you had that hanging over the whole season.
And they knew they weren't
paying
him 5 years.
Right. Yeah. So a little harder to get behind a team like that.
Yeah, as a fan and as a fan, certainly. Like that was the whole thing. I think Giants fans are still going to be like Giants fans. They're still going to, people will probably still go to games, maybe. But I don't think people are like, I'm done with this team forever, the same way people have kind of done with the A's.
Mm-hmm. There's not that same passion for the Giants that there was.
No, not right now that there was in 2010, 2011, 2012. No, definitely not.
Also for New Year's, 888-957-9570. You say you want a rules-olution. We're looking for your New Year's rules-olutions. The sports rules that must be changed and how they must be changed. 2023 is probably too late for some of these things, but your New Year's rules solutions, Kyle.
Yeah, you're the rules czar.
Yeah.
The commissioners and competition committees call you. Say, hey, I want to change some rules. And someone brought up pass interference earlier. It should be a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah. I'd said earlier, I don't know how else you could do it, but that would... I still think I'd keep it the way it is.
Also, rescind technicals when players get mad about calls.
That's a terrible idea. It's an awful idea. Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Democracy loses. We're a worse place if we ever do that. So I'm not in favor of that, but...
No, guy gets a T and ref looks at it later and goes, oh, man, you know what? He did get hacked hard. Rescind the T. It just doesn't go toward his total.
Is there anything that we can do about the officiating specifically in basketball? Because it looks like it's so bad... And that's not necessarily a rules tweak, but what?
Stop showing replays?
I don't know. Could you add another official, or do we just have to tell the players, look, these guys kind of suck right now, so we're just going to have to deal with it and try not to make it so obvious. I don't know, but it looks like it's worse than it's ever been.
The NBA needs to stop doing stuff like cracking down on carrying. Or like that.
They need to stop that?
Yes.
No, they need to do more of it.
Then if that's your take, I disagree. But if that's your take, then you need to add an official that is like, you're the carrying and travel official.
Okay, I mean,
because
I
think that's one of the things that is.
Why is that bad, in your opinion? I'm sure you're not alone.
Because who's asking for that?
Well, it's just...
Who says basketball's worse because Jordan Poole did that cool dribble move?
Okay, taking Jordan Poole out of it, I know it seems like they focused on him, but taking his name out of it, I know a lot of basketball fans who've looked at that and just joked about, I don't know how you guard these guys when they're allowed to carry the ball the way they are. You can't guard them.
So bring back hand
basketball.
checking.
No, hand checking's a foul. So why would you
back.
why bring back hand checking? It's
so
a
you
foul.
can guard the guys.
But that's illegal. Why not have the best players in the world play by the rules of the game instead of allowing the best players in the world to carry and travel? I love that they're calling more palming, and I love that there's a basket last night. Who was it in the Celtics? It was Norman Powell, and he gets the ball underneath, and he fakes the other way, and he lays it in. It's like traveling, and he's like kind of sheepishly. It's like, wow, I don't remember the last time I saw that in the NBA. It's great. You see that in college all the time. You should not be allowed to do that. You're the best players in the world. You shouldn't need to do that. I like it. I do. I think it gets back to
You're pro whistle.
Essence of, I'm pro calling traveling on the best players in the world.
When somebody, okay, so here's my, there for a long time, it was like a miracle when a travel got called, right?
Yep, I agree.
And there were some that, like, I'll never forget Carmelo Anthony, because shout out to Kings legend Dante Green retweeted me when I posted this.
Wow.
But Carmelo Anthony had a breakaway where he dribbles once at like half court, picks the ball up, stutter steps like 3 times to get his feet right, and then starts dribbling again and goes in and dunks. And no call.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like, okay, that's great. Like, call it. But when it's like, I don't know. I just don't. I'm not saying I advocate take out traveling entirely and just let people carry the ball around and run around. But I just thought the NBA was doing fine. And I don't think it's a coincidence that there has been a perceived decline in officiating as there has been this increase and emphasis on travels and carrying.
I think you'll find that most of the palming and traveling calls are 99% right. And I think when people complain, a lot of times they complain about, well, you shouldn't call that then. I really appreciated when the Warriors were playing the Pacers, and it was late in the game. It was a game they lost, and I think it was the game. I'm thinking of the game there. Well, there's a pass to Draymond, and it was a pass over his head, and he was at, like top of the key. And to catch it, he had to kind of spin, and he shuffled his feet, and they called it travel. And Kalina, they showed the replay, and, how can you call that? And Kalina said, yeah, that was a travel.
Yeah,
and I applaud that he said that.
Was it also against the Pacers that they called Steph for the travel?
I don't know, but he gets called.
It
surprises me how much they call him for it. But I'm like, if he travels, then he should be called for it.
So here's my greater frustration with it is call it on guys who are backing players down. Luka Doncic, for example, talking about him earlier, he will back a player down, pick up the ball, slam his shoulder into the guy, and then put the ball back down.
I agree.
Call it then.
Yeah.
Call it all the time. Don't call it 7 times on Jordan Poole in a game because it's Jordan Poole and you feel like you can call it on him. And then when Luka does it, go like, okay, well, we can't do that. Like, either do it or don't.
No, I understand that.
And I'm out on just don't do it because they're not going to call it.
Don't do it at all. See, I understand that some people would say, don't call it. If you can't call it all the time, don't do it. But I just think we're making progress. I applaud them for calling that more often. And to me, it makes it a cleaner basketball game.
I do think, though, when you talk about, like, when we talked earlier this week about, like, complaining to officials, and it used to be, like, when there was a call, you might look at the ref or whatever, but you didn't, like, demonstrably. I think there's a direct correlation. I don't have data for this. I'm guessing. It feels like there's a direct correlation between, like, the better the quality of the broadcast and the more camera angles we have to see how often officials are wrong, the more often players feel justified, or the more outwardly players feel justified in going to the official and, like, you are wrong, because I'm envisioning watching this on TV and they're going to have 6 angles that show you're wrong. And I see you're wrong all the time when I watch the games on TV. So you got me messed up now. That's what I think has kind of happened.
All right. Coming up here on 95.7 The Game. And way to go, NBA officials. You keep calling those travels. You keep calling those carries. By the way, NBA officials, you might want to watch that guy, Ja. I love Ja, but my goodness. If he were in the NFL, he'd lead the league in carries. Okay? So I know he's Ja, but you might want to, if you're cracking down on carries and travels, take a look at him. Coming up here, Kyle, with your permission, our 2023 Bay Area Sports, hey, do better this year list.
I love this.
Yeah, in Bay Area Sports. Love you, love the effort, but you know what? 2023, do better.
Yeah.
You need to be better.
I've got a scorching hot take for my first one.
888-957-9570. The 2023 Bay Area Sports Be Better list is coming up next. Kyle and Whitey, it's the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tired and beyond.
on Shazam. Open on YouTube. Follow the link and donate.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Happy New Year, a little premature there, but let me be the first to wish you Happy New Year, Whitey Gleason. Kyle Madsen in for the Roasters today, last show of the year. We've been talking about New Year's rules, solutions, next Bay Area team to win it all, who is most likely to win it all in 2023. Before we get back to any of that, Kyle, really fascinating piece here from Matt Barrows in The Athletic today. We all wonder what really goes on there at halftime. If you watch any interviews of coaches after halftime, I think all they do is make adjustments because that's always asked, what adjustments did you make at halftime? So based on that, I would think any coach, whether it's football or basketball, they're just that's adjustment time, right? All right, guys, here's the adjustments we're making. Adjustment.
Yeah.
That's all they ever ask him.
What do we need to adjust?
Get the wrenches in there. And,
suggestions?
Yeah, but it really is. And, of course, Matt Barrows is a great guy and a fine reporter. It's a really fascinating look at what really goes on. And it's very rare for a reporter to be granted that access. This was halftime of the Tampa Bay game where they allowed him in.
Yes.
One of my favorite parts of the piece is when he's in there at halftime and he's got like Juszczyk and some other players going, hey, what are you doing in here?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the lead. The hell are you doing here?
Yeah. How'd you get in here?
Yeah, no, it's there's so many it's not this super in-depth, but there's so many good just like little nuggets in there. Like what Christian McCaffrey eats at halftime. Turns out it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and half a banana. The half a banana is depending on whether the offense is getting the ball first.
You mean it's half a banana or whole banana, or which half of the banana he eats depends on that?
Both.
Oh, okay.
But no, one of the things that also Juwan Jennings immediately takes his shoes off because, quote, it's a reset. Your foot isn't even supposed to be in a shoe to begin with, so it's a grounding type of thing.
Think about it, he's right.
Yeah, no, totally. Feet were not designed to be in shoes. But that's an incredible take.
And they get how many minutes? Like 4 minutes is like whatever you want to do, right? First 4 minutes or get settled, whatever you want to do.
Because you only get 13 minutes at halftime. Which is, when you're there at the game, it's like halftime. All right, I got about half an hour.
You know,
that's what it feels like.
I know. I learned that when we were doing one of our Jockparties like 2 years ago, and that was one of the questions, and I came across that. I was like, wait, what? Can that be right?
Yeah.
It's only, and I think at the time it was 12. I guess they've added a minute. But yeah, I had that same experience. Like, that can't be right. I know it's at least 20 minutes. And nope, it's not.
I'd be interested to know. And then he talks about how they set up like a mini classroom. So there's whiteboards and chairs on one side for the offense, one side for the defense, and the different things that each coach is doing on the whiteboard. It's check it out. It's in The Athletic. And I would be fascinated to know what the Super Bowl halftime looks like. Is it this same thing, but you just get more time to yourself? Or is it more time for adjustments? Or do they talk about, like, I would love to know with the extended Super Bowl halftime what that looks like. But one of the most interesting things, like, to take away that's not just a fun little nugget is Shanahan will write out, like, I think he said 6 or 8 plays that he wants to run in the second half, just based on what he's seen in the first half. And he says he runs plays in the first half specifically to set something up in the second half. And Barrows notices Brock Purdy, as everybody's leaving, he's still standing there by the whiteboard. And as Fred Warner's getting the guys in the huddle, getting them broken down and ready to go, he's still by the whiteboard, taking it all in. Because Shanahan will write down plays from like 2018 that Brock Purdy has neither seen nor practiced before. And so he has to like get this play right to make sure that he's communicating it properly. And
at halftime of an NFL game, that we're going back out there, we're going to run some of this.
You got about 30 seconds, learn this all right now. And the fact that Shanahan trusts him to be like, hey, we're going to run this. You've never seen this before, but you know kind of the pieces and parts and the way it fits into the offense, so you can grasp it, but just go get it right now. That's really eye-opening to me because I would have assumed that it was all like, okay, Brock, what are you comfortable with? How can we make your life easiest? When in reality, it's like, hey, we're running this offense. You need to figure it out, dude. And he trusts him to do that. And that was the kind of the big, if you're looking for like a football takeaway, there's so many more cool insights than that. But if you're looking for the football takeaway, that was the one that stuck out.
Yeah, and kudos to Kyle Shanahan because I guess Barrows asked him, but Kyle Shanahan said, yeah, okay, we can do that, right? Yeah, you can come in there. Just be a fly on the wall. That was his instructions of Barrows.
Yeah.
Be a fly on the wall, which is hard for Barrows because he's so, flamboyant and
big and
demonstrative and hey, everybody, look
loud.
at me. Yeah.
No, and it was, he also talks about, though, how just to get a picture of how unique this is. Players, he was standing off to the side, like behind their big boom box that they carry. He was like off in a corner, like hide away. And people were still like, hey, he's not supposed to be here.
What are you doing?
What is
here?
this? Because it's so like there's such a routine, and it just that even that smallest thing being out of order throws them off. That was fascinating. And like you said, good on Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Who, for the most part, among NFL coaches, is pretty transparent. But this is. And obviously it wasn't like, hey, write down exactly what we're saying.
Maybe Kyle, because his dad was a coach, I don't know. But I think he's more in touch with his inner fan than maybe some coaches are.
Oh, that's interesting. Ooh.
When you hear him talk, the things he talks about and the way he talks about the game.
Yeah.
To me, I get the sense that he's more in touch with his inner fan than obviously all these guys, they love football. But I think maybe he's a little more in touch with that.
That's honestly probably the right answer. My answer, which now I think is wrong, was it's because he knows where the advantages and disadvantages are. And maybe these are two things go hand in hand here. He knows where the advantages and disadvantages are. So he knows that Matt Barrows is a professional. He trusts him to not like photos of the whiteboard. Let's tweet it. Look how cool. I'm going to go bother the players. Like he knows he's not going to mess it up. And so they can run their halftime. And nothing is good. There's not going to be some kind of advantage and some kind of thing that's going to leak out. He doesn't have that paranoia that other coaches have.
Yeah, that's true too.
But I think part of the reason that he doesn't, and part of the reason that he even takes that risk of like, I trust Barrows. Conceivably, this could go horribly. Like this could be really bad.
One little thing.
Right.
Yeah.
If it gets out, but I trust Matt Barrows, and this will be cool for the fans. People will like seeing this. So I think those two things probably go hand in hand.
I would guess the percentage of coaches who would agree to do this would be very low. If I were a coach, I'd say, look.
Can you imagine Jim Harbaugh letting him do this?
I can't. I cannot.
I absolutely can't.
Yeah.
He's not a...
I wouldn't. If you were a coach, would you?
If I had a reporter like Barrows ask me, then I probably would.
Jim Harbaugh did say that Barrows, and I think he said all the beat writers, he said, thank you for being trusted agents.
Remember that? That was it. Yeah, trusted agents.
So maybe he thought, well, are you a trusted agent?
Yeah, because he probably went off the record with some of them, and that stuff didn't leak out. But he's not letting, I doubt he's letting a reporter into the locker room, regardless of who it is, reporter into the locker room where there's a whiteboard with plays they're planning to run against these specific defenses. Like that, no chance.
Yeah. That I think you found the nugget of everything in there. And that was just one halftime of one game. But there was nothing in there, as fascinating as it is, there was nothing in there that made me go, wow, that happens, except what you pointed out, where, hey, Brock, we're going to run this play that you've never seen in the second half. So make sure you know how it works, how it clicks.
And not something that like, hey, we practiced this. It didn't, we installed this last week, but it wasn't in this week's game plan. But hey, remember this? Go do it. It's like, hey, this play from your freshman year at Iowa State when we were playing in the NFL, do this.
Yeah.
Learn this real quick. And it's a credit to Brock Purdy. And that's where I don't know if that's like, wow, that's pretty rare that he can do that, or if that's just a standard thing. But I went into that piece thinking that at halftime they were like, okay, Brock, how are you feeling? How can we help get you through this second half? And it's very much not that.
888-957-9570. Here we are, last show of the year. So it's time, Kyle, for us to name our, hey, we love you, you're great, be better in 2023 Bay Area sports list.
I've got a scorcher.
For whatever reason. Or maybe you want to go after somebody. Maybe it's like, you know what? We don't love you. You need to be better. But however you want to play it, 2023 Bay Area sports. Hey, be better this year. What do you got?
Brock Purdy.
What?
Be better this year. If they're going to win the Super Bowl, he has to be better than he's been, I think.
Are you taking any of this seriously?
No. No, but seriously, when we
How much better can he be, honestly?
Well, a little bit. Like, can't throw an interception. Can't in an NFC title game or a Super Bowl or a divisional playoff game even. Like one rookie mistake, one bad mistake, one missed read on a blitz like he had against Tampa Bay. One bad throw over the middle like he had against the Seahawks where Quandre Diggs dropped it. That could change the game and change whether you are moving on or winning a Super Bowl or not. And so with Purdy, there's going to be a little bit more of a learning curve in the playoffs. There's going to be new things to learn and new environments and new tests. And I think he has to be again, I'm not saying he stinks right now and he needs to be good. He's going to have to be a little bit better. He's going to have to keep growing as a quarterback. That's my hot take.
Okay, gotcha. Draymond Green, be better in 2023.
How so?
We're seeing signs of it. And I'm not talking about the punch, and we all know, that was dreadful. But the moments where people question, does he even want to be there tonight? There was one game where he got thrown out, checked out of a game early.
With Pacers.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? But that's the way it looked. Tone it down to the point where you're not risking getting thrown out of games because the team needs you now more than they've ever needed you. And obviously he knows that this is maybe he'll have a chance to opt out. He will have a chance to opt out after this year. So he's highly motivated to play well. But the Warriors can't afford right now. The margin for error is so slim. At the same time, there is an actual chance, again, of competing for another championship. So just don't lose your composure. Don't open the door to people speculating about, why did he do that? Why is he doing that? Why is he letting the team down? We saw it in the last game. That was it. Playing hurt and playing so well and blocking shots. And there's probably things that Draymond's been through that we would never understand, or he probably doesn't feel great that, we had the Splash Brothers get all the credit. I'm doing all the dirty work and all the heavy lifting. And then they bring in Durant and he gets all the credit. And I'm still doing all the heavy lifting. So I'm sure there's a lot to all that we don't know. But that said, they need your heavy lifting more than ever right now. So just don't screw it up.
Okay.
And I think he's on the right path. I think we're seeing signs that he's on that right path. He has been great. Someone says, don't embarrass yourself. Dre has been great. I know he has, but we know that there have been moments in the past where he's caused distractions, and you just need him to stay on that path that he's on right now.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It's not downgrading what Draymond's been this year because he has been very good.
Yeah.
And the other night against Utah on the back end of a back-to-back while he's banged up.
Amazing.
If he does not play, if he is 10% worse, they don't win.
Yeah.
And he was elite,
playing hurt. Yeah,
showed in those last 3 minutes why he is a generational defender. But I'm with you for the most part. Klay Thompson, be better just with consistency. That's all I want.
Be better with the body language.
And be more consistent. Not even shooting, because I know he's going to have some off shooting nights, and then he's going to have some other shooting nights where he goes 8 for 16 from 3, and he's going to score 28 like he did against Indiana at home. But there's games where it's like, oh, okay, he's ratcheted up defensively. He's passing the ball really well. And you're seeing just a really good floor game. And he's also going to get his shots up. And whether he shoots it or not, they can survive a bad shooting game if he's also making the right plays offensively. But then there's games where it's like, hey, I'm going to shoot myself out of this bad shooting night. And it's like, dude, no. Slow down. Just start making the right play. I would like to see that from him more consistently.
Does Farhan belong on this list?
Yes.
What does he need to be better at specifically? Because again, we don't know how much of this is, his doing the fact that that the Giants are in this appears to be a predicament. There's a breach of trust there between the fan base and the Giants.
You're right. The Correa thing is not on Farhan. And neither, I think, is the Judge thing. Because it's not Farhan's money. He's being told what he has. He has a budget. I mean, I don't think they say like, hey, here's X amount, but he has to run that up the flagpole. So I do think that he's the outward facing guy though. The Giants need to win some games in 2023. Like they need to go be better than 500. And it's like, okay, look, the ownership might have screwed them, but Farhan still built a winner. I think so. It's less on Farhan necessarily, and more on just this team he's built needs to work.
That brings us to our flex moment of the morning. Doesn't have to be basketball, but if you got a New Year's rule solution for us.
I think if an official, and this is something Mark Willard's talked about, if an official makes a wrong call and a player reacts and gets teed up, I think it should be reviewed. And if it is proven that the call was wrong, the tee gets rescinded.
No.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes. That's outrageous. You cannot be wrong, then be told you were wrong, and then be like, no, technical foul.
Well, it depends what you do. If you call a guy an MFer, it's like, oh, you know what? It's okay that you called me.
If you're being one and being wrong.
No, you've got to conduct yourself with some dignity, whether the official made a mistake or not.
But that doesn't, no. In a big spot, bad call, you go up for a layup, you get slammed on the arm, you miss, no call, now the team's running the other way, and you flail your arms, they teed you up because you were demonstrative toward the official. Go to hell.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
I can't sign off on that, but for what it's worth, Kyle, I think most people on the text line here, at least 888-957-9570, they're getting behind what you're bringing to the party.
Xfinity mobile text line. Smartest listeners in radio.
Yeah, wow, that would cause some problems with the official.
Hey, go to Bo on line 1.
Okay, Bo, you're on with Kyle Matz and Whitey Gleason. Happy New Year. What's up, Bo?
Yeah, Happy New Year's, guys. And I love this segment, so I figured I'd chime in on my drive over to the gym. About 4 weeks ago, Bonte made a claim that if it ever came to an opportunity, he would rather have Jimmy G than Aaron Rodgers. And to that I say, be better in sports talk 23. If you're going to be making statements like that, you've got to be better. That's all I got, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Bo.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. I will say this, Bonte and Butch, and obviously we're kidding here. They've had a great year. They've done a great job here.
They really have.
I mean, yeah. No matter how you want to slice it, they've had a phenomenal year. Good.
I learned so much from those dudes.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Just both at work and then personally, just outside of work. Two very, very good humans. RE, the Jimmy versus Rodgers thing that Bonte brought up that Bo's talking about. Per sources, I don't have this confirmed.
Okay.
But the Jimmy thing with Bonte might be a little bit of a shtick.
What?
Yeah.
You mean he doesn't?
It's my guess.
Uh-huh.
Just based on what I know about B.
Huh.
It's my guess.
All right.
But I could also, I mean, if you wanted to make that argument, if you wanted to jump on that side of that argument, you could say like, man, this is a great locker room. The vibes are great. And Aaron Rodgers would nuke it.
Trey Lance needs to be better this year. I know he got hurt. I understand that.
That's very true.
James Wiseman needs to be better this year. Joey Bart needs to be better this year.
Yeah. All the young players in the Bay Area just need to take that next step. Jonathan Kuminga as well.
Mm-hmm. And he's on his way to being better.
I agree.
Yeah. A lot of people on the text line did not appreciate my Draymond take, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. I understand that he's playing really well right now, but we know that Draymond has in the past, he has had a proclivity to run things off the rails a little bit. Right now, there's just less room for that. There's no margin for error there.
Yeah,
he's having a really good year. I get that, but we just can't have any Draymond distractions this year.
Yeah, or Draymond checking out of a game because, or getting himself double teed up because Steph got hurt.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to play in this game anymore.
Yes. Yes.
Again, I don't know. I'm not inside his head, but it's like, man, that's really how that looks.
Right.
And then he misses the next night. And again, he's banged up and but what he did against the Jazz the other night, where he helped drag the Warriors to that win. And there were a lot of factors, but defensively especially, he needs to do that like night in and night out. There can't be any lapses there.
Right. Yeah. So I know he's playing phenomenally well. So, and they're going to need him the rest of the way here.
Yes.
And everything's going to have to stay together and on the right path here till Steph comes back. And tonight, of course, it's the Warriors against the Portland Trail Blazers. Portland's having a better year than people thought they're going to have.
Dame Lillard's good, man.
Yes.
Turns out he's a pretty good player.
Turns out, yeah, he is one of those rare players who, as we said earlier, he is the all-time face of the franchise for whom he currently plays. Portland at 18-16. They currently hold down the 8th spot in the NBA's Western Conference.
I'm having a hard time de-anchoring from my preseason opinion of the Blazers. Like I thought they were going to stink. And
a lot of people did.
And now they're not. GP2 still not playing. Really weird thing going on there, I think. Yeah,
for a guy, an abdominal thing. He had surgery, did he not? Mm-hmm. I believe he had surgery. So, it takes a long time for that to heal. So that's one thing about the Warriors. They miss what Gary Payton brought them last year. He was phenomenal. But even if they'd kept him, they wouldn't be getting what they got from him last year. That's through no fault of his, but that's a fact.
I kind of think, and this is maybe opening a big can of worms late in the show, but I kind of think if Kuminga keeps playing the way he's playing, he can fill that role. Like, hey, you're going to go guard that guy. You're going to guard John Morant and just make his life hard and throw down some dunks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just grab some rebounds, get some extra possessions, be a defensive pest. I think he could do that at maybe even a higher level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's been quite a year around here. It's been a phenomenal year. And, I talk all the time about the smartest listeners in radio here at 95.7 The Game. Obviously, you're the engine that makes it all go. So on behalf of Bonta and Butch, and I know they had their thank yous before they left for the holiday. Thanks for making this such a great year for 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. No, that's...
It's just a great time to be a Bay Area sports fan. We're so lucky. These things kind of go in cycles right now. We're in just a tremendous Bay Area sports cycle.
I feel like I was just going to be piggybacking off what you said.
I know, and I put you in that position a little bit. So
no,
yeah.
it's even, and I say this all the time. Even the people that chime in and are like this sucks.
Yeah,
like appreciate the feedback. That hurts, but thank you for listening.
Yeah,
that legitimately helps.
That's a good point
because I think about I could get 10. This is good. The one, this is bad. I will sit there and think about it. I'll think, was it actually bad? How can I do that better?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes like, that person sucks.
Right.
But then other times I'm like, you know what? They're right. I could do that better.
Yeah. Well, Happy New Year. Thank you, Kyle. Have a great holiday weekend.
Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, John. Thank you very much for listening. Stick around because we got Steiny and Evan Giddings are next right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month first month service charge and tax to its.
All right, I've been in the business long enough to know when, certain days of work and sports talk radio are a little trickier than others. Some days there's all kinds of things to talk about. Some days, you gotta scratch and claw.
Gotta dig.
You gotta be gritty like the Warriors. And I'm not worried about that today. Today's kind of a tricky day. Not a lot going on. The Portland Trailblazers in town tonight. 7 o'clock tip. 6 o'clock Warriors live with JD. Warriors go for their 4th win in a row. I'm coming in today, batting some ideas around. And my main man, Evan Giddings, who's been in all week for Guru. Hey, Portland's coming in. You know what he said? You know what Evan Giddings said? This is the first thing he said to me in the morning, Bay Area. And I said, before I even tell you, I said, you better be careful.
I don't mince words.
Evan Giddings, this is a quote from 90 minutes ago. You ready? Damian Lillard, according to Evan, he's the one player who gets to have his cake and eat it too. Damian Lillard's, I don't know if he said the only, but one of the only players.
One of the few.
I'll give you a little out there. One of the only players. He gets to have his cake and eat it too. Please explain.
For a player in Damian Lillard who makes $50 million a year, that has never won a title, for no fault of his own, as we've discussed, has never played on a team that we thought should have won the title. It does seem like every single time we talk about Damian Lillard, there's only nice things to say. He's a top 75 player of all time. He's the face of the Portland Trailblazers. But he's never won anything. And I'm not saying, look, I'm from the East Bay. Dame is a legend. He's from the town. He is loyal to the soil.
Sugarcoat it because you're scared of the East Bay's reaction.
Well, that's where I'm from. I got to qualify what I'm saying.
Say what you want to say. And know this. Damian Lillard's somewhere in the Bay Area. And he got big ears. Go after him.
The streets are talking. He's the only guy, I think, right now that makes the kind of money that he does, that has not accomplished the type of things that someone of his stature, contract makes. He's the only guy that I can think of right now that doesn't get killed for not having won anything. And again, he's never played on a team that should have won the title. He always ran into the Golden State Warriors, or he ran into the Houston Rockets, although he did beat them early in his career. But I'm just looking at the top players in the league that make the money they do. Steph Curry. Okay, obviously he's a winner. John Wall. Well, he had injuries. He's outside. Russell Westbrook. We kill Russell Westbrook for making the money that he does and the production that he does or doesn't have, the stuff that he's lost, even though he's been to an NBA Finals. Kevin Durant, before he won the title, was killed for not having won the big one. Bradley Beal, we don't think of as a winner, but makes the kind of money that Damian Lillard does. Paul George, we kill Paul George for jumping around, for trying to win a title, and he hasn't been able to do it yet. Damian Lillard is in that group of guys that makes that ridiculous sum of money, and yet does not have the expectation to win a championship. And in sports, if the goal is to win, then what are we talking about here?
Okay, he's Bradley Beal of the Western Conference. Bradley Beal doesn't get killed for not winning a title because he's in Washington. And everybody knows that they're not that good. He's really good.
Bradley Beal's he's been to one playoffs?
I bet you Beal's played more playoffs than you think. And I'll tell you why I say that is because when the Warriors went out and got Otto Porter last year, I went out and looked at his numbers. I was like, geez, he's been in the postseason, meaning Otto Porter.
Yeah.
I bet you Beal's played 40 playoff games, something like that. Not as many as Lillard, probably. Okay, so...
But everything that Damian Lillard has done in his career that would be considered a negative or something against him automatically gets spun in a positive direction. And look, I worked in Portland. That's where I started out in radio. I was there during the Western Conference Finals in 2019 where they got shellacked by the Warriors. No one expected them to win that series. But the year before, they got swept by the Pelicans. And Damian Lillard didn't catch any flack for shooting 38% in a playoff series in which he was favored to win. My point is, if we're going to have an expectation of a guy that is a top 75 player, well, do you need a championship? Like, do you need to have that? Or is it just good enough the fact that Damian Lillard is a great guy, he's charitable, gives back to his community, he's grown from one of the most loyal places in the country. And we were talking about the one word that comes to mind with Damian Lillard is loyalty. Okay, so he is the one guy in my mind that for whatever reason, people seem to give a pass to.
Pass is way too strong. And okay, because I would be one of those people, theoretically, that give him a pass. Here's the way I look at it, and I don't know if I was always like this or this has come up over the last 5-10 years. As I get more sick and tired of people getting criticized for coming up short. Not everybody can be a champion, all right? That cannot be what separates players. And that, to me, Is it part of the equation? You know what? Damian Lillard hasn't won a title. Yeah, is that a fact? Yes, that's a fact. Okay, you tell me when Damian Lillard's ever been on the best team in the NBA. You tell me when Damian Lillard's ever been on the best team in the Western Conference. Okay, so now Damian Lillard's a hell of a player, but he can't get his team over the hump. And when I say over the hump, I'll say perennially to the Western Conference Finals or something like that. I kind of like Steph. Is he underachieving? No. I mean, he's reached his potential as a player. He works hard, all that kind of stuff. Okay. So now he's been to Portland. He's doing everything he can. He stays. He gets paid the max because he earns it. What are you saying? Should he leave? Demand a trade. Is that like, okay, to go demand a trade, go ahead and get traded to Milwaukee and go win a title. Anybody going to say Damian Lillard's a better player? Oh, because he went to now he's got a title. No, he's the same player.
No, but they'll say he's a champion.
I don't think he's any less of a champion if he stays in Portland for 17 years, doesn't win a title, as opposed to ring chasing and getting one.
I think that ring chasing is something that is a little new compared to how things used to be. But when you're talking, again, this is a guy that is in the conversation with some of the greatest players to have ever played in the NBA. And when you look at that list, the list of names of guys that he is with that have not won a title, I'm thinking about Carmelo Anthony, James Harden, guys of his era. Those guys get killed for having never won and have even tried to ring chase. Maybe that's hurt them more. But my point is like, okay, why don't we ever even broach the conversation with Damian Lillard? Is it because of how great of an individual he is? He seems to be much more of an enjoyable person to be around than Carmelo Anthony or as a teammate than James Harden. He seems to care about his city. He seems to care about his teammates. But if early in his career, his goal is to win, and Portland is clearly showing you that that's not going to happen because it's not a free agent destination. It's not drafting well enough. I mean, we're just talking about who's the third best player he's ever played with. Might be Jeremy Grant right now. Okay, so if that's the case, and Damian Lillard's smart enough to understand, I'm never going to win a title here, well then, do you want to win?
Of course he wants to win. He just doesn't want to take the easy way out. And that's why if he ever gets it, it's going to mean probably more.
Sure, but the odds are that he will never get it.
Exactly. And that's why the odds are most players are never going to get it. So we can't start saying that anybody who doesn't get it, like, is having their cake and eating it too. I hear what you're saying. I mean, when are we going to get to that point with Jokic? I mean, I'm just looking at his stats. What is he, 20?
He's a back-to-back MVP that has been to one Western Conference Finals.
And he was drafted in 2014. Man, he's been in the league, 8 years?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. This is 8th year in the league. Why don't we say Jokic?
I do.
You put Jokic in an underachiever category?
This is a pivotal season, in my opinion, for Nikola Jokic. You've won 2 MVPs in a row, and you haven't been to a finals as the best player on his team. They have been a higher... Again, it's not about... I think, Sonny, yes, if you don't have the best team, maybe you shouldn't be expected to win the championship, but if you're getting bounced in the second round, or in the first round in some cases... by teams that aren't as good as you, that have lower seeding than you, that you have been favored to win against, then yes, that is an indictment. And again, Damian Lillard is a fantastic basketball player, but it is interesting to me how we talk about him compared to other players, other of his peers that have made the money and had a similar career to him as far as not winning the title. And yet we come down their roads, but we never come down Damian Lillard's road. It's interesting to me, especially when we talk about, all right, what do you need to be a successful athlete? Do you need a title? Like, do you need a title to be one of the best ever? The list of the top 75 would tell you no. But with the numbers that Damian Lillard has compared to those other guys...
Okay, I get you.
And maybe he's Reggie Miller. But I know a lot of people talk about Reggie Miller being overrated.
Well, first of all, like that, okay, that's great name. Great name, Reggie Miller. Because he was a player who, over the course of his career, to me, his stature just kept improving. When he came out of UCLA, do you guys remember this? There was a story in Sports Illustrated, there was a story about Reggie Miller that says he's probably the only NBA player in history who's been outdone by his sister. So Reggie Miller didn't come in the league as Reggie Miller. He was good. Then he got better. And then he became kind of like a fringe superstar. I don't think, in a crazy way, I get it. Steph Curry's got 4 rings. They're different kind of, but I don't, it's crazy. I don't think of Reggie Miller as a non-champion. You know what I mean? I don't.
Yeah, he got to one finals and ran into Shaq and Kobe.
He was in Indiana, had a good team, not great team. And you know what? And that's the thing about Reggie Miller. I mean, honestly, I'll answer this question for me, and if somebody wants to jump in, at 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. I'll just tell you this, and I'm pretty sure I believe what I'm saying. I would rather have had a Reggie Miller career than Clyde Drexler. No, not Clyde Drexler, because he was still young. I'm talking about if Reggie Miller would have gone to a championship team as a 4th best player. Miss me with that. Miss me.
Like if Gary Payton won the title with the Lakers in 04.
Well, Gary Payton did win a title with the Heat.
Yeah, with the Heat.
And that means nothing to his legacy, as far as I'm concerned.
But I bet it means something to him.
I wonder. And you know what? That reminds me, we should get Mitch Richmond on at some point, because he played for the Lakers late in his career and got a title, and I don't think it was worth it to him. He didn't even really play. Steiny, tell me which champions are frauds. I never said champions are frauds. In fact, now that you brought it up, since we're at the new year, I'm banning words for 2023. There's certain words that I'm banning.
I got a couple.
I got 4 right here. Stop using them to talk about professional athletes or college athletes. Stop using them. You ready?
Yeah.
Trash.
It's trash.
I will never call a professional athlete trash. Ever. I will never call a professional athlete garbage. That's above and beyond the pale. That ain't right. 2 more words. 1 more word. And you just said it. Fraudulent. There is not a professional athlete that's a fraud. And let me tell you something. When I see my partner, my full-time partner, next week, we're coming to blows. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm sick and tired of him using words that are just inaccurate. I'm on a text thread last night, and Guru is talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I was in the same one.
And they stink. And Dak stinks. And one and done. I'm not watching the game. They won by 2 touchdowns.
They did.
He's calling Dak Prescott a fraud. They're 12-4. What are you doing? What are we doing? I walk in today. I'm in a great mood. In fact, I'm thinking, let's do something like, who's your favorite, Steiny? Everybody thinks, who's your favorite Niner player? No doubt who it is. It's Bosa. I love Bosa. I come in today in a good mood. I hear, first thing, walk in the office, Kyle Madsen, Minnesota Vikings. They're fraudulent. I'm getting ready to knock people out now. They're 12-3.
Fraudulent is a word that triggers people, especially you. I don't get how the word fraud gets thrown around so loosely. Trash, garbage, I don't think that's a way to refer to anyone, but especially someone who's achieved a professional athlete status. I have a couple. One of them, and I know it's such an easy word to use, and we talk about it, fitting it in, and I have certainly been a culprit of this, and I will try to get rid of this word from my vocabulary in 2023. It's him. He's him. I'm him. A guy's him.
What?
You see it all the time. H-I-M, him. A player is him.
Oh.
What the hell does that mean?
It means he's a man.
Okay, then say he's the man.
But then you'd get sick of that, too. You'd be like, we need a new phrase. Been hearing that for decades.
And it does seem like a cyclical thing, and it stops at the end of 2022. So we've had our fun with it. We're talking about Christian McCaffrey, or however you want to use a certain term.
All right.
Himmy Garoppolo. I think Deebo Samuel popularized that one.
It's like the first time I've ever thought of it like this.
It's a cyclical thing, and it needs to stop at the end of this year.
All right. I that's fine. I mean, it kind of gets back to the old argument. Who'd you rather be, Charles Barkley or Robert Horry? What career would you rather have? And to me, it's easy. Barkley.
Part of that is, and this is why Damian Lillard, I think, is such an interesting case study, because it is also about the person. Like, I don't know Robert Horry that much, but Charles Barkley as an individual is someone I think I'd want to be, because that guy seems to do and say whatever he wants, and people love him for it. Same with Damian Lillard, because of the character that they have. Now, and the Xfinity Mobile text line talking about, Damian Lillard, he's a guy who doesn't complain. He doesn't throw shade at his teammates.
Thank you.
Doesn't throw guys under the bus.
Mm-hmm. It's a great one.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about...
no buts. There are no buts to Damian Lillard's career.
Oh, there sure are.
Really? Coming out of Weber State, unrecruited, nobody'd heard of him.
Yeah.
Now he's one of the greatest players to ever play our game.
And about 5 or 6 years in, he's an overachiever. But at the end of his career, there will be some people looking at him and saying, okay, well, that's all well and good. He maxed out. But if he really was one of the greatest to ever do it, well, it's not even about having the title. It's about, okay, if you really want to win, the combination of the money that you make, the situation that you're in, and the unwillingness to do what you have to do to really try to win, then I do think there's a gray space there where we can ask the question, well, what is Damian Lillard's legacy going to be? Hard luck loser?
No, of course not. Be Hall of Famer, greatest point guard in Blazer history, one of the best point guards of his era. Just players are like that. Pete Maravich never did it. There's a lot of guys that never won. Dave Bing.
So
Jerry Sloan, Norm Van Leer.
And I can't critique any of those guys?
You can, but I just think it's unfair to hold loyalty. Let me ask you this, and I'll just throw this out. 888-957-9570. Kevin Durant, let's say he wins no titles from this point on. Do you think Kevin Durant would have gotten more criticism for not winning a title had he never come to Golden State, or coming to Golden State, getting 2 titles? Does that really mean anything?
Kevin Durant, look, if he wins,
I guess
in
what
Brooklyn,
I'm saying, how about that? Because I butchered it. If he never wins a title,
yes,
he can't win a title.
Yeah,
but okay, and the title you won, you chased. We can't even prove you're the best player on that team. So, is Kevin Durant at the end of he won 2 championships. I'm good as somebody who knew what was going on, who saw it all. You would say, he joined the best team in the league. It
was a weak move.
You'll never be able to take those 2 rings from him. But once you start talking about things, you realize, I guarantee you, Kevin Durant, I don't think he feels complete by those 2 rings with the Warriors. That's the thing about Durant. He was unfulfilled even after they won.
He thought he would. I think he thought that winning a championship would give him that fulfillment, and maybe even winning back-to-back Finals MVPs would give him that fulfillment. But it didn't, because everyone knew what it was. Everyone knew that Stephen Curry was everyone knew that Stephen Curry is the most important player to this franchise since he's joined. Everyone knew that.
Let me ask you this. Does the fact that Dwight Howard won a title with the Lakers really change your opinion of his career as a player?
No, he would get more credit for dragging an Orlando Magic team to the finals.
Well, okay.
2010.
And Damian Lillard's been dragging Portland teams
to the Western Conference Finals one time.
Yeah. It's not bad in the year of the Warriors. You can't maintain the greatness of the Warriors dynasty and then say their competitors never got it done. because they were like, we're going to spend 10 years talking about the greatness of the Golden State. Oh, the greatest team of all time. They're the greatest team of all time. Steph Curry's the greatest player of all time, greatest player of all time. And then at the same time say, Lillard never got it done. Well, you just said that he's going up against one of the greatest teams ever.
You say James Harden never got it done.
That's right.
And he ran into the Warriors.
That's right.
So why don't we have the same conversation with Damian Lillard?
I don't. I'm like, maybe I'm different. I'm not the guy to argue with. I got no problem with Harden. I think Harden's great, and I don't consider Harden a non-champion. Like,
I think most people would.
Good. And I would tell those most people that the Houston Rockets, with that team had no business beating the Warriors. That team. Like, see, I look at it like...
Even the team that had a Game 7 on their home floor.
It doesn't mean they didn't blow a game they could have won. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you tell me how the Houston Rockets and James Harden could have done anything different and gotten over the Warriors. Like, actually beating them. Like, the Warriors were better. And Harden, the fact that Harden had him in a couple series in West, like, to me, that shows, believe it or not, his greatness. Now, I do agree. Well, could they really have won a title playing like that? No, maybe not. Maybe not. But what else are they supposed to do? Run the Warriors' motion offense? They wouldn't even make the playoffs.
No, but just because you jump to a different team doesn't necessarily mean that you're automatically... Maybe you just need a better situation. Maybe you need better pieces around you to win. I mean, sure, LeBron James going to Miami and teaming up with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, that's a front-running move. Because, you can't get it done in Cleveland. But then, okay, so there's a lot of guys around the league that say, I just need some help. Again, it's not like I want to be Kevin Durant and go to already the best team in the league or the team with the best record of all time in the regular season. But it's, look, I can't get it done here with these guys. My general manager, my front office, my head coach have not put me in as good as a position to succeed. Okay, so... I'm not going to go to the Warriors, but...
Why not? Why? If winning's important, go to the best team.
No, but someone like Damian Lillard has expressed to me the loyalty is more important to him than winning.
Oh, well, I'm not going to get mad, but that's right.
Go for it.
I would disagree with you there.
We got a weekend.
He wants to do both. All right, he wants to be loyal and to win, and we're getting
he wants his cake.
Right.
And he wants to eat it too.
So in other words, he wants to be like Magic Johnson. He wants to be like Larry Bird. He wants to be like Michael Jordan. He wants to be like Dirk Nowitzki. There's nobility in that. Guys who stayed with there for Kobe Bryant.
But until
that's what he wants. And that would mean so much more to him. I gotta believe that if he goes somewhere and wins a title in Miami.
If Dirk Nowitzki doesn't win the title,
yes. Then what?
Then people are ripping him because of his playoff failures early in his career.
Ripping him? See, that's the thing. Are they ripping him? Like, does Barkley get ripped?
He gets ripped on national television every time he brings up titles.
That's some kidding around from guys who have won a ring. But I get what you're saying.
Multiple rings.
But see, I just don't when such a small percentage of pro athletes actually get to be champions. And then you realize that half the guys who have rings because they were on championship teams are just guys that happen to be on the team 7 through 12. Like, I'm not giving those guys more praise than a guy who worked his whole career to try to win a title as a star and didn't get it done. Not everybody can win it.
No, but I am curious, and 888-957-9570, like, are there other guys that you see like Damian Lillard that either you give a pass or you don't give a pass, or you look at as, he did his best. He maxed out, and that's completely fine for a guy that is a top 75 player of all time. That is considered one of the greats.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot of, that's the thing. I guess my thing is the idea, I'm all for giving somebody a little extra credit for a title. But I'm not about kind of holding it against a guy.
It's the cherry on the cake.
Unless, of course, they had the better team and they got beat and you messed up.
Icing.
So Yeah, it's okay. So go ahead. You going to jump ship? So you're jumping ship in 2023 to get out of here because you don't think you can win here. That's the kind of guy I want to be in a foxhole with. Mm-hmm.
If it's a better opportunity.
Yeah. Dirk with him out. I was just saying.
Yeah. Well, Dirk Nowitzki up until 2011 was in the boat of, he's never got it done. Until all of a sudden, now he's one of the greatest players ever.
Here you go. You got a buddy on your side here, 415. This Lillard loyalty talk is nonsense. He stays with Portland because they gave him a supermax. They gave more money than anyone else could give him. He's comfortable and he's getting paid. That's not loyalty. Wow. I'm sticking up for my guy Damian Lillard. What do you want him to do? All right. Here's what we're going to do. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see some people lining them up. Let's rack them up. I see Nick and Timothy. We'll get to you on the other side. Also, let me tell you something. This is another reason I came in a good mood today, even though Kyle kind of ruined it. Kyle Shanahan. Let me tell you something about Kyle Shanahan. I'm dead serious. He did something that I like him. He did something that a lot of coaches would not have done, and I really appreciated it. I respect it. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. I like Kyle Shanahan more because of it. All right, hey, no plans for New Year's Eve? Then join our very own Radio Bay Area legend, Chewy Gomez, 102.1 Jams, and the great DJ Mind Motion this Saturday as they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay. This is at the San Jose Marriott. For tickets and more information, go to TaylorRocks.com or call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com or 408-690-5999. Chewy, get with him on New Year's.
Dub Nation, get into the holiday spirit on Warriors ground. Join us live at Chase Center for an action-packed week as the Dubs take on an 8-game homestand. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative, due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn. Qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. With over 122 million parts, they have the parts that fit your vehicle. Air filters, tires, headlights, brakes, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, this is it's good stuff. It's good stuff. We're talking about Damian Lillard. He's in town tonight. Portland plays the Golden State Warriors. 7 o'clock tip-off right here on 95.7 The Game. JD, Warriors Live, 6. And tip-off is at 7 o'clock. We're talking about Damian Lillard, whether it's his loyalty or staying in Portland is admirable. Does he get the criticism of other superstars who haven't won a title? I think it's a good conversation. It's a good conversation.
Well, when was the last time you heard any criticism come at Damian Lillard? Like, when was the last time someone came down his road? Because I can't remember any. I just think it's interesting how...
Well, okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What would you come down James Harden's road for And either yes or no, the same thing with Damian Lillard.
Well, James Harden, is a selfish player, right? Ball dominant. Doesn't pass unless he has to. It's all about the individual numbers. I mean, that's why we talk about Luka Doncic being a James Harden type player, right?
Okay. Well, here's what I think. Okay, so you're Damian Lillard. And I like the fact that it's being held against him that if some people are holding against him that he hasn't won in Portland and apparently he doesn't want to win because he doesn't want to go anywhere else. Here's the one thing where I would say I would get it. I do think there's something noble if Damian Lillard, what is he, about 10 years into his career now? Maybe a little more? Anyway.
Yeah, a decade.
Damian Lillard's now 33, 34, and he says to himself, he looks in the mirror, and he says, I don't think I'm going to be able to win a title if I'm the best player on the team. Like, what's wrong with kind of acknowledging that 8 to 10 years into your career and then basically say, can you get me some help or can you get me somewhere where maybe I would be the second best player on the team?
Well, that's kind of my point, right? It's like, okay, so he's
getting there.
He's in his 11th season.
To me, Durant hadn't gotten to that point before he left OKC.
Yeah,
I don't think he had enough hardship before he left. I thought, and I know they lost a 3-1 lead, but to me, you got to...
Well, he'd also been to the finals.
Exactly. He should have given it more time in OKC, is what I'm saying. Like, I thought he left OKC, in terms of his legacy... He
was still an alpha when he left.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was still in his prime.
Exactly. Like, ideally, Durant would have spent 4 more years in Oklahoma City trying to win him a title. Is kind of what I thought he left. He left right smack dab in the middle of his prime.
But if we're looking at the West and we're saying, hey, well, you're going to have to deal with the Warriors by the time that their run's done. I mean, you're towards the tail end of your career. Lillard's not winning it. KD's not winning it. Russell Westbrook's not winning it. Okay, so then at that point, we're looking at these guys like, hey, they're great basketball players. KD, maybe one of the greatest scorers of all time. Yeah, but he doesn't have a title. Like, we're looking at him then, maybe like people look at Carmelo Anthony, although he's a better player, I think. Like with Damian Lillard,
to me, it's all about, did you leave something on the table? Did you leave something on the table? At the end, when it's all said and done, can you say, you know what, he didn't quite reach his potential as a player? I don't think you can say that about Damian Lillard. Can you say it about Carmelo Anthony?
That he didn't reach his potential?
Yes. See, I think he can.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because when he was a superstar, if he had played slightly different, I think, as a superstar, he would have had more success. I don't know if he ever would have won it, but he was a scorer.
Yeah.
And he was multi-talented. And so I just think he could have been one of those guys who makes his teammates better than he did.
Well, I think you could also say the same thing about Damian Lillard. Now, Carmelo Anthony played with better teammates than Dame did. But if during the break, we're talking about players that don't make anyone better. James Harden, first guy. Allen Iverson immediately comes to mind.
See, I don't know if I want to get bogged down in this.
Well, sure, but okay, so Damian Lillard...
James Harden doesn't make guys better. He didn't make his Houston teammates better. Am I the only one that looks at that Houston team and I look at Curry, Clay, Draymond, Durant, Iguodala, and then I look at Houston, Harden, Capella,
Chris Paul,
Trevor Ariza, Eric Gordon, Daniel House. I mean, come on. What are we doing here? Yes, Chris Paul.
Yeah, but exactly. Chris Paul made them better, in my opinion. James Harden, you pencil in 35 a night. At what cost?
PJ Tucker was helped by James Harden. See what I'm saying? Let's go to Timothy. Let's switch it up a little bit. Here we go. Steiny, what career would you rather have, Dirk Nowitzki or Robert Horry? That's an easy one.
Yeah, that's simple.
But what I'm saying, 408, before we get to Timothy, I'm almost starting to think that Dirk Nowitzki never won a title. I'd rather be a Dirk Nowitzki than a Robert Horry. The problem with Robert Horry is like he wasn't a bench. Like he was pretty good, and he made some big shots.
Big shot, Bob.
But But what I'm talking about is, like, I'd rather be a Dirk Nowitzki that never won a title as opposed to, give me a Warrior player, Mo Spates. I'd rather be Dirk Nowitzki than Mo Spates. If Dirk never won, we got to use. I'd rather be Charles Barkley. I'd rather be Charles Barkley than Kevon Looney. Yes, would rather have Charles Barkley career than Looney. Okay. What's up, Timothy? How you doing, buddy?
Good, and yourselves?
Oh, dynamite.
Good.
Oh, you want to talk about a word you want to ban for 2023?
Well, just what the words that you were saying, like, what would you call Minnesota if they're not fraudulent? I was just curious because it seems like they've been in. I mean, they're just not. To me, I don't want to upset you. They just seem like they're not that team because, like, the Colts had like a 30-point lead on them. If that was any other team that's a playoff contention team, 33. I don't think they come back on that team. A lot of their games they've been coming back to win. So I just think for Minnesota, they're not a real team. I'm not going to say fraudulent. And just going back to what you're saying, like whose career is better, and do we blame Damian Lillard? I don't put any blame on Damian Lillard. I think I'm fine with his career because he's a guy that's loyal to his to his team. Like James Harden, you could blame game on him because he's been at like 3 or 4 different teams where they had a stacked team and he could have won. Damian Lillard never had a good team around him. So
that's a good point.
And Reggie Miller as well too.
Thanks for the call, Timothy. Appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, but so let's say that James Harden and the super team in Brooklyn works. They win the title.
Yes.
Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, James Harden.
Yep.
I do think we look at James Harden a bit differently.
I can't deny that. We
look at all three of them differently.
But kind of when you say we, I'm going to say, yeah, you're right. I'm just not in the we.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But I think, yeah, I can't deny that. Yes. Here's how I know. If James Harden were to win a title, it'd probably piss a lot of people off.
Sure would.
Because a lot of people don't want him to ever win a title. So that part I get. Okay. Here's who was our last caller? He was great. Timothy. Okay, Timothy, here you go.
Tim.
If you've listened to this show, you know that like one of the things I don't like is partisanship. I don't like when we talk about a team in another area in a way we would never talk about our home teams. All right? What would I call? Let me put it this way. If we're in Minneapolis right now and I'm doing a talk show, you don't think that a bunch of their talent isn't saying, I'll tell you what, you don't want to get in a close game with the Vikings. This team is clutch. This team wins games. Well, they've been kind of lucky. Hey, it's all about winning. They win one score. Like, in a way, couldn't you argue that the fact that they've won so many one-score games proves they're not frauds? Would you allow for that possibility?
I'm in your camp when it comes to the Vikings. I don't think they're frauds, and I don't think you can call someone a fraud unless they have an expectation that is extremely high and flop and fail, which the Vikings have not done.
To me, if the Vikings...
You can call them overachieving.
Yeah, you could call... And you could say, I think they're overrated. They're
fine. Overrated. They're
fraudulent's
lucky.
A totally different word. Like...
In a one-score game, they've won every single game this year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the 2016 Oakland Raiders, they won however many of those single-score games.
They were 7-1, I think, that year.
Flip a coin. So the next year, right back down to earth.
Yep.
7-9.
Okay.
So the Minnesota Vikings this year have had everything go their way, so to speak. To the caller's point, down 33 points in the first half to the Colts. Somehow, some way, they come back. Pull off the greatest comeback in the history of the NFL.
We got to hold it against them, though, don't we, in our society?
Well, the first half you hold against them. Second half
better.
is for them.
It's more fun to laugh at the Colts than to give credit to the Vikings, right? Well, let's just be honest.
Minnesota Vikings almost lost to Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's real funny. And everybody's saying the Cowboys are fraud. They won by 2. Fraudulent.
Kirk Clutchins? Like, that's what you're calling him.
I don't know what's going to happen with the Vikings. I know that you can't call I'm done with that. Fraud's done. You say fraud, you're getting a little T. Nick's in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
Hey, good, man. Happy early New Year's to y'all, man.
Sir.
You guys are going down the rabbit hole right now with a bunch of stuff. But, man,
Yeah, I know.
one thing, a couple things I do know. Minnesota is tough, but the Niners, we're going to smash them, man. We're smashing everybody.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? The Christmas Day game with the Warriors, everybody thought the Grizz were going to roll us. No. Think again. We're the champs. Come and take our belt. You know what I'm saying? We're just starting to get into our groove, which goes to my next point. Coaching is so underrated, man. It's like we talk about players. Well, what if this player went here, that player came there? What if they went there, like, you know, with Kevin Durant, this, that? But what if we never got Steve Kerr? You know what I mean? And what if we never got, any of the coaches that we had in the Bay Area during championship season? What if we never got Bochy, the king of the one-run game in baseball, for like 5 years with the Padres? You know what I mean? It's just like we never salute these coaches, but I do know that. You know, like you were saying with Lillard in Portland, like, you know, you could have just made him do something just a little bit different. That has to go with coaches being able to leave outside their comfort zone and coach and go to this thing, what we call chemistry. And what chemistry is like this weird little thing that all fans and what you guys know is like this entity, but we can't really define it, but we know it when we see it as a fan. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We say, oh, they had good chemistry. They played well together. But why? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. That's we've been blessed here.
Yeah, situation matters.
Speaking of coaches, I forgot I teased this.
Kyle Shanahan.
I got to get to this. This is for anybody out there that thinks I'm too critical of Shanahan.
No, I'm looking forward to this.
I'll tell you what, Kyle Shanahan has, and I kind of wish Guru were here to make it official, but don't ever say I don't like Kyle Shanahan. Did you see what he did? This is pretty cool. All right, if you don't know, Kyle Shanahan allowed Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He let him sit in on a pregame and a halftime in the 49ers locker room. Let me tell you something. You know how many coaches, when approached, hey, I'm thinking about doing a story. Is there any chance I could be in the locker room during halftime? No, you can't be in the locker room during halftime. You're a media member. You know how many coaches would just be like, no, why would you even ask? So apparently Barrows had a conversation with Shanahan and said, look, you know, one of the things about, like, kind of nobody knows what goes on at halftime. Everybody kind of has an idea or a perception, but nobody really knows for sure. And Shanahan was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, you can.
As long as you're a fly on the wall.
Be a fly on the wall, stand in the corner, and you can be there for pregame and halftime. And then he wrote a story on it, which is pretty interesting. The first thing is there are no rah-rah speeches. That's the one thing. And then the players did notice that Barrows was in the locker room and he shouldn't have been. Apparently 4 or 5 guys were like, what are you doing here?
5 seconds in.
And he had to say, Juszczyk apparently, as soon as he saw Barrows, goes, what are you doing here? Barrows goes, he said, Kyle said it was okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to write a story for a couple weeks and then, you know.
Yeah, he was in the locker room at halftime of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. So it was a few weeks back.
Exactly. And so what happens on a case like that usually, if a coach is cool enough to even entertain it, he says, yeah, you know, just stand in the corner, be quiet, observe, take notes, do whatever you need to do, and then don't write the story for a couple weeks, just in case. And I'm sure he also said, I don't want anything in there about strategy, of course. But
although he did give some insight as to, you know, the strategy that Brock Purdy is forced to have to deal with. Like Kyle Shanahan might pull a play from 2018, throw it on the whiteboard, and say, you got to execute that in the second half.
Yeah.
Or he might pull a play from training camp in July. Like, I thought it was pretty interesting.
Let me ask you something, Craig. That's right, I'm pulling you in because you're D1. What position did you play?
Wide receiver.
Give me an example. Just give me an example of a play call at Washington where the quarterback runs play action to the halfback, but he's looking for you on a down and out. What's that? Like, it's
the verbiage.
The verbiage.
Okay, so you said play action?
Yeah.
And the 15-yard comeback route on the left side?
Yeah,
okay,
like
so
that.
It'd be like twins left.
Okay, twins left, so you have 2 receivers to the left.
Right side, twins left, blast 58.
Blast 58, what's that?
Would be the running option.
Why 58? Did you just pick that?
You run a sweep. If you run a sweep, 2, 4, 6, 8 hole. So 8 would be like if you're running sweep that way.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna fake the sweep action to that side.
All right.
58, and then blast would be the coming back part. So 58 blast to, and then for 15, that would be an O. So it would be X over. So like for me, X over would be the 15 yards come back. He's gonna hit me on a 15-yard comeback route. And then you have hot routes off that. So depending on if they're playing man, if they're playing zone, yeah.
It's not easy, is it?
Oh, God, no. And then when you go to the book they give you is like, I mean, in high school, we had a decent route tree.
Right.
But when you got to college and, the verbiage is insane.
I'd love to see one of those. Like, let me ask you about a playbook. At the beginning, is it almost like they have a table of contents?
Yes.
Where they have the verbiage we use on our program.
They have an index.
Oh my!
Yeah, you have not only that, they'll have
their glossary,
and they'll have for different formations. So it's zebra would be 3 wide receivers. It'd be falcon 5 wide receiver sets. So it would break it into different sets, and you should be like, "Come on, man!"
Man, whoo!
That's what they're doing in study hall.
Yeah, you're right. They do a lot of studying at halftime, actually. Stu's in Alameda. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate that.
Oh, hey guys, how you doing?
Dynamite.
Good.
Okay, here's how all the things I got to shoot out here for you and the 95.7 listeners.
Yeah.
But here goes. I love Damian Lillard. I thought he was a good player, but I've seen so many players never get a title. I got to see all of the Celtics win all of their championships except for the last one in 67 and 68 because I was a little busy in Southeast Asia, so I didn't get a chance to see that one. But as time
Thank
went
you for
on,
your service.
Sean Kemp. Thank you. So I never got to see Sean Kemp get one. I never seemed to get Allen Iverson get one, and Gary Payton, of course, had to go to L.A. to get one. And of course, the big one, Patrick Ewing never got one.
That's right.
And here goes some history that you guys, I think, got to see, and I got to see, and we'll never ever see it again. It's 2 brothers playing the same position on 2 different teams, winning the Super Bowl back to back. Now you can check that. I think I'm right, but I don't think we'll ever see that again.
Which brothers?
Oh, come on, really? How about Peyton Manning and his brother?
Oh, Peyton and Eli. I got you.
No, I mean, that was a good thanks, Stu. Appreciate it. It's good knowledge. But it sounds like he thought everybody should just know that. And I was like, that's good. Give me a minute to think about that.
Well, I was also wondering which sport he was talking about. But
I thought, anyway. Explain to me this. And this is kind of what I mean. This sums it up perfectly. Why this day and age makes no sense and why I can't stand it, in a way.
Society.
Jerry West. What's his nickname?
Mr. Clutch, right?
Oh, Mr. Clutch. How many titles Jerry West won? 1. How many times you get to the finals and lose? I don't know. 7, not 5, not 6, not 8. Why is Jerry West known as Mr. Clutch? Why isn't Bill Russell known as Mr. Clutch? And the reality of the situation is Jerry West was clutch. Wasn't his fault they only won 1 title in his career as a Laker.
I'm with you. Ran into the greatest dynasty ever.
So how does that? Well, Jerry West, not one of the great. He only has 1 title. Steph Curry better than Jerry West. He has 4 titles to 1. Come on. I mean, he might be better than Jerry West, but
okay, no.
It's just not fair.
No.
I don't like it.
That's fine. Jerry West is Mr. Clutch. Tons of big shots. He also went to 7 finals. Okay.
That would be a negative in this day and age.
I don't think it would.
Really?
Because he's got the 1 title, even if it's at the end of his career. Now, if he didn't have a title, I think it might be. But if you look at, again, back to Damian Lillard, what's one of his nicknames? Big Game Dame.
Yeah.
Okay, he's never played in the finals. Now, whether he should have got there or not is a different conversation. But if you're Big Game Dame, if you start out your career by, sinking, all of his biggest playoff moments have been in the first round. I don't know if we talk about the rest of those greats Damian Lillard is a damn good basketball player. But to be among...
Top 75.
Top 75. But to be among the greats, which he is considered.
Sure.
I don't know why there isn't as much critique about him as there would be about another person with the exact same resume in a different situation. Like, Damian Lillard gets all the praise and none of the criticism, in my opinion. I've never seen anyone come down this road. And it's because he's loyal, he's a great guy, he's a great teammate. He's, as we've talked about, he's maxed out his career. Okay,
but isn't that, and we got to wrap here, but isn't that, it is a positive.
It comes down to what you value.
I mean, the reason maybe he doesn't get killed is because he is loyal. Because he's not like these other guys who jump around. Like, maybe that is a factor as to why people actually like him or not. By the way, I just brought up, and I take it my man's right on the text line. Jerry West is the logo. He went 1-10 in the finals.
Yikes.
Oh, but he's clutch. Damn right he's clutch. I'm going to give you, you know what? I'm going to tell you another little story. I've said it before, but I don't think I've said this story for a couple months about people that think a guy stinks and then he sticks it in your face and you look like an idiot. And so I'm going to point out how people look like idiots on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
O'Reilly! Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Happy New Year, everybody. And by the way, if you're not in your car, you can still listen to Steiny and Giddings and Guru and 95.7 The Game. Just download that Odyssey app. Just go to odyssey.com, download that app, 95.7 The Game. Boom, you're there.
Or if you want to see Steiny's impressive Canada shirt, YouTube, Twitch, 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Evan and I are talking about Damian Lillard and winning a title, and does he need one to cap off his career? All that kind of stuff. And it's overlapped with one of my pet peeves, which is nobody gives anybody credit until and unless they win a title. Mm-hmm. Like there's a million guys like this. Andy Reid, he can't win the big one. Can't win a big one. Gutless. Great play call. He can't win a big one. Okay. Then he wins the Super Bowl, and it's like, well, now he's a great coach. No, he was a great coach. Before that, he just didn't win it. Okay, let me tell you a little story. I'm going to tell you a story from long time ago.
Yesteryear.
And I want you to, pre-social media, I want you to try to envision what I'm telling you here. What went down, all right? Late 70s. Think about this. Late 70s. Washington Bullets are playing the Seattle Supersonics.
I think I've heard this story.
It's an unbelievable story.
It is pretty cool.
And that's why I'm telling it. So in 78, Washington's playing the Sonics, 77-78, and Sonics are up 3-2. And the Sonics lose games 6 and 7, and the Washington Bullets win the NBA championship. In game 6 that year, Dennis Johnson, who was a Supersonic, game 6 was 4 for 16.
Not good.
Nope. He still got game 7, though. In game 7 of the 1978 finals, game 7, Dennis Johnson went 0 for 14.
Even worse.
Dennis Johnson went 0 for 14. Boom. Season's over. You lost. Dennis Johnson went 0 for 4. Can you imagine Can you imagine?
You get killed.
What like? But here's the capper. The capper is the next year the Sonics play the Bullets in the finals again, and Dennis Johnson's the MVP of the series. The MVP, Dennis Johnson. I'm sick and tired of guys being written off after one loss or just because they don't win a title by a certain amount that we deem it has to be won by.
But for that
pisses me off, E. I'm just telling you.
There's absolutely room to say, Dennis Johnson, you freaking choked.
So
for that year,
he had a bad last two games. Like, you want to talk about a guy? So has Jerry West, Mr. Clutch, ever choked in his career?
I'm sure he would admit that he did at some point.
No, he wouldn't.
Okay, so Dennis Johnson, last two games of those finals,
shot 4 for 30
with a chance to win the title.
Yep.
Okay, so if he is the finals MVP the next year, that means he's both of those players.
Okay, but
so
then,
1 year he choked, 1 year he
didn't choke. He just didn't make any shots. Like, there could be a million reasons why he went
4 for 30 in 2 elimination games is what?
It's terrible, but it doesn't mean you choke. It means that during the 1978 season, in the 2 biggest games, Dennis Johnson couldn't buy a bucket. Okay, what happened the next year? And then what happened throughout his entire career? He's known as one of the most clutch players in NBA history, Dennis Johnson. Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say he choked, but he's one of the best players. No, he didn't choke. He just didn't play well that night.
He didn't play well in 2 nights.
Okay.
With a chance to win the title.
Okay.
If that happens nowadays, yes,
Why is it a choke? Maybe Phil Chenier played the best defensive game of his career. Shout out, Cal.
And maybe Dennis Johnson missed a few bunnies he shouldn't have missed.
Is that choking? Or did he just miss a couple bunnies?
Okay, so if we're going to give him all the praise for being the clutch player that he turned into being
over the course of his career.
Yes, so he demonstrated after that he was not, in fact, that player. But that doesn't mean in those 2 games he wasn't bad. That he didn't choke in those 2 games.
He didn't choke.
How'd they lose? Because he was terrible.
He was being terrible is different than choking. To me, choking, to me, a choke is, well, let me look. Were they up 10 with okay, I hate the word. But, okay, the Knicks choked the other night.
They did.
Against the Dallas Mavericks. That's a choke. Up 9 with 45 seconds to go. I'd have to look up and see what he was. But
I understand what you're saying. But
to me, here's the thing. Okay. Steph Curry's had ups and downs in his career.
He has.
I am unwilling to say that Steph Curry's ever choked.
What were people saying about him after the 2016 finals?
He threw a behind-the-back pass against the Cavaliers that went out of bounds. It became a meme. It was pretty good.
It was pretty funny.
With the trophy. But, it's a dumb idea at a dumb time, and he didn't know the time. We've known that over the course of his career, Curry sometimes loses track of time and situation, right?
Yeah.
Every once in a while, not a lot. That's not choking. It's just, I don't know.
Okay, so Kevin Durant, the Oklahoma City Thunder in the series before.
One more time.
2016 Western Conference Finals. OKC's up 3-1 of the Warriors. That's not a choke. Them losing that series. 3 straight games.
The Warriors?
No. OKC.
No.
The Thunder.
No.
Kevin Durant shooting poorly.
No.
Russell Westbrook shooting poorly. Because Kevin Durant won 2 finals MVPs.
I would chalk that up more to, inexperience, believe it or not. I know they'd been there. The Thunder had been knocking on the door. Do you think the Oklahoma City Thunder choked against the Warriors?
If you're up 3-1 in a series. So I believe it was 2015, the Los Angeles Clippers were also up 3-1 on the Houston Rockets. That's why the Rockets played the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals that year.
Right.
Everyone was calling them the Los Angeles Chokers. They choked that series away. They were the better team. They should have won. The Warriors in the 2016 Finals were the better team.
All right, here they go. 408. Steiny, you rip Kobe all the time for his 2010 Finals Game 7. I think that's when he was 6 for 24. He stunk.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
But he didn't choke. Like, Kobe Bryant is, like, incapable of choking. You get what I'm saying? Choking is when you feel the pressure, and it's noticeable to everybody. And you can see it more in golf, let's say, when the pressure's on. Kobe Bryant, has Kobe Bryant ever choked in his career? How about Michael Jordan?
If they lose that Game 7 and he goes 6 for 24, people are calling that game a choke.
Oh, no. Come on. I get, we're never going to resolve this. But
obviously, we'll never know.
I think that's a joke.
Okay, so
I think Steiny, so your definition, no one has ever choked in a game. Not quite, but it happens very, very rarely. Very rarely.
510, it brings up an interesting scenario. Steiny, when you miss the 2-foot putt, you choke. Maybe not, but let's say Tiger Woods has a 2-foot putt to win the Masters, misses, skims out. He didn't choke that shot? He should have made the shot.
No.
It's one of the greatest athletes ever at their sport.
Right, and he
failed.
And he made 8 of those to win tournaments
to get
prior.
to that point.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so
but if it's about rising to the occasion.
What's his percentage on 2-foot putts? It's probably like 80.
98.
Okay, well, let's say it's 90.
Oh, sure, okay, sure.
So he missed the, like, to me, he's a 90%er from 2 feet in.
Sure, yeah.
So he misses one that could have won the Masters. Okay, that was the one he missed out of 10.
But that was the most pressure-filled.
No, it wasn't. You don't know that. I would just say, but he made 4 2-footers to win majors before that. So just because he missed, he choked? Is like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do. I'm just, and I guess we're trying to figure out, like.
I hate saying pro athletes choke because they have played so many games and.
But my point is, you can choke in a game and still be a champion. You can choke.
No champion. No, I disagree.
Okay.
No champion has ever choked is kind of what I'm I guess I could. Okay, who's the guy? Like, to me, a choke is I got a 3-shot lead on 18. Okay, in the Masters. And I have a 7 or an 8. That's a choke. I'll give you that. I'll give it to you. Like, I'd almost say, like, Steve Sachs was a choke. Like, what happened? He couldn't throw to first base anymore. Like, that's kind of it. So, I don't know.
No, it's just interesting because, okay, we're talking about players. It also kind of applies to coaches. We bring up Andy Reid, but there's a coach, head coach, manager in this town that is seen as one of the greats ever. Bruce Bochy, right? 3 titles. Has a wizard in late game situations. Knows how to pull the right trigger at the right time. Okay, well, he was considered a guy that couldn't get it done. That I don't know if he was a choker, but he was a loser in San Diego up until he got to San Francisco.
How long did he coach in San Diego or manage in San Diego?
Well, he got to 1 World Series. Bruce Bochy?
Yeah.
Well, you got to give him a minute there.
Probably, 10? More?
But the Padres? Yeah, he was there over 10 years. He had a below 500 record in San Diego.
Let me ask you this.
We don't consider him a choker, nor should we.
Because he's not.
Well, but he proved...
He wasn't a choker when he didn't win a title in San Diego. He just didn't win a title in San Diego.
But there were multiple games in that 98 World Series in which the Padres choked. They had the lead.
Why would you describe
and they gave it up.
Why would you describe it, though, as a choke? Why wouldn't you say... Who'd they play?
The New York Yankees.
Okay, what'd the Yankees do to come back in that game? Nothing? The Padres make 6 errors in the 9th? I don't remember.
No, Scott Brocious takes Trevor Hoffman deep.
Okay, so how's the left fielder of whoever the Padres is that game, how does he have anything to do with choking? He was just sitting in left field when that home run hit.
Yeah, no, and Bruce Bochy's the manager. That falls at his feet. So, okay, we're talking about, I see what you're saying, that you can't be a champion and a choker. I do think that we can look at specific points to bring it back to, okay, Stephen Curry in 2016 was not at his best. The Warriors, in my opinion, choked that they choked in that finals. They had a 3-1 lead on a team they were better than. But that doesn't mean the next year they can't restore their confidence in them to become champions. That's what they did this last year. People were trying to figure out, are you really the team before the 2016 finals, or are you the team that was, helped by Kevin Durant to be the greatest, maybe one of the greatest teams ever? Okay, last year, Stephen Curry was at his best in the playoffs. That's the player who he is, but that doesn't mean he hasn't had bad series, that he hasn't had situations where he did not rise to the occasion. That doesn't also mean that he isn't one of the greatest guards to ever play. I think you can't have a moment where you choke.
Okay, you can have a moment where that may happen. But what I'm saying is we need to the word is used so ridiculously liberally that it's
I do agree with that.
Like, to me, I'll just off the top of my head, here we can have some fun with this. 888-957-9570. What has been a quote unquote choke in our lifetime?
Nick Anderson.
That's you know what? I was actually thinking about Nick Anderson. And I thought, you know what? If you want to say Nick Anderson choked, okay, fine. But that's how rare it is. A guy missing 4 free throws in the last 30 seconds. To me, okay, I'll give you Van Velde, the guy who lost it on the 18th hole, and he was a relative unknown. The other thing is, I do find, I don't know that.
Is it fair to call players that aren't the number one or the leaders of their team chokers? So Nick Anderson wasn't the best player on the Orlando Magic. He was third, fourth best player. He choked at the free throw line. But is he really a choker if he's not the reason that they're there?
I mean, I'm going to give you Nick Anderson.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to make a foul shot. But okay, Kobe. Let's say Kobe. There were 10 times in Kobe Bryant's career where he was at the line with less than 3 seconds, and he had to make both foul shots to win the game.
Sure.
Right? I think if we look, he probably makes both foul shots 9 out of 10 times. But he misses one. One of the times he misses. Why is that a choke?
Because you expect him to make the foul shots.
He made 9 out of 10 before that, and he's a 90%er from the line.
That's why he's an all-time great. But that doesn't mean in that moment he didn't...
Kobe Bryant. Kobe.
People were pissed at Kobe Bryant for losing a first-round series to the Suns.
What is a choke? What happens? Because to me, it's when the moment
is too big.
Correct. And you do things that you most 90% of the time never do. Kobe will miss a foul shot here and there. He'll miss a shot at the buzzer here and there. He misses shots during the game. Kobe Bryant turned around 18-footer for the win. He missed it. He choked. No, he didn't miss it. He missed it. That's it.
It sounds like to you, a choke is more of a moment.
Yes. You don't choke over a whole game.
Can you choke over the course of a series?
No. I mean, it doesn't mean you can play bad.
If you're supposed to beat a team and you don't.
Okay, how about this? To me, a choke is noticeably more mental than physical. No doubt, in my mind.
Okay.
So, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into this conversation. I don't even really know what it is, except you guys know me. I don't like the word choke. How about, let me throw this at you,
Craig.
Want to
get rid of that in 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but you know what? I have choke as a word to get rid of, but I actually have a question mark because I'm allowing it to be, people hate when I do that. I'm allowing it to be used very infrequently. I'm saying it can be used, but quit using it all the time.
Okay.
Just because a guy turns a ball over with 8 seconds to go, maybe it was the right decision, man.
Well, that's what we're talking about, specific examples from years ago. I mean, I don't think we're using it too liberally.
But the idea that a Steph Curry or a Jordan could choke bothers me, and I'll tell you why. Yeah, go ahead, Craig.
I was just going to ask you, could Karl Malone choke? Because remember that 97, he's at the free throw line, Scottie Pippen comes up and says the mailman doesn't deliver on Sundays, and he misses both free throws, and they lose the game. Wasn't that a choke job? Didn't Scottie get in his head?
Again, the moment there was too big for Karl Malone. That doesn't mean he's not...
You better be careful. Karl Malone?
I believe Isaiah Thomas said the reason why they didn't win. Well, of course he's a media member at the time, but he was talking about why didn't the Jazz win and beat the Chicago Bulls in one of those two finals? Well, because Karl Malone couldn't make free throws when he needed to.
He didn't. Right. He didn't come through. I'll accept a million descriptions, but choked is so vicious in a way.
Okay. So
that we can't, like, okay.
888-957-9570. What's a better word for choke?
No. Like, okay, Steph Curry. All right. Steph Curry grows up. All right. And he's undersized, and everybody minimize. He's not that good. He's not that good. Doesn't get a scholarship to Davidson. Plays at Davidson. Is involved in countless games where he's the man. Sometimes he wins. Sometimes he doesn't. Comes to the Warriors. Injuries. Battles through adversity. Goes to the height of his profession. And the only way he gets to the height of his profession is because the journey. All those games.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, like, all those games make him choke-proof. It doesn't mean that he's got to make a foul shot to win the game. He's not feeling pressure, but he's felt pressure over the course of his life every time he's had big free throws. And I'll bet you on his big free throws, he's probably shooting about 90%. Like, so I just...
But in a pressure-filled moment...
You guys are strangling this conversation to death. We're going to stop in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, we got a break coming up. But an example that keeps getting brought on the Xfinity mobile text line, John, our producer, excellent. Did LeBron James choke in the 2011 NBA Finals?
No.
But at the time, he hadn't been a champion. He'd been an MVP, but he hadn't gotten the big one yet. And he should have beat the Mavericks. They had the better team. And he averaged 17 points per game or whatever. He had a single-digit scoring game in the NBA Finals. They lost in 6 games to a team that they were better than. But the rest of his career tells you that, LeBron James, he's not a choke artist. But I think if you asked anyone...
Here's what I'll give... Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cut. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, I was just going to say, I think if you ask most people, they would tell you that the Miami Heat choked in the 2011 NBA Finals.
Any come-from-behind win, then, is going to be labeled a choke for the team that lost the lead, for the most part.
If there is such an expectation...
Like the Buffalo Bills choked in the Super Bowl.
Well, that I
am
not sure about.
What if it's just Scott Norwood missed a 40-yarder? That's all. Scott Norwood choked. All right, I hate that, but fine. I'll give you that. How do the Bills choke? 52 guys described as choking. Let's go to Dennis in 415. He's got the definition.
Love it.
Hey, guys. I love the show. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So for me, choking has to do with degree of difficulty, right? So if you're kicking a 65-yard field goal with 2 seconds left and you miss it, not a choke. Tony Romo, 2006 Seattle playoffs, that's a choke. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's
fair.
Like somebody saying Ernest Biner. You know who he is?
I don't.
Former Browns running back who, against the Denver Broncos, was going in for the game-clinching touchdown, fumbled at the 1-yard line, which set up John Elway's 99-yard drive, which is considered one of the greatest 2-minute drills of all time. So, did Biner choke? He fumbled at the 1. That's all. Somebody made a great play.
Oh, and we don't remember him if John Elway doesn't go 99 yards.
Oh, Biner and Mack?
Well, I just
Speak for yourself.
We don't remember the moment.
Kosar? You better be careful.
Schottenheimer.
Let's just use it more sparingly. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Jeremy agrees with you. Got to get him in here.
My man.
Hey, Jeremy.
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday. Happy New Year. First off, before I get to my point, Evan has been killing it all week, so shout out to Evan.
Thanks,
I also agree that when rain falls from the sky, people just lose their minds. I work as a mailman, so I can relate. And also, we need to leave he's him in 2022. And here's a choker, okay? George Hill choked, okay? Because if he hits that free throw, they go up 1, and they probably win that game and change the series. And they didn't because J.R. Smith, and that whole J.R. Smith thing does not happen if he hits that free throw, remember. So that kind of, it's like Tiny said, that kind of moment right? It changes the entire thing. So that is a choke, in my opinion. Thanks, y'all. Have a safe holiday.
Appreciate it.
Free throw
you know what?
is
I think this
definitely not free.
All right, you know what? You want to put me on the couch next segment?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll tell you what my problem with choking is. I've got a personal story.
Oh, I got quite a few.
And if you tell me I
got quite a few.
Don't. I'll tell you, I'll push back on choke till the day I die.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why on the other side on 95.7. Yeah.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit. This time, just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these two tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions. Or limits on the number of people you could have in an area. Or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way. And also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com. MOSKOWITZ LLP.com.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X Card. Earn 10 X miles on hotels and rental cars and 5 X miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus 2 X miles on all other purchases. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And Happy New Year to everybody out there. Be safe, be smart, and enjoy yourself. We're all over the place today.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where I'm kind of having fun. So, should that or does that trump whether the listener is or not?
Is that the closest thing to having fun that you can have?
What?
Kind of having fun?
I have fun.
Yeah.
I just love talking sports. I do.
Sure do.
How about this? I was gonna talk about myself, but I'm not. Because we're just talking. How about let's lose the word choke for now and just talk about pressure. How about that?
Okay.
Because that's less of a buzzword.
Yeah.
All right. Steve Elkington was a professional golfer. He won a major. Big boy. For whatever reason, he's come on the show a couple times, and I've DM'd him. And just talking to him, and he follows me on Twitter, whatever. I had a chance to break 80, okay? And I didn't do it. Last 2 holes, I think I bogey, double bogey.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I'm up on 17, and I know I got a chance to break 80. You know what? I'm feeling something. There's no doubt. It's not describable. I'm not shaking, but there's absolutely a feeling of more importance than other shots. All right? I bogey, double bogey. You want to say I choked? I'll say. I did choke.
Yeah.
But really what it is, wow, that's the first time. Oh, my God. First time I had a chance to break 80, I didn't do it. I'm talking to Elkington. He goes, yeah, he said, well, here's what happens. You'll get in that situation again, and you'll have one experience now to base it off of. How you felt the first. So I guess what I'm saying is, I get, if Steph Curry missed the free throw early in his career as he was getting used to what it felt like to be at the line for a game-winning shot. Okay. But now he's 34 years old, and he's been in millions of big situations. He knows what the pressure feels like inside and out. He's conquered it most of the time. Like, sometimes he's just not gonna. But he knows that feeling. You know what I mean?
But isn't that what separates the clutch players or great players from he's pretty good. He's all right. He's nice little player. But, like, that's what separates the all-timers from the just greats or, top 5 at their position, whatever you want to say. It's like to be able to live in the moment in a pressure-filled situation where, you're on the course, you're on the court, you're on the baseball field, wherever. When you start to feel that kind of like that tingle.
Yeah, that tingle.
How do you react to it?
Exactly. But those guys have felt that tingle time and time and time again. In fact.
But it gets ramped up each and every bigger moment you get to. So
right, but
I'm sure Curry felt pressure at Davidson.
Sure.
He played in the national NCAA tournament. Thrived. He kicked ass. Like, he was incredible.
Who'd they lose to?
They lost to Kansas. Lost to the number 1 team in the country.
How about this?
Mario Chalmers, I think.
NBA champion, too.
Mm-hmm.
Mario Chalmers. All right. Like, I don't think at this point, believe it or not, I don't think. How about we end it here? I don't think you could ever say from this moment on Steph Curry chokes. I don't care if he misses 6 foul shots in a row. Then that just happened to be the one time in his life he missed 6. I don't know. I just, once you felt pressure, dealt with pressure, then you feel pressure, deal with pressure, and stuff happens.
Well, okay, and let's bring this back to the Bay Area. If you're talking about, all right, like the San Francisco 49ers, we're talking about Kyle Shanahan.
Let's do this.
3 out of the last 4 years now, postseason. Okay, he's a good coach.
Sure.
He's a damn good coach. All right, well, guy who usually sits in my chair, Daryl the Guru Johnson, would tell you, he's got an issue with 10-point leads. He's got a problem with them.
I hate when he says that, but
I know.
I'm biting my tongue, but yeah, you're right.
When he was with Atlanta.
Sure. Go through him. Make me mad.
2019 Super Bowl. Last year's conference title game.
Okay.
He's got an issue with him. Okay, so he has had experience in pressure-filled situations. That doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan can't hold a 10-point lead in a big game in the future, but his resume currently says that he has struggled when he's had double-digit leads. That's what it says. That doesn't mean that he's that guy.
You know,
he's still a great coach.
This is where people are different.
Yeah.
You know how many 10-point leads Shanahan needs to lose before I say that's an issue? At least 2 more. At least
2 more.
Seriously.
He's got to lose 2 more Super Bowls for you to come down his road? Or 2 more playoff games?
Well, here's what I think. Kyle Shanahan's in his 6th year, and I'm already hearing can't win the big one. That makes me want to knock people out. Seriously.
Well, but didn't you argue that that's the natural progression?
Right.
Okay, you're a head coach. You get to the playoffs. You're successful.
Exactly.
All right, well, figure it out.
Yeah, he's got 20 years, 30 years maybe. He's 42. Let's go to Tracy.
Yeah.
Tracy and Tracy. Hey, man.
How you doing, gentlemen?
Dynamite.
Hey, so, in my opinion, once you become a professional and you're really good, I don't believe that you choke. Instead of choking, it's you missed the opportunity, or if you fumble the ball on the 1-yard line, someone didn't hit it out of your hand, you just dropped it. It's a brain fart. Choking is for people who are not that experienced, like me. Some of us rookies, amateurs. That's what you choke. Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of with him there. Kind of with Tracy. How do you know if the 9th man on the team chokes? He just might stink. If Patrick Baldwin...
Nick Anderson choked. We've established this.
You have. I'm reluctantly going to
You just called it a choke.
I said I'll give it to him.
All right.
I give it to
All
you. All right. So anyway, but there's 4 5 words were banned. We're banning words for 2023. We've banned 4 officially, and we're going to be more discerning with choke. No more. Can anybody describe a professional athlete as trash, garbage, or frauds? And then yours.
Him.
It's him.
Him.
That's done.
He's him. I'm him. She's her. I mean, we're not doing that anymore. Okay, 2022. It was a cycle. Came through social media. People had some fun with it. Used it to make a lot of puns. But as soon as the new year turns, I'm sorry, I don't want to see it.
By the way, you said I need to lose something.
What do you mean?
During the break about an hour ago.
Yeah.
You said something like, Steiny, used one word you use that you need to lose for 2023.
Yeah. I've heard you use it on the radio. Seldom. But it comes around.
Hold on a minute. So you're going to tell me to eliminate a word I seldom use? Okay.
Yeah, because I hate it. Urinating. I don't want to hear you say that ever again on the air. When you're talking about someone that is getting beat badly.
Okay. How about you?
Do not describe them as being urinated.
All right.
on.
So like when I say, Bird was urinating on Julius Erving.
Well,
It
makes you feel good. No, I don't.
Okay, I'll say.
He kicked his ass.
No, he used him like a bar of soap. How about that?
There you go. That demands more creativity. You're better than that, Steiny.
Okay.
You're better than that.
Right, fair enough. I am open to criticism. There's no doubt about it. And I take criticism well. Trust me, it's on all my reviews.
Well, speaking of criticism, you're going to criticize my new top or jacket, whatever you want to call it.
No. It's nice.
Oh, thank you.
Evan's got a new top on.
YouTube, Twitch, you can check it out.
Like those, what is that called?
3/4 zip, I think. Yeah.
Quarter zip?
Yeah, it's a nice
it's a real...
It's a gift.
It's a real fine, horizontally striped.
Yeah, it's not a tailor-made, but, it's... I think it's either for golf or fishing. I'm not sure.
What do you make of this? It's me. Why do I not wear any of my new stuff before the new year? I don't know why. I just don't do that.
Well, like if you got it for Christmas,
Correct.
You're not wearing it until 2023.
No, I would never wear anything that I got for Christmas till the new year starts.
Okay, but so you're going out on New Year's Eve, or you're going to a friend's party, or
Nope.
You're wearing something old?
On the 1st, I'll break it out.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know why. You know why? Hey, did you get that for Christmas? Yeah, I did. Everybody, I said to you, hey, get that for Christmas? Of course you did, because I've never seen it before. I just don't. I like to. It's like a waiting period. It's like we should have when you buy a gun.
It's a dead week. Okay.
7-day waiting period. You want a gun, 7-day waiting period, you get one. Just like new clothes. Get one for Christmas, wait till the 1st.
I was going to add another thing to your list of things I don't want to hear in 2020.
Okay.
Saying a guy has a new top. I think when you say that, I think a girl has a new top. A guy has a shirt or a collar. A new top? You kind of lost me there.
Oh. Did I say top?
Yeah, you say he has a new top.
I
and I'm like,
yeah.
I don't.
What my friend says?
Like girls, they have a new top or new blouse or something like that. Guys don't really have new tops.
What do they call soccer uniforms?
Kits.
Yeah.
Kits, pitches. It's not practice, it's training. Learned all that from Ted Lasso. But, okay, so, yeah, what else do people want to eliminate from the sports vocabulary come 2023? We've seen some suggestions on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Legitimately, literally. That sounds like more of a general gripe that
literally is out there. I mean, that's now officially out there as a pet peeve of many people. Many. Hey, I was just thinking about this. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Kyle Shanahan. Is this human nature or is this so? Kyle Shanahan. What do I think of Kyle Shanahan? I think he's a good coach. I think he's a real good coach. But I think he was overpraised early. He got in here. This guy's a messiah. I was like, well, let's wait and see. All right, so then we see Kyle Shanahan. He doesn't win his first 2 years, then he wins. So now we've got to know Kyle Shanahan a little bit, 5 or 6 years. Yeah, I think there's something to this arrogance. Mm-hmm. Do you? It's just a little arrogant. Probably from growing up as Mike Shanahan's son.
I'm sure there's some sense of entitlement.
Yeah. And so I'm just not crazy about that.
Yeah.
But he did something the other day where I swear to God, I was like, that's pretty cool. And can I like him more now because he did one thing I liked?
You learn more about him. Yeah.
So Kyle Shanahan let Matt Barrows of The Athletic into the locker room before the game and at halftime of the game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because Shanahan agreed to let Barrows write a story about what goes on before an NFL game in the locker room and during halftime of an NFL game in the locker room. And it was really, really interesting. And the fact that Kyle Shanahan was open to that, I think is pretty damn cool. I think most coaches have been asked that and have dismissed it out of hand. No, you can't stay in here at halftime and write a story about it. So anyway, I want to give it. I like Kyle. It's just a little nudge. Just a little nudge to that's pretty cool. That tells me he doesn't take it so seriously. You know what I mean?
I think he also gave us a glimpse into, if Barrows did through Kyle Shanahan's acceptance, why I do think a lot of people may not like Kyle Shanahan. I mean,
why?
Well, Barrows was talking about Shanahan explaining he hates halftime interviews.
Right. Yeah.
He hates doing them because he has so much to focus on within the 13 to 15 minute span that goes by in the snap of a fingers to a player, to a coaching staff, that, if it means he's got to be a little bit of an ass to the reporter, to whoever's interviewing him, to make sure that he can get into his locker room to get with his players and do his job, then, well, he's just going to do it. And it does seem like there's a little bit of that, which comes off as arrogant, which comes off as, I don't really need to talk to you guys. When in reality, it does feel like, okay, I am really just more focused on doing the job. Now, I understand you have to talk to the media, but it doesn't always mean you have to be nice to the media. And this in and of itself is something that is extremely nice to the media. It's something that I don't know if any other head coach across sports would do, has done, to allow the sanctity of the locker room, which is something that is very much preserved, to open that up to a reporter and then also give him the insight of, man, like, I'm sorry, like, you can put into words whatever you feel is acceptable from this 15-minute experience, but also understand that I got a job to do, and I'm not going to help you. You're a fly on the wall. You do your job. I'm gonna do my job. That's to me what this piece from Barrows explained more of about Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. I'm wondering if does that matter to 49er fans at all? And what I'm talking about is, we're going to talk about what Kyle Shanahan did, allow Matt Barrows of The Athletic into the locker room at halftime. Matt Barrows wrote a story that appeared in The Athletic today. It's really good, filled with stuff that we don't know about. And that's why it's a great story. But here's the other thing I like about, like, Shanahan. One of the key lines is Shanahan agreed that the resulting story that would come out of this might be a good explainer of what really goes on behind closed doors at a locker room. So that means Barrows got Kyle Shanahan and said, you know what, whatever. I don't know how it can. I get asked all the time, what's a pregame locker room like? What's it like at halftime? And I guarantee you Shanahan was like, yeah, it's probably not as exciting as you think.
Yeah.
And Barrows was like, well, I'd love to, and at some point Barrows said, yeah, hey, Kyle, like I can just tell you from my life, everybody always kind of wants to know what's going on in the locker room.
Yeah, he references the Any Given Sunday reference.
Yeah.
Like, there's no halftime speech that goes on. There's no rah-rah.
Exactly. So Kyle Shanahan actually was like, yeah, that would be, I get that. That'd be cool. Let fans know what's it's like in the locker room, even if what they find out is, man, not much. Like, I'm sorry.
It seemed like that was kind of
cool.
That was kind of the goal, too.
That's cool.
It's like, okay, I do need you to understand how much business gets done at halftime. It's like the lives of athletes are obviously interesting to people,
right?
But in a lot of cases, it's more mundane than you'd expect.
It's totally mundane.
I mean, I go to work and get my treatment. And
here's the thing: like, this is what makes it a good story. So I read the story, and it's affirmed that it isn't that exciting, but that doesn't mean the story's not exciting.
No, and you picked up little quips like
Christian McCaffrey,
peanut butter and jelly guy.
He eats peanut butter and jelly. Christian McCaffrey eats a half a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at halftime. Doesn't want to get too full. And how about this? Like, see, to me, this is interesting. So McCaffrey will have a half a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and occasionally at halftime he has half a banana. What?
Depending on how many carries he got.
Or depending on whether they have the ball immediately after halftime or they've, or they're on defense in the second half.
Don't want to get too full.
So in other words, every time, think about this. Here's what you'll think about next game. The coin toss. The 49ers defer like they always like to defer.
Yeah.
That means they're getting the ball first to start the second half. That means McCaffrey is not having a banana at halftime.
Now we know.
It's goofy, but it's kind of cool.
We also, we got an idea that maybe there's some internal expectations of this team. It was
true.
It was the second to last paragraph, I believe, but that 49ers have the most talented roster in football. Okay, I'm with you. They expect to win the Super Bowl. They should.
I don't know about they should.
Why not?
Because I could just say because they're not the best team, because Kansas City's better than them.
If they have the most talented roster in the league.
Well, I didn't agree to that. I mean, they might. They certainly have one of the best. They might have the best. Do we know that now? Like, here's the thing. You know what? You brought something up, and they should win it. See, even that
title or bust.
No, not so much that, but it's also like, okay, to me in my lifetime, like let's go back. I'm just going to maybe say this. I'll think twice about it. In the last 10 years, 10, 20 years of sports, there's only one team, to me, that I look at and say they should have won it, and that's the Warriors with Durant. Like, have we ever, like, to me, let's just say last 20 years, when the Warriors came into that season, it was over. Everybody knew if they were how they going to win. They should have won.
From preseason expectation to win it all.
Correct. Yeah. Like, that's the only way you can, like, you can't, no team should win it. Like, I won't even say Kansas City should win it. No, they're one of 4 or 5 teams that could win it. Nothing would surprise, So, like, I don't think most teams can never come into a season and you say they should win it. No, I mean, that's the goal. But what team in the last 10, 20, whatever, was so much better that it was almost a foregone conclusion they were going to win it? The Warriors with Durant, no doubt.
2007 New England Patriots, which they didn't win it.
By the way, I was wrong. I got to.
Huh?
Yeah, I got to. I wish I knew the person's name on the Xfinity Mobile text line. He's right. The Biner fumble was the year before. Elway drove 99 yards. Denver beat Cleveland 2 years in a row. What are you looking back there for?
Well, John's a Denver fan. He's a fan of the Denver Broncos, so he might be able to add some.
Was I wrong
clarity
there,
to
originally?
We were all wrong. Yeah.
Oh my God! See, now that's a team player.
Love that.
I got you
Who
today,
this weak
John.
guy is, but I wasn't wrong.
So what was the terminology? I mean, what was the timeline? Oh, you don't know off the top of your head?
Well, it looks like we also have
you don't? You're a big Broncos guy.
I was born in the late 80s, so.
Well, that gets me.
He was born into it.
And that brings up what I talked to Kyle Madsen about today.
Oh, yeah. We do have to get into that.
I'm driving in, and I hear Kyle Madsen, 2 sentences. One, he says, Willie Mays is one of my favorite players ever. And then the next sentence, he says, I'm 32 years old.
Something doesn't add up.
Can you have a favorite player you never saw play live?
I don't think so. You can respect players. You can believe that they're great, that they're maybe even the greatest of all time. Although I think mixing generations is difficult. But okay, let me ask you, Steiny, who are some of your favorite players ever? Like the favorite athlete?
Larry Bird, one of them. Bobby Mercer.
It's all of them play, right?
Yes.
Witnessed the majority of their careers.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Mercer was like, he was a kid. I was a kid. Go ahead, Craig, real quick.
No, I would disagree because I would say my favorite fighter of all time is Muhammad Ali, and I never saw him fight live.
Well, then he can't be.
But
it can't be.
Yeah, but I've seen every one of his fights on tape delay, on recording
Not
and
allowed.
stuff. It's just not. So it's not allowed.
Not
okay,
allowed.
good to
I'm
know.
not allowing that.
You're not allowed to.
I know that's actually a good. That
is interesting. Well,
that is interesting.
Muhammad Ali means a lot more than just the fighting. So
But Craig's actually saying you can go back and watch 40 Muhammad Ali fights if you want. Like I can't go back and watch Willie Mays in his prime in the 60s.
No, you can't.
Which stinks.
Although
that's my idea of heaven. Don't you know that?
What? You can just go watch sports games from 100 years ago?
No, heaven. If heaven is truly heaven and it's a perfect place, when you get to heaven, you have access to every single thing that's ever happened in sports in the world. So you get to heaven and you're like, you know what? Let me. I want to watch all the Dream Team practices. Or you know what? I'm going back. I want to see Steph Curry's high school career. Like everything's available to you. You want to see if Babe Ruth called a shot or not? You got that. It's all those questions. Everything is accessible. Everything.
Well, if that's heaven, I need to start doing some work.
So in other words, there's a famous myth about Larry Bird when he went to Indiana. You know, he went to Indiana,
State.
Dropped out. No, he went to Indiana first, played for Bobby Knight. Couldn't stand Bobby Knight. Oh, this could be story time at noon. We got Eric Crocker at 1. We're going to talk some football. But no, the legend is that he went to Indiana, left because he was homesick. He came back home, and he started playing pickup basketball with the garbage men, the maintenance people around French Lick, who all happen to be black, most of them. So he would play in their pickup games. And that's how he said he, got exposed to playing against black guys. Well, wouldn't that be fun? You could just see everything. Yeah, let's go watch Kobe play pickup when he was 17 years old.
Yeah, I want to see the home run derby with David Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez, and Ken Griffey Jr. Allegedly. Happened in...
Help me.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be in a minor league
Your AAA game, right? Yeah.
Minor league setting. They had a home run derby. Those 3 guys.
No kidding.
When they were all young and in their prime.
Awesome.
Would love to see that.
All right, what do you think about... Okay.
David Ortiz won, by the way.
Sports heaven. All right, sports heaven is you have access to seeing anything and everything sports related in the history of the world. What would you want to watch? Would you want to watch like Pete Rose in Little League? You could do it. 888-957-9570 is the number. 95.7.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
In San Jose, a rainy day, highs near 63.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's my idea of sports heaven anyway. Sports heaven to me is when you die, you go to sports heaven, which means you have access to everything sports related that's ever occurred in the history of man and womankind.
Be pretty damn cool.
So what I mean is, you go to heaven, you're a good person. First of all, you got to live right, like Steiny. You know I'm going to heaven, hopefully. And so I could get up there. Well, I mean, how about that? So I played Division III athletics. Evan played Division III athletics. Craig played D1 football. John must have done something. He's a big boy. But hoops?
Junior college football.
Junior college football.
He's got the size.
So tell me if I'm right. Don't be modest. The first thing I'm checking out at heaven is every game I ever played in. And that's going to take a long time because I want to see every pickup game I played in back in Reading. I want to see every pickup game played in the Bay, every high school game. You know you would do that. Don't you want to see what went wrong against?
Get tired of it.
How could you get tired of that?
Well, because
I got a lot of big moments.
Well, yeah, but you got a lot of big moments. Yeah, so you go to those first, but then also when you're going through the cinephiles, you're also seeing maybe a couple of games where you weren't as good as you thought you were.
I'm okay with that.
You're looking at yourself like, wow, I thought my jump shot was a lot better.
It's true.
I thought my breaking ball was a little bit better.
But like this, 510 says, I go to Jordan's tryout as a freshman see why he didn't make the varsity. See, that's a great one. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Wilt's 100-point game, yeah, that's one I'd love to see too. Absolutely.
Stuff with no footage or no, documentation, really. I think those would be great.
Somebody says, Steiny, heaven sounds a lot like YouTube. Do you realize how much is not on YouTube?
Well, but see, and this, we were talking to Craig during the break about this. This is why I don't think you can have a favorite player that you haven't watched. Because what's the reason why you love an athlete? It's because you've experienced both the highest of highs with that player as well as the lowest of lows. You have seen a player that has achieved whatever they've achieved, but also you've seen them have absolute stinkers. We're talking about what we'd want to go back and watch. Yeah, I'd love to go see the no-hitter I threw in my senior year in high school. I also wouldn't like to see the pop fly I dropped up and that I dropped in the semifinals that same year.
I would like to see that.
And just relive that.
Well, yeah, just remember it. Hey, the way, you know what? When I choked and missed a foul shot my senior year against Eastern York with 16 seconds left, front end of a 1-and-1. You know what? I'd like to go back and look at that.
Just laugh or what?
He's heckling himself.
Shake my head.
This guy
shake my head. I can remember what I was thinking before that miss.
I would also love to experience atmospheres of atmospheres of places, different gyms, different arenas, different stadiums, places that I would love to go watch a baseball game at the Polo Grounds. Like I would love to go to Ebbets Field. I would love to go to different places, even high school gyms. We've talked about how those atmospheres and how tight they get create an energy that is irreplaceable.
Yeah,
and so it's got to be stuff like that.
Well, I've always kind of thought that if you could put me what I think the best atmosphere in sports is, just atmosphere. And to me, it's always been walking into a big high school basketball game where they're playing in front of, it could be anywhere from 2,000 to 9,000. You know that, and it's just electric.
Well, and also to see players in those gyms in their kind of infancy of their athletic careers. Like I heard a story one time. There's this field out in Alameda. I forget. Alameda High plays there. It's their home field. Anyways, it's got a deep left field. We're talking like 400 plus, 450 feet plus. Short porch and right, about 250. High wall. Interesting layout of the field. I heard Ricky Henderson's the only player to ever hit a home run to left center field at that place. Yes, Ricky Henderson in high school was incredible. Went to Oakland Tech, and Alameda, and that field has only seen one home run to the way out, 450 plus in left center field. He's the only person that has ever done it. I would love to see it.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I mean, see, that's the other thing that would be incredible is to be able to, in essence, look at the greatest players of all time and basically watch how they grew up and played.
Yeah.
Like, that would be unbelievable.
Or even seeing...
You didn't know Larry Bird went to Indiana first? He's going to play for Bobby Knight?
I didn't.
Yeah. Larry Bird lived in French
Lick?
Yes. Actually from Baden, I think. Anyway, he goes to Indiana, University of Indiana, and everyone's like, this is going to be unbelievable. It's a match made in heaven. Larry Bird and Bobby Knight. Bird got homesick after a month. He just left. Then he started working on the garbage truck.
So it wasn't about Bobby Knight as much as it was missing home.
Yeah, pretty much.
Although I can't imagine it's easy to play for Bobby.
I mean, he was from a small town. Then he went to Indiana and Bloomington. It's got like 40,000 students. He just didn't fit. Then he went home, worked for a year, and then he went to Indiana State.
Worked on his game.
And his maintenance work. But it would be cool to be able to see guys coming up. Coming up, speaking of which, 1 o'clock, we got Eric Crocker. We're going to get into the 49ers. He's on the Locked On 49ers podcast. So it's funny. Derek Carr and the Raiders. He's not going to quarterback, obviously, on Sunday against the San Francisco 49ers. But you told me something today that I must have missed. So Derek Carr, he's been sent home, essentially. And I think the big reason he got sent home was because they don't want to risk injury. If Derek Carr were to get hurt, then his contract would be guaranteed next season, and they don't want that. They're still in it. I thought they had been eliminated last week.
I mean, essentially, yes, but I mean, no. Mathematically, they're still in it. They need a lot of help. They need pretty much everyone in front of them to lose. But no, if they win out and everyone loses out, the Raiders have an outside shot to make the playoffs.
That's unbelievable.
And they told them to kick rocks. Well, ownership did primarily.
That. And they cited the word distraction, but Derek Carr is going to be a quarterback in the NFL next year.
He should be. This is what I don't get is, okay, last year the Raiders made the playoffs.
Okay.
This year, you go out and spend big money, big trade capital on Devontae Adams. You bring in Chandler Jones. You have Derek Carr. You give him a new large contract, and then a year in, you punt on him and the whole operation. I mean, who knows? Maybe the Raiders are trying to go after, I don't know, Tom Brady, or they're trying to recruit Lamar Jackson. I don't know what chance you have of getting either of those guys, but if you're the Raiders, doesn't it kind of feel like it's a slap in the face of Derek Carr?
It does now, yes. It does now. I think, I don't know if Carr, and the stories I read, 510, he said Carr asked to step away to not be a distraction.
He's a good guy.
I mean, the way I read it was it was kind of mutual. But why would he be a distraction? And I know I said yesterday, just by being in the locker room, people are going to want to talk to him, but he doesn't have to be out there front and center.
Well, and that's the point you brought up yesterday was something I didn't think about. But
then what do you do?
Then apparently you go to Chase Garber's. And that's another thing too. It's like, okay, if the reasoning, quote unquote, is we want to preserve our opportunity to move on from Derek Carr, whether it be to cut him, to trade him, whatever. We want to see what we have in Jarrett Stidham. Well, let's be honest. You know what you have in Jarrett Stidham.
Maybe you have Brock Purdy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Jarrett Stidham's been in the league for a couple of years.
As Guru would say, don't take that from him.
He's played 8 games in the NFL.
Oh, yes.
If Jarrett Stidham was going to be Brock Purdy, I think we might know it.
Yeah. We got some good ones about Sports Heaven on the Xfinity Mobile text line. This is the best one. We're talking about Sports Heaven is a place where you can go and you can either see or relive every moment in sports history, even if it's not available to you. Somebody goes, I'd go to the Warriors practice to find out what Poole said to Draymond. Like, you could. Like, that'd be open.
Do you really think it was anything that bad? Like, I honestly just think it was some normal trash talk. Well, for whatever reason,
there was something.
There was a dark cloud that day.
There was just something. Yeah, and you get to see Draymond walk into the facility, apparently pissed off already.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 36 Olympics, Jesse Owens. That'd be pretty cool. Miracle on Ice.
Miracle on Ice. All right, so we're talking about, being a fly on the wall to Hitler watching Jesse Owens
that's
beat
big.
the Germans. Okay, what about 1966, fly on the wall being right next to Adolph Rupp watching Texas Western beat him in the national championship?
I'll give you that.
I mean, that'd be pretty incredible.
I'd also give you the game, the UCLA-Houston game at the Astrodome. Elvin Hayes. It was in front of the largest crowd ever at that point. That'd be a fun one.
Do you think being in a...
How about the Olympics where Juan Carlos and Tommy Smith?
Tommy Smith.
Been interesting.
Well, if we're talking about atmospheres, I do wonder what those atmospheres were like, because I can't imagine at the time it was everyone's clapping and cheering and jumping around. Everyone's looking at them like, what are these guys doing? Compared to now where obviously, we love them. We love them for what they did.
What do you expect out of the 49ers game this weekend? Because it does feel like without Derek Carr, the Raiders went from kind of being a long shot to being a no shot.
Well, you'd expect them to kick their ass, but the Raiders technically aren't out of it. If you're looking for a team that has more to play for, you would think that the 49ers would be that team because they have a better chance of getting the 2 seed than the Raiders do of making the playoffs.
No doubt.
But if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're thinking, well, if really health is the only thing stopping this team from winning it all, then maybe we use Christian McCaffrey for a half. We're not rushing Deebo Samuel back. I know he returned to practice this week, but we're not using him, maybe even against Arizona. Like, we're just saving him completely for the postseason. So if you're the 49ers, you would like to roll out to a double-digit lead in the first half and then give the ball to Jordan Mason and Ty Davis-Price 30 times.
Yeah.
I mean, that's best-case scenario, I think.
No, I think you're right. And I keep going back to the year. Was it last year? What was the year where the 49ers lost to the Falcons? Was that last year? And then it was supposed to be a big, but they still had control, but it meant they
Atlanta
had to beat Seattle in the last week. Yeah, it was last year.
Or they needed to beat Houston, which was the game that Trey Lance started, right?
Yes. But what I'm getting at is I think, like, the 49ers don't really have anything to play for. Now, I think the second seed, now when you say don't have anything to play for, it doesn't mean they're not going to go out and try as hard as they can.
They got more to lose.
The real question is, would you rather have to go out and play 2 hard games now and get the number 2 seed, or look, we'll give you the 3 seed and we're guaranteeing you health, but you're going to have to go to Minnesota probably for that second game. I do think most 49er fans would say, just give me health because we'll go to Minnesota and win. But the problem I have with that is it's still 2 road games versus 1 road game. And I'd much rather, be at home for 2 games and away and just have to win 1 on the road.
Yes.
Like, I think it's huge.
If you only have to win 1 road game to get to the Super Bowl, that is ideal. I mean, yeah, you'd love to be the 1 seed. You'd love to have a bye, but that was always the advantage prior to the playoff system mix-up of having a top 2 seed is you got to win 1 game to get in the conference title game. So if you're the 49ers, maybe you got to play an extra game the first week, but if you have 2 home games, and it isn't like they've looked completely different on the road than at home, but I got to imagine if you're Brock Purdy, and look, the bright lights don't seem too bright for him, but we've been talking about pressure-filled situations all show. We've been talking about who steps up in the moment and the experience that matters in those situations. Well, you're probably more likely to fail in a pressure-filled spot away from home. And if you got to do that twice, then that's going to be tough.
Tougher.
So it sounds like you're saying the 49ers have more to lose this weekend. Like you don't want to even risk the chance of we're not talking about McCaffrey, but maybe it's Jake Brendel. Maybe it's Spencer Burford. Maybe it's, I don't know, Sammy Womack. But it's a player that you would rather have at 100% come postseason time. If their strength is their roster, then you can't lose any piece of that.
I believe they can go to Minnesota and win. Absolutely. But why? Why would you want to go if you don't have to? If you don't have to, why go? So, but, it's like, and even as we're talking about this, Evan, I find myself kind of saying, well, practically speaking, what are you really talking about? I mean, you're not going to hold out McCaffrey and Kittle and the big boys just to ensure that 3 weeks from now, they're completely healthy. Like that's not happening, right?
And you can't secure health. I mean, McCaffrey could get hurt in practice. Like you never know.
Right. But I just think, look, you've won 8 in a row. Just keep it going. Whatever you've been doing, keep doing it. Maybe you can get a little more conservative, maybe take guys out a little earlier than normal. Maybe run McCaffrey a little less if you can get away with that and still win games. But to me, honestly, the difference to me between the Niners being the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed is going to be like the game against the Eagles. Like, I just think it's going to be harder to beat the Eagles if you just were at Minnesota as opposed to now you got to go to Philly. I'm sorry. You have a better chance if you've had 2 games at Levi Stadium. Now you're flying cross country to Philly to win 1 game in the NFC Championship, rather than got to go to Minnesota. Now you got to go to Philly.
Well, that does feel like a game. Like Minnesota's played in tight games all year, so I think the 49ers could win. But assuming you're going to be in a 1-score game against the team that has made 1-score games its theme of the season, then that's going to be a tougher matchup as opposed to Philly, who probably doesn't get a breeze of a game, but they also get the bye the first week. So they're, maybe New York or Washington upsets Dallas, and so all right, you're getting the Giants in the divisional round. Okay, well, you can handle business against them. You've done it before. Philadelphia has more of a health advantage going into that game. They haven't been as taxed. So I see what you're saying. I do think when it comes to the regular season, it's not about necessarily when you rest guys, but I think you touched on it, Steiny. It's the amount of touches. Like we're not going to see a Seattle Seahawk-like load for McCaffrey or even for any of those guys. Like the thing that I'll be looking for this weekend and next weekend is, it sounds kind of dumb, but it's snap count. Like how often are those guys out there? How many touches are they getting? And how much do you have to use them to pick up a win against teams that you, in a perfect world, should throttle?
I mean, I think it's a good question. And some of this stuff's going to be out of the 49ers' control because they do have an opponent. But what if the 49ers find themselves in a dogfight Sunday? And now all of a sudden, somebody goes out and it's uncertain how long he's hurt. when he goes out of the game. I just, and to me, it just comes down to odds. If the 49ers are going to have a better chance, they're going to have a better chance to win a Super Bowl as a 2 seed than a 3 seed. That's just the way I look at it. And that's why I do think it's important to get to 2. Not that they can't, but it'll just make it a road less challenging.
Well, you bring up a dogfight. I do think it is more likely that there's less of a dogfight if you're at home against Minnesota than if you have to go to US Bank Stadium. Like, if you have to go to Minnesota, that game just immediately stands out to me as one that's going to be a dogfight, rock fight, whatever you want to call it. That game is going to be tough. Whereas if you're at Levi's Stadium, that feels like a much more winnable game in easy fashion.
Yeah.
Maybe not easy, but...
Well, also just the little thing, turf and grass, right?
And apparently that's been a big deal for the 49ers.
Right.
They hate playing on turf. And Nick Bosa's expressed it. A lot of guys have. And the last thing you want, too, of course, is to lose anyone in the postseason. Like, we're talking about how you want to load manage guys in the regular season. Well, the truth of the matter is you're probably more likely to get hurt in the postseason because things are going to be much more physical and you're going to have to be running into a garage door 15 more times than you do in the regular season.
Exactly. And I also, just from a practical standpoint, 49ers quarterback is Brock Purdy, who's got 4 starts under his belt, and he's been a great story, but he doesn't have any experience. So I don't like, I'd rather have him, hey, you get 2 home games in the postseason, then we got to go beat Philly in Philly, as opposed to now you're asking Brock Purdy to win 2 road playoff games. Like, that sounds really hard if you're a quarterback with 4 games experience. But when you say, can you win 1 game in Philly on the road? Maybe. But 2 games on the road with Brock Purdy? Like, again, of course it can be done, but you can't tell me it's not going to be harder that way.
Do you think, and maybe this is something we can run by Eric Crocker at 1 o'clock because he's been in the locker rooms, he's been on these fields, but do you think that, we were talking yesterday, like the whole premise that one of the reasons the Warriors struggle on the road is because role players don't play as well on the road. I wonder if that applies to football too, where, yeah, sure, maybe Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams isn't worried about playing on the road. They've been in playoff atmospheres before, but I don't know, maybe Talanoa Hufanga, who's a great player,
right,
but hasn't been in those situations before. Maybe he doesn't play as well on the road. And then you're worried about, okay, well, our big boys are going to be fine, but maybe the role players, some of the, non-focal point starters are going to struggle a little bit, and a little bit enough to the point where a team like the Vikings could sneak up on you.
See, now you got me thinking. If you believe in, role players tend to play better at home. Because I do believe that.
Yeah.
To me, I'm thinking that's mostly basketball. Does the same apply to baseball and football? Because believe it or not, I don't think it does. And you know why? This is crazy, but you wear a helmet in football, and baseball, the action's further away.
Mm-hmm.
Like in basketball, when you're on the road and you're a role player, the environment almost creates more pressure, right? They can see your face. There's no anonymity. They're up close. But if nobody's going to know if Brendel chokes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Xfinity Mobile text line chiming in, and appreciate the correction.
Great show, fellas.
wasn't going to read that one.
Yeah.
Hufanga played well against Green Bay last year in the playoffs. That's absolutely a fact. But also, Jaquaski Tart dropping a pick. I don't know if he catches that ball at home. We'll never know.
Well, who's the guy who's saying morons? Hufanga won us a game in Green Bay.
Yeah, I think that was the point of the previous text, so I just had to correct myself.
Oh, I got you.
And, of course,
settle down.
We invite correction.
I always do.
We love it.
In fact, let me check my phone to see if Joe Lacob needs to correct me on anything today.
Clarification.
Warriors, Portland tonight at Chase Center. They're expecting a big crowd. It's the Warriors, after all.
I would hope so.
No Wiggins, no Curry, no JaMychal Green. I'm looking at the Portland. This is not going to be an easy game. I kind of feel like, and I feel this way too, like I feel the Warriors they're a lock to go 6-2 on this trip, it feels like. I mean, to me, it feels like, the worst they're going to do at this point is 3-2 the rest of the trip. But my man, JD, what makes you think that? Why? Oh, they could lose to Portland tomorrow. Yeah, I guess, but I think they're going 6-2 on this trip, the Warriors.
I think they're going 7-1.
Actually,
but the loss could be tonight.
I'm gonna say 6-2, but I think you could be right. It could be. Absolutely.
I think they're going 7-1.
Who's their loss? Phoenix.
Actually, I think their best chance for a loss is probably tonight. Phoenix isn't going to have Booker.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Damian Lillard back in town tonight against the Golden State Warriors. Also coming up at 1 o'clock, Eric Crocker. We're going to jump into the 49ers. He's of the Locked On 49ers podcast. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of, whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today. Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
O'Reilly. Be ready for winter weather with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10 plus get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Happy New Year, everybody. Hope everybody's out and having a good time today. If you're working, thanks for bringing us along. If you're on the Odyssey app, my sources are saying the Odyssey app has been jumping. And it would make sense. It would make sense. The traffic patterns are a little bit different right now during the holidays.
Probably a lot of people on Battery Street listening.
So far, so good. Oh, by the way, Old Ship. If you're a big listener to this show, you know that we like to go down the street to a place called the Old Ship, an establishment, and we enjoy ourselves there. And
it's basically our Chase Center.
It's a great call. We play well there.
Yes, we do.
And anyway, they're closing down for a couple months because of some interior work being done. And so that means I'm going to have more money in January and February, basically. Yeah, so no, they're going to shut down for a couple months. So today's the last day. I know.
It's hard to think about. It really is.
I know. It's
No, the Old Ship is fantastic. Everyone that works there has treated us very well. And it's just sad to think about. Won't be able to go down there for a couple months.
Exactly.
Who knows what comes after?
All right. Yeah, I know.
End of an era.
You know, Guru, tomorrow's not promised. Neither's the Old Ship. All right. Golden State Warriors play Game 4 of an 8-game homestand tonight at Chase Center. And Portland's in town. Portland, I think, is 18-16, so they're up on the Warriors in the standings, but everybody's pretty bunched together, at least 4 through 11. No Steph Curry, no Andrew Wiggins, and no JaMychal Green. Seriously, you think they're going to go 7-1 on this trip? They're 3-0 already. These last 3 games have really made you that confident.
When they play at home, yes.
Okay, fair.
And also because of the teams that they're playing. So you get past Portland tonight.
See,
you got Atlanta.
I think Portland may be the toughest game remaining on the trip.
I think it is, and that's why
if Atlanta?
Atlanta after Portland, so Atlanta, Detroit, Orlando, and then you finish with Phoenix, and none of those games are on a back-to-back. So you've already got, arguably, past the toughest 2 when it comes to, you're going to have as much of a full cast of characters as you can.
Right.
So Portland is probably the toughest game left. Phoenix is a tough game, but they're different without Devin Booker. And they've also haven't been playing very good basketball lately. Who knows if they will come a couple weeks when they come to Golden State. But, yeah, the next 3 games after tonight, you should win. A couple of them maybe even going away. So, yeah, I'm looking at the rest of this home slate and, why can't they rattle off the next 4 or 5?
Well, the way I look at it is you should beat Orlando, you should beat Detroit, and right now, just where they are in their season, you should beat the Hawks. So can you get one of the other 2, and that's 7-1? I mean, it's do I keep saying trip? My bad. It's a homestand, obviously. They don't take a trip till after the homestand's over. But
it's also important, too, because you got a chance here. So Portland's ahead of you. Phoenix is ahead of you. So, if you pile up a couple of wins here, right now Golden State's the 10 seed. by the end of this homestand, they're, let's see, right now, 2 games out of the 6. So if you go 4 out of the next 5, then you're probably looking at maybe being the 8th seed out of the end of this homestand.
Possibly, for sure.
And then, if we're talking about the Warriors trying to get to a 6, that seems very attainable, especially before potentially even the All-Star break.
If they get healthy, I think that's within reach. I think it's going to be a little tougher, obviously, to get up to 4. You know what I was thinking about tonight's game? So no Curry, no Wiggins, and usually I would be. But here's where follow me here.
Okay.
I get Wiseman and Kuminga don't play a ton. I get that we all want to see them more. But the fact that we're seeing them consistently now, that makes the game more exciting. Without Steph Curry, Portland coming in tonight, you know what? Come on. As a team that's won 4 titles, there's just, you're real disappointed Curry's not playing. And I'm not saying you're not disappointed. Of course you are. But you know what? There's something to watch for now with the Warriors. Every single game. And at the end of that road trip, the previous road trip in New York, Brooklyn, and there was nothing to even watch. It just wasn't worth anything. Well, now the games mean something, especially for Wiseman and Kuminga. And the thing that I enjoy is trying to figure out, Evan, if this is the start of those guys beginning to contribute in their careers. It would kind of make sense. Wiseman's 2.5 years in. This is 1.5 years for Kuminga. Guess what? They're starting to.
It seems
is
like
it the official start?
There is more of a, if you know what I'm saying, a game within a game. Like, we can see both their progression as individuals and now also finally them being able to help you win games. I mean, before it was, if Jonathan Kuminga can just look like he belongs on a court, then that's a plus. If James Wiseman can, score some points, that's great on him. Like, before this homestand, I know we want to make fun of it, but it's like, okay, 12 of 14 for James Wiseman in a meaningless loss. Each of the last 2 years would have been blown up as this big thing because James Wiseman is, you want to see something from him. And he gave you the big numbers that really kind of filled the whole storyline of his rookie season, the 12-6. Okay, well, the 12-6, now looking back on it, it meant nothing. But now, and the 12-14 against Brooklyn meant nothing. Like, we talked about his contributions against Charlotte and Utah, in which he played less than 10 minutes and did not score very many points, as being a sign of he could help this team, and he's getting better as a player. So if I'm looking at this game tonight against Portland, what am I watching? Well, obviously I want to watch Jordan Poole, but I'm not worried about him. And I'm getting to the point now where within their, kind of niche or more defined roles, I'm beginning to become less worried about Kuminga and Wiseman, because it seems like they at least have built upon games in a way they haven't done yet in their careers. Now, who knows? Tonight they could be absolutely terrible, and Portland could expose them, and they could take a step back. But at least now you're looking at that as, okay, well, they played 3 out of the last 4 games well, as opposed to, well, they've played 1 of the last 4 games well.
And that's what it's all about. I mean, it really is what it's all about. And I what I mean by that is, so Wiseman's last 2 games in New York, they didn't matter. They meant nothing. You know what? Until the 3 games after that. Because now, okay, he's helped you in 3 straight games. Okay, why only 3? What happened in that 4th game? Well, he had 30, but it didn't mean anything. Well, you know what? Now you can look at it the opposite way and say, maybe that was the start of it. First of all, by the way, do you know how many, I'd love to find this out. What percentage of NBA players have scored 30 points in a game since the history of the game. Because I'll tell you what, I get it. Garbage time. You score 30 in an NBA game? I mean, that's a lot of points. There have been a lot of players who've never scored 30 points, quite frankly, and who don't even have that in their arsenal.
Yeah,
never had it in
that's
their
true.
arsenal. So good for him. But I do like watching those two guys to see. And you know what? And I particularly like watching them now without Curry because there's a little more pressure on them. Now they got to play.
Yeah.
With Steph Curry, they can get away with playing average. Well, you know what? We kind of need you to be a little better than that now. All right, let's watch it. Somebody said, shouldn't the Warriors beat Portland tonight if Nurkic doesn't play? I thought Nurkic was going to play. Now I guess he's game time decision. I was thinking that too. And this is where I always get, all right, tonight's game, who's the best player on the floor? Who's got the best player tonight?
That'd be Portland. Damian Lillard.
Yeah, he's got the second best player.
Golden State.
Really? Who?
Jordan Poole.
You'd rather have Jordan Poole than Jeremy Grant? See, I might have allowed you Draymond. But what I'm saying is Portland ain't that bad. I mean, look at their players. They got Simon, who's coming. They got Jeremy Grant's a good little player, man.
He is good.
Lillard, Nurkic. I mean, I almost would look. Well, Warriors are missing their two best players. How are they gonna win tonight?
Well, you're looking
They've
at
got a volume shooter in Poole. Clay, who knows? Roll the dice with Clay.
Well, Poole also hasn't shot the ball well the last couple of games. So I am assuming that he's going to have one of those nights where things are clicking. Klay Thompson hopefully doesn't shoot you out of the game. In fact, shoots you into the game. And then Draymond Green and Kevon Looney lock down the back line to the point where defensively they have been a far better team than the first month and a half of the season. Also, when it comes to the young guys, too, you said something interesting about them playing without Curry and Wiggins. It does feel like now Kuminga, Wiseman, and even you can throw Lamb and Jerome and Moody in there. It does feel like the young guys, they affect the result of the game more. And that's why I enjoy watching them, because they can tip the scales more than they were allowed to when Curry and Wiggins were in the lineup. And so you get to see whether they can affect. Steve Kerr said it, I believe, yesterday with JD and Allen, like winning plays. They are making more winning plays. And that's kind of what we haven't been allowed to see, because either they haven't earned the minutes or they haven't gotten them because they haven't been there. But they are in a position now where throughout the course of the game, you get to see how many winning plays Jonathan Kuminga or James Wiseman make. Whereas before, even if they made a bad play, it didn't always matter as much. Whereas now, on a game like tonight, they do need Kuminga and Wiseman both to play well in the minutes they get.
Right. And the stakes are a little higher for them. 415, the Warriors have been trash on the road, worse than the NBA. Just because they've won some home games, how can you talk like they've turned the corner? Okay, here's my feeling on that one. And I mean, I don't want to get into semantics of have they turned the corner, because it's too easy to say no, not till they win on the road.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, so I'm not going to argue that necessarily particular thing, and I don't necessarily think that I said they turned the corner. But I do think
that was the question we posed yesterday.
Right where they're at now, I would say, you know what, I think the Warriors are sitting pretty. I really do. Why, Steiny? They're the worst team in the road. Well, I'll tell you why. Okay. Because the first 20, I'm going to use round numbers here, but the first 20 games, your young players that you said were going to be a big part of this season stunk. They were terrible. And I get people don't like to hear that, but for NBA players, they were not playing very well. At the same time, Clay and Poole weren't playing well either. Boom, they're 3-7. All right, that's a bad start. Then they right themselves. They get to 500. They get back under. Now Curry gets hurt. Wiggins is out. They can't win on the road. They just can't. They come off their worst trip, the 1-4 trip, and they get blown out in New York against the Nets and the Knicks. All right, that was about 9 days ago. At that point, they're a mess. Honest to goodness, at that point, Warrior fans, be honest. After the Nets game, were you thinking, if you're a big enough fan that you knew, well, we got 8 games at home, aren't you thinking we might go 2-6?
Yeah.
If we don't get it together for 8 home games, which we might not because we didn't play what, so they come back and they win 3 games in a row. 2, let's just say 2 against subpar opponents. That's fine. But the reason I think they're set up is because now they've had 3 games where the one issue is starting to be addressed, the young players. Against the Utah Jazz, the Golden State Warriors had 6 young players. They helped them win the game. And I'm including Patrick Baldwin Jr., I'm including Lamb, Ty Jerome, and the 3 other guys. So can they keep that up? And like you said, I think they're going 6-2, 7-1. Those are our predictions. I think if they go 7-1, that means that the guys are playing pretty well still. Perfect. Now you're 7-1 at home. Now you got to go on the road. Well, guess what? Steph Curry's probably back now. And the guys who haven't been playing well on the road, the young guys, let's just say, now they got a good homestand behind them. It's like a reset. It's like a reset for those guys. Hey, guys, come on. We got a 5-game, we're in San Antonio for Kuminga. Can you help us win that game? Kuminga and Wiseman, because now it's on the road. I just think it's set up to start to progress.
Exactly. I think you're right. And, okay, let me ask you this. Who have been the 2 consistent players for the Warriors this year?
2 most consistent players?
Yeah.
I would say, Curry. But,
Steph, yeah.
Okay, and Wiggins.
Wiggins.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're hurt now. This is a point where, coming off the road trip, after Curry goes down, you're thinking, well, the rest of you guys now got to figure it out. And apparently on the road, they couldn't figure it out.
Right.
So that question still needs to be answered. But if you're entering a homestand and a place where you have been successful, but you don't have your 2 best guys, and you're thinking, gosh, we just went one of our last, we went 1-5 our last 6. We got questions about the young guys. We got questions about if Poole can kind of keep us afloat from a scoring perspective while Curry's out. Can Draymond pick up the slack defensively for Wiggins not being out there? Maybe some questions are larger than others. But you got a lot in flux without your 2 mainstays. So that, to me, is why you hear the fragility, the theme of that rise, because it's like you are in a place where you have now had a ton of questions that have gone unanswered with your 2 most consistent players. And now it seems like we're beginning to get not the whole answer, but part of the answer to a lot of those questions. I mean, we had the conversation you and Guru did earlier this year. All right, what's the biggest issue? Is it the big boys? Is it the bench? Is it the second unit? Well, the second unit's been killing you. They got the best starting 5 in the NBA. What's going on? Okay, well now, without your 2 most consistent players, your 2 overall, I would say, most important players, you're looking at a team that has demonstrated the last 3 games and will get a chance to prove the next 5, starting tonight, that they can win without those guys. So it does feel a little bit like, all right, when you hit the road, you have not only momentum, but you have a little more confidence restored that you can change the narrative of how you play on the road, because you'll probably get Wiggins back. I don't know if you'll get Curry back before you hit the road, but you would hope so. And then it's like, all right, now the season starts. The season starts after Christmas, because now we get our full cast and we have confidence in everything going for us right now.
I mean, it's going to be a fun next 5 games, and then to me, it's going to be a fun 5 after that, because that's when they do go on the road. It starts in San Antonio, but first things first, and that's
does every game kind of feel like a prove-it game at this point? For maybe not for the team, but for individuals. Like there's something each game that someone has to prove.
You know what's interesting is I don't look at it that way. I don't look at it individually. I just don't. I look at the Golden State Warriors, and this is kind of what I mean. Like if if let's just say tonight they win.
Mm-hmm.
Kuminga plays good. Well, he plays well. Wiseman, Moody steps up a little bit as a nice little 11-point game in 8 minutes. And Wiseman gets in foul trouble and struggles.
Yeah.
Like, that's a win. Like, I don't hold it against Wiseman and say, well, now he's below. It's like, no, you guys are young players as a whole. Like, as a young player, guess what? I'm already giving you and allowing you're going to be inconsistent. Like, James Wiseman's 21 years old. He's going to be inconsistent. Okay, that's fine. And so's Kuminga. But can you start overlapping and making up for a guy who doesn't play well? Like, okay, Wiseman doesn't play well. Well, can you still win? Can Kuminga help you more than Wiseman hurts you? That's a net positive. I'm in.
So each game, it's
all a unit.
We got to get 1.5 every night.
Or just it's about results, really. It's about results. Like, and they're going to go hand in hand. If let's say the Warriors lose, what would have to occur for the Warriors to lose the rest of the games on this homestand? They go 0-5. Outside of an injury.
Outside of an injury?
Let's say Draymond
make a shot.
Draymond misses a few games, and to me that means everybody played poorly.
Yeah. No, we're at the point now where if they lose 4 out of the next 5, it's because the entire team fell down.
Exactly right. And that's why for them to go 4-1, if they were to end up 7-1, like, there's no way they end up 7-1 without the young guys continuing to help them like they're helping, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I say young guys, again, now I'm throwing that out there. I'm talking 6 guys. I'm talking 6 guys because Lamb and Jerome play. So you got to account for them. So at the end of, if the Golden State Warriors finish this trip 6-2 or 7-1, that in essence means the young guys were pretty good or acceptable at the very least, because I don't think the Warriors are good enough to overcome that many young players being terrible collectively.
Yeah,
I think they're in a great spot.
It feels like everyone outside of maybe the top 4 or 5 guys is beginning to develop or beginning to grow. And so if you're telling me this is a team that's 500 right now, maybe they're not world beaters at this point, but it does feel like there's a road that a few months ago I didn't see, which is these guys are now progressing to the point where, yes, they can help you win games, but by the end of the regular season, well, maybe they could progress to the point where they could help you win a playoff game. And that's something at the beginning of this year I was like, no way in hell.
Absolutely. I thought no way in hell either. Or you better adjust, like, what do you think is contributing in the playoffs?
Yeah.
To what I think. But no, I think that's I think that's a good way to look at it.
Hopefully it's obviously glass half full, but it just from the way that you hear people talk about the team now, inside and out, and the way they were talking about them a month and a half ago.
No doubt. And here you go. This is exactly what you're talking about. I will push your point home. On the Xfinity Mobile text line yesterday, I didn't read the text, but I made a bet with Guru. He says the Warriors are going to win it all.
Yeah.
And I say no.
Yeah.
And somebody said, Sonny, a little more worried about that bet with Guru.
You nervous? And
I was like, well, a little more than last week.
Yep.
No doubt. There's no doubt. How can, even if you're like, I never worry, everything's fine, how could you not look at him coming off that trip thinking, yikes? They came off that trip. I'm like, oh my God, this team stinks. And there's no hope, it felt like. We're not, I'm exaggerating everything. But now you're starting to think, okay, the young guys are playing a little bit. And the reality is they don't have their 2 best players, including the top 3 to 4 players in the league. Wiggins is a really good defender when he's engaged. That's kind of what they need. Draymond Green's shown that he's got some good games still in him. Clay's very erratic along with Poole, but they've got a track record. It's It's not outside the realm.
The picture's becoming just a little clearer.
No, that's exactly right. It's exactly right. Do I think the Warriors are going to win it? I do not.
There was also a point
Can
where
they?
a few weeks ago I was like,
yes, they can.
Do I have to watch this tonight? I mean,
I agree with that.
Now,
good point.
I want to watch every single game. And I understand not everyone can watch every game. There's cable issues or blackouts, but I'm going to go out of my way to try and watch each and every one of these games the rest of the homestand, even though they're playing a couple of the worst teams in the league.
Correct. I was not locked in for the Nets and the Knicks games. But tonight, tonight it's like Warriors Portland tonight at 7.
Let's go.
Where are you going to be? I'll be at home watching it, but I'll be watching it.
Chip?
At 7?
That's a long time.
That's a 5-hour pregame for Warrior Tip?
It's a long time.
Unless I'm going to the game. I could go to the game and do that. I can't go to the game, though.
That's a Las Vegas Raiders 49ers pregame on New Year's Eve.
I'm wearing sweatpants right now. I'm not going to the Golden State Warriors in sweatpants. Actually, you know what? I would go to the Warriors game in sweatpants for $800.
We can make that happen.
But if you said sign it, I'll give you $500. Just go like that. I'd be like, no. I'm not walking in to an NBA arena wearing sweats and a t-shirt. Now, for $800, I would do it,
Maybe.
but I'd stay up on that third level, the nosebleeds. And let me tell you something, I wouldn't let anybody. Come on, you got to dress a little better than that. All right, coming up on the other side, let's get into some 49ers. They play the Raiders on Sunday with Eric Crocker. He's of the Locked On 49ers podcast, former NFL defensive back. We'll do that next.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. For a limited time, get up to an additional $600 off select major appliances and instant savings from top brands like Samsung, LG, and Whirlpool. And you can take home what you buy same day. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 12/29 to 1/4.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these 2 tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions, or limits on the number of people you could have in an area, or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way, and also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAXDEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com. MOSKOWITZ LLP.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Keppel here, serial entrepreneur. I hired my first employee in 1988, but I interviewed poorly and didn't provide job training. So 6 hours after she started, I ushered the tearful employee out the door without even putting her on my payroll. Yes, I hired and fired my very first employee on the same day and broke my first payroll law. I was a terrible employer. Years later, I created Patriot Software to help employers with 1 to 100 employees not make mistakes with their payroll. Go to PatriotSoftware.com, use promo code RADIO, and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Got a little coffee issue. Usually have my last cup right now, but coffee machine's broke. So we get Tim Jordan in here on. All right, let's get serious. Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, joining us right now. Former NFL defensive back. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
No problem. Let me get you to put yourself in the 49er position. They're sitting with a number 3 seed right now. Minnesota's right there at 2. It would mean a home second-round game. Like, how important is that for the Niners to get to 2? How much emphasis you think they're putting on that these last 2 weeks?
I think it's ideal, right? Like, just for travel plans. You know, and some of these games are kind of weird in the playoffs where you could play on the Sunday, then you might have to play on the Saturday the next week. And if you have to travel, that takes a week out of your preparation. So ideally, you would like to have that 2 seed so you are a little bit more guaranteed that second-round home game if you, in fact, win that wild card round. But ultimately, you want to be in the comfort of your home and your facility doing everything you have to do to prepare for this next game. So I would say that it's not a huge deal because the 49ers have shown that they can travel and beat anyone in the playoffs. But ideally, you would like to be at home.
Eric, there is a story written by Matt Barrows kind of taking people inside the locker room, specifically at halftime. And obviously, you've been in these locker rooms. The story centered around a reporter being a fly on the wall and kind of not breaking, but giving a glimpse into what the sanctity of the locker room is like. If you were at halftime of a football game and you saw a reporter standing on the wall, what would be your reaction?
The funny thing about, like, the media when it comes to professional sports is a lot of times you don't really pay attention to that. I think that's more of like the outside people that pay attention to either rumors or reports and things like that. When you're inside the building, it's typically totally different. And obviously, if you see something being read about you, then, of course, or written about you, you might come across that. Maybe a family member points it out to you. But ultimately, if I was in the locker room, I see Matt Barrows or Mayoko or Ten Kawakami or whoever else, to me, it doesn't matter. I'm focused on what my coach is saying and whatever we're trying to do to prepare for this second half to make any type of adjustments that we need to make. So typically, you're more focused on the task at hand and what you have to do than who's in the room with you.
Eric Crocker joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on the Locked On 49ers podcast. Let me ask you this, Eric. So, since the 49ers got McCaffrey, they've been rolling. They're 11-4. They've won 8 in a row. And we completely see kind of their recipe for success. It's a heavy dose of McCaffrey, spread the ball around, running game. That's their recipe for success. If you were to look into your crystal ball and I said, well, what's going to get the 49ers beat, Eric? What's going to be the reason that they do lose a playoff game? How would you see that coming down?
I think not being able to run the rock. If you look back and you talked about the 49ers on an 8-game winning streak, well, one of their losses a couple months ago was to the Atlanta Falcons. And if you look at what they did on the ground in that game, it was a very patriotic running game. You had a guy fumble. It was returned for a touchdown. It's like everybody averaged like 2 yards carry. I think your leading rusher maybe had 24 yards or 25 yards. That is not ideal for how the 49ers want to play football. I saw a video of, I think, Kurt Benkert, he was on the practice squad with the 49ers, and he talked about their offense and their preparation and how they don't do 2-minute drill. He said they spend the least amount of preparation on 2-minute drill than any team that he's ever been around. And I think partly because, more times than not, they're not really in that situation where they have to go fast. So when you watch the Falcons game and now the run game is not working, you find yourself behind, and now you have to go faster when they don't have an offense that's really built for that. And I think those type of things can get them in trouble. So if they can't run the ball and they fall behind, that's where things can get a little sticky for the 49ers.
Eric, we heard this week, Dre Greenlaw was discussing, the big stat that's been going around about the 49ers, the 0-13 record of teams directly in their games after playing the 49ers. And I thought his response was interesting. He basically said, I don't like that stat because basically, we don't know what type of team those teams that we're beating really are. Do you see the 49ers' strength of schedule or lack thereof being something that is going to be brought up anytime there's a playoff matchup in the future? Or is it just kind of a coincidence where, hey, a lot of these teams in each of these specific spots have taken L's after the 49ers, and maybe Drake Greenlaw doesn't have is trying to figure out just who this team is. How much do you care about what the schedule says about the Niners thus far?
I think if you look at the teams over the 8-game winning streak, the 49ers definitely had the advantage in most of those games, or really all of them. The opponents weren't great. I think I would be a little bit more worried. Let's say if I was a huge fan and I'm like, oh, man, they haven't really beat anybody. But I would look at how they're beating these teams. It's not like these games are really close. First of all, NFL is tough in general, just to win every week and to win 8 straight games. That's difficult in the NFL. We just watched a couple weeks ago, the Dallas Cowboys lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars, who they're kind of getting hot right now. So maybe that's something to it. But teams can slip to these teams. The 49ers, they're not only not slipping to these teams and losing, they are beating these teams handily. Like, they are pounding these teams. They pounded the team, the Miami Dolphins. They pounded the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They pounded the Washington Commanders in the second half. So maybe if those games are really tight and they're just winning by the skin of their teeth and you're saying, man, these teams aren't even good, then, I give you that. But they are really kind of imposing their will on these opponents to where I look at it like I think it's just a team that's hitting a stride at the right time. They have a lot of weapons. They're fairly healthy. And they're only getting healthier, getting guys back like Javon Kinlaw, now Deebo Samuel, and everyone else. So I think they're kind of building that continuity at the right time to where I don't think it really matters who they play.
It is kind of interesting because obviously this weekend they get the Las Vegas Raiders, and look, the Raiders got a lot more going on in their locker room than the 49ers do, and it all kind of surrounds the quarterback and Derek Carr. As a guy in Derek Carr who's been the starter since 2014, since he came into the league, hasn't missed more than 2 games in a regular season, and is now shown the door when technically the Raiders have not been mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Would you view that as a slap in the face, or kind of just why would you treat a guy who's been your franchise quarterback for the better part of a decade like that? Do you see how the Raiders are treating Derek Carr, or how they've kind of just excused him, whether it be due to being a distraction or not? Is that a slight?
Yeah, I think that's a very different situation, especially for someone who has built up so much equity in that organization. I mean, this is a guy who for years now said, I will not play for another team in the NFL. I am a Raider for life, and if I'm not going to be a Raider, I will retire. And then you go ahead and at the end of the year, when you still are mathematically in it, you need some things to go your way, but you just not only bench him, but kind of excuse him from the team. I would assume that a lot of the players feel some type of way about that in the locker room. I mean, you heard even with the 49ers trading for Trey Lance and going from him to, Jimmy Garoppolo, that whole situation, and how guys, it's like, hey, Jimmy was their guy. And I'm pretty sure a lot of guys felt a certain way about it in the locker room. Then you have to go out there and prove that you can win with the young guy. You've seen Brock Purdy do it. But ultimately, guys do have certain guys' backs. And to bench a guy like Derek Carr, who's been a stalwart in that organization, it's a little weird. And I'd say that the blame will likely go to Josh McDaniels, the head coach. And the team might, you're going to go out there and try to play your best, but, man, I could see guys maybe not being all the way into it like they would otherwise.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Eric. I appreciate that answer, because it's going to be a challenge for them to come out and play with their hair on fire, kind of, if you're a Raider. But we'll see what happens, man. Hey, they might come out and play hard, but once they get punched in the mouth, they'll probably hold it a lot faster without Derek Carr as opposed to having them out there with them. I think that's a fair statement.
True.
Hey,
Yeah.
Eric, Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll listen to you on the Locked On 49ers podcast.
All right. Happy holidays, guys.
Yes, sir. It's Eric Crocker.
Yeah, a couple things there. I mean, I'm totally with him about Derek Carr. I understand the financial ramifications of leaving him in, and the risk that you're taking, but again, why give him the money last year if there's even a possibility that you don't think he's going to be your franchise quarterback for the next half a decade? It just doesn't really make any sense. And I know the Raiders haven't been, the most well-run organization in the last decade, or even going back a couple, but I just don't really get it. Like, if any other team did that to a guy that has been the face of their franchise, so to speak, we would look at them and say, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I think we are. Looking at them and saying that. And I also think that, you're right about the situation with Carr. The thing is, I feel like, what they're doing makes sense. It's kind of a D move.
Yeah.
And I don't like it, but it makes sense. Bottom line is, they're looking at the playoffs saying, that's a joke. We're not making the playoffs. We know that. And look, can we put the rat on the table? The last thing they want is for Derek Carr to get hurt and then be saddled with him next year. That's the bottom line. They don't, because they want to move off him.
Yeah. No, I was going to say the other thing too is athletes really don't care about the media. No,
I don't think so. Well, it depends.
Well, he was saying if a story's
balance.
written about you, but it's also like, I see a report in the locker room. I don't care. I'm focused on what I got to do.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you there. I asked Eric Crocker, and this just came into my head. I'm interested to get your thoughts. So we know what the Niners recipe for success is.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on a running game. It's based on Kyle Shanahan's schemes. It's based on having a bunch of weapons, based on having a big-time offensive line, built on defense. So we know how they win. But what's going to get them beat? And here's where I think I've changed my mind. I think what's going to end up getting them beat is their defense, not their offense. And what I mean by that is, when Garoppolo was here and and Lance, and they were a little inconsistent. There's no doubt that we thought this team should score more. And then they get McCaffrey and now Purdy. The point is like their offense kind of is what it is, isn't it? I mean, yeah, I guess Brock Purdy could throw 3 interceptions, but it's hard to see because Shanahan won't allow him to throw 3 interceptions because he'll call safer plays. He'll be more conservative. Will run him. That's my thought.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is I think if the 49ers get beat, somebody's going to put 35, 38 on them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I do think it. And
as great as that defense is.
No, and Crocker made a good point. It's if they do fail, I know everyone wants to point at the quarterback, but it's probably going to be because of one of their strengths or the foundations that this team is built upon that for whatever reason that day doesn't show up. So their defense or, like he said, their run game. And he referenced the Atlanta Falcons game. I know they had some starters out in that game. But if the Niners cannot effectively run the football, and this is really the test that we're going to see with Brock Purdy more than anything else, I know people have said, look, he's still got to check off a box of, can he bring it back in a game? Well, one of the reasons that he's always playing ahead is because they can run the football, and they can run it effectively early in games. Okay, well, against a team that has, like we thought Washington had a good front. So they, for the most part, were able to slow the 49ers in the first half. I mean, it was a tie game going in. So the 49ers, if they do lose a postseason game, I'm with you, Steiny. It's going to be because the defense has a bad day and the offense is not good enough to score 35, 38 points to keep pace with a team that is able to limit what you want to do. Like, if the 49ers can't run the football, then I don't know how good Brock Purdy really is. I mean, I don't think he'll turn the ball over 3 times in a game, but there might be a scenario where he's not turning the ball over, but they're just going 3 and out. Like, they're just punting the ball and giving it back to the other side to where, look, Washington had a chance in the game last weekend in the first half. They dominated time of possession, and that didn't carry over to the second half, but there might be a team out there better than Washington that can control the clock. And when you're a 49ers team that likes to put together sustained drives, likes to get into a rhythm, well, what if another team doesn't let you get into your rhythm?
Yeah, or what if you turn it over early and you're playing from behind? See, and that's kind of the thing with the Washington game. I get it. They ended up winning, 37-20?
Yeah.
But Washington comes up short from the 1 in the first half of that game. And then midway through a 14-7 game, I should say midway through the third quarter of a 14-7 game, Ron Rivera does something that he just kind of lost his patience. It's a 1-score game, I mean, that's a game where I want you to really follow me. I'm not saying, 49ers are lucky. They're not lucky. They're 11-4. They're really good, but the playoff game you play might be against a team that scores on that first drive. Or, no, they punt it away, and they got you deep in your own territory, and you're upset 14-7, but you got to be a little more careful. Like, all that changes. But the one thing, and this is where the schedule comes in to me, and of course it'll be an easy take, but it'll be a real take, is if they get to the Super Bowl, and then Mahomes beats them 40-20, or Allen beats them 40-20, or Burrow beats them 40-20, or Jalen Hurts beats him 40-20, or Dak beats it. You don't think we're going to say, oh, geez, they gave up 30. Well, they didn't see an offense like that all year.
No, I'm with you. And I think that the Niners... Look,
Minnesota?
They're not built to win a shootout. And so I think that's what we're kind of questioning is, all right, if they get into a game that gets into the late 20s, mid-30s, can they win that game? The Xfinity Mobile text line, if any team's going to lose if their defense gives up 35 a game, well, I don't know. Like, is Patrick Mahomes fazed by his defense giving up 35 points? No, because he can put up 42. Is Josh Allen, like you said, fazed by a 30-point defensive performance? No, because they can score. If the Niners, and again, it's a big if, but if they do have an off day on defense, like there is a fine line for what they are allowed to do. Like their defense has to be, and this is why we were talking about I think a few weeks ago, like if this really is an all-time defense or historic defense, well then yes, they can win the Super Bowl, but their defense has to be that each and every playoff game. And you just wonder, well, if they have an off day, if Kansas City comes to town like they did earlier this season, or maybe the offense has an off day like they did against Atlanta, they could get beat.
Yeah. From the 510, horrible take. Damn near every team's going to lose if their D gives up 35 a game. My God. Yeah, I get that. That's not my point, though. My point is when I'm envisioning how the 49ers get eliminated, all right, I know how they can win the Super Bowl. I know it. We know how they can win the Super Bowl. But if it doesn't happen, besides maybe Purdy throws 4 interceptions, no. There is something about, I do think their defense is really, really good. But I do think there are scenarios out there in which a really good quarterback scores points against them, like Mahomes did. And all I mean by that is the 49ers defense may be so good, but they played 2 bad games this year, one against the Chiefs and once against the Bills, and that's what. But those are the games the defense has to hold. The defense will have to hold Kansas City to 24. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the even though the defense is better than the offense, the defense is going to have to kind of perform at a higher level than the offense would have to and still win the game.
Yeah, no, if the 49ers lose a playoff game, I think most people would probably look at the offense, but the first place I think you have to look is the defense, because that's been the strength of this team. That's how they've won games. I guess, look, the last 4 weeks when Brock Purdy's taken over, they scored 30 points in 3 of those 4 games. But that's because he has had the ultimate safety blanket of, all right, even if I don't score this, I know we're putting together drives, we're scoring points, but if I don't, it doesn't matter because we're getting the ball back in all likelihood in 3 or 4 plays. So the defense is where this team is going to win and lose, I think. And it doesn't, I know they aren't involved in scoring points, but if that is the heart, if that is the identity of your team, that's why I do feel like if Brock Purdy has a bad game in the playoffs, I can't necessarily fault him for that, because if you're listing reasons why the 49ers should win a football game, the quarterback might be third behind, obviously, the defense, but then the running game I would put second. And that's what Eric Crocker was saying is, look, if they lose a game, it's because they can't run the football.
Well, yeah, and that's where I actually disagree. Because, this is where I like to take, let's go through the progression. Okay, when do you find out you can't run the football? I don't know, midway through the second, maybe, if you're down. Here's what I think about their offense now. Mm-hmm. If they can't run the football, they still should be able to score some points. Because Brock Purdy's their best passing quarterback that's played this year. He just makes their offense better.
Agreed.
So I believe the Niners, their offense is going to be there. And now that might only be 20. They're going to get you 24 a game in the playoffs. Well, to me, that's going to win. That might get you to the Super Bowl, but you're going to lose the Super Bowl. And the reason you're going to lose the Super Bowl is because, and maybe I'm not blaming the defense, but it's going to be because the defense can't shut a team down, an offensive team down, like they did teams during the regular season.
I think we've also seen in the last couple of postseasons.
Okay, I could see their defensive backfield, in essence, being a reason that they get beat in the playoffs. There's a quarterback, the line, the opposing offensive line does a little bit better, and they keep their quarterback protected. And their quarterback is better than anybody they saw during the regular season outside Mahomes. And their wide receivers are really good, and now all of a sudden, the guys who might be running free are getting hit. Getting hit with passes. That's how I see them losing.
I think it's also a situation where,
if they lose.
In the postseason, too, if you're in a spot where you got to have it, and it's a drive where you need it, I'm more inclined to trust the team with a dominant quarterback than a dominant defense. Just the way that the game is set up. It is more advantageous to offenses. And so if you're telling me there's a final drive and there's Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow on the other side, well, I'm sorry. Like, I'm expecting those quarterbacks to score, not this defense necessarily to get the stop. Like, Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league, in my opinion. If he doesn't score, that's the shock, I think.
Well, but then that's also, then when it's all said and done, the 49ers did have one of the greatest defenses of all time.
That's what we're going to find out,
right?
I think. I mean,
right.
that's the test, is can this defense, along with what Brock Purdy gives you and at a different level than Jimmy Garoppolo and more than Trey Lance, can this defense be the focal force of a Super Bowl caliber team, a Super Bowl winning team? And that's the expectation.
I guess we got to acknowledge they haven't played a lot of good quarterbacks this year. Or they haven't played the best. Who are the top 5 quarterbacks?
Oh, they played Mahomes.
Right,
yeah, they played Mahomes.
No Josh Allen, no Burrow. If you don't think Brady's there.
It might be Herbert.
Hurts. That's true. They beat Herbert. But they were banged up.
Yep.
But and listen, I'm not saying the 49ers are going to get beat. I'm just saying we know how they're going to win the title. They're going to run the ball. They're going to be creative. They're going to use their weapons, and their defense is going to be staunch. I just think if I'm envisioning them getting beat, I just think it's got to be like a Mahomes doing what he did to them in the regular season.
And I think that's also a compliment too. It's like, yes, we are trying to figure out how this team may or may not lose, but that is also giving credit to the fact that this defense has been so damn good that it is going to take a Mahomes in all likelihood to beat them.
408, the Dolphins receivers were wide open all game. Now, I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me Mahomes is throwing to those guys, the natural assumption
might be
is
in trouble.
But we'll see. We'll see. Nobody's saying they can't. We got Monty Poole on the other side.
Monty Poole on the other side.
All right, Monty Poole on the other side, NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll talk some Warriors. Then we'll wrap up. What a year. What a year on 95.7 The Game.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit. This time, just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. I'm Matt Steinmetz, and the Golden State Warriors take on the Portland Trailblazers tonight, 7 o'clock, Chase Center. Joining us right now, NBC Sports Bay Area, Monty Poole. He covers the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Monty? Happy New Year, buddy.
Hey, Happy New Year to y'all. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. We yesterday we were talking about a Warriors turning a corner, and we got into semantics, whether you can turn a corner without getting those road problems solved or not. But what has been the difference between this team when they came back from New York and this team now?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, you're seeing guys start to figure out things that they still had difficulty figuring out even 2 weeks ago, specifically on offense. There were times when the offense would just die, and you wondered why. Well, I mean, when you have an offense built around one guy and that guy's not available, meaning Stephen Curry, it takes a while for guys to kind of recalibrate and figure out how to make it work. And then you also have the issue where you don't have Andrew Wiggins, and Klay Thompson didn't play in one game in the back-to-back on Wednesday. So you've got a lot of things in the air to deal with, and it means adjustments all the time. And when you have to make that many adjustments on the fly, and your team is mostly young guys with a couple of vets sprinkled in there right now, it's tough. I mean, Wednesday night they had who were the vets that weren't available? Steph, Klay, Wiggs, Michael Green. I mean, who were the vets that were available? Well, Draymond and Loon. So it's a lot to try and process and work through and win a basketball game. I just thought the game the other night against Utah was maybe their best win of the season because it showed a certain resilience that I wasn't sure they had. It showed a lot of grit. That was a game that that was an L.
Right.
That was a loss. That was a loss. And they found a way to win it. And I was like, okay, that's impressive. Now, if they can bottle that determination and take that into the next game, they may have something. But as Steve Kerr likes to say, we need to, kind of get some momentum built here. And right now, you're just at the beginning of that.
Yeah, no, Monty, that's a great point. Against Utah, look, it's a tie game with 5.5 left. Against Charlotte, it's a tie game with 3 minutes left. Those feel like losses, a few weeks ago, a month ago, that then turn into wins. And a big part of that has been a lot of the young guys, and even throwing Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome in with the Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. What have you seen in the last few games from the young core from the Golden State Warriors that wasn't there a month ago?
Well, you look at the other night against the Hornets. I mean, who closed that game? Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, we've seen Jordan close out opponents before. We saw it some last year. We've seen him, kind of put the dagger into opponents. But Jordan and J.K. scored 11 of the last 12 points in that game the other night. And that's usually the territory you look to Steph and Klay and Wiggs and those guys. And Klay was out there. Klay was out there. But it was Jordan and J.K. that did that, and it was like, okay, that means something when you have two young guys working together to close out a teammate. An opponent. And, yeah, I mean, Utah's a decent team this year. They're playing better than me people thought they would be. But and I thought that would be a game the Charlotte Hornets are not that good, but Utah is a good team this year, and so they backed it up the next night. You look at Ty Jerome, you look at Lamb, and you also look at Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Yeah.
The chance. So seeing the young guys show signs of development, let's face it, man, the Warriors invested a whole lot of money in their player development process. That they did that before last season. They realized, okay, look, at some point we're going to have to get younger. If we're going to get younger, we want to stay good. How do we stay good and stay young or get young? Let's rather than go after big name free agents that are 30-ish, let's go ahead and revamp our player development department. Now, it's radical in the sense that they didn't go young. They went super young. The last 5 guys they drafted, lottery picks, were all 19-year-olds. They're all teenagers. That's radical. And so that's another reason why there are so many growing pains, because you don't draft teenagers in 3 successive drafts and expect that to just, voila, become great. Yeah. It just doesn't work that way. So they're working through some of that. They're still not great, but you can see signs of development and signs of progress.
Monty Poole joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Golden State Warriors. It's up until a week or two ago, when we just the umbrella about the young Warriors. Well, it's Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. Okay, so they've been up and down, maybe a little bit disappointing. What I'm wondering is, and I get it, the other 3 guys weren't high draft picks. They're not as highly sought after. But now it's a point where Ty Jerome, Lamb, and Baldwin. Now that's 6 really young, but I forget Poole, but that's 6 really young players. I look at the Warriors over the years. They've had like Wanamaker, Ian Clark. They drafted McCaw. He left. McAdoo, Jacob Evans didn't work out. Are we looking at guys who could be long-term Warriors in terms of Jerome and Lamb, or it's too early to say that? Or, at what point do you kind of lump all 6 of them in together and just say, we got half our team that's young?
Yeah, I think it's too early to say that on both those guys. I mean, Jerome's value went up because Curry went out, and so you need another ball handler. Before when Steph was healthy, Ty wasn't getting a lot of playing time, and with Steph out, they need him. And Lamb's getting playing time anyway because he's more trusted than some of the young guys are. The teammates trust him, the coaches trust him to do stuff that helps them win games. So he was getting playing time even before Wiggins went down, and Wiggins goes down, and Lamb becomes a little bit more important. But I don't know that either of those guys are long-term Warriors. I mean, I think Jerome is 25, Lamb's about to be 25. And so it's to go from two-way to being a long-term piece of the team, that's a huge leap.
Yeah.
And Gary Payton II could have done it, but the Warriors didn't want to pay for him. But he would have done it. But yeah, I think the Warriors are Lamb and Jerome are two guys that are holding the fort down in the minds of the Warriors until the young guys can kind of get up to speed.
Gotcha.
And right now it means that they're playing a lot because, you got a couple of guys that are down, a couple of veterans that are down. So the young guys are playing more, and you also got the two-way guys playing. So I suspect when the Warriors get healthy again, that you'll see less of the two-way guys, and maybe by that time, talking about 2 or 3 weeks out, maybe by that time you'll see more of the young guys getting a few more regular minutes, guys like Moody and Kuminga.
Monty, we've obviously given credit to the young guys. We mentioned Poole, Thompson, Looney, but obviously Draymond Green has, I think, really stepped his game up. Even the last few, Memphis plus 13, Hornets plus 5, Jazz plus 6. How much of a safety net is he to this team when they are, as he put in his own words before the homestand, in a fragile place? What has his consistency brought to this team when he's been locked in like this?
Draymond, when he's on his game, he is like the ultimate backline defender. Utah is huge. They come in and they got Kessler 7'1" and Olenek is 6'11", and Markkanen is 7 feet, and Vanderbilt 6'9". And the first half of the game, you're thinking the Warriors can't deal with these guys. They're just too big. They're getting offensive rebounds. They're not giving the Warriors anything on the glass, and they're blocking shots when guys go into the paint. But in the fourth quarter, Utah scored 13 points. They got 4 field goals. They shot 4 of 25 in the fourth quarter, and I'm going to say that the primary reason for that defense is Draymond. He was blocking shots. He was gunking up their offense. He was getting in the way. He was getting steals. And so you just saw his importance. They don't win that game without him, no matter what the other guys do.
Right.
Yeah, he wasn't a big scorer down the stretch. No, that wasn't him. But his defense, when you hold a team to 13 in the fourth quarter, that's a rare thing. And without that, they don't win that game. So Draymond has been spectacular most of the season. He's had a few games that were, I would say dog games, but for the most part, he has been really, really good. He is playing like a guy who knows his contract status is a little shaky. He can come back if he wants to. He can leave if he wants to. He's playing like a guy who understands his situation.
Yeah, I agree with that, Monty.
Yeah.
Hey, Happy New Year, buddy, and look forward to catching up in the 2023.
Yes, sir. Y'all take care.
All right, that's Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Longtime Bay Area journalist, and I don't use that word lightly.
Long time? What does that got to be, like 20 plus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'm a long-time Bay Area media horse's ass. Don't you?
Monty Poole isn't. Yes, anyway, I agree.
Who won the ACC championship game?
Now, this is something I actually didn't know.
Of course you don't know it. Listen, you give me a list of teams, I'll bet you can't even tell me the conferences anymore.
Well, I might be able to tell you, but...
Like I said, I walked out and said, why is Maryland playing North Carolina State? What's this, the ACC championship? Nobody even heard of the ACC, it felt like. It felt like.
What? I thought Maryland was in the ACC.
They are.
They've been to the Big
So
Ten
is
since
North Carolina
2014.
State. Both those teams are in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Thank you.
About Rutgers.
Am I right?
If you stop watching your games on ESPN Classic, you'll know that's changed.
Like, I know Rutgers is in the Big Ten because that's a joke. What about Texas Tech? No clue what conference they're in.
Texas Tech?
Big 12.
Big 12.
Texas A&M.
SEC.
Montana State.
Big Sky. Wait, Montana?
Montana State is Big Sky.
Big Sky, yeah. Thank you, John.
You guys are starting to piss me off. Why can't Boston College?
Boston College?
ACC.
Pretty soon we're going to have to get what sport, though, right?
That's true. Because
which sport?
Notre Dame. Football.
Independent.
There you go. Notre Dame basketball.
Big East.
ACC.
What's Georgetown in? Boy, they stink.
They're in the newly created Big East, right?
See, that's all. You're making my point. Anyway, who won that game? North Carolina State, the Wolfpack?
Maryland, 16-12.
Okay, I like the Terps.
Tua Tagovailoa's brother, the quarterback for the Terps.
Nice. I have a bunch of stuff on my list to tie up some loose ends here. Somebody had texted in earlier about, I said, Wiseman scored 30 in a game. That's not easy. Of course, somebody texts in and says, Earl Boykins scored 30 in a game 8 times. Earl Boykins is 5'5". So I just started thinking.
Oh, Boykins a baller.
Exactly. No, here's what I meant. Just take some 7. Listen, I'm going to go back. 7-footers.
Yeah.
Marjanovic. He's never shot Boban. He's never scored 30 in a game.
I would bet against
it. Chance.
Yeah.
You think Sean Bradley ever scored 30 in a game? He actually might.
I wasn't familiar with his game, in the words of Shaquille O'Neal.
How about DeAndre Jordan? DeAndre Jordan never scored 30 in a game. I'm going to say no.
I would say yes.
How?
He got 15 dunks. I mean, he caught 15 lobs from Chris Paul.
But my point is there's more 7-footers who've never scored 30 than who have scored 30.
Yes.
Don't you think?
I think so. I was trying to think of the ones right now in the league. Capella, you think he ever scored 30 points?
He probably did because I'll tell you why, though, because teams are willing to give up the lob to Capella as opposed to an open 3-point shot. So I'll bet you, yeah, Capella has, I would say.
DeAndre Jordan, career high 30 points against the Celtics in 2018.
Yeah. So that's a no, essentially.
Well, what's the next highest James Wiseman has scored?
I think he probably had a 30-point game his rookie year.
Did he?
I know he had a high 20s.
Against Minnesota, right?
Rick Smits absolutely had 30 in a game.
The Dutch.
Now, Luke Longley and Will Perdue. See, that's where I was going, 510. I'm thinking John Koncak, Joe Klein, Mark McNamara. What about Gobert?
Rudy scored 30 points.
Yeah, he probably has.
But, there's also probably less 7-footers now.
Joakim Noah.
I think actually he did score 30 in a game.
Okay. Taco Fall.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You don't. Easy. No, I also think there's probably less 7-foot. It feels like there's less 7-footers now than there was, 20 years ago, just because there's less emphasis on the big man.
Well, here we go. Okay. I'm just off the top of my head. Phoenix Suns, Ayton. He probably has.
Yeah.
Their backup used to be or was JaVale McGee.
Yep.
He ever scored 30? And then Bismack Biyombo. No chance.
Either of them? I don't think so.
McGee?
JaVale? Well,
JaVale?
He was at one point a starter, right?
408 says, Jack Sikma, you better be careful. That's a Hall of Famer, Chief. Jack Sikma scored 30. Jack Sikma was good.
Joakim Noah's career high 25. You were right.
Wow. See? How about Bill Wennington? He never scored 30, did he?
Bill Wennington?
You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Former Chicago Bull.
He bought a car off of JD's dad.
That's true. That is true.
JaVale McGee, career high, 33 points, 20 blocks, or 20 rebounds, 6 blocks.
In one game?
In one game, 2019.
Who he play for then? Phoenix? He wasn't. No chance he did that with the Warriors.
Who was it? JaVale McGee? Might have been with
Denver
Wizards?
The Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh, the Lakers. Wait, what?
He had 33, 20, and 6?
Not in the same game, right?
See, this is where, John, he's in 2023 already.
Oh, and actually, I apologize. Joakim Noah did score 30.
How do you miss that? All you got to do is Google career high Joakim Noah.
JaVale McGee scored 33 in a game.
Should I leave 49er fans with something to worry about a little bit?
Yeah. Put them in their place.
I'll tease JD. JD coming up with Krug, Larry Krueger at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
You look at the 49ers losses this year. Who'd they lose to? Justin Fields. Kind of a running mobile quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Wilson. Yeah, he stunk. He stunk that game.
So bad.
But he made a couple plays with his feet at the end with his legs. All right, who else got the Niners?
The
Marcus
Falcons.
Mariota. Oh, man, he was just running the old Kaepernick offense. The old, what's it called?
The option?
Read option.
Pistol?
Yeah, read option. I mean, Mariota made the 49ers look foolish. And who's their other loss?
Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. They better be careful.
Yeah, but even look at the wins. How many of those are dual threat quarterbacks?
None.
I wouldn't really count Geno Smith as one of those guys.
No.
Probably the closest one to be Murray, except he didn't play.
See, this is an interesting thing. I think the 49ers could be susceptible to like a Kirk Cousins. He doesn't think so because he doesn't run well enough.
No, he doesn't.
So you would the line would really have to hold up. But those other guys, they just take off. Kyler Murray last year.
Well, when you got to have an extra defender, you got to have an extra defender to be aware of where the quarterback's going. That opens up the field a little bit more. And hopefully you have a quarterback that can hit a guy over the middle that's open, unlike Tua Tagovailoa.
We'll see what happens. It's going to be fun. Raiders, of course, 49ers on Sunday. And tonight we've got Portland in town with Damian Lillard. And feel free to download the Odyssey app and go back to the first hour of the show where my partner, Evan Giddings, just took Damian Lillard to task. Essentially called him gutless.
No, I feel like I'm the first person to do it.
If we go back to your entire premise, which is you don't think that Damian Lillard takes the heat of other similar superstars or stars in the NBA for not winning a title?
Yes.
See, that in and of itself is an interesting debate because I think there might be some people that say, yeah, I don't even think that's right. I wouldn't even agree with your premise. But I will say this. I do kind of agree a little bit with your premise. I do think, who's got a better reputation, Harden or Lillard?
Lillard.
As a player.
Lillard. Oh, as a player. Well,
I think
maybe even Lillard, yeah. Like,
that's interesting.
I mean, the question essentially was, what other athletes without a championship escape criticism wholly in the way that Damian Lillard does? And I heard some people saying, well, that's really just a Bay Area thing. It's not a...
Actually, I just thought of a guy.
Yeah.
So we're thinking of guys that... I'll tell you a guy I do not... Dan Marino. I do not hold it against Dan Marino that he didn't win a title, a Super Bowl championship. I mean, I get it. He didn't, but come on, man. Come on.
If you're an MVP, well, this is maybe the Jokic question too. If you're an MVP, haven't you pretty much proved everything there is to prove? That you're the best player in the league, but you just don't have the surrounding cast?
Right. So what do you do? Quit? Give up?
Oh, you ring chase. Everyone knows that.
I don't know about that. What we got here, Craig? Yeah, go ahead.
Couple seconds. 2023 prediction: over under half a championship for Bay Area sports teams, including the 49ers.
Under.
I'll take the over.
On 95.7, the game.
Jumpstart your savings with Commonwealth Central Credit Union. We'll even help you get started by giving you $200 when you open our high-yield GTKY savings account. Whether you want to build emergency savings, save for a big purchase, or put money aside for a special event, we're here to help you reach your financial goals. Jumpstart your savings with $200 from Commonwealth. Visit wealthcu.org and enter promo code JUMPSTART. Federally insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply. Visit website for complete details.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
If you see a student being bullied, be supportive. Ask if they're okay and invite them to join you. You'll be an ally and you can make a friend. Friendship! Visit StopBullyingSpeakUp.com and join Cartoon Network to redraw your world without bullying.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi, we've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, good Friday afternoon to you. John Dickinson and Larry Kruger sitting in for Damon and Ratto here for the next 4 hours on 95.7 The Game, putting a cap on 2022, my man. Good to be with you again.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the final show of the year, but I just remembered I'll be doing 95.7 The Game Niner pregame on New Year's. I can know
that's the next year. I think technically I've got the last show. Because I've got Warriors this week tomorrow before I go to Vegas, but it's the last Monday through Friday. The last one that really, really, really counts.
The last show of 2022, and what a sports year this has been. Just for the 49ers alone. Then you mix in the Warrior title, the Giants kind of flirtation with Judge, flirtation with Carlos Correa. By the way, are they still in on Carlos Correa? We may get into that at some point.
No, absolutely. Mike Sando's going to join us. Covers the NFL and has for a long time. We'll get his thoughts on everything going on with the Niners and Derek Carr with the Raiders moving on from Carr and sending him home here ahead of their matchup against the Niners on Sunday in Vegas. Festus Ezeli, Warriors analyst. You see him on NBC Sports Bay Area on the pre- and post-game shows. He's going to stop by at 4:30. So the Warriors trying to keep things rolling. 3-0 hasn't always been pretty, but they're trying to make it 4-0 on this homestand and get back above 500. But just you think of in looking back at 2022, and we were just kind of throwing it around before we hit the air. Go back all the way to January 2nd, the wild ride of the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, the first game that the Niners played in January of 2022 was Trey Lance at Levi's, second career start, must-win game against the Texans. Otherwise, the Niners are basically out of it. They win that game. He has a pretty good second half in that game, and then they're fighting for their life in L.A. the next week, down big, come back, win in overtime, find their way into the playoffs and make a run all the way to the NFC Championship game. Then it essentially is turned from Jimmy Garoppolo's team to Trey Lance's team all the way through the offseason and up until week one with the disappointing loss to the Bears. Goes from Trey's team to Jimmy's team. Now it's Brock Purdy's team. And we feel on the second to last day of the year as if the 49ers have as good a chance to win a Super Bowl moving into 2023, probably a better chance than we would have the second to first day of 2022 when it all started with Trey at Levi's.
You know, it is wild when you think about where the 49ers are with Brock Purdy. I mean, he's their third quarterback. It's totally unheard of that you would even still be alive, and yet there's a lot of optimism. I caught up with Javon Kinlaw yesterday in the locker room, and Kinlaw is, we had a nice little conversation before we went on the air, and I basically just said to him, I said, Javon, if you have the 4 big-time games, the Niners have a very good chance of winning a championship. And he said, even if I don't have 4 big games, I think we're going to win the Super Bowl. That kind of opened my eyes. The Niners are confident. There's a vibe around them that you would never see at this point in the calendar on your third string quarterback. If you're in your third string quarterback and it's week 16, week 17, you're officially cooked.
No doubt.
Not them.
No, and you look at the other years where this has happened to the Niners, and they're in a position where, the season at that point had already been cooked. I go back to TJ Yates, right, with the Texans maybe a decade or so ago. I think he was the third string quarterback.
There's a blast from the past.
After a bunch of guys got hurt, what it would have been Schaub, I guess, and somebody else. I can't even remember who their backup was at that point. Doesn't matter. But yeah, they were on to the third string quarterback, and I think even won a game, but no shot, obviously, to make a deep run in the playoffs. It's pretty remarkable when you look at where the 49ers are at, and now taking on the Raiders in Vegas on Sunday. No Deebo Samuel, officially ruled out by Kyle Shanahan within the last half hour at his press conference. Chance, though, that he plays in Week 18. I don't know why you would. In what, it could be a meaningful game still as far as seeding goes, but I think you want to make sure you got Deebo Samuel 100% ready to roll. He doesn't need reps for any kind of playoff run that the Niners may need to go on here.
To me, he's one of four guys that, I would, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I need these four guys ready to roll come playoff time. Deebo, McCaffrey, Charvarius, who also goes by Mooney Ward, who I caught up with yesterday.
He's 97.
He's terrific. And Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
So do you sit Bosa one of these games? Do you sit Charvarius one of these games? Do you dial, you take your foot off the gas pedal on the usage of Christian McCaffrey? The Niners are been incredible. They're 8-1 since McCaffrey arrived. They're 8-0 since he was put into the starting lineup. So, he has been the difference. All the talk about the quarterbacks. We love in the NFL to talk about the head coach and the quarterback. But, man, the Christian McCaffrey addition has just been, in my opinion, JD, John Lynch already had a really good draft, but John Lynch deserves the Executive of the Year hardware, not just for the McCaffrey trade, for pulling it off at the time that he did. Because if he hadn't wound up here, he's going to L.A., your whole season tumbles out of control. So, to me, Lynch grabbed this season as it was circling the drain and just said, no, let's make this deal, and it's made all the difference.
Yeah, they were at a similar crossroads as to where they were last year when they ultimately ended up 3-5, and it looked pretty bleak until they were able to get on the run, winning 7 in the last 9, and culminating in that Week 18 wild victory at SoFi, and then they go to Dallas and Green Bay and winning Green Bay without scoring an offensive touchdown to get to an NFC Championship game, and not only get to the NFC Championship game, but have a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. Something about those 10-point leads for Kyle Shanahan that have been problematic, but the Niners, they don't win it, and then all of the quarterback stuff throughout the offseason, and now it looks like they've got a great shot to make a run and win a Super Bowl. The practice window for Elijah Mitchell would have been open today, Kyle Shanahan said, but I guess he fell ill, so they're going to kick that to next week. And so that's another player that the 49ers are going to be working back into the fold who can really help them in what is the bump and grind of an NFL playoff at that running back position. Taking all the question about Ty Davis-Price, Jordan Mason, but you throw Elijah Mitchell back out there with McCaffrey, and you've got some action right there as a 1-2 punch.
He's your closer. He's your absolute closer. And this was kind of one of the questions the last couple of weeks. Who would be that final recall off the IR? Would it be Hassan Ridgeway? Would it be Trey Lance? Kyle Shanahan basically put this whole thing to rest a couple of days ago at his presser when he said, hey, it's going to be Elijah Mitchell. Do the Niners want a little insurance against Javon Kinlaw? Yeah, and that's why they've started to practice Kalia Davis, who's on the NFI list.
Right.
He doesn't count as one of those guys. So if I do believe they want to, just get him some run this year. I was talking to Matt Barrows about it yesterday. He thinks they're going to, try to get Kalia in a rhythm and really target next year, but he's also insurance because if Javon Kinlaw's knee pain for whatever reason pops up in the next 2 games, they could plug in a 295-pound pass rusher on the inside like Kalia Davis, and he could take that spot. So they're in a good spot, JD. They are in a really good spot. And I'm just kind of surprised at the number of people who are still kind of still like in a wait and see mode with Brock Purdy. I don't get. I was looking at some of the numbers that the 49ers put out going into this Raiders game.
Sure.
JD, despite the fact that he's only started 3 games this year, Brock Purdy has 6 touchdown passes of 25 or more yards. That's tied for the 7th most in the NFL for the season with Carr, Hurts, Burrow, Tagovailoa, Geno Smith, Josh Allen, and Mahomes. So he's had as many down the field touchdown strikes as these guys have, and he's played in just 3 starts and 4 total games. If you're not sold on Brock Purdy now, what do you got to see?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday a little bit when Alan Stiles was sitting in your chair, and for me, it's a no-brainer unless there's just a complete blow-up on Purdy's part between now and whenever this thing ends for the 49ers. I mean, at that point, I think we could be having a conversation about a competition in training camp for 2023, but if this thing continues along the lines as it has, even if the Niners don't win the Super Bowl, let's say they get to the NFC Championship game, hey, they go to Philly, tough environment. Jalen Hurts has a big game. The Eagles are maybe more whole than they are right now. A month from when that game would be, which is a month from yesterday when that game would take place, and you just get beat. Close game, you get beat. Maybe Purdy's solid, but not great, but not horrible. Like, he's the guy in 2023 for me. It doesn't necessarily mean I think we differ on this part of it. For me, I would keep Trey Lance around and still continue to develop him. I think from our conversation a couple days ago, you would be more inclined to look to try and trade him and see what you can get for him. Fair debate to be had there.
I'm also thinking that he may demand that trade.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You know, if Brock Purdy wins the NFC Championship game, you know, if I'm Trey Lance's agent, I'm looking at the tea leaves and saying, maybe it's time for me to go somewhere else. You know,
Sure.
I was just looking at the completion percentage of Trey and the completion percentage of Brock in the games that they've started. Lance's completion percentage did complete 70% last year against Houston. That was impressive. But the other one was 52% in the start against Arizona, 46% in the monsoon against the Bears, though it didn't rain the whole game. Purdy, by comparison, 68% against Miami, 76% against Tampa, 65% against Seattle on the road, 68% against a pretty good Washington Commanders defense. So, to me, you know, there's really no comparison on those numbers. I mean, that's just one aspect. That's just one stat, but it's revealing.
And I wouldn't even say, to go back to the prior point, that he has to win the NFC Championship game. It's just kind of continue playing as he has. Sometimes that's good enough to win. Sometimes it's not. I mean, wins and losses in the NFL are not solely dictated, as we all know, by how the quarterback plays. To me, it's more just if he plays at the level that he has, it's his job going into next year. And yeah, the Niners will have to sort out what comes about with Trey Lance and if his camp would want to trade at that point. But I'd be more than comfortable running him back as a backup. You know, you're going to probably need 2 quarterbacks at some point. You're going to need to bring a veteran into the mix as well. And just to continue to develop him and maybe throw some Trey Lance packages out on the field that can help keep the defense honest in a different way. Like, I don't view this as some kind of, you know, it has to be this grandiose, catastrophic outcome where Brock Purdy's the guy and now Trey Lance is a bust and he's got to go. And all of that. He's just the better quarterback right now. And we've seen a similar sample size between the two at this point. I mean, Purdy and what you could consider, I think, some higher leverage games than even the games that Lance started, and he's just performed the way it's supposed to look.
Purdy has played 4 NFL games, 1 off the bench against Miami, and then 3 others. All 4 of those games, he's thrown at least 2 touchdown passes.
Yeah, he's played more than Trey has, and he's played, you know, in December football. That's at a high level.
That's pretty good. And then you say to yourself, well, who is the 49ers' best wide receiver? I don't think there's any doubt. It's Deebo Samuel. He hasn't had Deebo for, 2.5 games?
Right.
So, I mean, you know, he's doing this without Deebo Samuel, without Elijah Mitchell, without a full complement of guys. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the Brock Purdy bubble will burst and he'll have some nightmarish game. But right now, I'll say this, just from being in that room and talking to a number of guys, both sides of the ball, there is an awful lot of respect and admiration for what that kid's been able to do.
No question. 888-957-9570. He's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson. We're with you until 6 o'clock in for Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Just kind of reflecting on the year that was a little bit off the top of the show in 2022. Did we bury the lead in not first discussing the one champion in the Bay here in 2022, a repeat champion from prior years in the Golden State Warriors, getting back off the mat after a couple of non-playoff years, 15-50, with a new group, still led by Steph and Clay and Draymond, but they, in some ways, did what a lot of people would have thought would have been the unthinkable, which is climbing all the way back to the top of the mountain now with Andrew Wiggins a part of it and Jordan Poole a part of it, and the tremendous bench that was cobbled together by Bob Myers and company leading into last season, and Steph Curry finally getting that elusive Finals MVP along the way. I mean, be honest, did you think we'd be talking about the Warriors winning an NBA championship again so quickly, given where they were a year and a half to 2 years ago?
No. I mean, I'll sit here and I'll say it quietly. I thought Denver would have beat them in the first round. I thought Denver was going to take them down in the first round. I really did. The Warriors didn't look good down the stretch. They didn't look like they were going to be able to handle Jokic, and then they did. And they rose to the occasion, and led by Steph Curry, who was just, come the finals, I thought Steph Curry was, I thought I'd seen the best of Steph, and then he goes to the finals, and he averages 31 and almost 44% from beyond the arc in that one game. What game was it where he just went off?
Game 4.
And he started pounding his chest.
Game 4. And being in the building, that was almost like it felt to me like I was witnessing something that belonged in like a Jordan 90s, finals, or a Magic Johnson, Larry Bird 80s finals type performance. Like, it felt like everybody in the building and all the Celtics fans were like, oh, we're screwed because this dude's just he's just from another planet and he wants it and he's going to take it. And it was just witnessing it was unbelievable out of the events that I've had the good fortune of being able to cover and witness.
I mean, you and I have seen a lot of sports, and we've seen a lot of Warrior basketball. That moment, you got the crowd chanting F-bombs at Draymond Green.
It was.
You're on the road.
Awesome.
Easily the most hostile environment that the league can, cobble together is that Boston crowd in the playoffs, in the finals, with the money on the table. And for Steph to just rise, and not just rise in that occasion, but also to basically say, you know what? I'm at such a level that I'm going to take the entire, hey, boys, jump aboard my back. You know what I mean? It was like the whole crowd's ripping Draymond. I'm gonna try to distract him. I'm going to pound my chest. I'm going to show I'm the alpha here. And then that's basically like talking the talk. But then to back it up, I mean, it was something. That was something. That to me was so out of character, right? When he starts pounding his chest and he's walking towards the away from his bench at a timeout, and you're sitting there going, this isn't the Steph Curry that we know. But man, he was just basically saying, hey, crowd, don't pick on him, pick on me.
Yeah.
And I'm the big dog here. And this is my show, and this is my finals, and you're all in my moment. I mean, it was absolutely one of the most compelling things I've seen in sports, and one of the great moments in Warrior history.
Yeah, it was spectacular, and to do it banged up because again, you go back to the leg injury in Game 3, and nobody really knowing how severe it was, and there was a point there late in the night in Boston, Game 3, and the day off in between Game 3 and Game 4, where it was like, is he going to play? Is this serious? Is if he does try to play, which I think everybody thought he would, is he going to be hobbled? Is this going to be a 2016 type scenario where clearly he isn't at 100%? He's going to try and grind through it, but that's enough of a window for that very talented and athletic Celtics team, already up 2-1 at that point, at home, could be able to lead them down the path toward victory. And then they've got the lead in the fourth quarter of Game 4, and he goes off and basically takes the series over for the end of Game 4. Game 5, and then back in Boston to close it out in Game 6. It was incredible, and just the cherry on top of, and who knows if he's not done, but the cherry on top of just a legendary Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, my Celtic friends, when the Celtics were up 2-1, I mean, they were feeling it. They were tasting it. They were envisioning the parade.
Well, I'll never forget that, and this was something that Draymond, he had the famous, he put the picture out on social media after the game of the T-shirt that was the giveaway. I don't know if you remember this.
I'd love to get that shirt.
The T-shirt was sweet.
And then he wrote on it, right?
The white T-shirt, and all it was an all-white T-shirt with all 17 of the banners that the Celtics had won, and then a blank one, basically, for 2022 because they felt they were that close. And there were 18,000 of those. And, yeah, Draymond he wrote over it in Sharpie Warriors. He put an X through 2022, but Warriors at the
It was
top.
awesome.
It was unbelievable, but that tells you how they were feeling going into Game 4. Like, it was theirs.
They were down 2-1. They go on and win 3 straight by a combined 30 points or more, something like that. Just an absolutely incredible. And then I think also when you're a fan of a team and you've tasted the titles like the Warrior fans have, and then you got 2 years where I think every Warrior fan had a reason to believe, I don't know where this goes from here. Do they get to, they're going to get better than they've been the last 2 years, but are they going to climb to the top of the mountain again?
Are they a 6 seed now, 7 seed?
Yeah, are they going to get dropped somewhere along the line? Maybe in the conference finals, and then just after that Denver series, it just looked like and there were people that had doubts in the other series, but by the time they got to the finals, I really thought they were going to beat the Celtics. And then I doubted it again, down 2-1. But, it's an amazing thing. And it kind of dovetails into this year's Warriors in that there's been an awful lot of talk on this station and around the Bay about what do the Warriors need and how do they, where do they go from here? And, right now, can they get back off the canvas and become a 6 seed or a 5 seed, and I think that should be the goal. You mentioned it earlier. To me, I've just got to a point where I don't doubt them. I do believe they'll rise to the occasion. There's a lot of time between now and the playoffs. I don't think they need a damn thing. I don't think they need to trade anybody. I don't think they need to hit the buyout market. I just want to see James. I don't want to see James Wiseman in Santa Cruz anymore. I just want to see them find those 2 players that they need for their rotation and just chip away, win some games, try to get to that 5 seed, 6 seed maybe. If you can get a top 6 seed and find a couple players for your rotation, man, I think they're good to go.
Yeah, and there's some good news yesterday from Steve Kerr as he joined this show, myself and Alan Stiles last night, and we asked him, what's kind of the latest with Steph Curry, and there really hadn't been much to come out about Steph other than, hey, he's going to be reevaluated in a couple of weeks, which at this point would be a week from tomorrow, January the 7th. But Steve Kerr did give a little bit of an update. Let's play the quick clip here, but this was a little bit of news off of that interview.
He's been doing a lot of stuff on the court, so he's getting a lot of good work in. He's really coming along well, and everything is progressing.
So that feels almost like, the Warriors again, the little bit of the cloak and dagger as far as, we'll tell you when we tell you, and basically keep expectations low, but behind the scenes, Curry's doing a little bit more than maybe was expected. I know it was about a week ago he said he hadn't even picked up a ball yet. And so I guess a week and a half ago when they were in New York, when he was on with the TNT broadcast, he said he hadn't picked up a ball yet. If he's already on the court doing some individual work, then I do think that's a sign of some optimism for closer to the beginning maybe of that next road trip in a couple of weeks, as opposed to maybe the end of that trip, which would be almost a month still from right now. So if this team can continue to stack a few wins, you get Curry back and you're at 500 or maybe slightly above, then I think the landscape of everything changes with the young players contributing a little bit more as role players. And now Steph getting thrown back into that mix. And Wiggins, it sounds like, has got a chance to be ready to roll finally on Monday when the Warriors play Atlanta.
Yeah, you guys did a good job with that interview. I was driving back from Santa Clara listening. My takeaway from that interview wasn't necessarily that little revelation, though that's probably the news item. It was when Kerr talked about Jonathan Kuminga, and when he basically said, hey, look, he's figured out that he needs to bring it on the defensive end of the floor. That's his ticket to minutes. And, the one thing that I think the Warriors have missed badly this year is they missed the physical dominance on the defensive end of the floor of GP2, we're not going to see him tonight. I guess probably thankfully, because
he still hasn't played at all.
He hasn't played. Yeah, he has yet to play. But he gave them a swagger on the defensive end because he's just such a thoroughly dominant, long-armed defender, and he's just dogged in his intensity. Kuminga, the last couple of games, JD, is showing that kind of physical dominance. He can snuff you out like a candle. He's quick. He's got long arms. Mm-hmm. And if all he thinks to himself is lock this guy up, be an impact defender, play defense just like a madman every single night, man, that could be that definitely puts him in the rotation, but that also gives them a weapon on that end of the floor that they've missed without GP2.
No, really, and we were on before the Charlotte game on Tuesday as the Warriors won Game 2 of this homestand, and I look at just down the stretch in that game, and I mentioned this to Coach Kerr. It was as if he had a different look in his eye, Kuminga. I mean, he had a look in his eye when he snatches the rebound over Plumlee, a 7-footer.
He won that game.
When he rips the ball away from P.J. Washington in the corner, when he goes up for a dunk off a pass from Jordan Poole, there was I'm willing this team to this win because I am one of the better players on the floor tonight with other guys out. And we're not slipping up, essentially, was what Kuminga was saying, and he was doing it in the ways that Steve Kerr wants him to do it with athleticism and defense and edge and just tenacity. I think the tenacity from the Warriors has been the biggest bright spot of the 3 games to this point. They've just really played dogged, rugged basketball, which is something that they're going to have to do without Steph and without Wiggins just to beat anybody.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Kerr, I'd just say to Wiggins, hey, I don't care if you take a shot all year. Just absolutely bring it with everything you got. Be ferocious on the defensive end, and we're gonna sit here, literally giggling on the bench, watching him lock people up. Because how many guys in the NBA have his level of athleticism, his level of length and energy? He's got the ability, if he wants to just be a defensive menace. So I can't wait to watch it because to me, he's so long armed and so aggressive and so athletic. That, man, I mean, he's a bothersome. Forget pesty. He can snuff you out. Mm-hmm. He kind of reminds me lengthwise of a Scottie Pippen.
No, he is big. He is that 6'7", 6'8" kind of a guy, and he's got the quickness to stay with the guards that are ball handlers, the littler guards. There's no doubt, and can really bother him. So we'll see if that can continue tonight for the Warriors. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger, 888-957-9570. A little reflective here on the final day and the final show of 2022. As Damon and Rado streaming, as always, live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube.
'Tis the season for basketball.
Drives in, shot roofed by Looney. Leaves DiVincenzo on a break. Dante goes in, throws it back out to Ty Jerome. Back to DiVincenzo, right wing 3, good.
And football.
Ray McLeod on second down and 10. There he goes with the foot race. They're not going to get him. You can kiss him goodbye.
On the most wondrous sports station in the Bay Area, 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Investing is confusing. Dawn Raids, Triple Witching Hour, Candlesticks, Crown Jewels, Bears, Bulls, Bear Hugs, Blue Chips, it's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson and Larry Krueger, we're rolling on here on a Friday, off to a good start. 888-957-9570. Phone calls in a minute here on 95.7 The Game. A couple of quickie baseball notes. Plugging through Susan Slusser of the Chronicle, obviously covers the Giants, covered the A's for a long time, with a couple of tweets here about the Giants and Carlos Correa, and just kind of looking through the most recent one, and I'll just quote her tweet.
Don't tease the Giants fans like that, JD. Right now they're driving around going, what? Wait a second. Wait, quiet. Turn this up. Oh, no. Here's what's coming next.
Here it is. Farhan Zaidi says they've had conversations with Scott Boras, about Correa since the deal fell through, but Correa is, quote, focused elsewhere, end quote.
I would definitely. I mean, he still is a player that they very much would make them quite a bit better. You really look at their offseason. Every one of their moves looks dramatically better if you add Carlos Correa to the mix. But I was thinking about it. Where would I feel comfortable? I mean, what would I feel comfortable if I were the Giants offering? I would say 8 years, like $250, so like $31.25 million per. For Correa. I think that deal, the last deal, the 13-year deal, was just 5 years too long. I mean, I don't want Correa for year 13 or 12 or 11 or 10 or not. You know what I mean? I think 8 years at $31.2 million would be as far as I would go. And I don't think that would get it done. So, you know what? Good riddance.
Yeah, so it looks like Farhan Zaidi is meeting with the beat writers here for the first time. I'm looking through a bunch of them, Alex Pavlovich, obviously Susan. So it looks like this is the first time there's been some kind of a conference call or ability for him to get asked about the debacle and the situation with Carlos Correa. Funny how that finally happens at 2:30 in the afternoon on a Friday where everybody's basically checked out heading into a holiday weekend.
It's like we stepped in crap. We know it. We really look bad. So let's call a presser when the fewest number of press people could actually show up and the fewest number of people would notice.
Yeah, and not even a full presser. I mean, it sounds like this is just a, hey, Alex, Susan, all the beat Baggerly, like you guys can all just, hop on a line, 5 or 6 of you and ask away, and then everybody will forget about it by January 3rd, which is the next time everybody's really working.
Right. Unfortunately, they're
4
also
days
going to
from now.
forget about the Giants if they don't do something pretty soon as well.
Yeah, one other quick note, just baseball-wise, before we get to some calls here at 888-957-9570. Evan Longoria, he has reached an agreement with you want to take a guess?
Diamondbacks?
The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh, that was right. I did not see that.
Per John Heyman. So
I know they said that he was debating going back to Tampa, or I think he's got a home in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So good for Evan Longoria. He's a good dude, and he's got some good baseball left. And, he's obviously in the twilight of his career. But if you're looking for a guy who can hit 6'7", give you a little thump at the bottom of the lineup, probably a pretty good little pickup for Arizona.
All right, 888-957-9570. Just being reflective as far as 2022, talking about some of the great moments in the Bay this year. Also, 49ers on the board, Warriors on the board as well. Let's get to some calls here. Mitch is up first on 95.7 The Game. You're on with JD and Larry here on a Friday. What's going on, Mitch?
Hey, John, Larry. Happy and healthy New Year.
Yeah.
Me too.
I think the 49ers are the team to beat. Their offense, their front four is so good, and they're deep at all positions. Next preseason, around 3 quarter, and I know it won't be 3 quarterbacks, but it'll be a great quarterback competition there. And my best moment I can remember is we almost beat the Rams. It was so close. That was great. Almost 3-0 against the Rams last year. That was, to me, one of the best moments that I can recollect. Thanks for taking my call. Enjoy the games.
Yeah, I mean, the Niners winning the Week 18 game in L.A., I mean, that was just absolutely wild. And at the same time, over at Chase, that was Klay Thompson's return, which was getting ready to jump off. I remember I was doing Warrior pregame at that point, and as I'm doing Warrior pregame, I'm watching it in the conference room that we use as a studio for pre- and post-game there at Chase Center on the big screen, and the Niners and Jimmy G trying to lead them down to force that baby into overtime with them fighting for their life. I mean, if they don't win that game, we would have been having a whole hell of a lot of different conversation about the 49ers in this offseason than the one we had.
I'm surprised the caller went with the game he went with. He didn't go with that game. He went with the NFC Championship game that they almost won.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if that was such a fond memory. There were an awful lot of people talking about Jaquiski Tartt's interception drop and the Niner offensive line and the last 2 possessions where the 49ers couldn't get a first down offensively. So that one was frustrating. To me, that was a frustrating day. The rest of the Ram games, even the first one at Levi's, the Niners were not playing well, and they had an 18-play drive, I believe, that was like 12 or 14 runs, and they just physically manhandled the Rams and sent the Rams a loud message, and then beat them in that final game in L.A. I mean, it was. Unfortunately, it's hard to beat a team 3 times.
Yeah, and 17-0, right, in the game on January the 9th, and then the Niners are able to come back and get it into overtime and ultimately win it. And Ambry Thomas with the interception at the end in OT as the Niners had kicked a field goal, but the Rams still had a shot to go down and win it, and the Niners end up getting a stop and winning that one. And the rest is history, so to speak. Remember what a train wreck the end of the Dallas game was. Both teams just committing penalties left and right. Niners had essentially dominated the game, but Jimmy throws a bad interception, and all of a sudden the Cowboys have the ball, and they
tried to get it downed in time and they ran out of time.
I mean, it had the ball.
Placement. Remember, we debated the placement of the football.
That's it. Down 6. How the hell the Cowboys in that game ended up with the ball down 6 and a chance to hit? They were this close. I mean, just a tick of the clock away from having one shot from like the 25 to be able to try and win the game. I mean, that was. I mean, the Niners were just
sweet.
high drama, man. That was. They were.
I thought that Dallas game was sweet because if you really hate Dallas, they really lost that game twice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They lost it up front, then they lost it again. I'll tell you, the Ram thing was so interesting last year. The Niners came out in that first game, and they just made it a referendum on toughness and showed that they were the tougher, more physical team. Then that second game in L.A., I thought the Rams came out and were trying to show that they were as tough as the 49ers, and they were trying to run Sony Michel and their running game, and they threw 7 passes in that second game, I believe, to Cooper Kupp, and they completed all 7 passes. The Niners never stopped it. And then I'm sitting there going, okay, well, what are the Rams going to do in the playoffs? And then sure enough, when the money on the table, give Sean McVay credit, he went to his money man. He went to Cooper Kupp on that final drive, and Stafford to Kupp was those guys were a revelation a year ago.
Yeah, they really were. And just a little bit here, let's take you back to Week 18 a little bit here.
Pass is caught. Jennings, touchdown, 49ers.
And Juwan Jennings helping to tie that game up. And when Joe Buck did games on Fox, that was something different from the beginning of the year to the end of the year.
Was there anybody who upped their value more in the second half of the season than Juwan Jennings? I mean, Juwan Jennings was like borderline on the roster. By the end of the year, he made big catches in Green Bay, big catches in Dallas. Juwan Jennings is like, kind of established himself as a big play, big moment, got to have it on like a 3rd and 10. Go to Juwan.
Yeah, and then the Niners able to close it out here.
Watch Stafford go deep and picked off. Intercepted by Ambry Thomas. And the rookie has just ended this game. If he is inbounds, they'll look at it. And if it stands, and it looks like it will, the 49ers have won, and they're in the playoffs. He's in.
Yeah, he was inbounds, and Ambry Thomas made some plays down the stretch after looking like he was just going to be incapable of really doing anything to help him for a good chunk of last season.
Really, the beginning of the year, Ambry Thomas couldn't get on the field. And then by the end of the year, it was Diamador Lenore who couldn't get on the field, and Ambry Thomas had emerged as maybe the 49ers' best cover guy at the end of last year. And then this year, it's kind of reversed itself. Now Lenore is a starter, and Thomas is kind of, I don't want to say forgotten because they need him, but he's not taken that, he hasn't taken that opportunity and run with it this year.
No, and they've needed the folks to step in for Emmanuel Mosley, who's been out for the season, and Ward's been in and out dealing with stuff. Well, always worth monitoring. And the nausea, that's always a little weird. I know they said he got cleared from the concussion, but something that I think continue to keep an eye on, making sure he's healthy, as you mentioned right off the top here. 888-957-9570. JD and Larry here on a Friday on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to Alfred in Fresno next here on the phones. What's going on, Alfred?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, you got it.
I just want to touch real quick with the whole Jimmy G and Purdy thing. Now, I'm one of those guys. What do you say to somebody like me who's real careful to not fall into what happened with Jimmy? Because everybody remembers in the beginning, everybody had the pom-poms up for Jimmy. I was one of them, and next thing you know, I'm getting my heart broke. I'm trying to get rid of him like everybody else, well, mostly everybody else. So what do we do with Brock? I don't want to fall into the same thing. I don't want to get my heart broke again. Talk me off, tell me, hey, this is why it's different or what, because this is what happened with Jimmy. So,
it's a good question. It's a good question. I think Brock is a significantly better prospect than Jimmy, and I think it goes all the way back to college. Jimmy played for Northern Illinois, which was an FCS school. He was roughly 500. He had an incredible senior year there where I think he threw like 53 touchdowns. But he was a 500 quarterback in the FCS level. Brock Purdy was a 4-year starter and led Iowa State to 4 straight bowl games and won 65% of his collegiate starts. So I think Brock had a better college career, and it's that kind of shocking. But that's how punitive the NFL is if you don't fit their size, speed box. You know what I mean? I mean, Brock was very successful. They say he could have gone in the first round of the draft if he had come out after his sophomore year. But because he didn't fit that box, JD, didn't have the big arm and wasn't 6'2", wasn't even 6'1", was south of 6'1", they looked at him and just said, no, can't do it. And luckily for the 49ers, they had a road scout who had some conviction on him, and they obviously honed in on him prior to the draft process, and they took him. Obviously, if they knew he was going to be this good, they would have taken him well before the last pick in the draft. So,
sure.
You know what I mean? They can't really say that we knew. Well, you knew more than everybody else, but you still took him last in the draft.
Yeah, and I didn't know anything about him really, but the one thing that you got to give the Niners credit is when you do hold that last pick. To me, typically that is, of course, a throwaway pick and Mr. Irrelevant and all of that. But if you've got somebody that you think is a quarterback that's got a shot, you might as well take him before he gets into the free-for-all of being able to sign elsewhere. I think a lot of teams would have probably loved to have had the opportunity to pick him up. I mean, franchises always do, had he been among the undrafted that could kind of pick where he wanted to go and compete throughout training camp. So I think smart for the Niners to get in front of that in having the opportunity to get in front of it by owning that pick.
And then as far as Garoppolo goes, he started fast, and then as he spent more time in this Shanahan system, it was almost like he was getting bogged down by the complexity of it. And the one thing with Garoppolo that was pretty clear the last few years is that when he's been healthy, so it's been hurt a lot, but when he's been healthy, he can't eradicate the huge turnover or the big negative play, the fumble, the interception. This year, JD, he did exactly that. He took that whole aspect of his game and just said, you know what? I'm throwing the ball into the turf and I'm going to the next play. And subsequently, he had his best year. And I think he's probably going to be a pretty good quarterback going forward for a different team.
Well, why do you think there's been such a, there were a few people on the Xfinity mobile text line even already since we've started the show in the last 45 minutes, like, hey, Trey Lance didn't have Christian McCaffrey, and Trey Lance hasn't had, the weapons or wasn't running the offense that the 49ers are running with Brock Purdy here. And, as a defense to, hey, maybe he should get a shot or he should still get the first opportunity. Like, I don't see how anybody at this point could think that, almost regardless of what happens now, hey, Trey Lance was QB1 at the beginning of the year, so Trey Lance now reverts back to being QB1 or at least gets his shot at an automatic competition in training camp next year. That seems a little far-fetched based on what we've seen to this point.
Well, I would say the same thing, I say to my kids when they were little that my parents said to me when I was little. Life ain't fair. Life ain't fair. Yeah, you're right. Should they get, we're evaluating Brock Purdy on a small number of games. We're evaluating Trey Lance on a small number of games. You don't get forever in the NFL to establish yourself. Personally, though, I don't think it's an either or. I think these guys are both going to be good NFL quarterbacks. I just think Purdy's ready to play right now because of his unbelievable 4-year experience at Iowa State. And Trey has got unbelievable traits as far as he's smart, he's athletic, football's important to him. He's going to get there. I really believe that. But he's not there now.
No.
And it's going to take some time before he gets there. So as far as next year, I agree with what you said to Alan yesterday, and I heard you basically saying if Brock wins a couple, let's say they win the final 2 games, and then he wins a couple playoff games, and they wind up in Philly in the NFC Championship game, it's done. It's a done deal. Done. That's your guy. I'm not saying give away Trey Lance, but maybe you bring Trey Lance back, but then you also got to remember if Brock establishes himself, everybody's going to see it. The fans, Trey's agent. Who knows? Trey's agent could come back to you and say, hey, I'd like to be elsewhere. So I think if you're John Lynch, what you do here is you keep the dialogue going. You keep developing Trey. You keep developing Brock. They're both great guys. They're both great prospects. And you have an open dialogue with Trey's representative and just say, hey, please do me this solid. Don't publicly request a deal, killing his value. Come to me, and tell me.
We'll look around and
you tell me what you want. We'll try to make it happen for you. But let's not kill our ability to recoup something by you publicly demanding a trade and putting us in a bad, leverage position.
All right, quick extension of that before we get back to the phone calls here. 510 had a question, Xfinity Mobile text line. If Jimmy is available as a backup, do you say yes to Jimmy over Trey at that point? Jimmy's going to have opportunities to start, though.
You mean next year?
Next year.
I thought he was talking about this year.
Well, this year it's a no-brainer, and we talked about that on Tuesday. If Jimmy can be your backup this year,
somebody's got to be your backup. I will say this. I talked to Jacob Eason yesterday, who's also down in the Niner locker room. Jacob Eason is an enormous talent. 6'6", Flacco-like gun, tremendous 5-star prospect coming out of high school, went to multiple colleges, started at Georgia, finished at UW. This guy's got absolutely the ridiculous skills as far as throwing the football. So he's planning on being in camp next summer. I just talked to him about it yesterday. So you got him, you got Brock, you got Trey. Jimmy, I think, is probably, just supply and demand. The same reason I would be open-minded to trading Trey is not because I don't like Trey or think Trey's not a good quarterback. It's just supply and demand. I think someone's going to come knocking on your door offering you something good for Trey. And Jimmy, because of that same thing, supply and demand, he's going to get a gig. He's going to probably have his choice of gigs. I bet you the Raiders are going to want him. They got a New England head coach, a New England GM. I bet you the Jets are going to want him with Robert Saleh.
Washington, I would say.
Yeah. So, Jimmy may have his pick.
No doubt. And even Miami, I think. You look at Tua and some of the injury concerns there with the concussions, and he's just, their drop in the standings has been, direct correlation of his drop in play, really going back to the Niner game where he was awful in that game, missing wide open throws. The Dolphins could have had a little something for the Niners on that day if Tua had just been accurate in the first half of that game. That could have wound up being a much closer game, but he wasn't. Mike in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. Mike, you're on with JD and Larry Krueger here on a Friday. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, so fellas, before I get to my highlight of Curry in Game 4, the great thing about this defense is so dominant elite that Purdy could just really game manage, and he doesn't really make any mistakes. I think that defense is just so suffocating, and even Philly, as good as they are, I think they can do enough to maintain Hurts with that run-pass option that they love to run. And I just think they're the team to beat. And really, outside of KC and Buffalo, maybe the Bengals, I just don't see any way they can knock off the Niners, barring they don't make their own mistakes. They should be playing in the Super Bowl versus one of those three teams. I said Buffalo and the Niners before the season, so I'm going to stick to that. And outside of Buffalo, I don't think anybody can really beat the Niners. But get to my highlight to me. Definitely, I think Game 4, Curry. I just think of any in sports, that's going to go down as one of the great all-time performances because all those critics and lame losers in the media who said Curry couldn't do it by himself. He's not clutch. He finally shut all that game. Guys, remember that situation, Game 4.
Yep.
They were down that fourth quarter. They lose that game. They go down 3-1. They're not beating the Celtics 3-1. And that's one of the all-time great performances to win it like he did, to dominate that game, silence in Boston, which is one of the hostile places to play, and to perform like he did, really, that was just a caption of being the all-time great, silencing all the morons who didn't think he can perform in a big game situation with the championship in the line. So I think that's going to go down as one of the all-time great performances in sports with the championship performance in the line. What are your thoughts on that? Thanks for the thought.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Really appreciate it. Let's revisit.
Curry up the floor. Warriors have numbers if they hurry. Ball to Draymond. Draymond looks for a wing. Nobody moving. Curry back cuts on White. Takes the jumper. Got it! Curry for 3. Warriors have doubled their advantage. A 10-0 run, and the Celtics want time with 1:42 to go.
So there you go. 10-0 run from down 4 to up 6 in the final 3 minutes of a pivotal NBA Finals game.
I have that one on the DVR saved. You know what I mean? And it keeps saying, hey, do you want to keep saving? Yes, I do. Stop asking me, DVR. I want to keep this Warriors-Celtics game from way back when. But you know what I really loved about that one, and I sometimes will go back and watch? It's not the game. It's the arrogance with which Greeny and Wilbon and all these I-95 and ESPN guys were just basically throwing. They were burying Golden State. Like this was going to be a big green party in their mind, and then it wasn't. It was a beautiful thing just to hear them to hear their arrogance in the pregame before Game 4 that gets me fired up.
Yeah, it was incredible.
And the Golden State Warriors have recaptured home court in the NBA Finals with a stirring 107-97 win here at TD Garden. 43 points for Stephen Curry. And the Golden State Warriors go back to Chase Center for Game 5 after closing this one out on a 21-11 run. And they stunned Boston crowd. They were here to celebrate 3-1, but now have to wonder what's going to happen when they come back for Game 6.
And that was night-night in Game 6.
We got a little night-night in the finals, too. Just the people started doing that. Kids everywhere started copying night-night. By the way, he said Brock Purdy was a game manager. Brock Purdy may look like a game manager. Brock Purdy has been taking shots down the field. I talked to George Kittle yesterday about this. He's unlocked Kittle as a receiver. Kittle, you could argue, is the 49ers' best weapon. He has been locked up and not being used the way Kelsey's been utilized. And the last 3 games, he has been.
No, he has been, and the Niners have benefited from it. And I know when you look at some of the numbers in the Washington game, the Niners had to kick some field goals. The red zone issues, I think, statistically haven't totally been solved, but the Niners have been scoring outside of the red zone more with explosive plays, which can help your red zone issues. If you're punching it in from the other 25, like they've been able to do, or punching it in from the 40 because you're able to hit some passes before you get into the red zone, then you don't necessarily have to be as good in the red zone.
Well, I mean, when you're looking at Brock Purdy, he's a chain mover. He's accurate, but it's really his off-schedule stuff. It's his ability to move, extend plays. He's a late in the down thrower because he's got improv skills to buy himself time. And when he does that, you're talking about big plays down the field. And heck, I mean, you got to go back, way back, since a 49er quarterback was making plays down the field in the passing game. I'm talking like maybe even Jeff Garcia,
right,
or even maybe pre-Garcia. Cap didn't do it for the most part consistently. Smith didn't do it. I mean, clearly none of their guys recently have done it.
Yeah, Jeff Garcia would take some shots, but I mean, it was he didn't always have the arm strength to get the job done there. I mean,
haven't had
going back to Steve Young. We're going back to Steve Young.
Literally, you got to go back to Steve Young. The last time the 49ers had a quarterback who could make consistent plays with his arm down the field.
All right, Gabe, sophomore, stay on the line, 888-957-9570. We got 1 hour down. We got 3 hours to come. It's John Dickinson and Larry Krueger. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
In San Jose, a rainy day, highs near 63.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so
frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills, people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Baby, just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Hour number 2, John Dickinson and Larry Krueger with you until 6 here as we get you up to Warriors Live. Warriors and the Portland Trailblazers tonight from Chase Center. Dubs game 4 of the 8-game homestand, and the Warriors looking to be 4-0. They have not had a winning streak of beyond 3 at any point this season, back at 500, 18-18. Been talking a lot about just reflections of 2022, some of the great sports moments all over in the Bay Area and nationally, worldwide, really here. Also, just keeping everybody caught up on the latest as far as the 49ers and the Raiders in Vegas on Sunday. Deebo Samuel not going to play in that one per Kyle Shanahan. Chance he plays in Week 18 when the 49ers host the Cardinals. Kerry Hyder and Ambry Thomas questionable. Niners also going to open the practice window for Elijah Mitchell. And Farhan Zaidi met with the media. Looks like a small group, potentially a conference call with the beat writers that cover the Giants on a regular basis. And among other things, Zaidi telling reporters, including Susan Slusser of the Chronicle, that they had some conversations with Scott Boras about Carlos Correa since the original Correa deal fell through. But Correa is, quote, focused elsewhere. The other just quick blurb from Susan off of what Farhan Zaidi had to say, and we knew this was obviously coming, that the organization and the situation with Correa, frustrating to everyone because they can't speak about it due to medical issues and the fact that he's still currently a free agent. All teams can review the medical records and all of that, but again, not a lot that he can say specifically about what they saw that bothered them and all of that.
That's great, and I agree with that. There's nothing you can say. It's confidentiality.
Mm-hmm.
But the big question that had to be asked, and hopefully was why did you call a press conference? What answer does Farhan have for that? Why did you call a press conference for a player who wasn't signed to a contract? That put the cart before the horse. Without the press conference, Farhan, you have no issue. You just didn't get the player that you sought. But since you called the press conference, everybody kind of, sees sees that you kind of bungled it, because you don't call a press conference until you have a guy's name on the dotted line. Or if you do, you take the chance of what happens to you, and it did. And now you look bad. And now you don't have anywhere to pivot. That's the real disappointing part is, what do the Giants do now? Because I saw something that said they were about Vegas estimates are like 76 wins with like a 13% chance of making the playoffs, and you're coming off a down year. Your prospects aren't quite ready. It's like, what do you do? Do you make a trade? Well, you got to have something that other people want to make a trade. Right. So it's going to be really interesting. Who's at first? Who's in center? Who's at short? Who's in the rotation? You lost Carlos Rodon. I don't know. We'll see. There's an awful lot. If they are done, man, it's going to be a long year. And if they're not done, then we'll just have to wait and see. But those are major holes. Is Belt coming back? Is he going to play first? Who's playing center field every day?
Yeah, at this point, it sounds like Yaz, right? And they're going to put Conforto on the corner with Haniger.
But what happened to the plan of what he verbalized was, hey, we want to get younger and more athletic in the middle of the diamond.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't gotten younger or more athletic in the middle of the diamond.
It's actually the exact same. It's Crawford and Estrada. It's Joey Bart. And it would be, Yaz, some combination of Yaz and Slater, again, with Haniger. And it sounds like Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be playing some first base with J.D. Davis. Kind of a platoon there where, Wade plays against the righties and J.D. Davis was a lefty masher, so maybe he gets out there against the lefties.
I don't know about that either. Didn't Wade hit 179 or something like that?
It was an injury-plagued fall back to earth. Fall back to earth for Lamont Wade. And late night Lamont.
Look what they paid, too. They paid big dollars for Taylor Rogers. I don't know if that's worth it.
Last year.
Pretty big money for guys like Stripling and Minaya. They're not Carlos Rodon. So you've kind of taken a step back in the rotation, right? Can we all agree that going from Rodon to Minaya and...
Oh, yeah. Manaya's a back-end rotation guy.
Yeah, and Stripling was a swingman.
Right.
So
it's a 4.5 and a 5.6,
right,
basically.
And you gave away a 1, or you lost a 1 in Rodon. So are you better in the rotation? Maybe if Kyle Harrison steps up. So I don't know. We'll see. The Giants have more to do.
They definitely do, and the timing of everything with missing out on Judge and then focusing the attention on Correa and everything that went with that, it left them, when the Correa deal fell apart, really with nobody left in the top 15 free agents to try and attract. I think Conforto was an interesting pivot, but again, he's a lefty hitter as opposed to a righty hitter. It seemed like they were really looking to beef up as far as having right-handed hitting. I think that's part of why they obviously went and got Haniger. And then there's also something to, I think, just the fact that, a couple of beat writers get their shot at Farhan today on December the 30th, late in the afternoon when everybody's basically in holiday weekend mode. That's along the lines of calling a press conference before you have a player signed, to be honest.
That I don't think that's fooling anybody, but we'll see. We'll see what they do. I hope they figure something out. Maybe the pivot point is you go to speed, because most of the power guys are gone, but maybe you could make, I saw a name like Jorge Mateo, who was an A's prospect. Maybe they could go get a guy like that. He stole 35 bags. Maybe you could add some speed. But they gotta add something, because they're right now, I would say, I can't even really confidently say they're third in the division after the Diamondbacks. If you look at the Diamondbacks, I would say the Giants are probably between Arizona and Colorado, if you're objective on where they sit.
888-957-9570. Mike Sando going to join us, talk some NFL at 3:30. Festus Ezeli at 4:30. But let's get back to the phone. Sophomore in Pacifica gets us tipped off here in hour number 2 at 95.7 The Game. What's up, Sophomore?
All right. Thank you for the shout-out before. And my reflection is about Kuminga. I didn't know if he would take off this year because his teenage years were so choppy, coming here from overseas. I think he played for a different high school team every year, which probably meant moving around. So I'm so glad to see him taken off. Just a comment and a question. The comment is, like, NBA players, don't be the first one to get in a serious fight with Kuminga. He kind of, was it Clarkson, wanted to fight him, and that's just stupid. Do not do that. Stay back. Let him have a little space. And the question is, what's a good comparable for him to look at his development? It's not anyone on the current Warriors. Who can we? He'll go up and down. Of course, he's young and still rough around the edges for sure. Who should we look at for his next 3-4 years of growth, and what's his ceiling like?
Yeah, he's a good one. He's a unique player. He really is. I know some have said on the extreme high end, it reminds him of Kawhi, reminds him of Giannis, that kind of thing. I mean, good luck with that one.
He's got a crazy spin move that almost seems unstoppable. He covers a ton of ground on his spin move. I don't know. I mean, he reminds me a little bit, I guess, of a Gerald Wallace. Remember Gerald Wallace, who's, far as 6'8".
Yeah. He was in the Kings' heyday. He was a late first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, really athletic. He can run for days. And but I think he's even better than Gerald Wallace, to be honest. I think Gerald Wallace didn't have the kind of potential that Jonathan does. Jonathan's 20. He's 20 years old. I mean, what is that, high school or college sophomore? So, I mean, 2 years from now, I think we're going to have a much better idea of exactly what kind of upside he has. I'll tell you this. When I see the ball come off his hands on the three-point shot, at times when it goes, it looks good. I mean, so maybe it just needs more reps. The shot always is the last thing to come because as a pro, you get more reps. But I think he could be a lockdown defender. He kind of reminds me on the defensive end when he's playing so hard of Ron Harper.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the Harper, Pippen's an extreme because he's an all-time great, a legend, but I think I can see a little bit of Pippen defensively as far as just the way that they've tried to use him. I shouldn't get ahead of my skis on saying the guy. Scottie Pippen's an all-time great defender. Couple on the text line here. Amari Stoudemire. No, I don't think Amari Stoudemire was more of a more of a power 6'10", post big man. I like
better
the Gerald,
offensive player too.
I like the Gerald Wallace comp. I think that's a pretty good one. And Wallace was I had to look it up. I thought he was an all-star a couple of times. He was an all-star once, 2009-10 with Charlotte. Sacramento had him and really couldn't play him a lot, and they lost him in of all things, the expansion draft back when
he played for a bunch of teams, right? Didn't he?
He did. Charlotte. He ended up in Portland. He was with the Nets at one point, and I think Boston as well.
Jerome Kersey. If you want to go a little old school on the Blazers, he was more
of a jump shooter from the perimeter, though. He did a lot of he was Nasty Kersey was his nickname, I think. So he did a lot of the dirty work. But he was I think offensively he could drive a little bit. But I always remember him. I don't think Steve Kerr wants him shooting jumpers out at the top of the key like Jerome Kersey did. But I think defensively there's some similarities.
Yeah, I love Kuminga. I loved when they got him. I was hoping like crazy they would get him in the draft. Some mock drafts that year early in the process had him going number 1. So for them to get him, what was he at 4?
He was Kuminga was 7.
7?
Yeah, Kuminga
7.
was 7, and you're right. He was
a free fall.
He was considered to be top 3, top 5 throughout the bulk of the pre-draft process and the lead up, and then things shifted around a little bit and. It was, if he's going to fall to 7, it made a lot of sense for the Warriors, even with him being a little bit more of a project, to be able to go with him. Maglo in San Bruno next here. What's up, Maglo?
Hey, Larry. It's Lago.
Oh, what's going on, Lago?
What's going on?
Go Cats. Class of 75.
There you go. Go Cats. Class 88.
There you go. The whole thing with Kuminga is they're wanting him to do things he's never had to do before. Give him some time. He's never had to guard anybody in the NBA before. Oh, he was probably just basically a good shooter.
Did you hear Kerr with JD and Allen yesterday at all?
No.
So he was talking about Kuminga, and he basically just said Jonathan's totally gets it now that his avenue to minutes comes on the defensive end. So he's totally bought in. And I just think that it's so fun to watch him on the defensive end because it's no fun going against a guy like that. He's quicker than you, he's stronger than you, he's longer than you, and when he's really tenacious like that, it's like good luck. Good luck. So I love what I've seen from Kuminga and Wiseman really in the last couple weeks.
Same. Just got to give him some time.
Yep.
Give him some time.
Yeah,
All right. Happy New Year, Larry.
All right. Happy New Year. Thanks for the call. 888-957-9570. A couple people saying Jaylen Brown. I don't see the handle. Like, that's the one thing. Kuminga's got to work on his handle offensively for sure. Jay Rich was much more of a three-point shooter. Athletic, but much more of a three-point shooter. Kuminga offensively doesn't have the three-point shot consistently yet. Warriors obviously hoping he can get it, and his handle is not there. Like he's
a 4 right now.
He's somebody.
He's a 4
exactly.
Right
he's
now.
Not a 3-4 at this point. He's more of a 4-5 or a true 4, I think. But he does, I think, when he gets in trouble, and we'll hear that Kirk clip here in just a second that you alluded to from yesterday. When he gets in trouble I think you can see in his mind at times offensively, he thinks he's a 3. Like he thinks he can put it on the deck and go by somebody and score. And sometimes he's had some success, but the matchup's got to be right, and he's really got to be sure of the move that he's making because the handle isn't great. And any kind of ball pressure, he leaves that thing exposed, and it can easily get knocked away, or he just loses it on the gather or on the way up, and it can turn into a turnover. But here's what the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, had to say yesterday here on 95.7 The Game about Kuminga.
Number one, he's been really good defensively. We've challenged him with that, and he's worked hard at it. And then I think honestly, what happened was he realized that's his ticket to playing time. Like all young players, he wants to score. He wants to become a high scoring wing, and he's got that potential. But it's not what we need from him right now, and it's not something that we're really looking for him to do because we've got an established team, a championship team. We know how we want to play. So if JK wants to get on the floor, it's got to be at the defensive end, and he's doing a really good job of recognizing that and following suit.
So there you go.
Yeah, and when you watch him and the level of intensity that he's bringing it on the defensive end,
that's the
it's
noticeable
clear he got
difference.
that message.
Yeah, that's the noticeable difference because there's times where it's looked like he's just not bringing it. I think when he's gotten in trouble and had to be pulled from the rotation. Like to me, he's been in the rotation, out of the rotation, in the rotation, out of the rotation, really 3, 4, 5 times up until the last couple of weeks. And every time he's gotten taken out, everybody kind of wonders, well, why is he not playing more? And it typically has been he's just not playing forcefully. He doesn't get the ball, and he was in many ways the opposite of the player he's been these last couple of weeks, where it's been, hey, go take that guy and lock him down.
He just can't have those games like he had in Philly where he plays 25 minutes and gets 0 boards.
Yeah.
D people up, go to the glass. That would be my message. Interesting comps here on the text line. We got 415 says Antonio McDyess, the former Alabama power forward who played in the league for years. What do you think of this one? Dominique.
No, Dominique
was a scorer.
He was a scorer, man.
But as far as 6'8", with that kind of athleticism, I mean, because what we're talking about athleticism,
I think he's got even more length Kuminga than Dominique. I think Dominique was more of a. He was just. I mean,
Dominique
was
incredible.
But he
didn't have great handle coming into the league.
No, but he got it as his career went on. I just remember him, between the legs, hitting jumpers, driving on people. Like he was just he ended up being a real forceful player. The
human highlight film.
If he could be a player like that with the ball in his hands, I mean, look out.
415 says The Matrix. How about Sean Marion?
That's interesting. That's an interesting one.
Very strong player.
Yeah.
Marion had the strength of a front court player.
Yeah, sturdy, definitely. And I mean,
loved him at Vegas.
And Marion had the little floater, that little push floater. He ran the floor extremely well.
Yeah, with Phoenix.
For dunks. I mean, guys would, whether it was Jason Kidd or Steve Nash later on, I mean, there'd be a lot of runouts where he'd be ahead of the pack and be able to dunk. So that's an interesting one, but I think it just tells, as we've run through a bunch of different names here, and there really is no perfect fit. I mean, that is, I think it definitely shows you how unique Kuminga is, but how unique the talent is, and how just kind of tantalizing it is for the Warriors to want to have him be somebody you'd hang on to.
All right, some of these are not good. Kuminga's baby Olajuwon?
No.
Eric, I love you, brother. No. I'll give you one, and I know you saw this guy because you were up in SAC. Anthony Bonner. What do you think? I mean, Anthony Bonner's 6'8", athletic, not as athletic as Kuminga.
He's better than Anthony. I mean, Anthony, yeah, he's better than Anthony.
He's better than Anthony
He's
Bonner.
Anthony Bonner.
Anthony Bonner's a second-round pick.
And but Anthony Bonner was a dump truck, man, with his backside. Like he would put it into you and go up and dunk on you and throw you out of the way. And not a surprise that he wound up on some of those mid-'90s Knicks teams as a bench player. He fit right in there. Let's go to Rick in San Mateo next here with JD and Larry on a Friday. What's going on, Rick?
Hey, guys, love your show. Great macro view analysis of the 49ers quarterback situation. I love that. It sounds all positive to me, but the reason I called was in the last few games that I've watched Purdy play, scouts see subtle things, and one of the things I've noticed is the quality of his throwing, the quality of the throw itself. He's hitting the guys across the center, across the line, down deep, and he's hitting them on the run. He's not, and I love Garoppolo, but oftentimes we've lost yardage as well as potential scores because Garoppolo's ball is behind, high. They can't have any, yardage after the catch. Purdy just seems to be smooth in the backfield, even though he's only 6 foot or so. What he does is he positions himself around his line so he can see downfield, and he seems to have the what I call Ernest Hemingway called it grace under pressure. He came in there on that first game, and I swear to God, I thought he played in the NFL for a long time. He was smooth. He read his receivers. He did the right things. The only glitch was that bump, the interception the other day, which was a fluke interception. I think the guy's got great talent, and I think the scouts saw that. And my thought is between Garoppolo and Purdy and Trey, I necessarily wouldn't give up Garoppolo. That's my thought. I mean, he did get us to the Super Bowl. He did get us to a final. He screwed up the foot action between Purdy and Garoppolo is the other thing I wanted to mention. It just seems like Purdy knows what he's doing, and as I say, his movement and his foot movement, that's what scouts see, I think. So my thought is, I've got total confidence in Purdy going forward. His throwing is excellent, and he seems to read his receivers in time and in the right, proper, order that Shanahan wants him to read them. So anyway, I just thought I'd pass that on, and it's great to see smooth throws hitting guys, on the run.
Yeah,
that's
in stride. No, there's no question.
Thanks, Rick.
You make a bunch of good points. I mean, two things come to mind. One, it's not Garoppolo's choice, or it's not the Niners' choice.
Yeah. You're getting greedy if you want to keep Garoppolo around.
And I think the 49ers, they agree with the caller.
You'd love to do it.
But you can't. You can't hoard quarterbacks. Exactly. My next question for the caller would be like, well, is your evaluation that Purdy's better than Jimmy? And if the answer is yes, and I think the Niners' answer is yes, then Jimmy's moving on. I mean, I don't think even Jimmy wanted to come back here unless he thought he had a good shot of getting on the field this year, with behind Trey Lance. So he's not coming back here next year if they're both here. Jimmy's moving on. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But he made a great point also on run after the catch. Run after the catch is partly about the player, right? But it's a lot about the quarterback's accuracy. If you get juice in the flat and you throw it at his shoelaces, he might still make that catch. But the linebacker is going to rally up, hit him right there, and he's going to get a 5-yard gain. If you can hit him in stride as he turns his shoulder upfield, that little dump off in the flat could be a 40-yard gain. So accuracy means so much to run after the catch.
Accuracy and timing, and the timing has been on as well with Purdy. Vince in San Jose, 888-957-9570. What's going on today, Vince?
Hey, happy Friday, gentlemen.
You too.
Thank you so much. I will tell you guys this. I'm going to turn 28 in January. I've been following the NBA for 20 years, and I can confidently say this. I think Kuminga is going to be the gem of that draft class. I think he's just going to be he's going to turn out to just be an absolute steal for this Warriors team for a couple reasons. One, he's a true slasher. He can if a 20-year-old can get to the rim at an NBA level pretty much at will, that means something. That's significant. All the Kuminga haters can say, hey, I want to trade Kuminga for Seth Curry and another guy and this other age veteran. But you got to use logic, and you have to use perspective. Kuminga, he doesn't even have a ceiling. He can get to the rim at will, and he's learning how to pass the ball at a professional level. I want him to work on his offhand dribbling. I want him to work on his off-ball movement. But I just love Kuminga. I really do.
Thanks, Vince. Yeah,
appreciate it.
There's a lot to like, and I think that the ball handling is a big part of it. I've harped on the ball handling. He does still have an ability to get downhill and get to the basket even without a great handle, which on some nights it doesn't always work out, but he can get to the free throw line. And the one thing offensively, though, that really has changed, we've talked a lot about the defense. We played the Steve Kerr clip, but offensively, he has been much more of a willing passer, whether it's been looking for Wiseman or whether it's just been getting the ball on the perimeter, where in the past he would look to face up and try to do something or try to take a three. And now he's getting it, and he's getting in a position where he can hand it off to somebody or pass it to somebody and cut and keep the Warriors moving at optimum. And often that winds up in the Warriors system as you're going to get it back in a much better position to score or do something with it than that first opportunity when you get it 24, 25 feet from the basket.
As far as the best player in that draft, I'll push back on that. I'll take Cade Cunningham. I'll take Evan Mobley. I'd probably take Scotty Barnes.
A lot of good ones.
They passed. Those are guys that went in front of Jonathan. Guys who went after Jonathan, Franz Wagner.
Really good player.
Would you rather have
He'd
Wagner?
help him right now. He'd be in the rotation right now.
I love Davion Mitchell, but he's 6 feet point guard. That's Zaire Williams, who played at Stanford. Nice little player for sure. Duarte, I really like from the Pacers. So, then your turn. The guy that I think they missed on that in that draft, and I really would think I loved him in the draft, is Trey Murphy III, who's a 6'9", sharpshooter who can play the 2-guard spot, and he fell down to 17 in that draft. They could have used the Moody pick on Trey Murphy. I like Murphy more than Moody, but I agree. It was a nice pick getting Kuminga at 7.
Yeah, and they love Davion Mitchell, but obviously not at 7 with others on the board. They liked Franz Wagner, from what I understand. Zaire Williams, I think, is a nice player with Memphis as well, and they love Duarte. If Duarte had been around, the Pacers hadn't taken him right in front of Moody, I think Duarte would be a member of the Warriors.
You saw the video, right?
Yeah.
When Duarte went, Joe. They had Joe he was like pissed.
It was
he was not happy at all. It makes me wonder too if
I think they had him pegged.
If Indiana came knocking on your door and said, "We'll give you Duarte for Moses Moody," would you do that trade now?
Yeah,
Moody's
sure.
5 years younger, but Duarte's probably ready to play right now a little bit more.
And he's been banged up too with injuries, which you have to keep in the fold there. But yeah, I probably would. All right, Mike Sando's going to join us next. We'll talk some NFL with him as we are sponsored by CalHope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru. We are live and local all week leading up to the new year on 95.7 The Game. And speaking of the new year, be safe out there. Have a great New Year's Eve and a great 2023.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave. The quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef. Legendary quality.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger. More phone calls coming up. Festus Ezeli an hour from now, but let's get to our first guest on the program today. It's a pleasure to be joined by Mike Sando, now of The Athletic, as he's covered the NFL for a long time, as well. And we really appreciate you taking some time here on a Friday, Mike. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Let's just start with Derek Carr. And I know you wrote about the quarterback betrayal index, which I think is fascinating stuff, but explain to the listeners what that is and now how Derek Carr kind of fits into the equation with his benching and basic firing by the Raiders.
Yeah, basically since Derek Carr's been there, they've been pretty average on offense, and they've been really, really bad on defense and special teams. So a quarterback, who has a great defense and special teams on his side is going to look better and going to win more and going to have a different narrative about him. So for all of Carr's flaws, which he does have some, of the 92 quarterbacks who have started at least, I think, more than 20 games in the last 20 years or so, his defense and special teams support has ranked 85th out of the 92. At the extreme other end would be like Mac Jones. The Patriots have been really good on defense and special teams, despite a couple of memorable plays lately going against them. So it really has skewed their ability to win with Derek Carr because he's just been at such a disadvantage. And if you look back at his time with the Raiders, I think the one year they were kind of middle of the pack or a little above average in that defense special teams realm. I think they went 12-4 with Jack Del Rio. So I think it's just something to keep in mind. It doesn't mean that Carr is totally absolved from, where they're at, but certainly they haven't been good enough in that area again this year to win.
Mike, if the Eagles get one win here in the final 2 weeks, either against the Saints or Giants, the road to the Super Bowl in the NFC rolls through Philadelphia. Everybody in the NFL is so covert when it comes to these injuries. I did get the sense that Jalen Hurts, based on the video that I saw of Travis Gibson of the Bears falling on his right shoulder, that they're probably not necessarily giving us the full rundown on Hurts. They've been speculating that he could play, but I something tells me he's hurt worse than he is. Do you have any intel around the league? Do you have any guess as to the severity of Hurts' injury and how likely it is that he could be out extended period of time?
I think they got to be careful. I think they do have to be careful. They're in a weird spot because, with the season being longer, they're probably going to be okay to win. I think they can beat the Saints, whether he plays or not. But the last thing I need is him taking another shot on the shoulder and then being affected for the postseason. So I know he's back at practice. I think I'll just kind of believe it when I see it when he's out there. Because I think so much of his play and production has been as a runner also. And he's not a run and slide. He's a run and take some hits guy. So I think they got to be careful. It might be a little bit foolish to throw him out there and at least have the same sort of game plan that they've had unless he's really ready to go.
Mike, what do you think of the teams fighting for the final couple of spots in the NFC? And we can relate it to the 49ers. We don't know if they're going to be 2 or 3 in the top half. Minnesota controls that, but they're playing Green Bay, who's tied to the bottom half, and the Giants and Washington are involved. The Lions want a shot maybe at a winner-take-all against Green Bay next week. How do you see that bottom end shaken out in the NFC?
I kind of think Detroit or Seattle might grab the 7th spot. I think the Giants will get the 6th, and I think Carolina is probably going to win that division in the NFC South to get the 4th seed now. There's so much of the stuff is interconnected. I just sort of have a feeling, I could be wrong on this, that Minnesota may go into Green Bay and win. I don't think Green Bay is that great, and I'm not saying Minnesota is either, but just the idea that, like Aaron Rodgers was saying after the game against Miami, hey, we got them, 2 dome teams coming in. They got to win the games though, and so I think that's obviously a huge pivot point game in this whole thing. And I've kind of been leaning towards Minnesota. Maybe it's a gut feel, maybe I'm wrong, but if that falls that way, then it really could set up a situation where if Green Bay's not in the mix the last week, well, shoot, then Detroit maybe has an easier time beating them, in the last one. And then we'll see, I think, for the last spot, Seattle-Jet game is going to be really a 50-50. Could go either way. It's in Seattle. And so I may lean towards the Seahawks, but shoot, they haven't been able to put anything together consistently either. I think that's the thing. There's just so many inconsistent teams there. It's a guessing game of who's going to win every week.
The Chiefs trounced the Niners a few weeks back, and the Niners haven't lost since. And in 4 games since week 13, the 49ers are averaging over 31 points a game. They've broken that 30-point plateau in 3 of the 4 games. They got the number 1 defense, and they're scoring points offensively. Do you have a different feeling about the 49ers now that you see their offense with Brock Purdy than you did maybe earlier in the year with Lance or with Jimmy?
No, I think that they're just as capable with Purdy. I would rather have Jimmy, just because of the familiarity and he's proven and all of that. But I don't think there's been a huge drop-off in what they want to do. Now, they have played historically great defense. And a lot of those points on offense come from your defense, right? You're getting in shorter fields, or you're never playing from behind. You're always sort of in control. I don't think that Brock Purdy has attempted a pass while trailing in any of his starts. So, that's partly because of him, but they have been amazing defensively, really starting with the Charger game, to where they've been dominant. If you just look at statistically, dominant, like standard deviations better than a normal defense. And the offense has been good, but not great, other than I would say maybe the Arizona game and maybe before that the Ram game. But for the most part, the offense has been good. It's done its part with a really favorable situation because of the defense. So I like where they're at. I think the NFC is, there's no team that is completely unflawed. I think Philly's been the best team, but I don't think the 49ers are afraid of them. I think they can beat them.
Mike Sando joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Is that the one thing that would give you pause about Purdy in a playoff scenario, is the fact that he may very well go through the entire regular season stint, whatever the 6 games that he would play, without really dealing with much adversity?
A little bit. I think it's going to come at some point, but I think all of the teams have to deal with that. There's not look, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers could both make the playoffs, but you don't get the feeling with how their teams are playing that, they're going to be amazing in that realm either. So I think the NFC is one where you may not have to have that as much to get through. And we've seen the 49ers go through the playoffs without having a bunch of games where they trailed until they got maybe to the Super Bowl. So I like the way it sets up. Sure, if they're behind, it's going to be hard, but it's hard for all these guys. It's going to be hard for Jalen Hurts if they're behind too. So I don't think that makes the 49ers especially vulnerable, right? Other than we're just not really sure because we haven't seen it with Purdy, but he's looked pretty good for what they've asked him to do so far.
Late October, the Niners were 3 and 4 at that point, and they had the Rams coming up. And John Lynch pulled the trigger on the Christian McCaffrey deal, and they went to L.A., and McCaffrey had one of the best games of his career, and the Niners won 31-14, and then they have not lost since. To me, I thought that was incredible GMing, if that's a word, by Lynch. And I think that because of the timing and because of the offseason he had, I would give Lynch the slight edge over Howie Roseman for Executive of the Year. How do you see the voting coming down on that award?
That's interesting. I think for some it could come down to the perception of how much is Kyle Shanahan running the personnel there too, right? I think he's gets some credit for that, but I think that's a good point. I think making that type of a move at the middle of a season is a win in the sales for your team. I think it sends a really strong message beyond what it does to help you on the field. That's a big boost, to a team that's had some reasons to get down this year with Jimmy getting hurt. There's been some other players in it. Debo Samuel's been out. There's been some things that could have set the team back, but when you do that, I think it really does give you a boost. So, I don't know if he's going to get it. Maybe by the end of the year, they're the team that's hottest, and it helps put him over the top. To me, it does just come down to how much you perceive Kyle Shanahan to be involved in that too, whereas with Philly, I don't think people perceive Nick Sirianni to be as involved in that.
Mike, really appreciate your view of quarterbacks and all the work and different breakdowns you do of a lot of the numbers at different points. I got to go back to Brock Purdy and just, as it relates to Trey Lance, because we don't know the run that the Niners will go on, how this thing ends. But as far as you look at it, what is Purdy the starter next year? Is it a open competition? I mean, that's kind of the question du jour out here in the Bay. And what does Purdy have to do in the playoffs to solidify that if it's a coin flip in your mind to this point?
I think if Purdy continues to play the way that he has, and they win and have some success, maybe advance in the playoffs, I don't know how you take him out of the equation and just hand it to someone who has a couple of starts, right? So it'll be delicate. I think these are, the way that quarterback changes are handled now is different than it used to be. If you go back in the day, Bill Welch would just freaking bench Joe Montana and say, Steve's playing this week, right? And tough. Now, Derek Carr gets benched and he's not even with the team, right? So the way all of these things are handled now will make it interesting to me. Are they delicate about it? Are they vague about it? It was so weird last year with Jimmy Garoppolo being on a different field and separating it out. He handled it beautifully, but not everybody would have. So I don't know, but I think we have to see how this season finishes. If they go to the NFC Championship game with Brock Purdy or the Super Bowl, that's a totally different thing than if they fizzle down the stretch and lose one of these last two and go one and done, isn't it?
I would say absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's the key variable there. So I don't know how you take Purdy out of the mix if they really go deep in the playoffs.
Give me your answer to two of these things. Who's better in your mind between Buffalo and Kansas City? And is there a team outside of Philly that you believe could beat the 49ers in the NFC playoffs? Because I don't.
Yeah, I think Buffalo's probably the better team just all the way around. I have been reluctant to pick against Kansas City in the one big game type thing, but I probably would give the Bills just a slight edge. I know losing their Von Miller was a big deal. I just give them a slight edge, but I think it's real slight. I think those teams could beat each other. I don't really see a team the way they're playing now having a big advantage or any sort of an advantage against the 49ers in the NFC, because I think Dak Prescott, he's made enough mistakes. I think that the 49er defense could probably get to him and get a couple turnovers to help it go their way. But yeah, that's why I think it's such a great opportunity. This is a year in the NFC where you have to take advantage. And I think like Buffalo missed that opportunity in the AFC last year. They were the best team. 13 seconds, they blew it. They may not get back. Right? This is a great window here, even though they're down to their third quarterback in San Francisco. It's a great time. It's a great chance.
Mike, great stuff. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Thank you.
All right, Mike Sando joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Good stuff, well thought out, always digging into the numbers and coming up with his own metrics and evaluations and comparisons. So I like to nerd out reading his stuff.
Oh, he's good. He's really, really good. He worked for ESPN for years and a great guy to talk to. And he's dialed in on the rest of the league, which is always nice. Mike's got a good handle on not just, the Niners, but, we could have literally gone deep with him on any team in pro football. And he's got content that he can bring to the table. I do, when I keep thinking about this Raider game, I'm thinking, what is the next step for the Raiders? The Carr era is over. It's clear that they're going to try to trade him in their little window right at the end of the year. I don't know what they're going to get for him, but there's a lot of speculation. I was looking at the quarterback odds on who's going to be the Raiders quarterback next year. Number one, top of the list,
Jimmy?
Tom Brady. Oh. Number two, at top of the list, Jimmy Garoppolo. Wow. Who do you think? I mean, I can't picture Tom Brady going to play for the Raiders. I could see Jimmy playing for the Raiders.
Yeah, I could. Although, as we talked about a little bit earlier, I think there are going to be a lot of teams that are going to come calling for Garoppolo. I mean, Washington wanted him this past year. If he had been healthy, he might be a Commander already.
Colts.
The Colts are in that mix. I think Miami's in the mix. I think the Jets are in the mix. I think the Raiders certainly are in the mix. I mean, what did you make of just the way this thing is played out with Derek Carr? I mean, I think we can all look at his play this year and say, all right, it's time. And maybe it had been time and this is the final straw. But for it to get to the point where even not quite being mathematically eliminated, I get it, they're done. But even not quite being mathematically eliminated, benching him, and then the reporting from Vic Tafur that it was Mark Davis's call and that basically Ziegler and Josh McDaniels were going to roll with Carr at least for one more week, but Mark Davis said deuces, he's done, and him not even being around the team. Like I think it creates a weird dynamic for the Raiders coming into this game with the Niners.
Well, I mean, I don't love it, but if I don't love it if it was the player's call. If the player said, "Hey, I don't want to be here anymore," I mean, it doesn't make me feel better about the player. I mean, so Stidham can sit on the bench and watch you fail week after week, but you can't sit on the bench and watch him fail. I mean, to me, if you're going to be a leader in a room of men, it's like you better be a little bit more consistent. And then there's the player on the field. I mean, I'm thinking of that interception they threw to Kyle Duggar in the Patriots game. Yeah. It was just right to him. He's inside the 5-yard line. He's hurling it right to a DB breaking on the ball.
He had a bad year. He just had a really bad year.
Not only that, I mean, if you watch that in slow-mo, Duggar's clearly breaking on the football before the quarterback's anywhere close to releasing it. So I don't love. Carr has done a bunch of things that make me. I liked him coming out of Fresno State. Sure, I really did. I thought he was a good prospect, but he's done some things the last few years that would make me just put an X through him. Like, not interested. Now, I do know that he'll get a gig because I think there are a lot of people that will blame the Raiders and the dysfunction in that organization, all the upheaval and Gruden, and you name all the different things that have happened there during his tenure. But man, when it's at the end of the game, and you can take a chance down the field and you throw the ball into the turf, I mean, that is non-competitive. And I've seen him do that 3 times in the last 3 years. And if you do it once, for me, that's done. You're done. I mean, I make a play and keep trying to make a play.
Sure.
Throwing the ball into the turf. Also, I get the feeling when I watch Carr that he is just like he's about self-preservation. Like that factors in way before he's not hell-bent to score. He's hell-bent to take care of himself. And so I've seen countless examples of it. I just think he gets rid of the ball. I don't think he holds it. I don't think he extends plays to let his receivers work open down the field. He's got the best receiver in all of pro football on his team, and that receiver's had kind of an underwhelming type statistical year. I blame Carr for that.
I think it also sets up a week for the Raiders, relating it back to this game, where we're going to find out, I think, on Sunday, if the rest of that Raider locker room liked or didn't like Derek Carr. Because I think if they liked Derek Carr and thought, hey, this is on the ownership or the coaching staff or whatever, this is a bleep show, maybe he deserved a little more respect on his way out the door than he's receiving here. I could see them coming out and it being like Denver and the Rams, where it's just, hey, night, blowout city, 1-2-3 Cancun, whatever you want to come up with. I could see that. Now, if maybe there are people in that locker room that are thinking, you know what, Derek, not a perfect player, weird personality, like you said, maybe putting himself in front of other things. And I could see them coming out and maybe showing a little bit of fight with Jarrett Stidham and maybe they're a little more competitive in the game. I think the Niners are still the best team, clearly, between the two and should win the game and probably should win the game and cover it, even with the number at basically 9.5 to 10.5. But I just kind of wonder. I think it is going to tell a statement toward how the Raiders view Derek Carr in that locker room based on their competitive juice this week.
He's got 9 seasons in the NFL. He's got 6 of the 9 seasons he's had double-digit interceptions. So that means 3 of only a third of basically your years, 30% of your seasons in the NFL, you have single-digit interceptions. So that's a lot of picks. There's a lot of negative plays there. As far as how the Raiders play, I hear what you're saying, but you also got to remember this. NFL players, there's no guaranteed contracts. Everybody's the film circulates throughout the entire league. Even if you're at the end of your run with the Raiders, you're at the beginning of your run with another team. And I just think that guys play hard. Guys play hard, and they play for themselves, and they play for their families, and they're going hard. They're going hard because it's in their best interest to go hard, and it's not about, Derek versus Jarrett. I am eager to see what Stidham looks like, though, JD, because he hasn't played a lot of football. The Niners have absolutely crushed immobile quarterbacks, and Jarrett Stidham is as immobile as they come. I mean, he is not. Oh yeah. There's no mobility at all. He was a 4th-round pick out of Auburn. He was with the Patriots. The Raiders traded for him. The Raider executives used to be in New England. He started 4 of their preseason games. He completed 63%. He appeared in 3 games out of the bullpen, so to speak. Was 8 of 13 for 72 yards in the 24-0 loss to the Saints. He's an immobile guy going up against the NFL's best defensive line. I expect there to be Nick Bosa sacks. Quite a few. Maybe Bosa gets a record. Maybe this is a 5-sack kind of a game for him.
Yeah, puts him north of 20, and yeah, maybe even right there at the record. 888-957-9570. Let's get Philmo Mike in here before the top of the hour. What's going on, Philmo?
Oh man, y'all talking Niners. I was gonna talk Warriors.
Whatever, bring it. Any direction you want to take it. It's a dealer's choice, as they say.
Okay, got you. So look, Kruger, I feel like Kuminga, I think he's a new age natural. In 3-4 years, he's a new age natural 3. Now I understand the 4, but I think he's a new age natural 3 that could play the 4. And my comp to him,
who do you got?
A mix of, hear me out, Terry Cummings, Anthony Mason.
Wow, you're going.
That's my comp to him.
Great players, by the way. Cummings was an awesome player.
Hey, he was underrated. He was raw.
Terry Cummings he came here. He came here in the Sprewell trade. But both those guys are thicker, wider guys. I mean, Terry Cummings was a tremendous player at DePaul, and a great player in the NBA, and then was actually still had some game when he came to the Warriors in the Sprewell trade. Mason, that's an interesting one. Mason was just such a. I mean, Mason probably weighed about 250, right? I mean, Anthony Mason, he's a big, thick guy.
Oh yeah, he was a monster. We talked about Anthony Bonner and
different body type than Kuminga. Kuminga's more willowy. Kuminga can get up and down the floor. Where Anthony Mason,
he was a post guy on offense, or he was he had a sneaky good handle actually for
he was a really good player.
Like he could get it out at the top a little bit, throw a little spin move on, kind of flip it up at the end. He'd miss it and go back and get it. I mean, he was nasty. I mean, he embodied tough. Everything about those.
They went to the finals with him.
Yeah, those Knicks teams with Patrick Ewing and him and John Starks,
81-79 games.
Oakley. Yeah, all those guys. Now those are some good teams. Derek Harper, hand checking people. It's interesting. Terry Cummings was the leading scorer. Anytime his name comes up, he was the leading scorer at the first NBA game I ever went to as a kid. I was 8 years old in Sacramento. He had 28 points, and he beat the Bucks with the Bucks in 1989.
Young Terry Cummings, monster.
It was like 3 days after the Niners won the Super Bowl against the Bengals.
I'll never forget sitting there watching. That, to me, was the Warrior low point. Sprewell chokes out Carlissimo. And I can remember sitting there next to Tim Roy, before one of these games, and I'm like, what happened? What has happened here? Yeah. I'm looking at Chris Mills in just an awful contract, and Terry Cummings at the end, and I mean, was
that Mookie Blaylock there yet? Was
maybe Jason Caffey was their big free agent signing. I mean, those are some lean. To me, that was the leanest moment because Sprewell was still tied to that 55 win Warrior team in '93. This was a few years later. Weber had moved on. Billy Owens had moved on. Mm-hmm. Sprewell choked out the coach. Now, it was dark. It was dark days.
No, it was big time dark days and brighter days for the Warriors now and brighter days in 2022 for really everybody in the Bay Area. 2 hours down. We got 2 hours to go. Festus Ezeli's going to stop by at 4:30, so keep it locked here on 95.7 The Game for that. We'll come back. We'll reset some of the things we've been getting into today, talking a lot of Niners, a lot of Warriors, and just being a little reflective. Final show of 2022. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
'Tis the season for basketball.
Drives in, shot roofed by Looney. Leaves DiVincenzo on a break. Dante goes in, throws it back out to Ty Jerome. Back to DiVincenzo, right wing three, good.
And football.
Ray McLeod on second down and 10. There he goes with the foot race. They're not going to get him. You can kiss him goodbye.
On the most wondrous sports station in the Bay Area, 95.7 The Game.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF. for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Into hour number 3 here on a Friday. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger, as we are with you until 6 o'clock, in for Damon and Ratto. 888-957-9570 as the Warriors host the Blazers tonight, which means Warriors Live tips off at 6 p.m. here on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity, as the Warriors looking to make it 4 in a row here on this homestand. I've been talking a lot throughout the afternoon here about just reflecting on 2022 and what a wild year it's been for the Bay Area, from the Niners and their run to the NFC Championship game, all the quarterback back and forth, and the position that they currently sit right now with 2 games to go as they head into 2023. 11-4, 8 in a row. Brock Purdy is the starting quarterback, and it feels like they believe they've got a shot to win the Super Bowl. The Warriors running it back and winning an NBA title in June, and that playoff run, just unbelievable stuff there from the Golden State Warriors. And then the Giants coming off 107 wins, and just a ugly. Just an ugly season. And then the offseason, they try to get Aaron Judge, can't, try to get Correa, that blows up in their face. And now they head into 2023 looking like maybe they're not even better than they were in 2022, with Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi trying to explain it away. So,
yeah.
But
what a weird
year for them.
Weird year for them when you think about it, because they won 107 games. They set the franchise record coming into this year. And yet attendance was down. How much of that was the pandemic? I don't know. But, you win 107. You think you're going to have some momentum going into the next year ticket-wise. They clearly didn't. And then this year's Giant team was just boring. I mean, I've seen worse Giants teams. They finished 500. We've seen many worse Giants teams. But this year's Giants team was like total snooze. I mean, just a real snooze fest. And so they knew it, and they were kind of adamant about kind of changing things around, and they went after Aaron Judge, and I don't know if he toyed with them and used them, or if he legitimately, only Aaron Judge and his wife really know if he was very serious about coming here, but he went back to New York. I don't think you can be critical of the Giants for that, because when you're the toast of Manhattan, you're not leaving. You know what I mean? So I don't blame the Giants for losing out on Aaron Judge, but they did create kind of an expectation of not necessarily Judge, but some big name something. And here we are, almost January 1st, and that big name player has not come across. And
he really can't now unless there's some kind of a trade.
Unless there's some kind of a trade. So they're in kind of a weird spot for sure. And as far as, the rest of this year has gone, I mean, one guy I wanted to ask you about as far as, watching the Warriors the last couple of weeks, because to me, this Warrior season this year has been kind of odd. They started initially, and I thought, okay, what's it going to look like? They didn't look good out of the chute. Then they kind of regrouped. They looked a little better in the second phase of the season. Now they're looking even a little bit better. And I really believe the one advantage Golden State has is that, like, a lot of NBA teams grow apart over the length of the season. I think Kerr is a master at keeping everybody going, and I think that's because he was a bench player. And so he knows how to bring the bench along. You know what I mean? So you get the feeling that the Warriors stay together as a team. I was telling my Kings fans friends up in SAC basically that Mike Brown's going to do that for SAC this year. He's going to keep that team together. They're going to stay together. But the guy I got to ask you about, JD, is Patrick Baldwin, because I thought Baldwin really looked not just, obviously he's got a nice shot. I mean, it's textbook coming out of his hands. He was a team best plus 13 in 13 minutes. He had 11 points, 4 of 7 shooting, 4 rebounds. He looks like kind of an old soul. He's a beneath the rim kind of a player, but he looks more like a veteran player. What do you think? I mean, Golden State's looking at all their bench and saying, okay, can we, they know they're starting 5 plus Poole plus DiVincenzo. That's going to be 7 guys in their 9-man rotation come playoff time. The whole rest of the season is about getting that 6th seed or better and finding 2 more guys. Is there any chance in your mind that as we sit here at the end of December that Patrick Baldwin could be a rotation player in the playoffs?
I would say probably not, just because the Warriors are so focused on their pecking order as far as just making sure that either a veteran or some of these other younger players that are farther along in terms of experience get their opportunities before Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins, the most recent of the 2 picks. But so I think it would almost take an injury or something to where Baldwin gets more opportunities and then makes the most of them like he did in the game the other night. But I like his game. I mean, I like how
the shot is beautiful,
smooth he is shooting it and confident in shooting it.
Son of a coach, he seems to have a really high basketball IQ.
He seems like a warrior. He seems like a great fit.
Were you? Was that the show that you and I did together when Rollins and Baldwin came in studio?
Yeah, I was going. Actually, I think I was going to be, and then last second, I ended up on a different show that day. But I think we were going to do that show.
So they were in here for an hour, and just like both those guys are really impressive. I mean, I would love to buy stock in both those guys' NBA future. Because I think Rollins, every time I watch him, I like him. And Baldwin is just talk to him about the game. He's more advanced than most guys his age.
What I wonder is, because of the restrictions for the two-way players, and the two-way players, Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome, they can only play in 50 regular season games. They're both, I think, approaching 30. Yeah. I think Lamb's maybe 29 and Jerome's 23. I think I might be off by 1 there, but they can only play in 50. I wonder if at some point, because they can only at this point convert one of them into a roster spot, because they only have 1 roster spot open. I wonder if Baldwin could do some of the things Anthony Lamb does, and if he could, because they're both shooters. Anthony Lamb's been kind of up and down. I've said this to you. I think there are nights where he kind of looks like a G leaguer.
He had an air ball in the fourth quarter the other night.
Yeah, like he's a little overwhelmed by the NBA, the speed of the game, and things like that. But there's nights where it's like, oh, he can clearly shoot it. Knock down 3 or 4 3-pointers, and he can help you get a win. But I wonder if Baldwin can. He's an interesting player. I think if he can just be steady defensively, not kill you defensively. You like his length, you like his basketball IQ, you like his shooting ability, and he becomes somebody that I think is extremely valuable with other combinations. It's always about combinations of players, right? If you're going to have Kuminga on the floor, could you play Kuminga and Baldwin together? Like Baldwin, to me, could play some stretch 4, but he could also, I think, play some 3 with more of a bulldozer type 4, in Kuminga, if you're going to have them out there at the same time. So I wonder if he could become.
Could he be Bielitsa this year?
Yeah, he could become. Bielitsa was almost strictly a 5, so probably not. But I just wonder if he could maybe take some of those Anthony Lamb minutes to a point where maybe you don't need Lamb to be somebody that takes up a playoff roster spot between now and the end of the year.
I'm not seeing Lamb. I'm not seeing it. I'm not getting what they're getting. I don't see what they see in Anthony Lamb. I know he's hit some shots, but the one thing I love about Baldwin is that he's a perimeter shooter who shoots it from high up, and he's got beautiful form, and you're talking about a 6'10 player. So, like, when you have a 6'10 guy who shoots it really high up,
it's hard to get to.
That creates more space on the basketball floor because you got to really close out on a 6'10 guy who shoots it that high to bother his shot. And to me, it's like, if you're really about pace and space, and you know that they are, doesn't he create that space?
He does. He's an interesting player, and he has looked comfortable offensively on an NBA floor when he's gotten opportunities. So does he get more? We'll see. I know he spoke to the fact that he thought the second half of the Brooklyn game, it's always funny to see what ends up clicking for somebody, but the second half of the Brooklyn game, which most people probably turned off, they're down 40 at the half, and that was the game where Wiseman went for 30, but he knocked down 5 3-pointers in the third quarter, where they made a 40-point game, an 18-point game, and they were never going to win, but it was basically all of the young guys playing together and on a pretty big stage in terms of one of the hottest teams in the league in Brooklyn. Baldwin went out there and didn't have to. There wasn't a lot of stress, but he would look real comfortable and said that gave him confidence to know that if he had to go back in a game in different circumstances, he could get the job done, and he did. He helped them win the other night.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get more run. I just right now it's it's a little bit of a projection because he's barely played.
Sure,
but if somehow you got all of January, all of March, all of February, all of you got several months here between the playoffs. I would love to see what it would look like if he was out there. Outside of Klay Thompson, he might have obviously Steph is Steph, but Klay's got this beautiful, unbelievable, almost unmatched form. It's just so buttery.
Yeah.
You watch Baldwin, it's similar. It's similar. He's got a really nice shot.
He does. No question about it. 888-957-9570. Other big topic of discussion is we had Steve Kerr on yesterday here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to rerun that full interview during Warriors Live at 6 o'clock, but a few clips from that. And the big question, Alan asked Coach Kerr if he thinks that the Warriors are turning a corner this season. That was the question du jour the last few days. Here's what Steve said.
Until we win on the road, it's tough to say we've turned a corner. But I will say that last night's game and the night before against Charlotte, it just felt different. It felt like we had to really gut those games out, and we were making winning plays. One of the things that happened last night, we had a couple of fouls that we used kind of late fourth quarter. We weren't automatically giving them, but we were forced into them because of what was happening on the floor, but we weren't in the bonus yet. And so it was just side out of bounds. And you guys know this, for most of the season, those fouls are free throws because we're fouling so much early in the period. Now teams are getting free throws every time there's a foul. So just that alone for me makes a huge difference. Defending without fouling leads to better control of the game, and then it allows you to be a little more aggressive defensively, late in the games, and that's something that happened last night. So there's definitely been a lot of growth.
And all of the stoppages, too, with a lot of the fouls and the free throw shooting prevents the Warriors from getting in a rhythm with the way they want to play offensively and the tempo. It's always funny, the things that stand out to a coach, but he's rolling as far as the meat of that answer at the beginning with haven't turned it till they start showing something on the road.
They got the best home record in the league. They got the worst road record in the league. I hear what he's saying. 15-2 at home, 3-16 on the road. I was looking at some of the numbers as far as the breakdown and why.
It's defense.
One thing is that they do score 119 at home on average. They score 113 on the road. So they're not quite scoring on the road as the same. I just think it has to do with they got a young team. And you got to be able to block out the crowd, and maybe that's difficult for young players. They also probably, JD, if you went through the schedule with a fine-tooth comb, they probably should have 4 or 5 more wins, right? They had a shot in Orlando. They had a shot against Charlotte. They had a 9-point lead against Sacramento. Right? They had a shot against Utah. They lost all those games.
Yeah.
So
Orlando went to overtime and lost.
Yeah, so there's 4 or 5 more wins right there that could make this season look dramatically different. But I got to think that it has a lot to do with the fact that you got 5 guys on this team that are 22 or younger. So you got some real. They've really committed to the youth movement this year, and they're paying for it on the road.
They are.
At least that would be my observation, man. You're watching these games closer than I am. What do you see on the road?
It really has been. There's been almost, in a way, 4 separate seasons at this point. They've been bad on the road in all of them. There's no. But I look at the 3-7 start, and then they were 10-4. Then they had the 2-7 stretch with the injuries and this road trip, and now they're 3-0 during this home stretch. So it's almost 4 different segments. But I think, and I've said this a lot, they wanted to coast a little bit coming out. I think the veterans wanted to coast a little bit coming out of, with the championship hangover and all of that. And I think that's where they led a lot of young teams on that trip where you mentioned 3 or 4 games they could have won. They let a lot of young teams just get comfortable because it was basically open gym. And, hey, you score, we'll score. It's going to be 120 to 120 with about 3 minutes left, and then we're going to put the clamps down. And then they were searching for something that wasn't there, or they couldn't get, or they'd miss a shot, or they'd have a weird turnover, or somebody would foul and they'd be in the bonus like Steve Kerr was talking about. And they just didn't execute in those final 3 minutes like we're so used to seeing them execute in playoff games where everything's on the line and you're trying to win a championship. And then they didn't. And so I think that was part of it. And I always tend to look at the best players first. And now it's not on any one of them, although Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole were not great at the beginning of the year. I think Steph and Draymond, for the most part, have been pretty, Steph was great. Draymond, okay. Wiggins was pretty good. But they kind of coasted. And then there were other games where the Warriors would get off to great starts, and then to your point, they would try to go to the young bench, and the young bench would just immediately give it all back, and then the veterans are trying to work harder than I think they want to get the lead back up or to finish some of these games. And again, it comes back to them being unable to. And I think they put their foot down at 3-7. Steve Kerr went away from the young players. Basically took Moody completely out of the rotation. They shipped off Wiseman to Santa Cruz. Kuminga was pulled for a few games where he wasn't playing at all, or 4 or 5 minutes, one little shift. And at that point, they started playing better. DiVincenzo came back. They started playing better, got to 13-11, and then they couldn't quite finish that homestand. They lost the weird game to Indiana. They blew the game at Utah, came back, won the game against Boston, and then the road trip with all the injuries, and that kind of set them up to this position of where I've called it a little fragile desperation type mode for this week and next week while they're at home. So I think there's a lot of little nuanced segments of the season to this point. But I think for the most part, the most overarching probably generality of the home versus road for me is just they haven't been as locked in defensively as they need to be to finish those games when they're close down the stretch.
What's your thought on the way Poole has played with Steph out? Because I was looking at some of the numbers. He's scoring.
Yeah.
I mean, he's scoring almost 28 a game since Steph went out in the last 10 games, but also close to 5 turnovers per game. That's a lot of turnovers.
It's a lot of turnovers, but if you're going to be the primary ball handler, I mean, there are a lot of nights where Steph will have, and not every night, but there are some nights where it'll be 4 or 5 turnovers for him, 4 or 5 turnovers for Draymond, and you just kind of have to live with it a little bit. They need him almost as a baseline, talking about Poole, to score 25 to 30 every one of these games without Steph, almost regardless of how now you don't want him to be 10 for 30 to do it, but
he's taking in the last 10 games, he's taking 2.73, or he's taking 9.8 threes, and he's making 2.7.
Yeah.
So he's taking almost 10 a game. He's not even making 30%.
No, and that's not going to cut it. He's getting to the line more. But again, I think the overall number, just in terms of points, you want it to be efficient, but even the bad games, you still got to have 25 to 30. And I think he's done that, which has allowed others to have a shot to, I think, impact the game. I keep coming back to the grind and the way that they've played, the force that they've played this 3-game stretch with. I think Memphis gets them all riled up because of the rivalry there.
And Memphis has talked huge.
That's just a game you want bad. And I think there was a little bit of carryover from the Charlotte game. They got off to a good start against Charlotte, which I think helped them to where, that game gets tight with 5 minutes to go. And that's where Kuminga rises to the occasion and really just doggedly willed them to the win with 4 or 5 big plays on both ends. And I think Draymond the other night against Utah, I mean, with the block on Vanderbilt at the rim, I mean, he had
a couple huge blocks down the stretch.
Monster performance from Draymond. He's just a leader on that end and the engine and all of those things. So I like what I've seen. I got to keep seeing it. Like I'm not one of these, and I heard Steiny and Evan talking about it earlier. Like, hey, I think they're going 6-2, 7-1. Maybe it's definitely on the table, but they got to keep it up. They got to. Tonight, I think, is the biggest challenge. Maybe other than the Memphis game, this is maybe the toughest game on the whole homestand.
It is funny, JD, because there's 2 different kinds of approaches that you hear with Warrior fans. You get the Warrior fan that's, I think, really into the micro of every game and has got a number of real concerns, right?
Sure.
And you hear it all day on the radio station. Then you see them the way they played against Boston and the way they played on Christmas against Memphis. And the knowledge that they know where the gold is, right? They've got the map, where everybody else is kind of like, I don't know. Well, we just keep playing better, and we just, maybe things will go our way in April and May. Nobody else in the West really has the game, the map where the gold is. The Golden State Warriors do. So I don't know. I'm just in that mode right now where after watching them on Christmas and watching them beat Boston, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I think the whole rest of the year is about, just win enough games to try to be a top 6 seed, as you were saying the other day. If they can get to, be a top 6 seed, that's great. And then what else do you have to determine? Maybe Bob Myers makes a trade at the back end of the roster for one rotation piece. Most likely not. I don't think it's a necessity at all, but possibly that could change their equation. Other than that, you've got your starters. You got Poole. You got DiVincenzo. You're going to have a 9-deep rotation. You got your 7 deep right there. So you got a bunch of options. Is Iguodala in your rotation? Is Baldwin in the rotation? Is Wiseman in the rotation? What's Kuminga's role? What's Moody's role? Does Moody have a role? Is Jermichael Green in part of this rotation? So he's got, not to mention, he seems like Steve really likes Ty Jerome. He likes him more than I like him. He puts him out there as a secondary ball handler. He obviously has some faith in Ty Jerome, but that to me is what the rest of the regular season is about. Win enough games. Don't be an 8 seed. Don't be a 9 seed. Try to get there in the middle somewhere, 5, 6. The top seeds are probably out of range. And find 2 players. Find 2 players that you feel comfortable in your rotation. Get it solidified by the middle of April, and you're ready to roll.
Rich in Fremont at 888-957-9570. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, stellar job this week, man. You guys have been holding it down, so great job. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say, really, when it comes down to it with the Golden State Warriors, is they still have, in my opinion, the ability to maneuver their season. We had Steve Kerr say at the beginning of the season, because they asked about the roster then, and he told me, he said, well, look, we're going to experiment. And, the last time Steve Kerr said that, they won a championship. So I don't have less faith in the brain trust, more so than, 2 things, obviously health being an issue, and then also the guys being consistent on following the direction that Kerr's giving them, okay? Because as long as they continue to do those things, you're going to get the wins like they've had the last 3 games. But when guys start slacking off and, and not rotating like they're supposed to and not, covering the perimeter, because they definitely do that tonight. He's covering the perimeter because Dame Dolla's coming in, okay? And we know he can shoot it. So they have to do those things in order to get the key wins they need to be able to change their season. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, appreciate the call. I'm eager to see what tonight's game looks like, because you got Lillard. If you look at the Blazers are like 2 different teams. When Dame's out there, they're 13-9. When he's not, they're 5-7. And, now he's got a little bit of I like what they've done in Portland. I mean, I don't think they're a title contender, but Anthony Simons is playing the best ball of his career. Jeremy Grant was a really nice addition. I think he looks so much better with the Blazers than I remember him looking with the Pistons. He's just taken it to a different level. But the Blazers roll into this one dinged up as well. Is Nurkic not going to go, or is he going to go? He's got a calf injury, but I saw that they said probable this morning.
And now he's questionable.
Now he's questionable.
Now he's questionable on the latest
He's playing
report.
well.
Yeah, he's playing well, and he can be a handful. I know the Warriors, when they've had their full complement over the years, have been able to run him off the floor a little bit, get him in some pick and roll situations, and make it difficult for him to be a defender against them. But he's also hurt them on the interior and on the boards, and he's a nice player. So yeah, we'll see if he goes or not. But yeah, this is a game where you're playing shorthanded. I wouldn't look at it's winnable for sure. It's also losable if you don't play well, and Portland does play well. I mean, anytime you go into it, I mean, Dame Lillard has the potential to be. I mean, he's the best player on the floor coming into the game, and
it's a homecoming, and he always plays well here. And
yeah,
I mean, he's such a good player. He really is. I mean, I get the feeling if Lillard played in the Mecca there at the Garden, New York City, man, he would be on the side of buildings. His name would come up as one of the greats in the league. Sometimes I feel like playing out in Portland, he doesn't quite get the love that he should get.
No, and I mean, he's had opportunities to leave if he wanted to, I think, but he's been loyal to them, and they've paid him handsomely for it. But it sounds like he'd rather try to push forward and keep trying to grow in Portland and win one there as opposed to trying to bounce around and chase it. So
great player. I mean, I think he has tremendous guts. I remember seeing him at Weber State thinking, wow, this guy's got athleticism. He's got an outside shot. I think he made like 85% from the foul line in that conference in college. I'm like, wow, this guy is being overlooked by NBA teams, and he has just been spectacular.
All right, he's Larry Krueger. I'm John Dickinson. Festus Ezeli's going to join us next. We'll continue the Dubs conversation. More phone calls coming up as well as we are presented by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Avoid giving useless knickknacks this holiday season, and look for durable items that will last for years. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
San Ramon rainy most of the night with a low of 54.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, moving along here on a Friday, John Dickinson and Larry Krueger in for Damon and Ratto. We've got Warriors Live at 6. Let's get back to the guest line here, and joining us is Warriors analyst at NBC Sports Bay Area, Festus Ezeli, joining us here on 95.7 The Game, former Warriors big man. Festus, how you doing? Great to have you with us here on a Friday.
JD, happy Friday. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, how you doing, Festus?
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man, we're just get your thoughts just kind of generally on the 3 games so far on the homestand and the Warriors' ability to start slowly seeing more production from some of the young players and the lottery picks and the two-way guys, right, really when they need it most.
You have to think this Warriors team coming into the season, there was a lot of talk about the depth of this team. And so we always knew that the bench was talented, but the chemistry was not there yet. Young guys had more of a bigger role this season. They hadn't figured it out, playing without fouling, being able to score, the chemistry on the offensive end, defensively, all these different things. I think that having time on the court, with missing Steph and Andrew Wiggins, I think has given the young guys a lot of chance for them to really gain confidence. It's really hard to play the game, especially as a young guy looking over your shoulders, worrying about making a mistake. So, James Wiseman went down to the G League. He came back a better player. He looks way better on the defensive end. He always could play on the offensive end, has great touch. But you see guys like Anthony Lamb, who has been playing a big role for the Warriors. He's stepping up. Dante DiVincenzo, he's healthy now, so he's also getting in rhythm, getting Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is a stud. We know that already. But what you're starting to see is the evolution of the young guys. And, playmaking ability of Jonathan Kuminga is something that is really sticking out to me. He's looking out for James Wiseman. He's looking out for his other players. And then he's also playing defense and taking pride in that. So when you start putting these pieces together and you think about Andrew Wiggins coming back and thinking about Steph coming back, I think this is a thing that could end up being very good for the Warriors, this period right now that you could have. I think when you found out that Steph was going to be out, you looked at this period as, the Warriors just need to stay afloat. Well, the Warriors' motto is we just got to keep getting better. The motto and the slogan has always been strength in numbers. And so when one guy goes down, everybody else steps up. And it's also important that Steph has been in Jordan Poole's ear. You hear him talk about how Steph is telling him what to look for in the game, how to get better. Andre Iguodala has been in Kuminga's ear. Draymond has also been in Wiseman's ear. So you have these young guys also being tutored by the best in the game, Hall of Famers. This is one of the rare times in the history of the game where you have a team winning a championship and young guys watching that I think personally, that these young guys are going to be winning championships themselves in the future. But right now, the team is focused on winning one this year. And I think that right now, this is a proper evolution for this team to go through.
DiVincenzo has really impressed me. I didn't realize he had as much game as he has. And Portland is yet to see GP2 hit the floor. We're not going to see him tonight either. And I understand why Golden State did what they did, right? They didn't re-sign GP2 and they didn't re-sign Otto. And they saved, $60 million in luxury taxes. And it was probably the smart move. But Monty Poole's got an article up right now at NBC Sports Bay Area about how the Warriors still miss GP2. Do you think that is indeed the case? And is Kuminga's recent defensive effort, is that starting to make them miss GP2 a little less?
I think what you saw, what I want to first start off by saying, you say the Warriors saved $60 million luxury tax. You have to remember that the Warriors are also way above the luxury tax and what they're paying because they paid their guys in Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole. So they're trying to keep that continuity. But in the game of basketball, after you win a championship, it's really hard to keep everybody because that success, everybody else wants a little bit of that success. So the good thing on the Portland Trailblazers is to pay GP2 because he was very deserving of his contract. He played amazing last season. His defensive effort was one of the reasons why we were able to win against Dallas, to win against Memphis, and to go ultimately to the championship and the effects he had there in the finals. So you know that he was big for this team. But I think what you saw in their decision-making is the Golden State Warriors also feeling like they have the tools here with these young guys as well. Jonathan Kuminga is showing you that I personally think that Jonathan Kuminga can be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate in the future. For sure, a first-team all-defensive player. And you see Dante DiVincenzo and the defensive ability he brings to the team. You know, this team is very deep, and the Warriors always do such a great job of drafting dudes or bringing free agents in that people sometimes give up on. You have to think about Andrew Wiggins. He was not known as a defensive player when he came to this team, but just this will to win that is contagious. I think it starts with Steph Curry, and it starts with Steve Kerr and Bob Myers and even the ownership, and it trickles all the way down. And I think that when people join this organization, they're very intent on doing all the little things to win. I think they believe in these young guys and their abilities as well.
Festus Ezeli joining us here on 95.7 The Game. I got to ask you about Draymond. I mean, a couple of big blocks the other night against Utah to help finish that one off in big moments. And I think, him and Clay, but really I think it's Draymond here with Steph and with Wiggins out. He's led the grit brigade, really. I think in all three of these games, it's been kind of nasty and defensive minded and yeah, they hit some shots against Memphis, but to win shorthanded, it really has in my mind started with Draymond putting his imprint on, you know what, if this team has to win nasty, we'll win nasty. And I feel like Clay's kind of done that as a secondary player and everybody else has fallen in line off of that. Just what have you seen from Draymond here in really showing how important he can be to this team, even when Steph isn't there with them?
Draymond has shown that throughout his career. This goes all the way back to high school and then being the championship player at Michigan State in college. Draymond's a winner. Coming in with him as a rookie, we were both rookies together. We were drafted to this team together. And seeing the intensity he brought to practice every day, he makes everybody step their games up. And this was him as a rookie. And so now him as a veteran, this is a new journey for Draymond. And for every championship team, every season is different. So this team was really struggling with chemistry and the bench chemistry. One thing that you saw that Coach Kerr did is he put Draymond in with the second unit. And what that did, even though Draymond is not necessarily an offensive scoring player, he is still an offensive player in the way that he creates shots for his teammates. I was a big benefactor of that because of the way that he would throw me lobs, all the things. And then from the defensive end, I think he's such a great communicator. He's so loud on the defensive end, and he's telling people where to be and talking things out, and it makes the game a little simpler for people. Last night or a couple of nights ago against the Utah Jazz, Lauri Markkanen got off to a great start. Part of the reason was because Draymond was playing help defense and going off of him and then coming back recovering to a shooter. He hit, three three-pointers in the first quarter? They go off for this crazy run. So Coach Kerr makes the adjustment, takes Draymond off of him. Draymond's still helping and going back to him. But the adjustment is understanding that Draymond, the imprint that he puts on the game, there's so many different facets, all the way from the defensive end to the offensive end. You see him being more aggressive now, taking big three-pointers against teams. He's just a winner. There's no way to quantify what a winner is. I don't think that the stat sheet even tells you everything that he does. Even when he has triple-doubles, it still doesn't tell the full story of the imprint and the impact that he has on the game. And so Draymond was such a pleasure for me to work with and to play with. I understand that his defensive edge is also one of the things that gives this team its winning prowess. So this team this team very much depends on his energy every night.
We're talking to Festus Ezeli, the pride of Jesuit High School in Sacramento, where my brother sends his kids up to Jesuit.
Shout out Carmichael.
There you go. There you go.
That's high school, yes.
There you go.
My first stop when I came to the United States.
I know. Too bad you couldn't play with them, man. That would have been incredible. You would have been lighting up Sacramento.
Yeah, as a Sacramento kid, Festus, my parents actually live about 5 minutes from Jesuit still to this day. So I know the area well, my man.
Well, you have to remember, when I came to the United States, I was 15 years old, and I wish I could have played for them, but that was my first time picking up a basketball. And at 16, when I tried out for the team, I got released because it was too late. They said it was too late for me to start trying to learn because it was like there was so much going on at the time. So I wish I got to play high school ball because I watch a lot of these kids right now and all the skills and all the friendships that they've built through the years. And I wish I got to play high school, but luckily for me, I had a crazy work ethic. I still was able to get to college, and I had a lot of great coaches and people around me that inspired me. But I still got some of those experiences. But high school basketball, I watch high school basketball now, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, you know what? You probably got some great advice along the way because you went to Vandy and got yourself a terrific education, and now you're doing an incredible job on NBC Sports Bay Area. I got to ask you about James Wiseman. I thought he was great on Christmas against Memphis. He went for 30 against Brooklyn, against the Nets earlier. And I just wish he had been up the whole year, but you had a chance to play in Santa Cruz. What do you see differently? Because you're watching James as a guy who played that position. What do you see differently between the James Wiseman that, pre-Santa Cruz, this last run, and what he's been since he returned?
I'm going to add a different James Wiseman to that. I'm going to add the James Wiseman that was drafted, because that guy, when he came in the court, like I was watching a game from 2021, and I saw James Wiseman on the court he just was phenomenal. The way he was flying all over the court, the way that he was running, and just the confidence in his body. But unfortunately gets injured, has a knee injury, and misses the whole rest of the season. Coming back on the court after all this time, I think there's two facets to this. One of them is you are a rookie trying to adjust to the game. So there's a few things that you have to learn. You have to adjust to the speed of the game. You have to adjust to the defensive pace of the game. Everybody's faster, stronger. You got to think he only played a couple games in college. So he pretty much was coming from high school. And so the pace of the game is way different. These are grown men now, and this is the best in the world. So he is adjusting to that, but also he's coming back from an injury. So he's learning to trust his body. I think that the process is hard for anybody. If you don't look at the process the right way, I think you could fall victim to it. But I love his approach. He's come in and said, you know what? I have to go down to the G League. It might feel like a demotion, which it sometimes to a lot of people it is. But for him, if you use the process correctly, like you look at Jordan Poole and the way he went to the G League and now got rewarded later because now he's playing amazing on the court, scoring and doing all the different things, but he got rewarded contract-wise, then if you see that, then you're also inclined and you're inspired to follow the same track. So for him, what I've seen in improvements is his defensive awareness. He's a guy that can jump from the dotted line and dunk the ball. On the defensive end, you know that he can do the same thing. He can recover a lot of ground and jump straight up. He's one of the most athletic people you can see in the NBA. I think for him is getting used to his body again. That's one, trusting your body after an injury. But it's also the defensive awareness on the court. On the offensive end, I think James Wiseman is a natural. He gets the ball. He's got such a great touch around the rim, great shot, and just amazing footwork. But I think, just the ability to trust his body again, and then having the awareness, watching Draymond, watching Kevon Looney, and learning how to screen to get these guys open. Because ultimately, when you get Steph and Clay open, you're getting yourself open, because when you get them open, the defense has to react. And your man has to jump out there, or else that's a three. So that, in turn, is you getting open and getting an easy shot. So I think I see him learning more and more about the game, and him coming back. I just love his approach to the game. Such a good kid, and I can't wait to be able to spend some time with him and really just impact whatever knowledge I got from Steve Kerr and the older guys, Andrew Bogut and all the guys alike.
Festus, thanks a lot for the time. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Festus Ezeli joining us here on 95.7 The Game. little bit of breaking news there on the injury front. James Wiseman's actually going to miss tonight on that 4:30 injury report. He popped up on it tonight with a left ankle sprain, so he is out for the game tonight. More at about 5:15 from Steve Kerr when he meets with the media. JaMychal Green remains out, in addition to Steph, in addition to Iguodala and Wiggins. But yeah, Wiseman not going to be able to go in this one. The Warriors had sent Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins down to play in a G League game last night. They were recalled today, so both of them will be among the actives, at least available, PBJ and Rollins. But no Wiseman in this one, and then just DiVincenzo and Draymond Green, both probable. They've been playing through a little bit of soreness.
That's a huge advantage to have Santa Cruz so close, being such close proximity, because otherwise, not every team's G League team is a drive away. Right.
Yeah.
Some of these guys have to get on the bird and fly. That could have left them very shorthanded. Any indication of where Wiseman hurt the ankle, or because this was not in the game, right? This was in a practice.
Yeah, it could have been, although they didn't practice yesterday. So it could have been in the game and something that lingered and just wasn't thrown on there. It could have been something that maybe popped up in a different way. I think stay tuned at 5:15. I think we'll probably get an answer from Coach Kerr at that point when he meets with everybody. But yeah, as far as PBJ, it's interesting. The story of the other night, he was in Santa Cruz, went through a practice in the morning and the afternoon at Santa Cruz with the G League squad, and then they said, hey, there's some questionable players, don't know what the situation's going to be, you're getting called back up. They brought a car for him and Rollins, and he said he had a couple peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and rolled up to Chase at about 6 o'clock.
PB&J had some PB&J?
He did, and he said it was also the first time, or I guess recently is the first time that he said he never ate them growing up as a kid. It was always...
Never?
Yeah, that was one of the little headlines from the post-game press conference.
That's not a good revelation. It's hard to trust anybody who's never had PB&J.
He said he had not had a PB&J up until the last couple of weeks. I guess they were doing some kind of Warriors Productions video shoot thing about PB&J, eating PB&J, and he said I never really had them before. So he had them and he liked them enough to where now it sounds like maybe they're a more regular part of the afternoon snack quotient.
All right, so I'll go PB&J, but I gotta go light on the peanut butter. Light on the peanut butter.
Okay.
I can't gop on lots of peanut butter, because then it becomes too peanut butter-y.
What's your go-to peanut butter and jam or jelly? Like
kind of like a raspberry. Kind of like a raspberry jelly. Maybe a Smucker's raspberry with a light coating of peanut butter. But the other thing is you got to go peanut butter all throughout. You can't just, you got to really spread it around. You got to really spread it around.
I like a little thicker spread, I think, than you do. And then also I'll do a little toasted PB&J.
Do you like nuts in your PB&J? Do you go nutty or do you go smooth?
It really doesn't matter. Could be, I could go either way with it, but I like to warm the bread, like toasted bread, and then where the peanut butter will melt a little bit.
Look at you.
A little bit of warm. Yeah.
That's how you roll.
That's how I roll.
Now, do you go healthy peanut butter or do you go like Jiffy or something?
Yeah. Oh, I'll go completely unhealthy.
There you go.
I'll go both ways with it, but I go. If
I get the wrong peanut butter at my house, my wife takes it back.
Oh wow! Like it's got to be the healthier end.
It's got to be like Laura Scudder's or some good peanut butter. If I get Jiffy, it's like you got Jiffy?
She doesn't take look at the back of it and go, hey, you don't want this, and this, and this in your body ever.
What are you doing? That's when I gotta, just put the hands in the air and be like, hey, you know what? I'm sorry.
Boysenberry. It's got to be. We get people on the Xfinity mobile text line. Boysenberry for the win.
For some people say apricot.
Apricot's not bad.
Apricot's not bad.
I would go strawberry.
Strawberry's not bad.
It's not bad. Raspberry's fine.
What do you think of grape?
I'm okay with it.
Like grape?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Grape's not bad.
I'm okay with grape.
Little different consistency. Little runnier. Little.
Now that just
you got to really spread that.
That goes well with the melted. A little bit of the melted gooey peanut butter as well. Almond butter from the 707.
Okay. Almond butter and that.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't go peanut butter. I go almond butter.
That's fine.
All right.
And if you got an allergy, maybe you got an allergy.
See, to me, you got to have milk. Do you go milk or do you go water? I mean, you can't go with any kind of, you got to have something to kind of
I'd go milk. Yeah.
Milk,
yeah. I would go milk to just
right.
keep it, you keep everything from sticking.
There you go.
So yeah, he said
he had one.
He had one and had a couple of them actually.
Liked it so much, went back
like
for
he
number
went
2.
back for it. It was like, hey, we're bringing the car around. It was basically we're bringing the car around and we're taking you to Chase because you might have to play tonight. So grab something to eat, and he had a couple PB&Js ready.
Well, I really like Baldwin, and you know what? If this gives him a little bit more run, good. I would like to see him out there a little bit more. I really believe that he's kind of he's a young guy in name only. I think everybody's every rookie is not like every other rookie. Some rookies are more experienced than others. Heck, we're seeing that with Brock Purdy in the NFL right now. He's a lot more experienced than your typical rookie. And I think Baldwin, as the son of a coach, as a guy who was a 5-star recruit, as a guy who was the star of his college team, he seems to be a little bit more advanced. So we'll see. I'd love to see him get some run.
Yeah, opportunity for him to potentially get some run tonight as the Warriors they're going to look to go small. I think that there will be opportunities probably for wings to play. I would imagine the Warriors would take Looney off the floor and a little earlier maybe. He'd take him off the floor a little earlier to where he could maybe play an extra shift to where you would have either him or Draymond out there at the center at all times, in the game tonight, or you just go small, you play without him. I mean, you could even see maybe a little Kuminga at center tonight, I think, in a pinch.
In a lot of people's minds, the biggest concern about James Wiseman was not necessarily the development in his game, but his relative health or lack thereof, because mostly due to the knee, right?
Right. This is the first time he's had an injury this year, which is, a few people were kind of, that's a little bit of a downer, but
yeah. But I mean, he does some things that Kevon Looney can't do and other Warrior big men can't do. He's got an ability to finish around the rim offensively. It's just a matter of the feel. You know what I mean? He hasn't played a lot, so his feel is not great. And then, especially on the defensive end, it's a difficult transition playing in the NBA and playing defense in the NBA. So, I do think that Wiseman's going to get there. I hope. Somebody asked, are the Warriors still, talking about trading Wiseman? I hope they're committed to the development of James Wiseman and keep that patience, because when you look at his talent and you look at potential of what he could be, JD, in like 2 years, 3 years, you're going to be absolutely kicking yourself if you moved him at this point, especially for the rumors that I've seen, trade him to San Antonio for Jakob Poeltl. Yeah, would they be a little bit better this year with Jakob Poeltl? Yeah. Is Jakob Poeltl going to be more consistent rotation player? Yeah. But the upside that you would be giving in that trade, I couldn't pull the trigger on that.
It's tough to give up somebody with high upside for a role player. Like, I think that's what ultimately would be hard for the Warriors to swallow. Quickly here before we get to Jim on the phones, Nutella, getting a
little chocolate.
Yeah, a little chocolate spread.
I'm not a big Nutella fan myself.
Okay.
But do people go chocolate and peanut butter? Kind of like almost like a Reese's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Reese's
absolutely.
on bread.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's killer with the toasted bread.
I know my kids like Nutella. Are you a Nutella man yourself?
Not really. Didn't have it a lot growing up. I had it in college. There were a few people in college that roommates.
Where'd you go? Did you Sac State?
Sac State. But yeah.
There you go.
A couple of my buddies always had.
We're both
Nutella.
Sac State guys.
We are.
That's right.
It's yes, sir. Incredible.
It's amazing the
it really
education
is.
that we have gotten.
I don't know that we've had that connection. Big year for the Sac State football squad.
That's right. Troy Taylor coaching at Stanford.
Now. No, that's big. Blackberry jam and ice cold milk from the 510.
Ice cold milk.
Ice cold milk.
Now, my father used to put ice cubes in his milk.
Okay.
Now I always thought that was normal until, I got to that age where I'm like, you know what? Ice cubes in milk are not normal.
Well, it makes the milk not milk.
It depends if it's whole milk. If it's whole milk, it can make it a little bit, but if you already have non-fat milk and you throw some ice cubes in there, that's straight water.
That's not a great
too
beverage. Not a great beverage. Too watery. No question. 888-957-9570. Let's go ahead and we'll get to Jim. We'll get to Kay coming back on the other side here. We still got one more hour to go before Warriors Live here. Putting a wrap on 2022 as we are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit beefy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-444-9336.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Are you ready? Stock up and save big now, store-wide at the Lowe's Truckload event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select tools and accessories from the brands you trust. And buy a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel miter saw and get an adjustable stand for free. Plus, get deals on appliances, bath, and more. Head to your local Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Valid 12/29 through 1/11.
The best part about taking ZzzQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night
is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here. Final hour on 95.7 The Game. John Dickinson and Larry Krueger. We got some phone calls to get to here momentarily as we sort through some of the great moments of 2022. Look ahead to 2023. Warriors and Blazers coming up here on 95.7 The Game. And also, if you don't have plans for New Year's Eve, you can join Bay Area radio legend Chewy Gomez from 102.1 Jams and the great DJ Mind Motion this Saturday. That's New Year's Eve, as they host the biggest New Year's Eve party in the South Bay. That's at the San Jose Marriott. You're thinking about it, Larry. I can tell you.
I'm calling Chewy as we speak.
Yeah, don't miss out. For tickets, more information, go to TaylorRocks.com. Or you can call 408-690-5999. That's TaylorRocks.com. Or call 408-690-5999 for some New Year's Eve fun.
Not to be confused with Taylor Rooks.
No.
Taylor Rooks. Didn't he play for Arizona?
Sean Rooks.
Sean Rooks.
And then Taylor Rooks is a reporter. I think she's part of the Thursday night on Prime, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
I thought I saw her last night. I was watching the Titans and the Cowboys after getting home.
Not a great game for anybody last night. The Cowboys got the win, but the Cowboys didn't look particularly good in that game. The one thing about Dallas is Dallas turns it over. My goodness.
That'll get you beat in the playoffs.
I mean, Dak Prescott was 29 of 41, 282, 2 touchdown passes, but 2 picks and a lost fumble. He single-handedly had 3 turnovers. The guys had 10 picks in like the last 6 games. So that everybody's saying Dallas, Dallas, Dallas. Goo, if you're listening,
he's not. Goo's one of the guys that's not actually.
He's not in.
He's
on his
down
Cowboys.
on Dak. He thinks they're one and done. He thinks they're one and done.
Well, they just gave up 7 yards a pop on the ground to Jacksonville, so they don't stop the run.
We've been going back and forth the last few weeks. Like he is out on Dak, and he thinks they're one and done. Like it's going to be disappointment.
All right.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that.
So
the sound of that.
We'll see how it shakes out.
When Goo, jumps ship, that means most of the Cowboy fans are jumping ship.
Yeah, no doubt. 888-957-9570. Let's get to Jim. Appreciate you holding through the top of the hour break here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Jim? Hey, Jim, you there? Jim, my man.
Jim.
Wow.
Jim going once. Jim going twice.
Jim held through the break and then not ready to roll. Unfortunate. Robin in San Francisco. Robin's always ready. What's going on, Robin?
Hi, you guys. First of all, I'm just playing. Happy New Year to both you and Larry. It's the reason why I called. And also I want to say I was having a little fun with the, your producer.
Right.
I try to guess I try to guess who they are by their voices because the producers, sometimes they change. So I discovered he was Cameron and I said he was Greg or something. But we were having fun because I was telling him, don't be insulted by that because I even call my kids by their wrong name. He started laughing, and he said, so does his mom. So I call the girls the boys' names, the boys the girls, and vice versa. And they always say, Mom, not that person. And I always tell them, but I'm looking at you.
Exactly. Well, Robin, don't feel bad. My wife does the same thing. We have 4 kids. She names virtually all of them anytime she's calling one of them.
Yeah. And I just told her. He says, yeah, I'm not Shantae. I said, I'm Devon. I said, but I'm looking at you. I don't care who you are, whoever you are at this point. But anyway, I wanted to ask you guys, is it me? Are they shortening, like, Looney's minutes to keep him healthy? You know what I mean? I noticed at certain times, I know it's about the fighting lineups and things like that, but I was just kind of wondering, I'll look up in the game, because I'm usually busy doing stuff. I said, I haven't noticed Looney in this game. He's not in the fourth quarter. He's definitely not there. It doesn't seem like in crucial moments down the stretch. So I'm just kind of wondering if you guys have noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, one thing that you should know is that Looney this year is playing 22 minutes a game plus, right? He's playing over 22 minutes a game. That is his highest minute total of his career. So I think they're just looking at him, knowing how valuable he is. I mean, he's truly one of the real valuable pieces, and just trying to limit his minutes as much as they possibly can, so that when this thing is really decided in May and June, that he's out there on the floor. I think that's my takeaway, JD. I just think that they see his minutes and they just want to make sure that he's there at the end.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, and he's had some issues. And Robin, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for everything. All right, Rob.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here, Robin.
Still here.
Go ahead. You can finish up.
One last thing, and then I'm off. Listen, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich has to be strawberry jelly. It doesn't necessarily have to be Jiffy. I grew up off that, but I use Santa Cruz creamy peanut butter, and then this is what's going to get you guys. You're going to say no, but I'm sorry. It's got to be on white Wonder Bread, because unless the bread sticks to the roof of your mouth, it's no good. Bye, you guys.
Thank you. No, thanks, Robin. The Wonder Bread. I'm good with that.
Oh,
I grew up with that.
I'm not a bread snob. I'll go Wonder Bread. I'll go Kilpatrick's, whatever I don't care.
Yeah, Wonder Bread's a good call. That's fine.
My wife's more into healthy bread. Bread. Maybe like a wheat, or you can't go rye. I mean, no.
Oh,
rye.
no.
No,
rye,
there'll be no rye.
No, rye is for. That's for your Reuben sandwich.
Right, exactly.
That's for
salami, maybe a little mustard.
Yeah,
you can't.
Maybe you cut up a Polish sausage or something, and you put that in your rye.
There you can't go rye peanut butter and jelly.
No, absolutely not. Peanut butter, bananas, and honey from the 510. That's the ticket.
That sounds not bad. How about peanut butter on a bagel? But you got leakage issues if you got the big hole in the middle.
You could do that, but you could. Yeah, you just got to make sure you get your spread straight.
You better have some coordination to your spread.
Yeah. You got to make sure you spread it appropriately.
Right.
Going back to Looney, I think and I'm just looking at the recent games, 26 against Utah, 18 Charlotte, 23 Memphis, 17 Brooklyn. I think when there's been some of those blowout games on the road, 19 Milwaukee, some of those games they've tried to cut minutes. There's some games where I think they really need him. I think you're right. They want to make sure he's healthy at the end. I also think there are nights where the Warriors do want to play smaller, and that helps. They feel that's an advantage for them to be able, with the shooting and some of the playmakers that they have, to everybody always says match up with the opposition's big. The Warriors often want to run that big off the floor by spreading them out and making them unable to guard and to have to cover a lot of ground with players that are moving and cutting and shooting all over the place. So sometimes those are the games where Looney can be more of a liability, but he's top to bottom one of their big trusted glue guys, more than I think he even gets credit for.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk to Steve Kerr. I mean, Kerr has a huge affinity for the man he calls Loon. He likes to call him Loon. When I saw him coming out of UCLA, I thought there is no chance, no way that Kevon Looney will be able to run up and down an NBA floor and play 82 games in a regular season and remain healthy. I just thought no chance, especially when he had those early injuries. And it was like, is this guy...
He had the hip stuff.
Had a hip problem. He looks kind of pained at times when he's moving around. And I just thought, no way, it's not going to happen. And last year he played every single game. And let's be totally honest about it. We talk about Steph, we talk about Clay, we talk about Wiggins and all these different... They don't win last year without Kevon Looney. There's just no doubt in my mind.
No, they don't. And he was dealing with the neuropathy issue, too, back before the pandemic. And that one year, I mean, there were some that thought his career could potentially be in jeopardy going back to the 15 and 50 year he mentioned the fact that he ended up changing his diet and really worked hard to kind of correct the neuropathy issue and made some changes that helped make him more durable. He does a lot of yoga now as well.
He's an incredible player. I mean, he's a student of the game, JD. From the standpoint of, I love what he can defend inside. He's got great length, and he doesn't take any real false steps, right? So he, he's always in position, but then he's got such crazy long arms that he can close out on perimeter shooters and defend the paint. So how many guys can do that? How many guys can actually be defending the paint and then still be able to extend and bother perimeter shooters? And he knows exactly where to position himself, so he's got both areas covered. He's just a really underrated quality basketball player.
Have you seen, and this has made the rounds at different points, Alan Stiles was the guy that hit me to it, but have you watched any of his high school footage?
No.
Like it's a treat. I'll text it to you. It's something you can do when you get home tonight, but I'll text you the Kevon Looney senior year of high school. He grew up and played in the Milwaukee area before going to UCLA, but he looks like a Kevin Durant. Like he looks like a
right. He's got a beautiful. He had a beautiful outside shot,
and he handled it.
That much.
And he handled it. And he was like crossing guys over and hitting pull up jumpers. And I mean, it's yeah. For those of you that haven't seen it, you want to have a little fun, just kind of looking at the player that Looney was at one point compared to the player that he's become. Like really,
he's so efficient. He knows how to position.
You can
his body.
see the guard skills though in his ability to defend and his intelligence, I think, in how to run an offense and be able to be a ball handler out on the perimeter, even as a passer and a screener. Like he's sharp, but yeah, he was somebody that was projected to be a guy that could really fill it up going from high school to college.
Well, he's emerged as this very dependable role player. And, you say, who's the center on the Dynasty Warriors? It's Kevon Looney. I mean, they're hoping Wiseman can emerge as that player in time. But, man, Looney does so many things that Kerr likes and respects. And it's just, he's a really underrated, cog in their wheel.
All right, I just shot you a text with that while you were talking there, so you can check that out at some point.
The Kevon Looney high school highlights.
Yeah, Kevon Looney senior season mixtape. The UCLA commit, ready to roll, getting it done in Milwaukee. Let's go to Tracy next here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Tracy?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good. What's on your mind?
Happy New Year to you and much love, man. I'm going to say Kevon Looney, much respect for him, and I'm going to tell you, the last couple years, what has really helped him with his ailments and everything, I'm going to give you a little inside information. A friend of mine is one of his sports medicine doctors.
Right.
Acupuncture, man. Acupuncture, sports medicine, acupuncture. My friend, a homeboy of mine, good man. He also works for the 49ers, but it's been the acupuncture.
Really?
That worked. You might want to check up. I mean, I don't want to put my boy on Front Street, my friend on Front Street, but the acupuncture, he does personal, visits to him and helps the acupuncture, man, because he helped me. It's changed my life. I had some issues in my life with ailments and everything, and the acupuncture, this dude is the bomb. His clinic, Oakland Community Acupuncture. Chris Randall, he's the bomb, bro.
It's interesting you say that because
thanks, Tracy.
I had disc problems in my back. This is talking about 20 years ago, and man, I had so much pain, and it was ridiculous. It was like a sciatica pain. It was really bad. I basically started picking up all the toys when I had little kids all at once. We were trying to sell our house. I picked up all these toys, and I basically blew out a disc in my back. Kind of a similar thing that I think Kerr had, but his might have been elective. And before I had the surgery, I couldn't get over the pain, and I went to an acupuncturist out in the East Bay. And between the needles and the hot rocks, and it just loosened up. A lot of times your back pain is tied to your hamstrings, And the acupuncture really did work for me. It gave me a ton of relief. So I mean, for these guys who run up and down, they're 7 feet tall and they're running up and down nightly on hardwood floors. That's never good for your discs in your back. And I would imagine you're looking for relief any way you can get it. I don't doubt that he uses acupuncture.
No, wouldn't be a surprise. Again, I know he's big into yoga as well. I think Steve Kerr's mentioned the fact that he'll come in to get ready for a practice, hours before, kind of prepping the day, and Looney will already be in the gym, kind of going through his own yoga routine to make sure he's limber and loose and ready to go. And yeah, I mean it's prolonged his career to the point where, I mean, really two quality contracts with the Warriors here over the last 5-6 years, and he's been a part of three championship teams, or two, I guess, 3 championship teams, right?
I believe
3 of the 4. Yeah, I guess 18 for sure. And he was banged up in 19 of the finals. He was playing through rib injury and things like that, and the one that they didn't win, then obviously helped them in 22.
I mean, he knows how to play. The other thing that it's one thing to play with the ball, but man, when you play off the ball and you're trying to be effective in the half court and you don't have the ball in your hands, that means your footwork, your positioning, your screen setting, your timing on your screens, all these things come into play, and he's perfected it. He absolutely has. And if you look at his numbers, they don't look like much. 6.5 points a game, 7.8 rebounds a game is pretty good. He's almost up at 3 assists per game, but he's a very valuable guy. And they list him at 6'9", but he probably plays more like a 7-footer. He's really a very underrated player for them.
John Dickinson and Larry Krueger, 888-957-9570, in for Damon and Ratto here on a Friday. Warriors Live coming up at the top of the 6 o'clock hour as the Warriors and Trailblazers go at it. No James Wiseman for the Warriors in this one. Left ankle sprain. Andrew Wiggins remains out along with Steph Curry. Andre Iguodala, JaMychal Green as well with a right lower leg infection. Did you see this Blaine Gabbert story, Larry?
I did. So Blaine Gabbert saved a bunch of people?
Yeah, Blaine Gabbert was out, I guess, on jet skis with his brothers, and there was a helicopter crash, and he went to help out. So let's just hear Blaine Gabbert explain what was going on here.
I vaguely remember hearing a faint noise, and so we turned around, left the yacht club, and I just remember looking to the west and seeing it almost looked like a crew boat in the water that had broken up into about 4 pieces, and I vaguely remember seeing like 2 yellow life jackets. So I was like, all right, we got to go check this out. They looked like they were in duress. We raced over there. The youngest kid had just came up and said he was pinned in there, and I asked if anybody else was trapped. And then I called 911, tried to remain as calm as possible. But no, it all turned positive. They were healthy, scared, nervous, but it was a pretty crappy situation that turned good in the end. So I was just right place, right time, I guess. The credit really goes out to Tampa PD, you guys, the fire department, the sheriff's department, because they were there within 5 seconds. It was pretty remarkable. And we got him. I got 2 on my jet ski. My brother's got 1. The pilot was still in the water, and that was when you guys pulled up. And I dragged him a little bit towards the boat, and he got on. And luckily enough, we were probably 250 meters from the beach, so we got him to the beach. The fire department was there. Everybody was there, and the rest is history. But it wasn't me. It was just my brothers and I out having fun. And the credit goes to these guys, because if they weren't there in the nick of time, it could have turned bad. And I'm glad everybody's healthy.
Yeah, I mean, just insane. You're out just having a good time, and you hear a little something, and you race to help. I mean, you think that's not everybody would do that. You'd like to think you would.
Good dude. I got a chance to interview him a couple times when he was here with the 49ers.
Now with Tampa.
Interesting guy when you think about it. I mean, he was the 10th pick overall in the 2011 draft, and here we are, 2022, and he's still playing in the NFL. And he's only started 48 games of his career. Arians was hot to trot on him for a while. Thought he was a starting caliber player. 3 years in Jacksonville, 3 years then here in San Francisco, 1 year in Arizona with Arians. Then he went to Tennessee. Then the last couple of years, he's been backing up Brady in Tampa Bay. But, I mean, talk about a guy, 10th pick overall. I guess it would be easy to say that Blaine Gabbert was a bust. But now he's 32. He's probably made $10, $12 million or more in his career, maybe more. Even though he was supposed to be a starting quarterback and it didn't work out, he's found a way to salvage it and, provide for his family and stick around the league for a decade.
Yeah, and holding the clipboard now in Tampa, and we'll see what happens. But, yeah, Tom Brady, I mean, you think what ultimately happens in that division? Are you hot on Carolina, too? You think Carolina beats him and wins a division? Or
I got to think Brady and the Bucs find a way to squeeze in there. But I'll say this. Brady and Mike Evans, I don't know what the issue is there, but those guys that we saw him arguing on the sideline in San Francisco, and then I've watched Evans the last couple of games, and it's just like his effort on some of these 50-50 balls is just pathetic. So I kind of wonder if Tom Brady and Mike Evans just do not see eye to eye. But it's an interesting division because Tampa's 7-6 or 7-8, I should say, and then you got Carolina at 6-9.
And Carolina beat him the first time,
right? And then you got the Saints, who have kind of ownage on Tampa. They're sitting there as well. They still have a shot. So I gotta think Tampa squeezes in, but Tampa definitely doesn't look like a Super Bowl contender. They got some good pieces on defense, but offensively, I mean, did you watch any of that game on Christmas between Arizona and Tampa?
I did not. No, I had it was up against the Warrior game, so I didn't see
You're
much
a better man than I.
No.
I watched it. I mean, that was a tough watch. I mean, seriously, it was just a hugely boring football game.
That was the one where all right, I'm going to see. I'll watch highlights of that one. If I really need to watch it back later, I'll watch it back later, like on the the shortcuts where you can watch it in like 30 minutes on the iPad. But no, I didn't see a second of that game because the Warriors were playing, and didn't see a second of the Rams game against Denver. I watched.
That was
watched all of the Dolphins Packers game though.
Cost Denver their head coach's job.
Yeah,
I mean they fired him after that game. But yeah, that NFC South. It's a shame that one of those teams has to make the playoffs. But Tampa, Carolina, and the Saints. If you had asked me earlier this year, I would have thought Atlanta. The way Mariota was playing, as good as the Falcons looked against the Niners.
I mean, everybody had a window, really, to win it at one point. Atlanta was playing as well as anybody. Tampa has just been the incumbent that you think is going to win enough games to get it done, and they just haven't yet. The Saints, I thought, defensively looked as good as anybody against the Niners.
They leaned on Winston, and he went down. Now they're leaning on Dalton.
I mean, they played a really good game against the Niners, just couldn't punch it in to the end zone there, and the Niners won ugly against them. But they played the Niners as well as I think anybody has, really.
It's like the division of
the hot streak
of reclamation project quarterbacks. I mean. Mariota's looked good there. Now Sam Darnold's playing in Atlanta. Darnold's looking good in Carolina. Brady, I don't know. Brady says he's not going to retire. Should he retire? I mean, he's now 45, going on 46.
I mean, we'll see.
It seems like he's not. I mean, they're not doing it offensively.
I wonder. I don't think he's going to be back there. If he doesn't retire, I mean, the Brock Purdy emergence, I think, has really put maybe a little bit of a crimp in what his plan could have been, which is try to get here. Now, I don't know. We haven't really talked about that much. I think I've said to you on one of the pregame shows that we've done when I've been on as a guest that before Purdy had burst onto the scene the way he had, I expected, with questions about Trey Lance and would he be healthy, is he good enough, Garoppolo out of the fold, and if Purdy had just been ordinary or not very good in his opportunity, I think Brady would want to set himself up to potentially come here. I think it would have been an offseason of that. Would the Niners be interested again this time? Would he want to come try and win one for the team that he grew up rooting for? So I think Purdy, though, playing as well as he has, maybe changes the calculus there a little bit. I mean, if Brady said he wanted to come, would you pivot off of Brock Purdy for Tom Brady at 46?
I mean, it sounds crazy to say that you wouldn't want Tom Brady because you have Brock Purdy. But
they did it with Garoppolo in 2019, right?
In a lot of ways, I think everything's got decided in that Tampa game. I mean, when Brady came here, if you saw the handshake at the end of the game, he's like, hey, you played great to the kid. But it's almost like Tom was saying, you know what, my chances of finishing here in San Francisco have just gone down the tubes because you're playing so great that why would anybody bring me in? I don't think if Purdy continues to play at the level he's playing at, which is a big if, I don't think you're bringing back Tom Brady or Jimmy Garoppolo or anybody else to play in front of him.
Yeah, Garoppolo, I think, is gone. I think we agree on that. I mean, Brady, I'm kind of with you with the way Purdy has looked. Like, the
Niners are going to tell Tom Brady no twice.
It's pretty incredible.
It is incredible.
That is pretty incredible. We'll see how it shakes out with Brock Purdy there. You asked for an update on James Wiseman and just how he rolled his ankle. Well, I've got an answer for you. So
nice.
We'll get to that coming up as we close out. Final segment straight ahead, sponsored by the Odyssey Weather Network.
San Ramon rainy most of the night with a low of 54.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit beefy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life, call 800-444-9336.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-728-8500. 800-728-8500. That's 800-728-8500.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Final segment here on a Friday. Final segment of 2022. John Dickinson, Larry Krueger in for Damon and Ratto. Warriors live at the top of the 6 o'clock hour. Warriors and the Blazers tonight from Chase. Dubs looking for their 4th win in a row. No James Wiseman, out with a sprained ankle. That per the injury report about an hour or so ago. We do have an answer on how he did it, though, Larry. I know you were asking about that.
What was that?
The pregame press conference for Steve Kerr. Kerr revealed that he rolled his ankle playing 3-on-3 this morning. So the Warriors had a shoot-around this morning leading up to this game. No practice yesterday after the back-to-back. Coach Kerr saying, quote, "It doesn't seem too serious, but he'll miss tonight's game." So, yeah, a lot of times guys that aren't playing a lot, and Wiseman still is at a point where he's not playing a lot at shoot-around or at practices, you try and get the cardio up. You play 3-on-3 with other guys that aren't playing a lot, sometimes coaches, and it sounds like he injured it in one of those little pickup games.
Any speculation on how long they think he'll be sidelined or no?
No, not at this point. It looks like, again, not too serious, I would imagine. That could be as soon as, maybe Monday or at least a couple of games.
Yeah.
At the tops. Not one of these 2 to 4, 4 to 6 type situations.
Well, yeah, I mean, in football, there's the high ankle sprain, and guys are gone for weeks and weeks and weeks, as opposed to, something that's a little lower and doesn't have the same severity. And on the Niner front, no Debo this week. They've officially said that he is out. He returned to practice this week, but he's out, and they're saying Elijah Mitchell's practice window is going to open next week. Shanahan kind of revealed it a couple days ago that they're going to use that final IR returnee spot for Elijah Mitchell, and they're going to try to, hopefully finish playoff games, I would think, with Elijah Mitchell running the ball in the second half. So interesting that, the Niners have been able to not just get by JD with their 3rd string quarterback. They're thriving.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they're scoring 30 a game, and they're doing it without Deebo Samuel for the most part.
Yeah, and now you're going to drop him in, whether it's week 18. I wouldn't play him, by the way. Like Debo, would you play Debo against Arizona?
No. I mean, I heard Kyle say that it's a trade-off, right? On one hand, you're going to ask these guys to play the biggest game of their year in the playoffs and play exceptionally well. So then it's the rest versus rust debate. And I just think for every position, it's a little different. For a guy like Debo, who's played a lot of football and is an incredible warrior, I don't think I would risk putting him out there until the playoffs. Maybe for some other guys, different positions, maybe you want them to stay in a little bit of a rhythm. So, I mean, the guys that I would have on this list would be Nick Bosa, definitely Charvarius Ward because he's got a groin pull of some kind. McCaffrey, who's a little dinged up, and they've been using him an awful lot. Those three guys for sure would be guys that in these next two games, like if you see the 49ers get a big lead in this game against the Raiders this weekend, I think you may see those three guys coming off the field, or at least not necessarily, all together, but I could see their snap count, all three of those guys going down if they have any kind of a lead.
And all eyes, of course, are going to be on the game at Lambeau, which will be going on in the afternoon window. The Niners kicking at 1:05, Minnesota and Green Bay at 1:25. And if the Niners win, as everybody expects them to do so in Vegas against the Raiders, and the Vikings lose at Lambeau, obviously puts the Packers in a position where they can get into the playoffs depending upon what happens with Washington. But as far as it pertains to the Niners, that would give the Niners the driver's seat for the 2 seed as opposed to the 3. So that's something late in the year, scoreboard watching, that's a big deal.
And don't forget that
the one seed
the 1 seed is there. I mean, basically what has to happen? First of all, Jalen Hurts sounds like the ankle's still bothering him. He wants to get out there. It sounds like